49.1. Heredite de similitude, alcoolism héréditaire. Homotype. 2. Heredite de transformation, alcoolism héréditaire. Heterotype. 1. The appetite for strong drink is frequently transmitted from parents to the children, just as other traits of the mind or body. Sometimes it develops early, sometimes late in life. As a rule, however, this hereditary propensity shows itself at an early age, and is apt to be intensified at the time of puberty and the menopause. Objections have been urged against the theory of hereditary alcoholism. Among these the strongest is perhaps that the taste for drink in the offspring of alcoholic subjects is the result rather of opportunity and example than of heredity. The frequency with which alcoholic tendencies develop themselves in children reared and educated away from their parents, and the number of cases in which these tendencies show themselves only at an advanced period of life, long after the influence of example in childhood has ceased, sufficiently disprove this assumption. The hereditary influence does not, however, invariably manifest itself in the desire for drink. On the contrary, not rarely it consists in feebleness of nervous constitution, characterized by irritability, want of mental repose, or a restless or vicious disposition which demands constant excitement. Hence such individuals, although intellectually well developed, are often scarcely more than moral imbeciles, in whom the passion for drink may be replaced by the opium habit, addiction to gaming and to other vices, and whose career is shaped largely by an inordinate and insatiable craving for excitement of all kinds. Hereditary alcoholism follows the laws of heredity in general. The tendency may be transmitted directly from one generation to another, or may skip one or more generations, taking in the intermediate periods some different form. 2. The second variety is that in which the symptoms of chronic alcoholism are manifested in the offspring in the absence of the direct action of alcohol. That is to say, not the taste for alcohol, but the results of the gratification of that taste are transmitted, just as epileptic or hysterical patients may transmit to their offspring epilepsy or hysteria. Thus it is not rare to encounter in the descendants of alcoholic parents perverted sensation, both general and special, hyperesthesia, anesthesia, flying neuralgias which do not always follow the course of particular nerves, but frequently affect in a general way the head or the members or manifest themselves as visceral neuralgias. These persons are much troubled with headache from slight causes and with migraine. Nor are disturbances of vision rare, nor vertigo. Insomnia is also frequent in such individuals, and augments the other symptoms. Digestive troubles also frequently occur, notwithstanding a regular and perfectly temperate life. Such persons are often subject to hallucinations of sight and hearing, and are liable to have delirium in trifling illnesses. The second form of hereditary alcoholism manifests itself in a wholly different manner. The descendants, without a special appetite for strong drink, and in the absence of the special morbid manifestations above described, are singularly liable to mental and nervous diseases of various kinds. Among these convulsions and epilepsy are especially frequent, hysteria and various forms of insanity also occur. In this group of cases we find every degree of arrest of intellectual development, from mere feeble-mindedness to complete idiocy. As manifestations of the influence of alcoholism upon the offspring may be cited certain moral peculiarities otherwise inexplicable, such as are seen in children who at a very tender age show themselves vindictive, passionate, and cruel, to whom the sufferings of others afford pleasure, who torment their companions and torture their pets, and show precocious vicious tendencies of all kinds. Later in life these persons become lazy, intolerant of discipline, vagabonds, unstable of character, without the power of application and without moral sense. Given to drink, defiant of law, they constitute the great body of tramps, paupers, and criminals. The children of alcoholic subjects are often feeble and puny, pale, badly nourished, and curiously subject to morbid influences. 4. Dipsomania. Dipsomania, which has also been described under the term oinomania, is rather a form of insanity than of alcoholic disease. The characteristic symptoms are, however, in the greater number of instances, due to indulgence in alcohol. The subjects of this affection usually belong to families in which insanity, and especially this particular form of insanity, is hereditary. There are two forms of dipsomania, the essential and the symptomatic. Of these, the latter is the more frequent. Its consideration requires in this connection very few words. It manifests itself by an irresistible desire on the part of many insane people for alcohol. It occurs both in the prodromic and in the fully established periods of insanity. It is especially common in various forms of mania and in the prodromic periods of general paralysis. The dominating influence in essential dipsomania is heredity. Occasional causes may bring on particular attacks, but their influence is secondary. Dipsomania cannot be looked upon as a distinct recurrent affection in an otherwise healthy person. At some period in their lives, and often long before the occurrence of characteristic paroxysms, dipsomaniacs show peculiarities indicating defects of mental organization. Certain symptoms of dipsomania are often mistaken for its cause. Thus, dyspepsia is more frequently an effect than a cause of the alcoholic excesses. The despondency, irritability, restlessness, hysterical manifestations, and insomnia which precede the attack are not the cause of it, they are its earliest symptoms. The affection usually begins insidiously and is progressive. As a rule, although not always, it begins in early adult life. The manifestations of this disease are essentially intermittent and paroxysmal, but the impulse to drink must be regarded as a symptom which may be replaced by other irresistible desires of an impulsive kind, such as lead to the commission and repetition of various crimes, as the gratification of other depraved appetites, robbery, or even homicide. The paroxysms are at first of short duration, and are followed by return to the previous regular and decent manner of life. They become, however, by degrees, more violent and more prolonged. At first lasting for a few days or a week, by and by they extend to periods of a month or 6 weeks, the attack wearing itself out, and recurring with a periodicity sometimes variable and sometimes constant. In the intervals of these attacks for a considerable time the patients very often lead sober, chaste, and useful lives. At length, however, evidences of permanent mental trouble are manifested, and the case settles into confirmed insanity. The attack is usually preceded by evidences of mental derangement, the patient becomes restless and irritable, sleep is irregular and unrefreshing, he complains of general malaise, and is anxious, troubled by vague apprehensions. He presently abandons his usual occupations and gives himself up to disordered impulses, among which alcoholic excesses are the most frequent and the most easily gratified. Sometimes the patient passes his time at taverns drinking with all comers. At others he shuts himself up in a chamber and gratifies his desire for drink to the most extreme degree alone. Dipsomaniacs not rarely leave their homes and associates without warning or explanation, and pass the period of the paroxysm among associates of the most disreputable character. The desire for drink is gratified at all costs, and not infrequently they return to their friends without money and without sufficient clothing, most of it having been sold or pawned in order to purchase drink. The paroxysm is succeeded by a period of more or less marked mental depression, during which the patient not rarely voluntarily seeks admission to some asylum. The true nature of dipsomania is frequently overlooked. As a symptom of hereditary insanity it is in striking contrast with the habitual propensity to drink which occurs in the ordinary alcoholic subject. The latter seeks occasions to drink. He renews his excesses not intermittently, but habitually. If in consequence of disgrace or misfortune or under strong moral suasion he is for a time abstemious, it is only to renew and to continue his indulgence upon the first favorable occasion. On the contrary, the true dipsomaniac recognizes his malady and struggles against it. Even more, for a time he shows much skill in concealing it. He avoids occasions to drink, and, reproaching himself for his mad and unreasonable desire, seeks by every means to overcome his impulse to it. The ordinary drunkard may become insane because he drinks, the dipsomaniac drinks because he is insane. 50. Magnin, Loproger's Medical, 1884. Dipsomaniacs are apt to manifest precocious or retarded intellectual development. They are from infancy or childhood especially prone to convulsive or other paroxysmal nervous phenomena. They are often choreic, often hysterical. This association with instability of the nervous system is related to the fact that dipsomania is more common in women than in men. Diagnosis. 1. Acute alcoholism. The diagnosis of the ordinary form of acute alcoholism, with the exception of alcoholic coma, requires no consideration. The diagnosis of alcoholic coma from profound coma due to other conditions is, in the absence of the previous history of the case, always attended with difficulty, and is in certain cases quite impossible. It is therefore of great practical importance to obtain the history where it is possible to do so. The odor of alcohol upon the breath is of less positive diagnostic value than would at first thought appear. In the first place, sympathetic bystanders may have poured alcoholic drinks down the throat of one found unconscious, or, in the second place, individuals who have taken a certain amount of drink may be, and not unfrequently are, seized with apoplexy in consequence of the excitement thereby induced. The more common conditions with which alcoholic coma is confounded are apoplexy from cerebral hemorrhage and narcotic poisoning, especially opium poisoning. To these may also be added uremic coma and, under exceptional circumstances, sunstroke. In all these cases the circumstances under which the individual has been found are of diagnostic importance. In alcoholic coma the pupils are more commonly dilated than contracted, the heart's action feeble, the respiration shallow, the muscular relaxation symmetrical, and the temperature low. There is a strong odor of alcohol upon the breath. In apoplexy from cerebral hemorrhage the condition of the pupils will depend upon the location of the clot. They may be moderately dilated, firmly contracted, or unequal. The enfeeblement of the heart's action is, as a rule, less marked than in profound alcoholic coma. The pulse may be small or full and slow or irregular. It is usually slow and full. The respiration is often, although not invariably, slow and stertorous. Not uncommonly, the eyes and also the head deviate from the paralyzed side. If the coma be not absolute, the muscular relaxation is unilateral. The temperature is at first slightly below the normal, but less, as a rule, than in alcoholic coma. After several hours it rises to or above the normal. In complete opium narcosis the insensibility is profound. The heart's action is slow or rapid, but feeble, the respiration slow and shallow or quiet or stertorous, the face at first flushed, afterward pallid and cyanosed, the pupils minutely contracted or dilated as death approaches. And the muscular relaxation complete, with abolition of reflex movements. In cases of doubt it is important to use the stomach pump. Uremic coma is apt to be preceded by or alternate with convulsions. The pupils are more commonly slightly contracted than dilated, but are without diagnostic significance. The temperature is not elevated, it may even be low. The face may be pallid, pasty, and puffy, and there may be general anasarca if the nephritis be parenchymatous. On the other hand, in interstitial nephritis there is hypertrophy of the heart, without evidence of valvular disease, and some degree of puffiness of the lower extremities. In doubtful cases the urine should be drawn by a catheter and subjected to chemical and microscopical examination. 51 Diabetic coma occurs suddenly without convulsions. This condition may be suspected when the emaciation is extreme or upon the recognition of sugar in the urine. 51 The following is the method recommended by Green. Medical Chemistry, Philadelphia, 1880, for the detection of alcohol. In the urine, if its reaction be acid, the urine is exactly neutralized by potassium acid carbonate. It is then distilled on a water bath in a flask or retort connected with a condensing apparatus. When about 1/6 of the liquid has passed over the distillate, will, if alcohol be present, present the following characteristics. First, the peculiar alcoholic odor, second, a specific gravity lower than water. Third, upon being mixed with dilute sulfuric acid and Treated with a few drops of potassium bichromate solution, the liquid becomes green, owing to the separation of chromic oxide. The odor of aldehyde may at the same time be observed. This reaction is not characteristic, but may serve to confirm other tests. Fourth, if dilute alcohol be shaken with an excess of solid and dry potassium carbonate in a test tube, the greater part of the water will be appropriated by the potassium carbonate, and 2 layers of liquid will be formed. The alcohol constitutes the upper layer, and if sufficiently concentrated will burn upon the application of a flame. Finally, a small trace of alcohol may be separated from the urine without difficulty after the ingestion of alcoholic liquids by means of a good fractionating apparatus. Less than 1% of alcohol cannot be detected. Sunstroke is characterized by dyspnea, gasping respiration, jactitation, and intense heat of the skin. The pulse varies. It may be full and labored or feeble and frequent. The face is usually flushed. The pupils, at first contracted, are afterward dilated. The coma is apt to be interrupted by transient local or general convulsions. It is impossible to lay down any rules by which the maniacal form of acute alcoholism may be at once diagnosticated from acute mania from other causes. For the characteristics of the convulsive form of acute alcoholism and those forms which occur in persons of unsound mind, the reader is referred to the descriptions of those conditions. The diagnosis of acute poisoning by alcohol in lethal doses can only be established during life by investigation of the history of the case. 2. Chronic alcoholism. The lesions of chronic alcoholism, as has already been pointed out, are not in themselves peculiar to that condition. Many of them occur with more or less frequency in morbid states not induced by alcohol. It is their association and progressive character which gives to chronic alcoholism its individuality. The occasional prominence of certain symptoms or groups of symptoms may thus in particular cases lead to some confusion of diagnosis, especially where the history is unknown or the habits of the individual are concealed. In the greater number of cases, however, the association of symptoms is such as to render the diagnosis, even in the absence of a direct history, a comparatively easy one. Chronic alcoholism is a condition rather than a disease, a condition characterized by varying lesions of the viscera and nervous system, by profound disturbances of nutrition, and by grave mental and moral derangements. This fact being recognized, the cardinal error of diagnosis to be guarded against is that of overlooking the condition upon which the disease itself with which we have to do depends or is associated. Congestion, inflammation, sclerosis, and steatosis affect the various organs of the body and produce their characteristic symptoms. Profound and lasting disturbances of nutrition demand our attention. Psychical derangements of all grades, from mere moodiness to confirmed and hopeless insanity, take place. These affections must be diagnosticated for themselves here as elsewhere in clinical medicine. The recognition of the underlying condition can, however, alone supply the key to their true pathology. Delirium tremens is occasionally diagnosticated with difficulty from some forms of insanity not caused by drink. Here transitory and fixed delusions, not mere terrors and hallucinations, are of importance, not less than the absence of the varied and complex associations of symptoms which are characteristic of alcoholism. The delirium of the acute infectious diseases may be mistaken for delirium tremens. Pneumonia, typhoid fever, and the exanthemata occasionally begin with delirium resembling in some respects delirium tremens. Here the history of the case, the pyrexia, and the general condition of the patient are sufficient to establish the diagnosis if the danger of error be borne in mind. 3. Hereditary alcoholism. The diagnosis of this condition can only be established by careful investigation of the family history and systematic study of the stages of progression by which the morbid condition presented by the patient has been reached. 4. Dipsomania. The diagnostic points are the hereditary transmission of this or other forms of insanity, the mental instability of the patient in early life and in the intervals of the paroxysms, the intermittent or cyclical recurrence of the attack. The morbid impulses of a different kind associated with the impulse to drink, and the struggle of the patient against his recurring impulses to uncontrollable excesses. Prognosis. The prognosis in acute alcoholism of the ordinary form is favorable, so far as the immediate attack is in question. The prognosis in rapidly developing, overwhelming coma from enormous doses of alcohol is in the highest degree unfavorable. Acute coma from moderate doses usually passes off in the course of some hours. It occasionally, however, terminates in fatal pneumonia. The prognosis in delirium tremens of the ordinary form is favorable. It becomes, however, more and more grave with each recurring attack. Delirium tremens in patients suffering from advanced disease of the heart, lungs, liver, or kidneys, or complicated by acute diseases of these organs, is apt to prove fatal. The prognosis of chronic alcoholism is gloomy. If the lesions be not advanced, permanent discontinuance of alcoholic habits may be followed by restoration of health, but, unfortunately, the discontinuance is too often merely temporary, the habit being too strong to be permanently broken off. The prognosis in hereditary alcoholism is unfavorable, both as regards the alcoholic habit and as regards the development of serious diseases of the nervous system under adverse circumstances, even in the absence of the direct action of alcohol. The prognosis in dipsomania is unfavorable. The paroxysm may recur many times without apparent serious result. The patient in the course of some days or weeks recovers, abandons his evil courses, and resumes his usual occupations. After a time, however, the insanity of which the dipsomania is the recurring manifestation declares itself as a more or less permanent state. The outbreaks become more frequent and more prolonged, the mental condition in the intervals progressively more morbid, until the patient lapses by degrees into confirmed insanity. The prognosis in all forms of alcoholism, both acute and chronic, is rendered in a high degree uncertain by the psychical disorders which characterize so many of its phases. In consequence of some of these conditions the patient loses at once his appreciation of bodily dangers and his power to avoid them, by reason of others, to escape imaginary evils he plunges into real ones. And finally some of them are of such a nature that they impel him to the blind and unreasoning commission of the most grievous crimes, including suicide and homicide. 52. I believe that more suicides and combined suicides and homicides result in this country from alcoholism in its early stages than from any other cause whatsoever. T. S. Clouston, Clinical Lectures on Mental Diseases, A.M. Edition, 1884. Treatment. The prophylaxis of alcoholism has regard to communities at large and to individuals. The prevention of the evils of excess by the control of the sale of drink constitutes one of the more important objects of state medicine. At the same time, the traffic in alcohol is curiously evasive of legal enactments. The difficulties attending the enforcement of sumptuary laws are well known. Restrictive laws concerning the making and sale of alcoholic drinks, while partaking of the nature of sumptuary laws, are of more comprehensive character. Being obnoxious to powerful commercial interests and to the sense of personal liberty of large numbers of persons of all classes. As a result of organized opposition and individual violation they are to a great extent inoperative as regards the prevention of alcoholism. Aside from the question of revenue from taxation, the practical influence of law is in this matter somewhat limited, being confined chiefly to the prevention of the sale of liquors to minors and persons already intoxicated, and to ineffectual attempts in certain countries to regulate the quality of the drink sold. The penalties for personal drunkenness which does not lead to overt acts are, as a rule, wholly inadequate to restrain it. The best results upon anything like an extended scale have been obtained by the cooperative action of philanthropic individuals in endeavoring to influence the moral tone, especially among workingmen, to diminish temptations, and to provide for leisure hours, in the absence of drink, reasonable amusements and occupation to occupy the time ordinarily spent in taverns and similar places. The decrease in the consumption of alcoholic drinks in the United States within recent years is doubtless due in part to increasing popular knowledge concerning the dangers of alcoholic excess and to the growth of a more wholesome public sentiment. It is, however, in part also due to poor wages among workingmen. As regards the individual, prophylaxis against alcoholism consists either in total abstinence from, or in the most guarded indulgence in, alcoholic beverages. It is unfortunate that individuals whose moral and physical organization is such as renders them most liable to suffer from the consequences of alcohol are by that very fact most prone to its temptations, and hence contribute largely to the subjects of alcoholism. These individuals are found among the ignorant, the very poor, and especially among neurotic subjects of all classes of society. Due consideration of this fact cannot fail to establish the responsibility of those fortunately not belonging to these classes, in two respects: first, that of example, and second, that of personal restraint from the standpoint of heredity. The influence of heredity among races addicted to alcohol has not yet attracted the attention it deserves. It is probable that much of the tolerance for alcohol exhibited by individuals, families, or even nations, is to be accounted for by heredity. Still more probable is it that most of the evils and crimes that befall alcohol-drinking communities and individuals are due directly or indirectly to the abuse of this agent. No argument against the indulgence in narcotics can be more potent than that derived from a consideration of the laws of heredity. The treatment of acute alcoholism. The medical treatment of mere drunkenness requires no consideration. The rapid elimination of alcohol, and the transient nature of its pathological effects in excesses which are not repeated or prolonged, explain the spontaneous recovery, which is usually sufficiently prompt and permanent. The physical suffering and mental distress following unaccustomed excesses are of salutary influence. Under certain circumstances a powerful effort of the will is sufficient to control, at all events for a time, the more moderate effects of alcohol. A similar result follows the use of cold douches, the Turkish bath, and full doses of certain preparations of ammonium, particularly the officinal solution of the acetate of ammonium. In alcoholic stupor of an acute kind the patient may be left to himself, care being taken that the clothing is loosened and that the position is such as to prevent local paralysis from the nerve pressure. Alcoholic coma, if of moderate intensity, may be managed in the same way. Profound alcoholic coma requires, however, more energetic measures. Frictions, artificial warmth, stimulating enemata, as of turpentine or of hot salt and water, an ounce to the pint, hypodermic injections of strychnia or atrophia in minute doses and occasionally repeated, inhalations of ammonia. And occasional cold effusions, followed by brisk frictions with warm flannel and ferretism of the respiratory muscles, may be needed to tide over the threatened fatal collapse. The stomach should be at once washed out with hot coffee. In the convulsive form of acute alcoholism, chloral in 20-grain doses, repeated at intervals until 60 grains have been given, usually serves to arrest, or at all events to moderate, the paroxysm. It may be administered by the mouth or in double doses by the rectum. If chloral be inadmissible by reason of weakness of the circulation, paraldehyde may be substituted in doses of from half a dram to 1 dram, repeated at intervals of from 1 to 2 hours until quietude is produced. Where the convulsive paroxysms are of great violence it may be necessary to control them by the cautious administration of ether by inhalation. The mania of acute alcoholism calls for energetic management. To avert injury to the patient himself or to those about him he must be confined, if practicable, in a suitable apartment in a hospital, if not, in his own house and carefully watched. Here, as a rule, paraldehyde, chloral, or large doses of the bromides constitute our most efficient means of medication. In all forms of acute alcoholism it is a rule admitting of no exception to at once withhold alcohol in every form and all doses. If, under exceptional circumstances, great nervous depression or flagging circulation seems to call for the use of alcohol in small amounts, it is far better to substitute other drugs. The frequently repeated administration of hot beef tea or rich broths in small doses, with capsicum and the use of the various preparations of ammonia, or small doses of opium with or without kinea and digitalis, proves useful in proportion to the skill and discrimination with which they are selected and repeated. It is a good plan to commence the treatment with an active purge. In the acute collapse following excessive doses, lethal doses, the stomach is to be immediately emptied by the tube or pump and washed out with warm coffee. In the absence of the stomach tube, emesis may be provoked by the use of mustard or sulfate of zinc or by hypodermic injection of apomorphia. The patient must be placed in the recumbent posture and surrounded with hot blankets. The cold douche may be occasionally applied to the head and face, and the muscles of respiration may be excited to action by pharidism. Artificial respiration and friction of the extremities may also be required. Inhalations of ammonia may be used. The flagging heart may be stimulated by occasionally tapping the precordia with a hot spoon, Corgan's hammer. Hypodermic injections of digitalis may also be employed. Overwhelming doses of alcohol, leading promptly to collapse, usually prove fatal despite all treatment. 2. The treatment of chronic alcoholism. Whatever may be the prominence of particular symptoms or groups of symptoms, whether they indicate derangement of the viscera, of the nervous system, or of the mind, whatever their combination. The fundamental therapeutic indication in chronic alcoholism is the withdrawal of the poison. The condition is directly due to the continuous action of a single toxic principle. Its relief when practicable, its cure when possible, are only to be obtained by the discontinuance of that poison. This is a matter of great, often of insurmountable, difficulty. The obstacles are always rather moral than physical. Occasional or constant temptation, the iron force of habit, the malaise, the faintness, the craving of the nervous system, and, worse than all, the enfeebled intellectual and moral tone of the confirmed drunkard, stand in the way. Even after success seems to have been attained, and the patient, rejoicing in improved physical health and in the regained companionship and consideration of his family and friends, feels that he is safe. It too often happens that in an unguarded moment he yields to temptation and relapses into his old habits. A patient of the writer, after 7 years' abstinence from drink, again became its victim in consequence of the incautious suggestion of a young medical man, met at a summer hotel, to take brandy for some transient disorder. And died after 8 months of uncontrollable excesses. It is necessary to guard the patient against the temptation to drink. To secure this he sent as a voluntary patient for a length of time to a suitable institution, or, still better, he may place himself under the care of a conscientious, clear-headed country doctor in a sparsely settled region. Preferably in the mountains or at the seaside. The malaise, depression, insomnia, and other nervous symptoms when of moderate degree are best treated by abundance of nutritious and easily assimilable food, taken often and in moderate amounts. To this end gastrointestinal disturbances may be practically disregarded, except in so far as they regulate the selection of a highly nutritious diet. As a matter of fact, in the early periods of chronic alcoholism, while visceral lesions of a grave character are yet absent, appetite and digestion alike improve in the majority of cases upon the withdrawal of alcohol. Provided a sufficiently abundant and easily assimilable dietary is insisted upon. Grave visceral lesions characterize a more advanced alcoholic cachexia and necessarily complicate the treatment. Nevertheless, even here the indication is the withdrawal of the poison. The nervous symptoms require special medication. The whole group of tonics, from simple bitters to quinine and strychnia, is here available. It is impossible to lay down rules for the treatment of particular cases except in the most general manner. In the absence of conditions calling for special treatment, such as gastritis, hepatic or pulmonary congestion, fatty heart, etc., good results follow the frequent administration of small doses of quinine and strychnia. Thus, the patient may take 1 grain of quinine 6 or 8 times a day, or a little gelatin-coated pill containing 1/200 of a grain of strychnia every hour during the waking day, amounting in all to 1/20, 1/10. Or 1/5 of a grain in the course of 24 hours. This treatment is often followed by the relief of tremor, the quieting of nervous irritability, and the production of good general results. The malaise, the general depression, and especially the sinking feeling at the pit of the stomach so often complained of by patients, are best relieved by food. Fluid extract of coca is also useful in these conditions. The value of cocaine in the management of the nervous symptoms of chronic alcoholism, and in particular as a temporary substitute for alcohol, is doubtful. The writer, having used it in a number of cases by the mouth and hypodermically in doses of 1/4, 1 grain, has had variable results. In some cases it temporarily relieved the craving and concomitant symptoms. In others it failed wholly. In one instance 1/4 of a grain was followed by great nervous depression. It is desirable not to inform the patient of the nature of the remedy, especially if its use be followed by good results, lest the cocaine itself supplant alcohol as an habitual narcotic. Cold or tepid sponging, the occasional hot bath at bedtime, and the Turkish bath are useful adjuvants to the treatment. As a rule, opium is contraindicated. Sleep often follows the administration of a cupful of hot broth or milk at bedtime. Lupulin is here useful, and the writer has come to regard an ethereal extract of lupulin in doses of from 1 to 3 grains as a valuable and harmless hypnotic. If necessary, hypnotic doses of chloral or paraldehyde may be used, but care is required in their administration, and their early discontinuance is advisable. If anemia be profound, chalybeate tonics do good, and among the preparations of iron pills of the dried sulfate with carbonate of potassium, Blaud's pills, are especially useful. The obesity of drunkards, as a rule, diminishes on the withdrawal of alcohol. Under circumstances of partial or complete abstinence from drink, measures to reduce the weight of such patients are wholly inadmissible. In conditions characterized by failure of mental power, in beginning dementia or threatened insanity, the syrup of the hypophosphites, the compound syrup of the phosphates, or cod liver oil should be administered. These remedies are likewise useful in various forms of alcoholic paralysis, as are also ferretism and galvanism employed secundum artem. The various forms of alcoholic insanity require special treatment, only to be had in institutions designed for the care of patients suffering from mental diseases in general. Whilst it is desirable in the treatment of all forms of chronic alcoholism to secure the permanent discontinuance of the alcoholic habit, the skill, judgment, and experience of the physician must determine the degree of rapidity with which this, when practicable, is to be done. The number of cases in which alcohol can be discontinued at once and finally is limited. Those in which it can be wholly given up in the course of a few days constitute the largest proportion of the cases. Finally, in a small number of cases alcohol can only be withdrawn cautiously and by degrees. 53. Whilst it is in most cases essential to remove the patient from his customary surroundings and companionships, it is in the highest degree important to provide for him mental occupation and amusement. To this end a wholesome open-air life, with sufficient daily exercise to induce fatigue, is highly desirable, as indeed is the companionship of interested and judicious friends. 53. It must be borne in mind that in chronic alcoholism, acute maladies of all kinds, including traumatism, both accidental and surgical, act as exciting causes of delirium tremens. The part played by the abrupt diminution or withdrawal of alcohol under such circumstances is often an important one. It is the opinion of the writer that a certain amount of alcohol should be administered for a time at least in the accidental injuries and acute sicknesses of alcoholic subjects, and that the reduction should be gradually made. The treatment of delirium tremens. The patient should be confined in a large, well-aired apartment, without furniture except his bed, and when practicable he should have a constant attendant. The favorable influence of a skillful nurse in tranquilizing these patients is very great. The custom of strapping them to the bed by the wrists and ankles is to be deprecated. If the case be a mild one, and especially during convalescence, open-air exercise in the sunshine with an attendant is of benefit. Care must, however, be taken to guard against the danger of escape. Under no circumstances should visitors be permitted to see the patient. In young persons the treatment may be preceded by an active saline or mercurial purge. In elderly persons, those suffering from cachectic conditions, or in cases characterized by marked debility and feeble circulation, conditions frequent in persons who have had repeated attacks, it is not desirable to purge. Alcohol should be either wholly withdrawn or more or less rapidly diminished. It must be replaced by abundant food in the form of concentrated broths or meat extracts. In cases of vomiting, these must be given hot and in small doses, frequently repeated. Bitter infusions may also be given, or milk or equal parts of milk and Vichy water. If there be thirst, the effervescent waters may be given freely. Patients often drink with satisfaction and apparent benefit hop tea, which may be made simply with water or with equal parts of water and porter. The medicinal treatment will depend to a large extent upon the peculiarities of the case. In mild cases, a combination of the watery extract of opium in small doses, not exceeding 1/4 grain, with quinine and digitalis, repeated every 4 or 6 hours, is often useful. Although the view once entertained that the graver symptoms were the result of prolonged sleeplessness is no longer tenable, the induction of sleep, or at all events of mental and physical repose, is among the more important therapeutical indications. For this purpose, hypnotic doses of opium are not only not desirable, but are even, in the majority of instances, attended with danger. The sleep which follows repeated and increasing doses of opium in delirium tremens has too often terminated in coma deepening into death. As calmatives, extract of cannabis indica, hyoscyamus, or the fluid extract of Pisidia are useful. As hypnotics, the bromides, chloral, and paraldehyde yield, in the order here given, the best results. The bromides are better in large single doses than in small doses often repeated, better in combination than singly. Chloral, either by the mouth or by the rectum, in doses of from 20 to 40 grains, is often followed by beneficial sleep. It is contraindicated where the heart's action is much enfeebled. Paraldehyde, in doses of half a dram to 1 dram, repeated at intervals of 2 or 3 hours until sleep is induced, is still more efficient. This drug may be administered without the fear of its exerting a depressing influence upon the heart. The depression characteristic of grave delirium tremens may be combated by repeated small doses of champagne or bicarbonate of ammonium in 5 or 10 grain doses. The vomiting, by withholding food and medication by the mouth, and giving them for some hours wholly by the rectum or hypodermically. Excessive restlessness is sometimes favorably influenced by cold effusion, followed by brisk friction in warm blankets with continuous artificial heat. The cold pack has proved useful. Digitalis may be employed, ex indication symptomatica, but the enormous doses of tincture of digitalis used by the late Jones of Jersey and others are here mentioned only to be condemned. To sum up, the chief indications for treatment are complete isolation, the withdrawal of alcohol, abundant, readily assimilable, nutritious food, and control of the reflex excitability of the nervous system. 3. Hereditary alcoholism. The treatment of the vicious propensities of the descendants of alcoholic parents does not fall directly within the province of the physician. It is among the most difficult problems of education. The recognition of the cause of evil traits manifested in childhood and youth may do something to avert dangers commonly unsuspected. All things considered, the outlook is not hopeful. The recognition, on the part of the physician, of the influence of hereditary alcoholism in cases of arrested development, feeble organization, or declared disease of the nervous system will perhaps do less to aid his treatment in many cases than to reconcile him to its want of full success. The cry of warning is to those who are eating sour grapes that the teeth of their children will be set on edge. 4. Dipsomania. The general indications for the treatment of dipsomania are 2. First, the management of the paroxysm. Second, the control of the general condition itself. First, then, during the paroxysm the patient must be saved, in so far as is possible, from the danger of injuring himself or others and from squandering his property. If the excesses are of such a degree as to render it practicable, the same treatment must be carried out as in cases of acute alcoholic mania and delirium tremens, namely, confinement in a suitable apartment under the care of an experienced nurse and the control of the doctor. Unfortunately, this plan is not always practicable in the early days of the outbreak. Here tonics, coca, and repeated small doses of quinine and strychnia are of advantage. Courses of arsenic at the conclusion of, and in the intervals between, the paroxysms are of use, on account of the excellent influence they exert on the general nutrition. These may be advantageously alternated with iron, cod liver oil, and the compound syrup of the phosphates or of the hypophosphites. Hydrotherapy may also be used with advantage, and the influences of a well-regulated hydropathic establishment are much more favorable than those of institutions specially devoted to the treatment of alcoholic subjects. In the latter the moral atmosphere is apt to be bad. The patients support each other, and too often conspire to obtain in secret that which is denied them openly, or, if the discipline be too strict for this, they sympathize with each other in their restraint. React unfavorably upon each other in the matter of shame and loss of self-respect, and plot together to secure their liberty. Few dipsomaniacs in the earlier periods are proper subjects for treatment in hospitals for the insane. If cerebral excitement or sleeplessness persist after the paroxysms, chloral, paraldehyde, or the bromides in large doses may be used to secure sleep. Various combinations of the bromides are often of use where the single salts fail. It must not be forgotten that during the paroxysm there is great danger lest the patient do himself or others harm. When there are indications of an impending attack, and during the period of depression following the attacks, benefit is derived from the daily use of bitter infusions. As a matter of fact, however, the management of these cases is among the most unsatisfactory of medical undertakings. The difficulty is increased by the latent character of the mental disorder in the intervals between the attacks. Even when such patients voluntarily enter hospitals for the insane, they cannot be retained there sufficiently long to derive any permanent benefit. What we want is, in the words of Clouston, an island where whiskey is unknown. Guardianship, combined with authority, firmness, attractiveness, and high, bracing moral tone. Work in the open air, a simple natural life, a return to Mother Earth and to nature, a diet of fruits, vegetables, bread, milk, eggs, and fish, no opportunity for one case to corrupt another. And suitable punishments and deprivations for offenses against the rules of life laid down. All these continued for several years in each case, and the legal power to send patients to this utopia for as long a period as medical authority determines, with or without their consent. The Opium Habit and Kindred Affections. By James C. Wilson, M.D. Next in order to alcohol, opium and morphine are habitually abused to a greater extent than any other narcotic. Chloral is used in the same way by a large number of individuals. Paraldehyde, cannabis indica, ether, chloroform, and cocaine are also used to a less extent. The scope of this article does not include the consideration of acute poisoning by these drugs. The habit of taking narcotics, whether medicinally or as a mere matter of indulgence, is apt speedily to become confirmed. The physiological dose more or less rapidly loses its power to affect the nervous system in the ordinary way. Tolerance increases with increasing doses, and in a comparatively short space of time poisonous doses are taken with impunity as far as immediate danger to life is concerned. The toxic effects of the poison are shown in characteristic perversion of the functions of the nervous system and of the mind. A condition is established in which the ordinary functions of life are properly performed only under the influence of the habitual narcotic, and in which its absence results in languor, depression, and derangement of bodily and mental processes. The habit, once established, thus makes for itself a constantly recurring plea for its continuance. Especially is this true of opium and morphia. Opium and morphine. Opium eating is chiefly practiced in Asia Minor, Persia, and India. It is also prevalent in Turkey. It has been practiced in India from very ancient times. The prevalence of this habit in the East is probably largely due to the restrictions placed upon the use of alcoholic beverages among the Mohammedans, and to some extent also to the long religious fasts observed by the Buddhists, Hindus, and Muslims, during which opium is often used to allay the pangs of hunger. The prevalence of the opium habit in India is shown by the fact that the license fees for a single year amounted to nearly £500,000 sterling. It is stated that in Samarang, a town of 1,254,000 inhabitants, the average quantity of opium consumed monthly is 7,980 pounds. The town of Japava, with 671,000 inhabitants, consumed in 15 days 5,389 pounds of opium. In 1850, 576,000 pounds of opium were imported into Java, besides an unknown quantity smuggled. 1 Archiv für Pharmazie, 1873, cited by von Beck. Ziemssen Cyclopedia, Volume 17. The habit is not confined to Oriental countries, but is also practiced in various forms in the West. It is by no means rare on the continent of Europe. In certain districts of England, especially in Lincolnshire and Norfolk, more opium is consumed than in all the rest of the United Kingdom. Shearer too states that the increase in the practice of opium eating among the workpeople of Manchester is such that on Saturday afternoons the druggists' counters are strewed with pills of opium of 1, 2, and 3 grains. In preparation for the known demand of the evening. The immediate occasion is said to be the lowness of wages, opium being used as a cheap substitute for alcohol or as a food substitute, or with the view of removing the effects of disease and depression. According to the same observer, laudanum is more or less in use as a narcotic stimulant in the cotton-spinning towns, where female labor is in requisition and is well paid. Children are accustomed to it from their earliest infancy. Their parents drug them with daily potions of Godfrey's cordial, Dalby's carminative, soothing syrup, and laudanum itself, during the long hours of their absence from home. While the habit of opium eating cannot be said to be generally prevalent in any part of the United States, instances of it are frequently encountered in all classes of society, and particularly among people of means and refinement. The preparations employed in this country are crude opium, tincture of opium or laudanum, camphorated tincture of opium or paregoric, McMunn's elixir, Dover's powder, and the salts of morphia. All of these preparations are used by the mouth. Opium is very frequently, especially among women of the better classes of society, habitually taken in the form of suppositories. Finally, the acetate and sulfate of morphine are used by means of the hypodermic syringe. While it will be necessary to point out some differences in the effects of these drugs due to the preparation used or to the method in which it is employed, the distinction between the opium habit and the morphine habit, in itself an artificial one, will not be regarded in the course of the present article. 2. Opium smoking and opium eating, their treatment and cure, by George Shearer, M.D., F.R.S. Opium smoking is chiefly practiced by the inhabitants of China and of the islands of the Indian archipelago. It has been imported into those countries where Chinese labor is largely employed. The Chinese have transmitted it, to an extent which is fortunately very limited, to the inhabitants of certain of our cities. Opium smoking is habitually practiced in this country only among the more debased orders of society. Synonyms: opiophagia, morphiopathy, morphinism, morphinomania, morphiomania, are terms occasionally employed to designate the opium or morphia habit. 3. Landowski, Levenstein, Jewett, and others use the term morphinism to denote the condition of the body, morphinomania, the condition of the mind in chronic morphine poisoning. This distinction may be misleading. In effect, the pathological condition is complex, including derangements both somatic and psychical. 3. The word morphiomania, used by writers, is contrary to all etymological rule. Zambacco, De la Morphiomania, Paris, 1883. Etiology. A. Predisposing influences. Pain holds the chief place among the influences which predispose to the formation of the opium habit. By far the greater number of cases have taken origin either in acute sickness, in which opium administered for the relief of pain has been prolonged into convalescence until the habit has become confirmed, or in chronic sicknesses, in which recurring pain has called for constantly repeated and steadily increasing doses of opiates. In view of the frequency and prominence of pain as a symptom of disease, and the ease and efficiency with which opium and its preparations control it, the remote dangers attending the guarded therapeutic use of these preparations are indeed slight. Were this not so, the number of the victims of the opium habit would be lamentably greater than it is. In a considerable proportion of cases of painful illness, the relief afforded by opiates is attended by at least some degree of malaise, nausea, vomiting, and vertigo, symptoms which render the speedy discontinuance of the remedy scarcely less desirable than the control of the pain for which it was administered. Occasionally these symptoms are so distressing as to render opium wholly inadmissible. In other instances each successive dose is attended by an aggravation of the distress. More commonly, especially in acute illnesses, decreasing pain may be controlled by diminishing doses, thus rendering practicable entire discontinuance of the drug before those modifications of the nervous system, and especially before that tolerance for large doses, which constitutes the beginning of the opium habit, are established. For these reasons the use of opiates in acute sickness, if properly regulated, is attended with but little danger. Far different is it, however, in chronic painful illnesses. Here to procure relief by opium is too often to pave the way not only to an aggravation of the existing evils, but also to others which are often of a more serious kind. Opium is at once an anodyne and a stimulant. The temptations to its use are of a most seductive character. To the overworked and underfed mill operator it is a snare more tempting than alcohol, and less expensive. It allays the pangs of hunger, it increases the power of endurance, it brings forgetfulness and sleep. If there be myalgia or rheumatism or neuralgia, and especially the dispiriting visceral neuralgias so common and so often unrecognized among the poorer classes of workpeople, opium affords temporary relief. The medical man suffering from some painful affection, the worst symptoms of which are relieved by the hypodermic injection of morphine, falls an easy prey to the temptation to continue it, a danger increased by the fact that he is too often obliged to resume his work before convalescence is complete. Indeed, the self-administered daily doses of physicians sometimes reach almost incredible amounts. To women of the higher classes, ennuyee and tormented with neuralgias or the vague pains of hysteria and hypochondriasis, opium brings tranquility in self-forgetfulness. Of 100 cases collected by Jewett for the habit followed the therapeutic use of morphine in 32 cases of ataxia, 24 of sciatica and other neuralgias, 8 of asthma, 2 of dyspepsia, 4 of hypochondriasis, 2 of madness, 9 of painful tumors, 2 of prostatic inflammation, 7 of nervous conditions, not specified, 1 of peritonitis, 2 of periostitis, 1 of gastroenteralgia, 4 of pleuritic pains, 1 of contracture, and 1 case of hemoptysis. For études sur le morphinisme chimique, Dies de Paris. 1883. The responsibility of the physician to his patient becomes apparent when we reflect that with very few exceptions the opium habit is the direct outcome of the use of the drug as a medicine. The decade of life at which the opium habit is most common is between 30 and 40. But it may be developed at any age. Even infants are not rarely made the subjects of chronic opium narcotism by the use of soothing syrups and other poisonous nostrums. Sex in itself exerts very little influence as a predisposing cause. Owing to collateral circumstances, the number of women addicted to opium is greater than the number of men. Kane 5 states that females more frequently fall victims to these drugs than males, in the proportion of 3 to 1. And attributes this excess to the fact that women more often than men are afflicted with diseases of a nervous character in which narcotic remedies are used for long periods. This observer suggests as an additional explanation the occasional preference on the part of women for opium as a stimulant in place of alcohol, its effects being less noticeable and degrading. On the other hand, Levenstein observed in 110 cases 82 men and 28 women. He does not, however, regard the conclusion that the use is more common among men as warranted by these figures. The habit resulted in these 110 cases from the following causes: in 20 men and 6 women after acute affections, in 46 men and 17 women after chronic affections, these diseases being in each instance accompanied by great pain. One man began to use morphine as an anti-aphrodisiac, either to produce mental excitement simply or to cause forgetfulness of the ordinary cares of daily life. 15 men and 5 women indulged to an uncontrollable extent. 5 Drugs That Enslave, Philadelphia, 1881. I refer with pleasure to the early labors of this observer. His later publications tell their own story. Occupation has in some respects much to do in favoring the development of the opium habit. Familiarity with the use of drugs exerts a powerful influence. Of Levenstein's 110 cases, 47 occurred in persons belonging to the medical profession or dependent upon it. Thus, 32 physicians, 8 wives of physicians, 1 son of a physician, 4 nurses, 1 midwife, and 1 student of medicine. A predisposing influence of more importance than would at first sight appear is found in sensational popular writings upon the subject. As Kane has well said, at the time in which De Quincey, Coleridge, and Southey lived, the people and the profession knew little of the opium habit save among foreign nations. The habitués were few in number, and consequently when De Quincey's article appeared it created a most decided impression upon the popular mind, an impression not yet effaced, and one which bore with it an incalculable amount of harm. Men and women who had never heard of such a thing, stimulated by curiosity, their minds filled with the vivid pictures of a state of dreamy bliss and feeling of full content with the world and all about, tried the experiment. And gradually wound themselves in the silken meshes of the fascinating net, which only too soon proved too strong to admit of breaking. There can be no question that a percentage of cases of the opium habit, small though it be, is even in our day to be attributed to this cause. Somewhat analogous in its etiological importance is the influence of example upon persons of idle and luxurious habits. Nowhere in Western countries, with the exception of the opium-smoking dens of the Chinese and their depraved associates, are there public places of resort devoted to the practice of the opium and morphine habits, as there are in Turkey and the East. According to Jewett, whose statements are corroborated by occasional statements in French newspapers, the habitual injection of morphine is today, in France at least, almost a matter of fashion. Landowski states that friendship is occasionally pushed to the extent of the exchange of pretty syringes in silver cases as presents, and that a patient received upon his birthday a hypodermic syringe as a present from his sister. Zambacco, whose observations were made at Constantinople, states that among the Moslems the opium habitués prefer the crude drug, either alone or associated with certain aromatic substances, such as ambergris, canela, or saffron, which are used for their aphrodisiac effect. These mixtures are prepared openly in the family, and carried upon the person in the form of pills in rich boxes of gold and enamel among the better classes. This observer further says that the ladies of the better classes carry jeweled cases containing hypodermic syringes and artistic flacons for the seductive solution, and that they avail themselves of favorable opportunities to take an injection of morphine even when together. In addition to the predisposing influences already mentioned, it has been customary to regard insanity as a cause of the opium habit. Lea 6 and Fiedler 7 have gone so far as to class the morphine habit among the psychoses. This view appears to be no longer tenable. The opium habit must be classed with the taste for alcohol, gambling, avarice, and lust as among human passions. That nervous subjects, invalids, and individuals wanting in moral and physical tone are specially prone to it is obvious. It constitutes in these cases, however, an expression of the morbid constitution rather than a substantive affection in itself. In the same manner, the opium habit in insane persons must be looked upon as an epiphenomenon of the morbid mental condition. 6 Allgemeine Zeitschrift für Psychiatrie, 1872. 7 Jarsp. Der Gesellschaft für Natur und Heilkunde. Dresden, 1876. Levenstein has with reason insisted upon the essential difference between the disturbances resulting from chronic poisoning by alcohol, lead, arsenic, etc., and that produced by morphine. In the former group the mental conditions are expressions of physical and chemical alterations of the central nervous system, which, once established, persist for an indefinite period. Whereas in morphinomania the troubles of the nervous system are chiefly functional and of a transitory character. He regards the nervous disorders developed from the prolonged use of morphine as the result simply of depression of the nervous system. and the extreme suffering experienced on the withdrawal of the regular dose to which the subject has been accustomed as a trouble of innervation rather than as a psychical derangement. This physical suffering and the mental depression which accompanies it have their analogues in the angina occasionally seen in paroxysmal affections of the heart, the blood vessels, and the respiratory organs. Certain it is that individuals addicted to opium and morphine excesses in a high degree not only frequently retain full possession of their intellect, but occasionally achieve and maintain great distinction in professional and scientific life. Furthermore, subjects of the opium habit, notwithstanding the gravest mental disturbance manifested during the continuance or upon the cessation of the habit, usually exhibit when cured no further indication of mental disorder. b. The exciting cause. In addition to the usual constituents of vegetable substances, mucilage, albumin, proteids, fat, volatile substances, and salts of ammonium, calcium, and magnesium, opium contains a number of alkaloids, 2 neutral substances, and meconic acid. Some of the alkaloids are probably derivatives from morphia. The 3 most important alkaloids are morphine, codeine, and thebaine. The neutral substances are mechanine and mechaniacin. Morphine hydrochlorase, acetas, and sulfus, codeina, and apomorphine hydrochlorase are officinal in the United States Pharmacopoeia. Opium and its alkaloids act principally on the central nervous system, and in mammals on the brain. The functions of the nervous system, as Brunton has pointed out, are abolished in the order of their development, the highest centers being the first affected. In man the action of opium is chiefly manifested upon the brain. With small doses a stage of excitement, attended by increased activity of the circulation, augmented nervous energy, and under favorable circumstances an agreeable languor, followed by quiet sleep, constitute the effects of the drug. With larger doses, of from 1 to 2 grains, the transient stage of excitement is followed by deep sleep, the awakening from which is marked by headache, nausea, and evidences of gastrointestinal catarrh. With still larger doses, of 3 grains or more, deep sleep is produced, which speedily passes into coma. The drug has an especial action on the vasomotor system, which is manifested in its power to diminish congestion and relieve inflammation. With the exception of the urine and the sweat, the secretions of the body are diminished by opium. The action of the drug upon the intestines varies with the dose. In moderate doses it diminishes peristalsis and causes constipation. In very small doses it increases peristalsis, in large doses peristaltic action ceases. Morphine is eliminated unchanged by the kidneys. It is eliminated also by the gastrointestinal mucous membrane, having been found in the stomach after hypodermic injection. The action of opium and its derivatives, as that of other narcotics, is much influenced by habit. In those accustomed to the drug large, and sometimes enormous, quantities are required to induce the characteristic manifestations. Not rarely these manifestations are much retarded. The enormous amount of 2 pints of tincture of opium has been taken in the course of a day. A female patient afterward successfully treated by the writer took habitually for a long period of time from 10 to 12 grains of morphine per dm, hypodermically. Diedrich Ade assumes that a portion of the morphine introduced into the organism is converted into oxytomorphine or other analogous substances which have the property of counteracting to some extent the toxic effects of the morphine. 8 Über Oxytomorphine, in Aug. Dis, Göttingen, 1883. Levenstein concludes as a result of experiments upon animals that morphine, besides its influence upon the nervous system, exerts an especial action upon 2 sets of organs, first, upon the digestive tube, and second, upon the sudoriferous glands. Taken by the mouth, it irritated the gastric mucous membrane. Whether taken by the mouth or hypodermically, it diminishes the secretion of gastric juice and the peristaltic movements of the intestine. These disturbances serve to explain not only certain of the phenomena of the opium habit itself, but even more fully some of the symptoms manifested upon its discontinuance. The nausea, vomiting, and constipation occurring during the continuance of the habit must be looked upon as a result of the derangement of function of the gastrointestinal glandular apparatus and the chronic catarrh which accompanies it. The abrupt discontinuance of the drug is followed by the sudden return of functional activity, hence salivation, persistent vomiting, anorexia, and diarrhea. The effects of habitual excesses in opium and morphine upon the nervous system are in essential particulars the same. Upon the functions of the digestive system and upon nutrition they differ to a considerable extent. Opium, as a rule, soon produces gastrointestinal derangements of a marked kind. These derangements consist in loss of appetite, enfeebled digestion, nausea, vomiting, and constipation alternating with occasional diarrhea. The anorexia is usually persistent and of a high degree, and has much to do with the development of the wasting which is so common and so marked. The occasional excessive appetite for food manifested by opium eaters is of brief duration. Its gratification aggravates the functional disturbances, provokes gastrointestinal catarrh, and thus tends to increase the general malnutrition. On the other hand, morphine is much better borne. At the present time almost all morphine habitués use the hypodermic syringe, and, notwithstanding the elimination of the drug in part by the gastric mucous membrane, thus escape in part its evil effects upon the organs of digestion. And remain for a long time, often despite enormous excesses, free from the nutritive disturbances which are almost characteristic of the habitual abuse of crude opium. Symptomatology. The symptoms of the confirmed opium habit may be divided into two principal groups: first, the symptoms of chronic opium or morphine poisoning, and second, the symptoms due to the withdrawal of the drug. Symptoms of chronic poisoning. A considerable percentage of the individuals addicted to the opium habit preserve for a longer or shorter period of time the appearance of health. Indeed, it is possible for very large doses of opium to be occasionally taken by certain individuals without appreciable impairment of the functions either of the body or the mind. These cases must, however, be looked upon as exceptional. It is estimated that from 1/4 to 3/10 of the entire population of China are addicted to the habit of opium smoking. The statements of travelers concerning the effect of this habit are somewhat conflicting. When practiced within bounds it appears to resemble in its effects the moderate use of alcoholic stimulants, increasing the ability to endure fatigue and diminishing for a time the necessity for food. In moderation it appears to have little injurious effect upon the general health. On the other hand, in the greater number of individuals the confirmed opium habit causes in a variable period of time symptoms of the most decided character. The appetite and general nutrition fail. Emaciation is often rapid, commonly marked, and sometimes extreme. There are thirst and anorexia. A little later the patient begins to suffer from nausea with occasional vomiting. At this time a loathing for food alternates with bulimia. These occasional excesses in food are followed by epigastric distress, heartburn, and great mental depression. The skin becomes relaxed, inelastic, and dull. Exceptionally, especially in women who use morphine hypodermically, embonpoint is preserved and the skin retains its normal tension and appearance. The countenance is pale, muddy, and sometimes slightly cyanotic. There is increased tendency to perspiration. Acne and urticaria are common. Herpes zoster is encountered with considerable frequency among opium subjects. In cases in which morphine is administered by means of the hypodermic syringe the resulting lesions of the skin are of importance. If the habit be concealed or denied, they are of diagnostic value. Not rarely they constitute serious affections in themselves. They are of all grades, from mere inflammatory points to coarse infiltration and ulceration. The wounds are frequently so thick set over the greater part of a limb as to present the appearance of a continuous eruption. In other cases scattered points of ulceration occur or extensive surfaces are occupied by a series of ulcerations varying in size from a split pea to an inch or more in diameter. Purulent inflammation of the subcutaneous tissues, with burrowing, also occurs. Numerous scars bear witness to the duration and extent of the habit. These lesions are usually due to unclean needles and impure solutions. In certain cases they are to be explained by the peculiarities of the individual as regards the tendency to inflammation of the integumentary structures. Finally, Instances are related in which immunity from skin lesions has existed in spite of rusty needles and carelessly kept solutions. The expression of the countenance is sometimes dull, much more frequently furtive and timid. The repetition of the dose renders it eager and bright. The pupils are commonly contracted, sometimes enlarged, and occasionally unequal. Diminished power of accommodation is common, and diplopia has been occasionally observed. The action of the heart is often irregular and weak. Disturbances of the vasomotor system give rise to flushing of the face, irregular sensations of heat over the body, and sweating. It is probable that the albuminuria hereafter to be described is due to disturbance of the circulation in the kidneys. The pulse is variable, it is sometimes tense and full, sometimes small and thready, often irregular. The volume, tension, and rhythm of the pulse depend largely upon the state of the vasomotor and general nervous systems. They vary according to the periods of stimulation, following doses, or the periods of depression characterizing the intervals between the doses. Palpitations occasionally occur. Respiration is, as a rule, normal. Transient dyspnea sometimes occurs after doses a little larger than usual. Subacute bronchitis is common. The urine is often diminished in quantity. Its specific gravity varies within extreme limits, being influenced rather by collateral circumstances than by the dose of opium or morphine consumed. In grave cases albuminuria occurs. Casts of various kinds are also encountered. As Levenstein has pointed out, these changes in the urine are often transitory, disappearing upon the suppression of the opium habit. 9 La Morphiomanie, 2d edition, Paris, 1880. In confirmed cases uric acid is increased and urea diminished. The chlorides are also diminished in amount. Vesical irritation is likewise common. It is apt to be accompanied by neuralgia of the urethra and of the rectum. Strangury and retention of urine also occur in old cases. These complications are often followed by vesical catarrh. Derangements of the central nervous system are constant and serious. The disorders which originally led to the use of opiates are in many instances intensified. The temper is capricious, fanciful, and discontented. There are giddiness, headache, and vertigo. Disturbed sleep, irregular flying neuralgic pains, and hyperesthesia also occur. Spinal tenderness is occasionally encountered, with characteristic painful spots. Reflex excitability is augmented, but in aggravated cases the tendon reflexes are often impaired. Itching is common and troublesome. It may be local or general. Trembling of the hands and of the tongue also occurs. This tremor resembles in all particulars the tremor of chronic alcoholism, and, as many individuals addicted to the opium habit also abuse alcohol. It is not always easy to say to which of these poisons the symptom in question is to be referred. It may be due to their combined action. Disturbances of speech are not very uncommon. Sleeplessness is troublesome, but absolute insomnia is rare. The sleep which is obtained is late, irregular, and unrefreshing. In several cases that have occurred under the observation of the writer there has been habitual inability to sleep during the night, the patients wandering about, occupying themselves in attempts to read or write until toward morning, and then, under the influence of repeated doses, falling into a more or less profound slumber, which has often been prolonged till after midday. The effects of the dose upon the mind are in the early periods of the habit agreeable exhilaration, increased activity of imagination, and stimulation of the powers of conversation. These effects are sometimes manifested for a long period, and in many instances the most brilliant conversation, and among professional men and public speakers the ablest efforts, have followed the taking of large doses of opiates. And been followed in turn by periods of the most profound physical and mental depression. In the absence of the necessity for intellectual effort, and in individuals incapable of it, the mental condition produced by the dose is one of profound reverie, largely influenced by the mental organization of the subject. This state is described, and in many particulars much exaggerated, in the writings of De Quincey, Coleridge, and others. The voluptuous play of the imagination ascribed to the action of the drug by Orientals is for the most part absent among opium takers in this country. If present at all, it occurs only to a limited degree. The corresponding fact is also worthy of note, namely, so long as the habit is continued, the depression between the doses is less profound than that described as occurring in the East. One of the mental peculiarities of individuals addicted to the opium habit is secretiveness concerning their vice. Not infrequently, the real cause of the grave derangements of health thus produced is wholly unsuspected by the family or friends of the patient. When the habit is suspected or admitted, the amount and frequency of the dose are rarely fully known, patients almost invariably deceiving their friends in regard to the particulars of their indulgence. Individuals above reproach in other matters, and previously of unquestioned veracity, lie without any hesitation in this matter. A patient under my care who had secreted in her room a quantity of morphine when about to undergo treatment, denied either having taken or then having in her possession any opium or morphine whatever, using the expression, "I call God to witness that I neither now have, nor have had since I began the treatment, any preparation of opium or morphine whatever." Within 10 minutes 60 quarter-grain pills of morphine were discovered secreted under the bolster. This patient was a devout, refined, and, in regard to other matters, a trustworthy person. The functions of the reproductive organs both in the male and in the female are seriously deranged. In the male sex, enfeeblement of the sexual function is manifested in all degrees, even to complete loss of sexual desire and sexual power. In certain individuals, opium and morphine in moderate doses produce some increase of sexual desire and power, which is, however, speedily lost on the continuance of the habit. Some doubt exists whether this is of psychical or physical origin, a question at once difficult to decide by reason of the reticence of opium habitués upon this subject, and unimportant in itself. Levenstein makes the interesting statement that in no cases coming under his observation did the wives of morphomaniacs who had injected as high as 15 grains of morphine a day reach the full term of pregnancy for 2 years prior to the treatment. Notwithstanding the fact that they were still young, that they had borne children before their husbands had become addicted to morphine, and that they had not, up to the time of the formation of the habit by their husbands, suffered from premature accouchements. Among women, the morphine habit invariably produces derangement of the menstrual function. Menstrual irregularity, both as regards time and amount, is succeeded after a time by amenorrhea. Vicarious hemorrhages do not occur. Complete amenorrhea is sometimes established abruptly, and married women not infrequently suspect for this reason that they have conceived. In several cases of this kind, under the observation of the writer, the absence of enlargement of the breasts, of alteration of the areola, and of softening of the os after several months, indicated the improbability of these fears. Notwithstanding the irregular appetite, the morning vomiting, the occasional palpitations and faintness, the hysterical condition, and the mental peculiarities of the individuals, phenomena unquestionably due to the action of the morphine itself. The amenorrhea of the morphine habit is associated with sterility, a fact that renders probable the supposition that it is dependent upon absence of ovulation. Women addicted to the opium habit are capable of conceiving so long as menstruation persists, those only, however, going to full term who use very moderate quantities. In women using large doses, abortion invariably occurs. The functional integrity of the reproductive system is re-established upon the permanent cessation of the habit. Women who are cured may again menstruate regularly and may again bear children. Morphine in women, as in men, is said to increase, when first habitually taken, the capacity for sexual pleasure. Levenstein and others have described certain febrile conditions observed in individuals addicted to morphine. First, a form of intermittent fever closely resembling malarial fever. This fever of intermittent type occurs in individuals neither living in malarious regions nor previously exposed to malaria. In addition to periodicity, it presents other points of resemblance to malarial intermittent. The earlier paroxysms cease after the administration of quinine. They are favorably influenced by change of residence, and recur with intensity after overexertion, exposure, and upon the occurrence of acute maladies. The favorable influence of quinine is only transient. The febrile paroxysms recur after a time, notwithstanding the continued use of the medicament. This fever disappears without special treatment upon the discontinuance of the habit. It is more frequently of the tertian than of the quotidian type. Its paroxysms are marked by the symptoms of pallidal intermittent. Neuralgias of various kinds, especially supraorbital, intercostal, and precordial neuralgias, are apt to occur. The temperature during the paroxysm ranges from 102.5 degrees to 104 degrees. The area of splenic dullness is increased. More or less mental and physical depression follows the paroxysm, continuing in most cases through the period of aporexia. These observations require further confirmation. Secondly, confirmed opium habitués are peculiarly liable to transient febrile disturbances from slight causes. Finally, ephemeral fever, ushered in by chills or rigors and accompanied by headache, vertigo, thirst, malaise, restlessness, and even mild delirium, and terminating with profuse perspiration. Occasionally occurs immediately after the injection of large doses of morphine. The course of the opium habit, when once established, is, notwithstanding its occasional transient interruptions, gradual and progressive. Certain individuals endure enormous doses of opium or morphine for years without serious symptoms. In others, moderate doses give rise in the course of a few months to anorexia, disturbances of nutrition, neuralgias, fitful and difficult sleep, and serious mental derangement. These symptoms are usually controlled by increasing doses and diminution of the intervals. Finally, however, the drug fails to produce either excitement or repose, and enormous doses are taken with but insignificant relief. This is the period of grave derangement of the mental and physical functions and of nutrition amounting to a true dyscrasia. The phenomena are analogous to those produced by the withdrawal of the dose. They are the symptoms of inanition, which in the absence of well-directed and energetic treatment speedily terminates in death. 2. Symptoms due to the withdrawal of the drug. Opium habitués, differing as they do among themselves in the manifestations of the effects of the drug so long as it is freely taken, all alike develop characteristic symptoms upon its speedy or gradual withdrawal. The apparent immunity exceptionally observed now comes to an abrupt termination. The nervous system, whether it has been accustomed for months merely or for years to the influence of opiates, is upon their withdrawal forthwith thrown into derangement of the most serious and widespread kind. In the course of a few hours after the last dose, the steadying influence of the drug disappears. General malaise is associated with progressive restlessness. The ability to perform the ordinary duties of life gives way to profound depression and indifference. Precordial distress, accompanied by cough, is followed by insomnia, hallucinations, and sometimes by mania. The habitual pallor of the face is replaced by deep flushing or cyanosis. The heart's action becomes excited and irregular, then feeble. The pulse, at first tense, becomes slow, thready, and irregular. Colliquative sweats appear. Attacks of yawning and sneezing are followed by convulsive twitching and trembling of the hands. Speech becomes hesitating, drawling, and stuttering. Troubles of the accommodation and even diplopia occur, often accompanied by excessive lacrimation. Transient and varying differences in the pupils are very frequent. Retinal hyperesthesia may occur. In the amblyopia occasionally observed in subjects of the opium habit, the ophthalmoscope reveals persistent anemia of the retina. These phenomena are associated with a sense of perfect prostration which obliges the patient to take himself to his bed. Pain in the back and limbs, followed by neuralgias, now occurs. Complete anorexia, with easily provoked or even causeless vomiting and persistent nausea and diarrhea difficult to control, adds to the gravity of the condition. The abrupt discontinuance of the drug is followed in many individuals by mental phenomena of a marked character. Hallucinations, illusions, and delirium continue for several days. The hallucinations relate to all of the senses, but especially to those of sight and hearing. The sense of smell is also occasionally affected, that of taste rarely. Syncopal attacks occur. These are usually transient. Occasionally, however, profound syncope calls for the active interference of the physician. Epileptiform seizures also take place. Women who have previously suffered from hysteroepilepsy are prone to the recurrence of severe paroxysms. Trembling of the limbs, and especially of the lower extremities, rhythmical in time and often violent, must be ranked among the more characteristic phenomena produced by the abstinence from the drug. Sweating, although by no means constant, is among the earlier and more persistent phenomena. Urticaria occurs. Dyspnea is common. Sometimes it is provoked by exertion, sometimes paroxysmal shortness of breath occurs spontaneously. Irritable cough is frequent. It is in many cases unattended by rales. Pre-existing bronchitis is of course accompanied by its characteristic signs and symptoms. Precordial distress, with palpitation and a sense of oppression, is common. During the earlier days of abstinence the evidences of cardiac failure are marked. Enfeeblement of the first sound, irregularity of the heart's action, and intermission are common. The pulse phenomena correspond to the heart's action. Thirst is a very frequent symptom. It is often out of proportion to the loss of fluid by perspiration and diarrhea. The urine does not contain sugar. Salivation is rare and of moderate degree. Nausea is persistent. Esophageal spasm, provoked by every effort to swallow, occasionally occurs and constitutes a distressing symptom. Many patients also complain of spasmodic contraction of the anus. Neuralgia of the testicles also occurs. The cure of the opium habit is followed by rehabilitation of the sexual power in the male and by menstrual regularity and fecundity in the female. Levenstein has observed sexual hyperesthesia during the first weeks of abstinence in both sexes. Albuminuria occurs in a large proportion of the cases. The albumin shows itself, as a rule, from the third to the sixth day after the discontinuance of the morphine, and disappears in the course of a very few days. It is usually of slight amount. The behavior of patients undergoing the suffering attendant upon the abrupt, or even the gradual, withdrawal of the drug is variable. It depends upon the mental and physical organization of the different individuals and upon their ability to endure pain. Some rest quietly in bed, enduring with fortitude suffering from which there is no escape. Others, silent, uncomplaining, and apathetic, present the appearance of utter despair. A few, more fortunate than their fellows, lapse into a condition of almost continuous drowsiness. In the greater number of cases, however, these states of repose are but momentary or absent altogether. Restlessness is continuous, and very often intense. The patients are with difficulty kept in bed. If left to themselves they move frantically about the room, moaning, bewailing their condition, and begging the attendants for that which alone is capable of relieving their distress. This condition gradually subsides, giving way to a state of the most profound exhaustion. The exhaustion due to the reaction of the nervous system deprived of the stimulus of the drug is, on the one hand, favored by pre-existent derangement of the nutritive processes, and on the other increased by the pain, wakefulness, diarrhea, and vomiting which accompany it. The appearance of the patient is now most pitiable, the countenance is blanched and pinched, the body occasionally drenched with sweat, the heart's action is feeble, and the pulse thready and irregular. This condition of collapse is usually of short duration, disappearing in favorable cases under the influence of appropriate nourishment administered in small quantities and with regularity. Where, however, the gastric irritability is unmanageable, an increasing tendency to collapse may threaten life. In rare cases suddenly developed fatal collapse has occurred at a later period in the treatment, even after the patient has become able to take and retain food. The restlessness does not, however, always subside in this manner. In a considerable proportion of cases it increases. Hallucinations and delusions occur, and a condition of delirium tremens, scarcely differing from the delirium tremens of chronic alcoholism, is established. Tremor is a constant phenomenon of this condition. Sometimes the gravest symptoms of the suppression of the drug are developed with great rapidity. Jewett relates a case of a patient at the Salpêtrière who during a temporary absence from the hospital forgot her syringe and solution. Her return being delayed from some cause, she, notwithstanding her struggles against the symptoms caused by the want of her habitual dose, suddenly fell in the street, her countenance haggard and anxious, her hands shriveled, and her whole body bathed in drenching sweat. She immediately became maniacal, and demolished the glass and lamps of the coupe in which she was taken to the hospital. No sooner had she received her ordinary hypodermic dose than she recovered her usual quietude. This patient was neither hysterical or had she previously suffered from nervous paroxysms. She was, however, accustomed to administer to herself at 4 o'clock every day a large hypodermic dose of morphine, and it was at a few minutes past 4 that the above-described seizure occurred. Diagnosis. The diagnosis of the opium habit is in many cases attended with considerable difficulty. Many habitués, it is true, do not hesitate to admit the real cause of their symptoms. Others, while seeking to conceal it, do so in such an indifferent manner that detection is not difficult. But the greater number for a long time sedulously conceal their passion, not only from their friends, but also from the physician whom they consult voluntarily or at the solicitation of those interested in them. If inquiries be made upon the subject, they deny the habit altogether, often with vehement protestations. If forced to admit it, they are very apt to misstate the amount employed or the frequency of the repetition of the dose. As a rule, to which there are, however, not infrequent exceptions, emaciation is marked, appetite is diminished and variable, the pulse is small, the circulation feeble, the respiration shallow and occasionally interrupted by long-drawn sighs. The pupils are as a rule contracted, constipation is present, often alternating with diarrhea. When to these conditions, for which no cause can be found upon careful examination, there are added marked change in disposition, periods of unaccountable dullness and apathy alternating with unusual vivacity and brightness. Especially when insomnia alternates with periods of prolonged and heavy sleep, the abuse of morphia may be suspected. If the hypodermic syringe be used, the wounds made by the needle confirm the diagnosis. These punctures are usually found in groups upon the thighs, legs, arms, and abdomen. Close inquiry into the habits of the patient, who either goes himself or sends at short intervals for unusual quantities of opium or morphia to some neighboring apothecary, is sometimes necessary to confirm the diagnosis. Finally, the presence of morphine in the urine renders the diagnosis positive, notwithstanding the most vehement assertions of the patient as regards his innocence of the habit and the extreme cunning with which it is concealed. 10. According to Bouchardat, morphine, when taken in the free state or under the form of opium, speedily appears in the urine, and may be detected by the liquid yielding a reddish-brown precipitate, with a solution of iodine in iodide of potassium. Since, however, as we have already seen, this reagent also produces similar precipitates with most of the other alkalis and with certain other organic substances. This reaction in itself could by no means be regarded as direct proof of the presence of the alkaloid. Moreover, we find that the reagent not unfrequently throws down a precipitate from what may be regarded as normal urine, while, on the other hand, it sometimes fails to produce a precipitate even when comparatively large quantities of the alkaloid have been purposely added to the liquid. Wormley, microchemistry of poisons. The presence of meconic acid or morphine in the urine can only be positively determined by elaborate chemical analysis. In cases of doubt, the urine should be submitted to a competent analyst to make sure that opium or its derivatives are not being taken. The feces must also be examined. Prognosis. The prognosis is favorable as regards the discontinuance of the habit for a time, doubtful as regards a permanent cure. Relapses are apt to occur. They are more common in men than in women, in the aged than in middle life, and in persons of feeble physical and mental organization than in those who are possessed of bodily and mental vigor. Relapses also occur more frequently in those individuals addicted to alcohol, and in those who are habitually subjected to temptation by reason of their avocation, such as doctors, nurses, and apothecaries, than in others. The danger of relapse is greater where the habit has been formed in consequence of chronic painful affections than where it has been rapidly developed in the course of acute illnesses. Of 82 men treated by Levenstein, relapses occurred in 61. Of 28 women, in 10, of 38 physicians, in 26. The danger of relapse diminishes with the lapse of time. Nevertheless, a single dose of morphine or a hypodermic injection may, after an abstinence of months, precipitate a relapse. Indeed, the return of the habit is in the majority of instances caused by the thoughtlessness of medical men in prescribing in these cases opiates for maladies which are often in themselves insignificant. Chloral hydrate. The prediction made by B. W. Richardson, within 2 years of Lea Brothers' announcement of the medicinal properties of chloral, that its abuse would become widespread, has been abundantly fulfilled. The consumption of this substance as a narcotic has reached an extent in certain classes of society which raises it, after alcohol and opium, to the third place among such agents. Synonyms. The chloral habit, chloralism. Etiology. A. Predisposing influences. Age exerts but little predisposing influence. Cases occur almost exclusively in adults, and the greater proportion of these are in middle life. The abuse of chloral is relatively somewhat more common among males than among females. Individuals addicted to this habit usually belong to the refined and educated classes of society. The fascinations of chloral remain thus far unknown to the great mass of the people. Professional men and those engaged in literary work form a very considerable proportion of the cases. Chloral is occasionally used by hospital nurses, and very frequently by prostitutes. Chronic alcoholism is an important predisposing element in the formation of the chloral habit. In fact, morbid conditions attended by insomnia from whatever cause tend to the formation of this habit. B. The exciting cause. Chloral is a powerful hypnotic, usually without unpleasant after effects. In full doses it is a depressant to the nerve centers at the base of the brain and to the spinal cord. It enfeebles the action of the heart, depresses respiration, and lessens reflex activity. It has no action on the secretions except that of the kidneys, which it frequently augments. The habit has in some few instances been developed in consequence of the indulgence in a morbid desire to experience the effects of the drug. In a majority of instances it is due to the continuance of the medicine indefinitely after the sickness in which it was originally prescribed has ceased. I have known apothecaries to renew prescriptions of chloral often enough to supply a daily dose of from 40 to 60 grains for years, in one instance for more than 4 years. The dose taken by victims of the chloral habit varies greatly. 30 or 40 grains daily is a moderate amount. Not rarely this quantity is repeated twice or oftener within the space of 24 hours. The tolerance after a time exhibited by the organism for enormous doses of alcohol and opium is not established, as a rule, in regard to chloral. The victim of the latter after a little time discovers the average dose required to produce narcotic effects, and, while he may vary it within limits, he is liable to acute toxic effects if it be greatly exceeded. Death from such excesses is not uncommon. Symptoms due to habitual excesses. The habitual use of chloral, notwithstanding its ruinous consequences in a certain proportion of the cases, is less dangerous than that of opium or morphine. Many individuals take chloral in considerable doses for years without obvious ill effect. The craving for it is much less intense than that for opium or morphine, and is readily satisfied by other drugs. In point of fact, persons addicted to chloral very frequently exchange it for other narcotics. For these reasons the chloral habit is more easily cured. Derangements of the digestive system are common, but by no means constant. They are, 1. Primary, and due to the direct irritant action of the drug upon the mucous tissues of the mouth and stomach, and, 2. Secondary, due to its effects upon the nervous system and the circulation. Irritation of the mucous membranes is very common. This not rarely amounts to gastroduodenal catarrh with its characteristic symptoms. Jaundice is common, sometimes intense. A sense of fullness with pain and tenderness in the hepatic region is frequent. Constipation, with clay-colored stools, is the rule. It occasionally alternates with diarrhea. The tongue is often coated and the breath foul. On the other hand, in a fair proportion of the cases the digestive organs are not affected. Chloral has been said to occasionally exert even a favorable influence upon appetite and digestion when taken before meals. The recent observations of Fiume and Favorite 11 in a man suffering from a gastric fistula and insomnia have shown that chloral hydrate in 20 or 40 grain doses, administered before or at the beginning of a meal, retarded digestion by increasing the secretion of mucus in the stomach. The acidity of the gastric juice is diminished temporarily. The secretion of pepsin is not changed. Taken 2 hours after meals, doses not exceeding 40 grains caused no derangement of gastric digestion. 11 Archives LL.D. Biology, Volume 6. Number 3. Persons not habituated to chloral usually experience a sense of constriction upon swallowing it, and a disagreeable aftertaste. The circulation is much affected. Chloral weakens, and finally paralyzes, the vasomotor center, and thus dilates the vessels. It at the same time weakens the action of the heart. Its habitual use is attended by flushing of the face, congestion of the eyes, and fullness of the head. The heart's action is weak, intermittent, irregular, palpitation occurs, the pulse is full and compressible or small and weak. It is usually slow. The blood undergoes changes corresponding to the general disturbances of nutrition. What the special changes in its composition may be is not known. Many of the cases, even after the prolonged use of the drug in considerable doses, show few evidences of malnutrition or of anemia. In the greater number, however, wasting is marked, and the physical signs and rational symptoms of profound anemia are present. Deterioration in the composition of the blood is further indicated by petechiae, hemorrhage from mucous surfaces, sponginess of the gums, and serous effusions. The respiration is not permanently affected, save in grave cases. It is then slow, irregular, and shallow. Dyspnea is common and easily provoked. It is usually accompanied by cough and abundant frothy expectoration. These symptoms vanish upon the discontinuance of the drug. In a fatal case of chloral poisoning seen by the writer, in which the daily use of the narcotic in non-poisonous amounts had been for a long time varied at intervals of 5 or 6 weeks by doses sufficient to induce prolonged coma, death was preceded by Cheyne-Stokes respiration. This patient was a retired dentist, and kept the solution of chloral in a large unlabeled bottle. The actual doses taken were not ascertained. The muscular system shares in the general malnutrition. The muscles become flabby and wasted. Persons addicted to chloral are very frequently of nervous organization and sedentary habits, and hence of poor muscular development prior to the use of the drug. The kidneys show no constant derangement. In a certain proportion of the cases chloral acts as a diuretic, largely increasing the urinary excretion. Albumin is present in a certain proportion of the graver cases, when it is apt to be associated with anemia, serous effusions, and a tendency to hemorrhages from mucus tracts. The occurrence of casts and the persistence of albuminuria after the discontinuance of chloral suggest an antecedent or coincidentally developed nephritis. The reducing substance present in the urine after small doses of chloral is urochloralic acid, marring and mucilus. It gives the reaction of sugar with the copper and bismuth tests, but is levogyrate. Glycosuria is occasionally encountered. Vesical and urethral irritation occurs in a small proportion of the cases. When these symptoms vanish upon the discontinuance of the drug and recur upon its resumption, it may be fairly assumed that they are due to its action. A great number of morbid phenomena relating to the genitourinary tract and to the urine, that have been ascribed to the action of chloral in those addicted to its use, are due to associated conditions rather than to the drug itself. It has been claimed upon evidence that does not appear to the writer adequate that chloral sometimes acts upon the sexual system as an aphrodisiac, sometimes as the reverse. More or less complete impairment of sexual power and appetite is the rule in individuals addicted to great excesses in narcotics of all kinds. Menstruation is not arrested by chloral as by morphine, nor does it necessarily cause sterility in the female. The skin undergoes nutritive disturbances of a marked kind. As a result of individual peculiarity, single doses or medicinal doses continued for brief periods of time have occasionally caused erythematous, urticarious, papular, vesicular, and pustular eruptions. Of these, the first named is of most frequent occurrence. The habitual abuse of chloral causes in many individuals chronic congestion of the face, neck, and ears. This redness is often very striking. It is increased by the use of alcohol. Erythematous patches upon the chest, in the neighborhood of the larger articulations, and upon the backs of the hands and feet, also occasionally occur. They are often associated with urticaria. General eruptions resembling measles, scarlatina, and even mild variola, are said to have been observed after large doses of chloral. Purpura is by no means rare in old cases, and falling of the hair and atrophy and loss of the nails occur. The nervous system bears the brunt of the disturbance, and the more significant symptoms relate directly to it. The hypnotic effect is usually preserved. Hence the chloral habitué is dull, apathetic, somnolent, disposed to neglect his ordinary duties and affairs. He passes much of his time in a state of dreamy lethargy or in deep and prolonged sleep, from which he awakes unrefreshed and in pain. In one of my cases, however, even larger doses than usual at length failed to induce more than fitful slumber, and the insomnia which led to the formation of the habit finally reasserted itself, reinforced by the unutterable miseries of chloralism. Headache is a frequent symptom. It is usually general, sometimes frontal, often referred to the top of the head. It is commonly severe, not rarely agonizing, and is described as a pressure, weight, or a constricting band. It is associated with injection of the eyes, flushing of the face, confusion of thought, inability to converse intelligently or to articulate distinctly, and other evidences of cerebral congestion. Vertigo is common. Sensory disturbances are frequently present. They consist in local areas of hyperesthesia, more frequently of anesthesia, numbness of the hands and fingers or of the feet, formication of the surface of the body and limbs, and burning or neuralgic pains in the face, chest, and extremities. The pains in the limbs are almost characteristic. They are acute and persistent, neuralgic in character, but not localized to particular nerve tracts. They are more common in the legs than in the arms, and occupy by preference the calves of the legs and the flexor muscles between the elbows and the wrists. They do not implicate the joints, are not aggravated to any grave extent by movement, and are often temporarily relieved by gentle frictions. The pains of chloralism have been described as like encircling bands above the wrists and ankles. Sensations of chilliness alternating with flashes of heat are experienced. The temperature is, in the absence of complications, normal. Excessive doses are followed by a reduction of 1 or more degrees Fahrenheit, lasting several hours. Among the motor disturbances are the following. Tremor. This symptom is not common. It is neither so pronounced nor so distinctly rhythmical as that of alcoholism or the opium habit. It is increased upon voluntary effort. It affects chiefly the hands and arms and the tongue. Palsy. Loss of power in the lower extremities has been observed in a number of instances. It varies in degree from paresis to complete paraplegia. Its occurrence may be gradual or sudden. It passes away upon the discontinuance of the habit. In many respects this condition resembles alcoholic paraplegia. Impairment of coordinating power. Ataxic phenomena are sometimes present. The patient has difficulty in walking in the dark, cannot stand with his eyes closed, has trouble in buttoning his clothes, and the like. Impairment or abolition of the knee jerk. In a man aged 50, who had taken 30 to 60 grains of chloral hydrate at night for 18 months, the writer observed complete loss of the knee jerk, which, however, reappeared in the course of a few weeks after the discontinuance of the drug. In rare cases epileptiform seizures have occurred. Chloral produces in certain individuals, even as the result of a single dose, congestion and irritation of the conjunctiva. Apart from this idiosyncrasy, its habitual use not infrequently causes conjunctivitis. This affection is occasionally of a severe grade and accompanied by edema of the eyelids and great photophobia. Retinal congestion has been noted by several observers. Amblyopia, disappearing upon the cessation of the habit, has also been observed. Psychical derangements. The mental and moral perversion caused by immoderate chloral taking shows itself rapidly. The transient stimulating effects of the dose of opium or morphine in those accustomed to these drugs are seen not at all or to a very slight extent in chloralism. Hence the mental state is characterized by dullness, apathy, confusion, and uncertainty. These conditions alternate with periods of irritability and peevishness. The physical sufferings of the chloral taker in the daily intervals of abstinence are greater than those of the morphine taker, his mental depression less. The one is tormented by the agony of pain, the other by the anguish of craving. To the former repetition of the dose brings stupor and sleep, to the latter exhilaration and activity. In certain respects, however, the effects of these drugs upon the mind are similar. They alike produce intellectual enfeeblement, inability to concentrate the mind, habitual timidity, and impairment of memory. In the worst cases of chloralism hallucinations, delusions, and delirium occur. Acute mania may occur, and dementia constitutes a terminal state. 2. Symptoms due to abstinence from chloral. The symptoms occasioned by the abrupt discontinuance of even large habitual doses of chloral are not, as a rule, severe. In this respect the difference between this drug and opium and its derivatives is very marked. The chloral taker not infrequently substitutes some other narcotic, as alcohol or opium, for his usual doses without discomfort, and in many instances voluntarily abstains from the drug, without replacing it by others for periods of weeks or months. The more important of the symptoms induced by sudden discontinuance relate to the nervous system. Insomnia is usual. It is not always readily controlled, and constitutes one of the principal difficulties in the management of these cases. Headache is rarely absent, it is in many cases accompanied by vertigo. Occipital neuralgia frequently occurs, and is often severe. Neuralgias of the fifth pair also occur. Darting pains in the limbs are usual, and the fixed aching pains already described as peculiar to habitual chloral excess are present, and often persist for a long time after the withdrawal of the drug. Irregular flushes of heat, nervousness, restlessness, inability to fix the attention, formication, burning sensations in various regions of the surface of the body, are unimportant but annoying symptoms. In a considerable proportion of the cases delirium occurs. It is commonly associated with tremor, great prostration, complete insomnia, sweating, inability to take food, and vomiting, and resembles in every particular the delirium tremens of alcoholic subjects. In the absence of this condition gastric derangements are not of a grave kind. The nausea, vomiting, epigastric pain, and diarrhea which are induced by the discontinuance of opium are absent, or if present at all only to a slight degree. As a matter of fact, the functions of the digestive system are in a very short time much more perfectly performed than before. Hemorrhage from the stomach, bowel, or urinary tract may also occur. The conjunctivitis and cutaneous eruptions usually disappear with promptness as soon as the influence of the habitual chloral excesses passes away. Diagnosis. The diagnosis of the chloral habit is attended with much less difficulty than that of the morphine habit. In the first place, there is general and often serious derangement of health without adequate discoverable cause. The appetite is poor and capricious, the digestion imperfect and slowly performed, jaundice of variable intensity, often slight, sometimes severe, occurs in many cases, the bowels are not, as a rule, constipated. Dyspnea upon slight exertion is, in the absence of pulmonary, cardiac, or renal cause, of diagnostic importance. The circulation is, as a rule, feeble. Disorders of the skin, persistent or easily provoked conjunctivitis, puffiness about the eyelids, and a tendency to hemorrhage from mucous surfaces also occur. When with these symptoms, irregularly grouped as they are, we find a tendency to recurring attacks of cerebral congestion, persistent or frequently recurring headaches, and the characteristic pains in the legs. The abuse of chloral must be suspected. This suspicion becomes the more probable if there be a history of protracted painful illness or of prolonged insomnia in the past. The adroitness of these patients in concealing their vice, and the astonishing persistency with which they deny it, are remarkable. In the absence of the characteristic association of pains, conjunctivitis, and affections of the skin, the diagnosis is attended with considerable difficulty. It becomes probable from the association of chronic ill health, not otherwise explicable, with perversion of the moral nature, enfeeblement of the will and of the intellectual forces. It is rendered positive, notwithstanding the denials of the patient, by the discovery of the drug or the prescription by means of which it is procured. Prognosis. If the confirmed chloral habitué be left to himself, the prognosis, after excessive doses or the stage of periodical debauches has been reached, is highly unfavorable. The condition of mind and body alike is abject. There is danger of sudden death from cerebral congestion or heart failure, a mode of termination by no means rare. On the other hand, the prognosis under treatment may be said to be favorable. The habit is much more readily broken up, and the danger of relapse is far less, than in cases of confirmed opium or morphine addiction. Nevertheless, the underlying vice of organization which impels so many individuals to the abuse of narcotics precludes a permanent cure in a certain proportion of the cases of chloralism. Sooner or later relapse occurs, if not relapse to chloral, relapse to opium, morphine, or alcohol, or into that wretched condition in which any narcotic capable of producing excitement and stupor is taken in excess as occasion permits. Paraldehyde. The use of this hypnotic is not unattended with danger. In a single case afterward under the observation of the writer, paraldehyde was used in large and increasing doses for the sake of its narcotic properties. The patient, a young married woman whose family history was bad, her mother having died insane, contracted the chloral habit after an acute illness. After some months a cure was effected without great difficulty. She relapsed into chloralism after a second sickness which was attended with distressing insomnia. The habit was again broken up. In consequence of overexertion in social life during a winter of unusual gaiety, insomnia recurred. For the relief of this condition paraldehyde was prescribed with success. Notwithstanding its disagreeable and persistent ethereal odor, and the precautions taken by the physician, this lady managed to secure paraldehyde at first in small quantities, afterward in half-pound bottles from a wholesale druggist. And took it in enormous amounts, with the result of producing aggravated nervous and psychical disturbances corresponding to those produced by chloral, but without the disturbances of nutrition attendant upon the abuse of the latter drug. The patient remained well nourished, retained her appetite and digestion, and was free from disorders of the skin and the intense neuralgia which had been present during both periods of chloral abuse. She suffered, however, from a persistent binding headache, disturbances of accommodation, phosphenes, and brow pains. Under the influence of moderate doses she was enabled to take part in social life with some of her old interest and vivacity. The brief intervals of abstinence which occasionally occurred were characterized by distressing indifference to her friends and surroundings and by apathy and depression. At frequently recurring intervals the indulgence in excessive doses, constituting actual paraldehyde debauches, was followed at first by maniacal excitement of some hours' duration, later by profound comatose sleep lasting from 1 to 3 days. Upon the complete withdrawal of the drug this patient manifested the symptoms produced by complete abstinence in the confirmed morphine habit: yawning, anorexia, epigastric pains, vomiting, diarrhea, absolute sleeplessness, extending over several days, heart failure, collapse, colliquative sweating, and finally well-characterized delirium tremens. At the end of a week, under the influence of repeated small doses of codeine, sleep was secured, and within a month convalescence was complete. This person now continues free from addiction to any narcotic, in good health, and able to sleep fairly well, after the lapse of several months since the complete discontinuance of paraldehyde. Cannabis indica, ether, chloroform, and cocaine. These drugs are habitually used as narcotic stimulants by a limited number of individuals. Cannabis indica, or Indian hemp, the hashish of the Arabians, is said to be largely used in India and Egypt. It is occasionally taken by medical students and other youths of an experimental turn of mind, but no case of habitual hashish addiction has come under the observation of the writer. The use of ether as a narcotic stimulant is occasionally observed among druggists, nurses, and other hospital attendants, but does not give rise to clinical phenomena sufficiently marked or distinctive to demand extended consideration in this article. The same remark may be made of chloroform, which is also used in the same way to a considerable extent among women suffering from neuralgia and other painful or distressing affections of the nervous system. The fact that individuals are every now and then found dead in bed with an empty chloroform bottle by their side serves to indicate the extreme danger attending the vicious use of this substance. Cocaine, within the short time that has elapsed since its introduction into therapeutics, has unquestionably been largely abused, both within the ranks of the profession and among the people. Highly sensational accounts of the disastrous effects resulting from its habitual use in excessive doses have appeared in the newspapers and in certain of the medical journals. No case of this kind has fallen under the observation of the writer, and it would appear premature to formulate definite conclusions concerning the effects of cocaine upon the data thus far available. Treatment. The treatment of the opium habit and kindred affections is a subject which derives its importance from the following facts. First, the gravity of the disease, as regards the functions both of the body and of the mind. Second, the enormous suffering and misfortune, alike on the part of the patient himself and on the part of those interested in him, which these affections entail. Third, the fact that they are not self-limited, and therefore cannot be treated with indifference or upon the expectant plan, but are, on the other hand, progressive and gradually destructive of all that makes life worth living. And at last of life itself. And finally, because they are capable at the hands of skillful and experienced physicians of a cure which in a considerable proportion of the cases may be made permanent. The treatment of these affections naturally arranges itself under two headings: A. The prophylactic, B. The curative treatment. A. Prophylaxis. It is impossible to overrate the importance of a true conception of the duty of practitioners of medicine in regard to the prophylaxis of the opium habit and associated affections. In communities constituted as are those in which the physicians practice into whose hands this volume is likely to fall, a large, I may say an enormous, proportion of the cases of habitual vicious narcotism is due to the amiable weakness or thoughtlessness of medical men. A majority of the cases occur either in chronic painful affections attended or not by insomnia, or as a result of acute illness in which narcotics have been employed to relieve pain or induce sleep. The chronic affections constitute two classes: first, those manifestly incurable, as visceral and external cancer, certain cases of advanced phthisis, confirmed saccharine diabetes, and tabes dorsalis. In such cases the use of morphine in large and often repeated doses, although attended with evils and likely to shorten life, amounts to a positive boon. It is neither practicable, nor would it be desirable, to interfere with it. To this class may be added those cases of grave valvular or degenerative disease of the heart where the patient has become addicted to the habitual use of narcotics. Here, notwithstanding the evils resulting from these habits, among which the likelihood of shortening the period of life must unquestionably be counted, the dangers of the withdrawal of the drug are so great that it must be looked upon as neither desirable nor feasible. Attention must, at this point, be called to the fact that great caution is required in the management of pregnant women addicted to narcotics. Incautious attempts to withdraw the habitual drug are almost certain to be followed by speedy loss of the fetus. And it is to my mind questionable whether anything more than the most guarded reduction of the daily dose should be attempted while the pregnancy continues. The second class of chronic cases includes individuals suffering from diseases which are remediable or capable of decided or prolonged amelioration. Among these affections are painful diseases curable by surgical procedures, such as certain obstinate and intractable localized neuralgias, painful neuromas, irritable cicatrices, pelvic and abdominal tumors, and surgical affections of the joints and extremities. Here, either before or after radical surgical treatment, an effort to relieve the patient from the bondage of habitual narcotism should be made. For reasons that are obvious, measures having this end in view should be instituted by preference subsequently to surgical treatment. To this class also belong certain painful affections occupying the border region between surgery and medicine. These are floating kidney, renal and hepatic abscess, calculus pyelitis, cystitis, impacted gallstones, and thoracic and abdominal aneurysm. In these cases the possibility of a cure renders it in the highest degree desirable that the opium habit should be stopped. Whether this attempt should be made while the patient is under treatment for the original affection, or deferred until relief has been obtained, is a question to be decided by the circumstances of the particular case under consideration. Finally, we encounter a large group of chronic painful affections coming properly under the care of the physician in which the opium habit is frequently developed. This group includes curable neuralgias of superficial nerves, as the trigeminal, occipital, brachial, intercostal, crural, and sciatic, and visceral neuralgias, as the pain of angina, gastralgia, enteralgia, and the pelvic and reflex neuralgias of women. Here also are to be mentioned the pains of neurasthenia, hypochondriasis, and hysteria. In this group of affections the original disease constitutes no obstacle to the attempt to break up the habit to which it has given rise. The practice of using narcotics, especially the preparations of opium, in large and increasing doses for the relief of frequently recurring pains, especially in neurotic individuals, is a dangerous one. When necessary at all, the use of these drugs should be guarded with every possible precaution. In the first place, in so far as is practicable, the patient should be kept in ignorance of the character of the anodyne used and of the dose. In the second place, the physician should personally supervise and control, in so far as is possible, the use of such drugs and the frequency of their administration, taking care that the minimum amount capable of producing the desired effect is employed. In the third place, the occasional alternation of anodyne medicaments is desirable. Fourthly, an effort, which, unfortunately, is too often likely to be unsuccessful, should be made to prevent repeated renewals of the prescription without the direct sanction, or indeed without the written order, of the physician himself. Finally, the danger of yielding to the temptation to allow a merely palliative treatment to assume too great importance in the management of painful affections must be sedulously shunned. Too often these precautions are neglected, and the patient, betrayed by a dangerous knowledge of the drug and the dose by which he may relieve not only physical pain, but also mental depression, and tempted by the facility with which the coveted narcotic may be obtained, falls an easy victim to habitual excesses. The lowered moral tone of convalescence from severe illness and of habitual invalidism increases these dangers. Yet more reprehensible than the neglect of many physicians in these matters is the folly of the few who do not hesitate to fully inform the patient in regard to the medicines given to relieve pain or induce sleep, and to place in his hands designedly the means of procuring them without restriction for an indefinite period of time. Almost criminal is the course of those who entrust to the patient himself or to those in attendance upon him the hypodermic syringe. No trouble or inconvenience on the part of the physician, no reasonable expense in procuring continuous medical attendance on the part of the patient for the sake of relief from pain, can ever offset, save in cases of the final stages of hopelessly incurable painful affections, the dangers which attend self-administered hypodermic injections. The uniform and efficient regulation of the sale of narcotic drugs by law would constitute an important prophylaxis against habitual narcotism. Unfortunately, the existing laws relating to this subject are a dead letter. They are neither adequate to control the evil nor is their enforcement practicable. Nostrums containing narcotics, and particularly opium and morphine, in proportions that occasionally produce fatal results are freely dispensed at the shops to all comers. Prescriptions calling for large amounts of opium, morphine, CADAA, chloral, cannabis indica, etc., are dispensed to the same individuals at short intervals over the counters of apothecaries for months or years after the illness in which they were originally prescribed is over. Yet more, occasional cases come to light which serve to indicate the appalling frequency with which opium, its tincture, morphine, and solutions of chloral are directly sold to unauthorized individuals. If the evil thus accomplished were better understood, the paltry profit realized from such nefarious trading would rarely tempt men to the commission of the crime which these practices constitute. Finally, the dissemination of a wholesome knowledge of the methods by which the opium habit and kindred affections are induced, of the serious character of these affections, and of the dangers attendant upon an ignorant and careless employment of narcotics, would constitute an important measure of prophylaxis. I am fully aware of the evils resulting from the publication of sensational writings relating to this subject. Notwithstanding these dangers, I am convinced that a reasonable and temperate presentation of the facts in the popular works upon hygiene used in schools and in the family would exercise a wholesome influence in restraining or curing the tendency to the practice of these vices. Where these habits have resulted in consequence of the medicinal abuse of narcotics in acute cases from which the patient has long recovered, a determined effort to break them up should at once be instituted. B. The curative treatment. The responsibility assumed by the physician in attempting to cure patients suffering from the confirmed abuse of narcotics is often a serious one. Much judgment must be exercised in the selection of cases. The responsibility of the physician, beginning as it does with the judicious selection of the cases, does not cease with the active management of the patient until the habit has been completely broken up, but involves for a considerable period of time such continued personal influence and supervision as is needed to avert relapse. It is needless to say that such supervision and influence must, after a more or less extended period, in nearly every case come to an end. But the important fact is to be borne in mind that the danger of relapse becomes less and less with the progress of time. Therefore, the more extended the period during which the personal control of the physician may act as a safeguard to his patient the better. The question as to whether the cure should be attempted in the patient's own home or away from it does not appear to the writer to admit of discussion. Some trustworthy observers 12 have reported successful cases not only of the home treatment of opium addiction, but even under circumstances in which the patients have been permitted to go at large. Many physicians do not hesitate to undertake the treatment with certain precautions at the home of the patient. On the other hand, those whose experience in the management of these cases is most extended look upon attempts of this kind as likely to be unsuccessful in the great majority of the cases of the opium or morphine habit. In cases of chloralism and the abuse of less formidable narcotics, as cannabis indica, paraldehyde, etc., the home treatment, if judiciously carried out, usually succeeds, but the cases in which the home treatment proves successful in curing the confirmed addiction to opium or morphine must be looked upon as exceptional. The reasons for this are obvious. They relate to a variety of circumstances which tend to weaken the mutual relations of control and dependence between the physician and his patient. The doubts, criticisms, remonstrances, even the active interference, of the patient's friends tend to weaken the authority of the physician and to hamper him in the management of the case. The discipline of the sick room is maintained with greater difficulty, the absolute seclusion of the attendant with his patient is a practical impossibility. Affectionate but foolish friends come with sympathy at once disturbing and dangerous. Some devoted and trusty servant cunningly conveys from time to time new supplies of the coveted drug, or, if these accidents be averted, the very consciousness of the separation which amounts to a few feet of hallway only is in itself a source of distress to the patient and his friends alike. Furthermore, the period of convalescence following the treatment is attended with the greatest danger of relapse, a danger which is much increased by the facility of procuring narcotics enjoyed by the patient in his own home as contrasted with the difficulties attending it away from home under the care of a watchful attendant. The desirability of undertaking the treatment away from the patient's home can therefore scarcely be questioned. That this plan is more expensive, and that it involves a radical derangement of the ordinary relations of the patient's life, are apparent rather than real objections to it. The very expense of the cure within the limits of the patient's ability to pay, and the mortification and annoyance of temporary absence from usual occupations and seclusion from friends, are in themselves hardships that enhance the value of the cure when achieved, and constitute, to a certain extent, safeguards against relapse. Whether the treatment can be more advantageously carried out in a private asylum designed for the reception of several such cases, or in a private boarding house, or at the home of the physician himself, is a question to be determined by circumstances. The writer is of the opinion that with well-trained and experienced attendants, well-lighted, airy rooms in the upper part of a private house are to be preferred on account of the seclusion thus secured. 12c, for example, Wa, a confirmed case of opium addiction treated successfully at the patient's home, with remarks upon the treatment, etc., Philadelphia Medical Times, Volume 16, March 20, 1886. In general, two methods are recognized, a, that of the abrupt suppression of the drug, and, b, that of the gradual diminution of the dose. Both of these methods demand the isolation of the patient, and to some extent at least the substitution of other narcotics. The isolation of the patient under the care of skilled and experienced attendants may be secured in a suitable private boarding house, in the home of a physician, or in a private room of a well-appointed general or special hospital. Favorable opportunities are also afforded in private institutions devoted to this purpose. The apartment occupied by the patient should be so arranged as to guard against attempts at suicide, and the furniture should be of the simplest character. The heating and lighting arrangements must be such as to render any accidental injury to the patient during paroxysms of sudden maniacal excitement quite impossible. From the beginning of the treatment the patient must under no circumstances be left alone. 2 attendants are required, one for the day and one for the night. They should be not only skillful and experienced, but also patient and firm. And, as a considerable proportion of the patients are persons of education and refinement, intelligence and good manners are desirable on the part of those who must be for a length of time not only the nurses, but also the companions of the sufferer. It is desirable that the separation of the patient from his family and friends should be made as complete as possible. During the continuance of the active treatment no one should be admitted to the patient except his physician and regular attendants. Communication with his friends by letter should be interdicted. The enforcement of this rule must be insisted upon. So soon as the acute symptoms caused by the withdrawal of the drug subside and convalescence is fairly established, brief visits from judicious members of the family in the presence of the nurse may be permitted. At the earliest possible moment open-air exercise by walking or driving must be insisted upon, and change of scene, such as may be secured by short journeys or by visits to the seashore, is useful. These outings require the constant presence of a conscientious attendant. The treatment of the opium and morphine habit. A. The abrupt discontinuance of the drug, the method of Levenstein. This method is thus described by the observer whose name it bears. Directly upon admission the patient is given a warm bath, during which time careful examination of his effects is made by a responsible person for the purpose of securing the morphine which the patients, notwithstanding their assertions to the contrary, frequently bring with them. These measures of precaution are by no means unnecessary. An officer had saturated his cigarettes and cigars with a solution containing opium, and smoked for 24 hours almost without interruption. Another officer had slipped morphine between the soles of new slippers. Other individuals concealed immediately after their arrival morphine in powder in the upholstery of the sofa, upon the canopy and in the ventilators of the windows. Other patients enclosed morphine in envelopes of thin paper, which were placed between the leaves of their books, stitched it in the folds and lining of their garments, etc. The first symptoms of the withdrawal of the drug show themselves in delicate individuals at the end of 3 or 4 hours, and in robust persons about 15 hours, after the last dose. These symptoms consist of malaise, restlessness, a sense of muscular tension, chilly sensations, and the like, but do not demand treatment. As soon as shivering commences the patient must be put to bed, a measure to which, as a rule, he readily assents on account of the sense of muscular fatigue now experienced. For the relief of the headache, which is rarely absent, applications of cold water or of ice or ether douches to the forehead may be employed. For the distressing gastralgia compresses moistened with chloroform may be applied to the epigastrium. The colic, which is often distressing, may be treated by synepisms or hot compresses. The nausea and vomiting and epigastric distress, which are apt to continue for several days, may be treated by a solution of bicarbonate of sodium with tincture of nux vomica and essence of mint. If the vomiting be excessive, recurring 20 or 30 times in the course of 24 hours, small doses of morphine by the mouth must be given. If by reason of the continued vomiting and inability to retain nourishment dangerous exhaustion develops, nutritive enemata must be administered. The diarrhea requires little treatment during the early days. If, however, it be excessive and persists beyond the third or fourth day, large enemata of warm water of a temperature of 98 degrees Fahrenheit, repeated 2 or 3 times during the day, are attended by excellent results. The insomnia, which constitutes a most distressing symptom, defies every kind of treatment during the first 3 or 4 days. During this time prolonged baths are not well borne, and even when they are employed they scarcely produce more than half an hour or an hour of sleep. Chloral is also, under these circumstances, inadmissible, whether administered by the stomach or by the rectum. It does not induce sleep, and its employment is very often followed by a high degree of excitement. After the 4th day it is well borne by many persons, and manifests its usual hypnotic property. Warm baths of 5 minutes, followed by cold effusions, exert an excellent influence upon the general debility and mental depression of the first days. The objections of patients to these baths cease after they have experienced the excellent results which follow their use. During the bath stimulants, such as champagne, port, and hot bouillon, may be given. Care must be paid to the alimentation from the very beginning of the treatment. During the first days liquid nourishment should be given, and abundance of wine and other alcoholic beverages according to the previous habits of the patient. Some nourishment is to be given every hour or every 2 hours. Many patients experience an intense craving for alcoholic drinks, others, on the other hand, are unable to take them. To the former wine, beer, etc. may be given freely during the first 3 or 4 days, to the latter a restricted milk diet may be given, 1 to 2 quarts in the course of 24 hours. Such is the method of Levenstein, to which he adds, however, important modifications for those, and their number is large, who are unable to bear the abrupt withdrawal of the drug. This method is attended in all cases by indescribable sufferings, and in many by serious dangers. Among the last, collapse and delirium tremens demand special consideration. The collapse which occurs in a certain proportion of the cases requires prompt and energetic treatment. The pulse becomes feeble, small, gradually or suddenly diminishes in frequency, the countenance is pale. The previous agitation gives place to an ominous calm, there is a tendency to syncope, accompanied by persistent somnolence and slowing of the respiration. Inhalations of ammonia and the administration of aromatic spirits of ammonia, champagne, brandy, or hot coffee, with frictions of the surface and cold applications to the head, may occasionally produce reaction. As a rule, however, it is necessary to administer a hypodermic injection of morphine. This condition of collapse, once having shown itself, is apt to recur upon the same or the following day. The treatment of the delirium tremens consists in isolation, the administration of abundant nourishment, the use of the bromides, chloral, or peraldehyde, with alcoholic stimulants. As this complication is unattended by danger to life, and usually disappears in the course of a few days, the administration of morphine is not required. The modifications of this method suggested by Levenstein for those who are unable to bear the abrupt suppression of the drug are as follows: the patient is isolated and guarded. For 2 or 3 days his habitual dose is administered, this duty being performed by the physician himself. The drug is then abruptly discontinued. At the end of 24 hours the phenomena of abstinence are manifested. The pulse loses its regularity, distressing diarrhea and vomiting occur, etc. These symptoms are controlled by the injection of morphine, the dose being much smaller than that to which the patient has been accustomed. By this means the sufferings of the patient are ameliorated, and the dangers attendant upon the rapid suppression of the drug are averted. At the end of 24 hours it becomes necessary to again administer the drug, but in diminished dose. After a time it is discontinued altogether. B. The gradual diminution of the dose. This method is now generally employed. It consists in isolation of the patient with proper attendance and the progressive diminution of the dose. The drug should always be administered by the physician himself. The rapidity with which it is suppressed will be determined by the circumstances of the individual case. The time occupied should not exceed 10 days. In the majority of cases it will be much shorter than this. If the administration of morphine to correct urgent symptoms be at all required after this time, it will be at most on 1 or 2 occasions at intervals of 24 or 48 hours. When the process of reducing the dose is too greatly prolonged, the sufferings of the patient are unnecessarily aggravated. As the diminution progresses, the relief produced by each dose is followed by distressing reaction. The anticipation of smaller doses from time to time or from day to day is a matter of great distress to patients. After a while their courage and endurance fail them, and they seek by every possible means to secure at least one good dose of the coveted drug. The symptoms produced by the suppression of the drug speedily show themselves, increasing in intensity as the dose diminishes. Temporary amelioration is, however, produced by each of the successively diminishing doses of the drug. Whatever may have been the method followed by the patient, the hypodermic injection of morphine is to be preferred in the treatment. The disturbances of the digestive system which speedily appear require but little special medication. The danger of inanition which attends the complete loss of appetite, the inability to take ordinary food, and the frequent often uncontrollable vomiting, are best met by the systematic administration of easily assimilable liquid diet. Consisting of lime water and milk and Vichy water, pancreatized milk, kumis, concentrated broths, the expressed juice of fresh partly cooked beef, and the various commercial foods used in the artificial feeding of infants. Vomiting rarely occurs immediately after the ingestion of articles of this kind. If it takes place in the course of an hour, some degree of digestion and absorption will have taken place. Should, however, all food be rejected by the stomach, efforts at rectal alimentation must be attempted. Efforts to control the vomiting by medicines other than the administration of opium or morphine in some way are not usually attended by success. The diarrhea is usually frequent, the stools being liquid, sometimes small, often copious, and amounting in number from 8 or 10 to 30 or more in the course of 24 hours. They are not usually attended by pain. Some relief to this symptom follows the administration for a time of large doses of bismuth subnitrate, GRS. XX to XXX, every second, third, or fourth hour. The sinking feeling at the pit of the stomach and the epigastric pain are to some extent alleviated by external applications. Hot fomentations or compresses containing a few drops of chloroform or turpentine are also useful. The derangement of the respiratory system, which consists usually in a certain amount of bronchitis with more or less cough and some dyspnea aggravated by exertion and movement, does not usually require special treatment. Disturbances of the circulation constitute a very important group of symptoms, and require close watching always, active interference frequently. For the relief of the phenomena due to flagging action of the heart, the recumbent posture, external warmth, friction of the extremities, the application of turpentine stupes or mustard to the precordial and epigastric regions. The inhalation of ammonia or the administration of preparations of ammonia, and sometimes digitalis, which may be given either by the mouth or hypodermically, will be required. Alcohol, however, will prove in the greater number of cases a most useful remedy, in many an indispensable one. It may be given in the form of milk punch, hot toddy, or of port, champagne, etc., according to the requirements of the case. Failure of the circulation may, notwithstanding every effort to control it, reach such a degree as to jeopardize the patient's life. Under such circumstances the treatment must be interrupted by the immediate administration of small but efficient doses of morphine, which, if necessary, must be repeated. As diarrhea increases, the quantity of urine excreted rapidly diminishes. It may not exceed 8 or 10 fluid ounces in the course of 24 hours. After the third or fourth day of the treatment, the urine in a considerable proportion of cases contains albumin and occasionally casts. The oliguresia is largely due to the excessive loss of fluid by the bowel, and does not require treatment. Nor, indeed, is active treatment demanded by the albuminuria, which usually spontaneously subsides in the course of a few days, although it sometimes persists for some weeks or months. Persistent albuminuria requires appropriate treatment. The nervous symptoms, which constitute a most important group, are favorably influenced by methodical alimentation and the free use of alcoholics. Care must be taken to reduce the amount of alcohol administered as convalescence progresses. With the re-establishment of the normal functions of the body, the disappearance of insomnia, and improved nutrition, alcohol may in the majority of cases be rapidly diminished or wholly withdrawn. This course, favored by the regular life which the patient should be obliged to lead on becoming convalescent, and the feeling of general bien-être which is gradually developed as the cure progresses, is rendered especially important by the fact that a considerable proportion of opium habitués are individuals of unstable nervous organization, which in itself constitutes a powerful predisposing influence to alcoholism. It seems hardly necessary to describe in detail the treatment demanded for the relief of the varied disturbances of the nervous system. The use of coca in the form of a good preparation of the wine or fluid extract in appropriate doses, to which may be added tincture of cannabis indica, exerts a favorable influence. The administration of cocaine by the mouth and hypodermically has in some instances seemed to me to be followed by favorable results. It is not, however, to be adopted as a routine practice, by reason of its occasional depressing effect and the possible danger of replacing the opium habit by a craving for cocaine. Lupulin, and in particular an ethereal extract of lupulin, exerts a favorable but not very powerful influence in tranquilizing the nervous system. With the view of controlling to some extent the insomnia, the hypodermic injections should, during the early part of the treatment, be so timed that the period of sleep or drowsiness which they produce should occur during the night. As soon as the number of injections is reduced to one daily, that one should be administered at the latest convenient hour before midnight. For 24 or 48 hours after the final discontinuance of morphine, but little effect may be expected from ordinary doses of other sleep-inducing drugs. Chloral in single large doses, GRS. XX to XXX, either alone or associated with a corresponding large dose, GRS. XL to LX, of one of the bromides, administered on the second or third night after total suppression, is very often followed by prolonged, tranquil, and refreshing sleep. Caution must be observed, however, in administering chloral so long as the indications of feeble circulation persist. Paraldehyde, although less certain, is a less dangerous hypnotic under such circumstances. Massage, hot baths, and the cold pack are all useful adjuvants to the treatment. The sweating when copious and distressing is favorably influenced by sponging with hot alcohol. The abject mental state of the patient calls for much firmness, gentleness, and tact on the part of the physician and attendants. Every effort should be made to inspire courage and hope. Neither the importance of the symptoms nor the intensity of the sufferings of the patient should be underrated, nevertheless, the ordeal is a limited one. In the majority of instances, to get rid of the opium means to get well, because opium, unlike alcohol, does not leave permanent structural lesions of any organ. The expectation of a radical cure must therefore be confidently presented to the patient as a consolation in his sufferings. With the return of convalescence, sexual power is restored and menstruation is re-established. Insomnia and muscular weakness usually persist into the convalescence for some weeks, and only gradually yield to careful regulation of the daily life of the patient, with abundant nutritious food, open-air exercise, and change of scene. The insomnia of this period constitutes a serious symptom, for the reason that it constantly subjects the patient to the temptation to return to the use of hypnotics. In the course of time, however, the normal physical and mental condition is regained, and the patient may be permitted to return to his former pursuits and associations. The treatment of the chloral habit. That which has been said in the foregoing pages concerning the prophylaxis against the opium habit applies with equal force to chloral and other narcotics. The curative treatment of habitual addiction to chloral is attended neither by the difficulties nor the dangers which are encountered in the management of the opium habit. The symptoms attending the discontinuance of chloral are less severe and less persistent. In fact, individuals accustomed to the taking of large doses of chloral not infrequently voluntarily discontinue its use for considerable periods of time. As a rule, the treatment may be carried out at home, the patient, however, being isolated and cared for by a watchful attendant. The drug should be stopped at once. For the first few days alcoholic stimulants should be freely given. Systematic feeding, pepsin, full doses of quinine, followed after a time by strychnia, and, as soon as the condition of the digestive system will permit of it, by iron, fulfill the general indications. Cod liver oil and malt extracts may be given with advantage. Cardiac failure, collapse, and delirium tremens are to be treated in the same manner as similar complications occurring in the treatment of the opium habit. Vomiting is much less likely to occur, and when present is less persistent and less difficult of management. Diarrhea does not usually prove troublesome, the bowels, on the contrary, being constipated. The latter condition yields to mild laxatives or to simple enemata. Hemorrhages from the various mucous tracts may be controlled by fluid extract of ergot, the hypodermic injection of solution of ergotin, minute doses of wine of ipecac, or fluid extract of hamamelis. The conjunctivitis which is occasionally present usually subsides spontaneously upon the discontinuance of chloral. It may be treated by instillations of a 2% solution of cocaine in mild borax lotions, GRS. V to fluid ounce J. The after-treatment must be carefully carried out. Relapses are less frequent than after the opium habit. The treatment of habitual addiction to paraldehyde, cannabis indica, ether, chloroform, etc. must be based upon the general principles indicated in the foregoing pages. Cases of the habitual abuse of these drugs are comparatively infrequent on the one hand, and on the other do not often present the serious and progressive symptoms produced by excesses in opium and chloral. Hence they come but rarely under the care of the physician, except in those unhappy individuals in whom the propensity to vicious narcotism is such that any drug capable of producing excitement and oblivion is made the means of gratification. And all are used by turns as the opportunity occurs. Chronic lead poisoning. By James C. Wilson, M.D. Definition. The term chronic lead poisoning is used to designate the morbid phenomena induced by the gradual accumulation of lead in the organism. Synonyms: plumbism, satanism, morbus plumbeus, molybdosis, molybdenosis, intoxication saturnine, Blevergiftung. Classification. Chronic lead poisoning manifests itself in serious disorders of nutrition which are widespread and implicate all the tissues of the body. But for the reason that its more striking and characteristic symptoms relate to the nervous system, it has been classed among disorders of that system as a toxic neurosis. Acute poisoning by lead is an entirely different affection. It depends upon the power of the salts of lead to coagulate albumin. Its symptoms are those of acute corrosive gastritis. Derangements of the nervous system are secondary. It does not fall within the scope of the present article. History. Chronic lead poisoning must have existed from the infancy of the arts in which the metal is employed. It does not, however, appear to have been recognized until after the time of Hippocrates. Celsus was aware of the danger attending the administration of lead. Nicander, Dioscorides, Aretius, and Paul of Aegina recognized lead colic and the paralysis resulting from its long-continued introduction into the stomach. Among Arabian physicians, Rhazes and Avicenna accurately described the effects of the preparations of lead. No considerable addition to the knowledge of the subject was made until the 17th century. In 1616 was printed at Poitiers the famous work of Sitwa, De Novo et Populari apud Pictans dolor colico bilioso diatriba. The epidemic colic described by this author was caused, although he little suspected it, by the common use of wine which had been treated by lead to remove its acidity. This practice, which is of very ancient date, and is described in the writings of Cato, Pliny, and Columella, was at one period very general in Europe, and had been forbidden by imperial ordinances as early as 1437. One it remained for Stockhausen, in a treatise published at Goslar in 1656, and entitled De Lithargiae Fumo, Noxio, Morbifico ejusque metallico frequentiori morbo vulgo dicto hudenkatze. To demonstrate that poitou colic was produced by lead and particles in emanations, and for Wepfer in 1671 to first clearly point out the fact that the epidemic colic so often described was usually caused by lead in wine. During the 18th century the epidemic colic attracted much attention among medical men, and its etiology was made clear. Henkel called the affection founder's colic, and showed how it was produced in those engaged in casting lead. Huxham, in his work on fevers, 1745, described the disease as it prevailed in Devonshire. And several English observers conclusively proved that the epidemics of colic frequently appearing in certain districts were caused by the presence of lead in cider. And that it was due to the action of the apple juice upon lead used in the construction of the presses and implements employed in the manufacture of that popular beverage. 1 Vide Tanqueray de Planches, Lead Diseases, Translation. By S. L. Dana, M.D., Doctor of Laws, Lowell, 1848. During the current century the closer study of the etiological relations of disease has revealed many unsuspected sources of lead poisoning in the arts, and of lead contamination, both accidental and intentional, in articles of food, drink, and luxury. Hence the literature of the subject has assumed very extensive proportions. The French physicians have devoted much attention to this subject. The great work of Tanqueray de Planches, to which reference has already been made, remains to this day the most complete and comprehensive authority. Quite recently valuable additions to existing knowledge have appeared in some of the Paris theses. 2. Vide Capelle, de l'intoxication saturnine, Paris, 1883. Seguin, Ch. de l'albuminurie transitoire de Saturnins, Paris. 1883, Gaudat, Études sur la goutte saturnine, Paris, 1883. Verdugo. Contribution à l'étude de la goutte saturnine, Paris, 1883, and Cottard, La colique du poitou considéré comme intoxication. Saturnine, Paris, 1884. Etiology. Predisposing influences. Individuals exposed to lead and its compounds are not all equally prone to its effects. The degree of liability is to some extent dependent upon individual susceptibility, and to a much greater extent upon circumstances which are determined by the season, climate, age, sex, diet, and mode of life of different persons. It will be convenient to consider the predispositions which arise from occupation under the head of the exciting cause. Variations in the degree of susceptibility to chronic lead poisoning appear to be explicable in a majority of the cases solely upon the theory of idiosyncrasy. While a large proportion of the cases are in well-developed, strong, and previously healthy adults, individuals of feeble constitutions do not escape. Those occupations which involve the greatest exposure to the danger of contracting this affection at the same time demand the powers of a robust frame. Habitual recognition of these dangers, such as begets the habitual exercise of reasonable precautions against them, diminishes to some degree the liability of a few workmen. Season. Due allowance being made for the difference in the number of workmen employed in manufactures which involve exposure to lead, and especially in the making of white lead, at different seasons of the year. It has been found that attacks of lead colic and of lead palsy are more common in warm than in cold weather. Heat predisposes to the attack, either by favoring the dissemination of the lead compounds or by facilitating their absorption by various channels, especially by the skin, which is more freely exposed in summer, and at the same time more or less bathed in sweat in which the dust of lead salts may be dissolved. Climate. In the absence of definite statistics upon the subject, it appears probable that the dangers of chronic lead poisoning would be greater in warm than in cold climates. The clinical features of the affection are alike in all parts of the globe. Age. The majority of individuals attacked are adults. Nevertheless, children employed in occupations involving exposure to lead are attacked with great frequency, so much so that it may be concluded that their liability is in fact greater than that of adults. Sex exerts a decided influence, women being, under nearly similar circumstances, less frequently attacked than the men employed in the same factories, a fact to be explained only by their greater willingness to exercise the recognized precautions. Diet does not constitute a predisposing influence. It is nevertheless probable that a deficient diet favors the development of the affection. Excesses in food, and especially excesses in drink, predispose to lead colic. The mode of life is important. Those who lead sober, regular, and, above all, cleanly lives are less liable to the affection than the intemperate, irregular, and careless. Particularly are the dangers in factories increased by neglect of ventilation. Persons suffering from affections of the digestive tract are not, among lead workers, more prone to lead colic than their comrades who are free from such diseases. B. The exciting cause. Metallic lead is probably inert, but, owing to the ease and rapidity with which it oxidizes and forms salts, lead in any form, if introduced into the body continuously for a length of time, produces characteristic toxic effects. The oxides, acetates, and carbonate of lead, being soluble in the gastric juice, act more surely. 3 But the sulfate, the least soluble of the lead compounds, may also have this effect. Gassero. 3 Nonin, Ziemson's Encyclopedia, Volume 17. The channels by which lead is introduced into the body are the alimentary canal, the respiratory tract, and the cutaneous surface. Hence the modes of introduction are of almost endless variety. The conveyance of lead into the stomach constitutes the most common as well as the most important means of access to the organism. This may be in the form of medicine, as the acetate, the unduly prolonged use of which, even in moderate doses, sometimes produces chronic poisoning. Articles of diet are not infrequently contaminated by lead derived from different sources, of which the most common is the lead glaze of earthenware vessels, which is soluble in acid fluids. According to Nonin, beer drawn through lead pipes may cause chronic lead poisoning, which has also been frequently ascribed to the use of shot in cleaning bottles used for wine and malt liquors. Drinking water is occasionally contaminated with lead derived from pipes made of this metal and cisterns painted with lead colors. Pure water, freed from gases, does not act upon lead when the air is excluded. In the presence of air, however, an oxide of lead is formed which is partially soluble in water. If nitrates, nitrites, and chlorides, such as constitute ingredients of sewage, are also present, they form soluble compounds with lead and increase the proportion of lead salt soluble in the water. For this reason water contaminated by sewage is rendered decidedly more dangerous if carried in leaden pipes. On the other hand, the purer the water the greater the danger. Hence rainwater and pure spring water cannot safely be stored in cisterns painted with lead colors nor conveyed in leaden pipes, nor can lead covers be used for cisterns, because of the condensation of the vapor of water, which drops back, holding lead salts in solution. The sulfates, phosphates, and carbonates usually found in river waters form insoluble lead compounds, which, being deposited upon the interior of the pipes, act as protectives and prevent further chemical changes. Still more common is the accidental conveyance of lead dust and lead compounds to the mouth in consequence of their adhering to the hands or settling from the atmosphere upon articles of food and drink. In the case of workmen engaged in the various arts in which lead is freely used. As a rule, to which the exceptions are rare, the more severe cases of chronic lead poisoning occur only among workers in lead, as miners, those employed in white lead factories, painters, typesetters, plumbers, and lapidaries. Potters engaged in the glazing of common pottery and tiles, workmen in file factories, workers on colored papers and in enamels, especially in glass enamels, brushmakers for the reason that the bristles are sometimes colored by lead preparations. And those engaged in sewing coarse goods because the thread is sometimes treated with a preparation of lead in order to add to its weight, are likewise liable to chronic lead poisoning. The introduction of lead into the body through the respiratory tract is a subject of the greatest importance in the trades. Inadequate ventilation of working rooms, living or sleeping in apartments connected with or contiguous to factories in which lead is largely used, and particularly in lead factories, is attended with serious dangers. As is also the habit of eating food in such apartments or drinking water that has been standing in them. The possibility of lead poisoning by way of the respiratory tract has been questioned. In view of existing knowledge as to the readiness with which carbon in minute states of subdivision finds its way into the connective lymph channels of the lung, there can be no doubt that the habitual respiration of an atmosphere loaded with the dust of lead or its preparations in a minute state of subdivision may give rise to chronic lead poisoning. At the same time, the experiments of Hasselhoff render it probable that less absorption takes place directly by means of the pulmonary mucous membrane than by way of the mucous membrane of the mouth and throat. It must be borne in mind that none of the preparations of lead are volatile. This affection is also occasionally observed in clowns and others upon the stage or elsewhere, who habitually use cosmetics containing lead. The use of cheap tinfoil, into the composition of which lead enters largely, as a wrapper for tobacco and snuff, is said to occasionally produce chronic lead poisoning. It is stated by Nonin that mattresses filled with horsehair dyed black by lead compounds have occasioned this affection. The same authority states that a proofreader was poisoned by reading printed proof for many years. Chronic lead poisoning is preeminently a disease of the industrial arts. The means of obviating or diminishing the dangers of those exposed by their occupation to the preparations of lead will be considered under the head of prophylaxis. The quantity of lead absorbed is of less importance than is its continuous introduction. As stated in the definition, the phenomena of chronic lead poisoning are those brought about by the gradual accumulation of lead in the system, the amount absorbed into the blood in any given cases being comparatively small, even where large quantities are ingested. Hence prolonged exposure to small amounts of lead is attended with greater danger than a comparatively brief exposure to larger quantities. It is stated that the members of the household of Louis Philippe at Clermont manifested the symptoms of chronic lead poisoning after the lapse of 7 months in consequence of drinking water which contained a mere trace of lead. On the other hand, several grains of acetate of lead may often be administered medicinally to patients for a week at a time without inducing the phenomena of this affection, although, in view of the idiosyncrasy of many individuals, the exhibition of lead preparations for prolonged periods is not advisable. For the inhalation treatment of the diseases of the organs of respiration, including consumption, London, 1885. According to Hubel, 5. The blood and internal organs contain but very small amounts of lead, 0.02%, in the maximum. It is probable, therefore, that the more insoluble of the lead compounds may yield a sufficient amount of absorbable lead to produce the characteristic constitutional effects. 5. Pathogenes und Symptom der Chronik Bleivergiftung. Berlin, 1871. So long as the urine remains free from albumin, it serves for the elimination of a mere trace of lead. In albuminous urine the amount is larger. Lead is found in the bile and feces in small quantities. Symptomatology. The general description of chronic lead poisoning must include a great number of symptoms that do not always occur in regular order or sequence. According to the prominence of certain of these symptoms in particular cases, the specific effects of lead may be grouped under the following 5 heads: 1. Disturbances of nutrition, 2. The colic, 3. The arthralgia, 4. The paralysis, and 5. Lead encephalopathy. 1. Disturbances of nutrition. After the long-continued introduction of lead into the system, the signs of impaired nutrition manifest themselves in almost all cases. The appearance of the patient is changed. He becomes thin, anemic, and of a somewhat peculiar yellowish complexion. This hue of the skin, to which the term icterus saturninus has been applied, is not due to the deposition of bile pigments. The wasting of the tissues of the body seems to implicate the muscular to a much greater extent than the adipose tissues. In the majority of cases a dark or bluish-black line is observed at the border of the gums. This line is more strongly marked in the upper than in the lower jaw. It is, as a rule, more plainly developed in persons of careless habits, whose teeth are the seat of deposits of tartar. But the teeth in such individuals are often discolored and appear to be elongated in consequence of the retraction of the edge of the gums. This bluish or violet-black gingival line is due to the deposit of particles of sulfate of lead in the substance of the gum. In consequence of the reaction between the sulfuretted hydrogen formed by the decomposition of particles of food and the lead particles present in the mouth. According to Tankerel, this color may extend over the greater part of the gum or even to the mucous membrane of other portions of the mouth. If due care be exercised, there is little danger of confounding the lead line with the livid border of the gums frequently seen in people whose teeth are in bad condition. The occasional absence of this line in otherwise well-characterized cases of chronic lead poisoning is to be noted. It does not occur when the teeth have been lost, and is slight if they are kept clean. Patients complain of habitual dryness of the mouth and of an insipid, mildly astringent, sweetish, or faintly metallic taste. The tongue is coated, the breath fetid. There are nausea and occasional vomiting. Constipation is common. The patient is now liable to attacks of lead colic, joint trouble, and the specific palsy, or to cerebral disturbances of grave character. Of these affections, colic is the most frequent, the joint affection is next in order. The paralysis far less common, and the cerebral disturbances comparatively rare. Continued exposure results after a time in an intensification of the malnutrition, either with repeated attacks of colic or the other specific disturbances, or occasionally in their absence. Although at length the positive lead dyscrasia is established, characterized by obstinate dyspepsia, constipation, and intensification of the curious earthy or yellowish color of the skin, which is succeeded by the pallor of profound anemia. Loss of muscular power with transient edema now shows itself. The patient becomes apathetic, irritable, and morose. As the condition of cachexia deepens, muscular tremor occasionally shows itself. After a prolonged period of profound ill health, the patient succumbs to some complication, among the more frequent of which are tuberculosis, pneumonia, and chronic interstitial nephritis. Gout is a very common complication of chronic lead poisoning. 2. Lead colic, colica saturnina, colique de plomb, glycolic. This affection is also known as painter's colic, Devonshire colic, colica pictonum, the last term being derived from Poitou. It occasionally develops abruptly without previous symptoms. In the majority of cases, however, the earlier disturbances of nutrition before pointed out precede the attacks, often by a period of weeks or months. An increased tendency to constipation with transient recurrent abdominal pains, occurring sometimes immediately after food, more frequently at irregular intervals, often characterizes the prodromic period. There is, moreover, an intensification of the other symptoms of chronic lead poisoning. The appetite is decidedly impaired, so also are the powers of digestion. The foul condition of the mouth becomes more annoying, and the peculiar taste alluded to more persistent and more marked. Constipation occasionally alternates with diarrhea. The colicky pains which constitute the attack are of variable intensity, but usually severe. They are of the nature of true colic. Pressure over the seat of pain almost invariably gives relief, particularly in severe attacks. During the remission, pressure is grateful to the patient. The position of the pain varies. Its most common seat is in the region of the umbilicus. It may occupy the epigastric and hypochondriac regions or the lower part of the abdomen, extending from side to side above the level of the pubic bone. These colics are of some minutes' duration, recurring after short intervals, which are characterized by a certain amount of continuous cramp. Tenesmus is frequent. It may be accompanied by strangury or retention of urine, with pain in the course of the ureters, the spermatic cord, or in the penis. Shooting pains in the breast also occur. The abdomen is retracted, and scaphoid to such an extent in some instances that the prominence caused by the bodies of the vertebrae is apparent in the median line of the abdomen. It occasionally happens, however, that retraction does not occur, the belly, on the other hand, remaining prominent. As a rule, to which there are few exceptions, the bowels are constipated. This condition is often stubborn. In rare cases, however, the colic is accompanied by diarrhea. Nausea is of common occurrence. Vomiting is sometimes violent and distressing, being ushered in by repeated attacks of retching. The vomited matters are usually discolored by bile, and icterus of slight degree usually occurs. The pulse is invariably diminished in frequency, sometimes as low as 40 or even 30 per minute. It is at the same time full and tense. The pulse frequency is occasionally variable within comparatively brief periods of time. Respiration is increased in frequency during the attack. The urine is small in quantity and of high specific gravity, and frequently contains small amounts of albumin. It is sometimes entirely suppressed. Fever is absent, and the slight increase of temperature occasionally observed is attributable to the restlessness of the patient. The intellectual condition usually remains clear, but in violent cases it is characterized by excitement. The paroxysms of pain are more severe in the latter part of the day and during the night. The course of the attack is irregular. Relapses, which may occur in the course of some days or even weeks, are frequent. The duration of the attack does not, as a rule, exceed a week, but the illness is often protracted by repeated relapses, and in continued exposure to the cause the tendency to colic may become chronic. The termination of the attack is in most instances as abrupt as its onset, and with the cessation of the colic the associated symptoms, such as retraction of the abdomen, constipation, vomiting, and diminished frequency of the pulse, rapidly subside. Lead colic is not unfrequently associated with the other affections of chronic lead poisoning. The prognosis is favorable, the mortality being about 2%. 3. The arthralgia, Arthralgia saturnina. The tissues entering into the formation of the joints and the muscular masses contiguous to them are frequently the seat of intense paroxysmal pains, which appear more or less suddenly, either with or without prodromes, and run a course similar to that of lead colic, exhibiting violent exacerbations and occasional more or less complete remissions. These pains are accompanied by painful contractions of the muscles. They are somewhat relieved by pressure and friction and aggravated by exercise and exposure to cold. Swelling and redness over the affected joints, ligaments, and tendons are absent. These pains do not follow the course and distribution of the nerve trunks, and lack the tender pressure points of true neuralgias. They are more common in the lower extremities, the knee being especially apt to be affected. When they affect the upper extremity, the elbow and shoulder suffer more frequently than the other joints. The flexor muscles are much more frequently attacked than the extensors. The muscles of the back, especially the great masses of long muscles in the lumbar region, whose function is to sustain the equilibrium of the body, are frequently implicated. The intercostal muscles and the muscles of the neck are also frequently affected. The small joints and the muscles of the hands and feet as a rule escape. The pain is tearing and burning in character, and very often severe. It is occasionally associated with tremor. The derangement of the alimentary canal, especially constipation, which is so characteristic of lead colic, is often absent. Fever does not occur. A careful study of these cases establishes the fact that in a considerable proportion of them the morbid condition is myalgic. Whether it be due to simple muscular malnutrition or to some specific action of lead upon the muscle substance is not determined. The analogy between these muscular pains and lead colic renders it probable that in a large majority of the cases the latter view is correct. These pains are frequently associated with the attack of lead colic. Sometimes, however, they precede the colic, while at other times they follow it. After a series of remissions and exacerbations the pain often ceases as suddenly as it began. As in other lead affections, relapses are frequent. The prognosis is favorable. The English physicians, and especially Garrod, 6 Todd, 7 and Bence Jones, 8 have insisted upon the frequency of gout in chronic lead poisoning. Murchison, 9 Wilkes, 10 and others regard this association as causative. This view has not found general acceptance in France. Lanceros 11 in particular, after a comparative study of the lesions of the kidney and of the joints in saturnine cachexia and the corresponding lesion of gout, concludes that the gouty kidney and the kidney of lead poisoning have the same appearance, and are simply varieties of interstitial nephritis, and that the articular and arterial lesions in both affections are identical. So-called saturnine gout differs in no respect, either in its clinical or anatomical characters, from ordinary gout. It would therefore appear superfluous to describe saturnine gout. At the same time, it must be insisted upon that chronic lead poisoning exercises an important influence in the production of gout, a causal relation due to the fact that lead diminishes the excretion of uric acid. 6 Medico-Chirurg. Transactions, 1854, Volume 56. 7 Clinical Lectures, London, 1856. 8 Transactions of the Pathological Society, London. 1856. 9 Lancet, 1868. 10 British Medical Journal, 1875. 11 Nephritis et arthritis saturnitis, coincidence to CES. Affections parallels avec la nephrite et l'arthrite gouteuse. Archgen. De Med, December, 1881. 4. Lead palsy, lead paralysis, paralysis saturnine, Blélemont. This condition is fourth among the affections due to chronic lead poisoning, both in frequency and in the order of succession. Nevertheless, like each of the others, it may be the first in the order of appearance after disturbances of nutrition which are in some rare cases of very slight degree. As a rule, however, the paralysis has been preceded by colic or by joint affection, or by both. Tankerel 12 found that in 88 cases of lead palsy 25 had been preceded by an attack of colic, 15 by 2 attacks, 3 by 10 attacks, 1 by 15 attacks, and that in single cases as many as 20, and even 30. Attacks of lead colic had occurred before the appearance of paralysis. 12 Locke, CIT. The length of time over which habitual exposure to lead without the development of palsy may extend was found by the same observer to vary from 8 days to 10, 20, or even 25 years. One individual first suffered from paralysis after 52 years of exposure. Without dwelling upon the sources of error in statistics of this kind, it must be conceded that they establish in a general way the extraordinary differences in the susceptibility of individuals. There are persons who every time they are attacked with colic, of whatever degree of severity, suffer also from paralysis. Others, on the contrary, suffer from repeated attacks of violent colic without the development of paralysis. Lead palsy is an affection of adult life. Of 102 cases, 2 only occurred in individuals below 20 years of age. Like the other specific lead affections except the encephalopathy, palsy is more common in the summer than at any other season. Those who have once suffered are very liable to successive attacks. Tankerel and Marichal have observed many returns of paralysis, presenting the characters of the original attack, many years after the patient had withdrawn from exposure to lead. Perverted sensations of the parts about to be affected, such as coldness, numbness, and hyperesthenia, may precede the attack. Impairment of motor power, manifested by feebleness, stiffness, or awkwardness and tremor, also appears in the prodromic period. This trembling consists in slight agitation of the muscles, rather than in well-marked rhythmical contractions. These precursors may indeed constitute the attack, which occasionally, and especially under treatment, terminates at this point. The prodromic symptoms are less severe during the day, while the patient is at work, at night they are aggravated. After some days they end in the characteristic paralysis. Colic is a common precursor. After the attack some stiffness of the muscles is experienced, which terminates by rapid loss of power or abruptly in actual palsy. Occasionally encephalopathy precedes the paralysis. It is rare that prodromes are wholly absent. In the great majority of the cases the upper extremities and the extensor muscles are first attacked. If the paralysis be slight other muscles may escape. The characteristic form of lead paralysis consists in loss of power in the extensors of the hands and fingers, especially of the extensor communis, without implication of the supinator longus. The muscles affected are in the region of distribution of the musculospinal nerve. The deformity is known as wrist drop. Next in order, the triceps and deltoid are most frequently attacked. The lower extremities commonly escape for a considerable time. When attacked, the extensor muscles of the feet and toes are the first to suffer. Paralysis of the dorsal muscles occurs in rare instances. It gives rise to a peculiar stooping, uncertain, and tottering gait. Paralysis of the intercostal and laryngeal muscles was observed by Tankerl. Paralysis of the muscles of the face or of those of the eye has never been observed in consequence of lead poisoning. The loss of power never corresponds strictly to the distribution of the branches of a single nerve tract. The paralysis, as a rule, affects both sides, and frequently the corresponding muscles of the two extremities. Sometimes, however, the affected muscles of the two sides are not the same, and it occasionally happens that the affection is limited to one side. In very rare cases, the arm and leg on the same side being paralyzed, the affection resembles hemiplegia. Local paralysis may be limited to the extensor muscle of a single finger or may involve all the muscles of a limb. There may be slight impairment of power in the flexor muscles. The enfeeblement of certain flexor muscles, especially of those of the fingers, may, Nonin suggests, be only apparent. The position of the hands being in pure extensor paralysis unfavorable to the exercise of the flexors and limiting their function. Sensation is not, as a rule, affected in lead paralysis. Pains in the paralyzed muscles, in neighboring muscular masses, and in the structures about the joints often precede the attack of paralysis. Anesthesia of the skin is rare. When present, it is usually of slight degree, and corresponds to the region of the paralysis. Deep anesthesia has also been observed. Atrophy of the paralyzed muscles is constant and rapid. It frequently reaches a high degree, causing characteristic deformities, which are rendered more marked by the fact that the adjacent non-paralyzed muscles preserve to a great extent their original state of nutrition. As the neuromuscular lesion progresses, other deformities arise, in consequence of derangements of the balance of force between opposing muscles and from other causes. Among these deformities are partial or complete dislocations of the more movable joints, as the shoulder and phalanges, with the formation of tumors, which, when they occupy the dorsum of the hand, might be carelessly mistaken for the nodosities of gout. It is to be noted that the latter are occasionally present as complications. There is rapid diminution, and finally complete loss, of the reaction to the phoratic current. With the galvanic current the reaction of degeneration is usually well marked. The reaction of degeneration may be demonstrated in the extensors of the limbs in lead poisoning before wrist drop has occurred. The course of lead palsy is very variable. In a few cases it is progressive. When local emaciation or atrophy arrives at the last degree of marasmus, the skin seems glued to the bones, to such an extent are the paralyzed parts wasted. The muscles especially are so thin that the contour of the bones is easily distinguished. If the paralysis attack the whole of the limb, then this organ, abandoned to its own weight, stretches the ligaments and permits the head of the bone to leave its cavity. In other rare instances the paralysis remains stationary for long periods of time, only to grow worse after each new attack of lead disease. Much more frequently lead paralysis disappears spontaneously or under treatment in the course of some days or weeks. The convalescence is gradual, and usually rapid, when the gravity of the lesion is considered. Occasionally it is complete in the lapse of a few days. The prognosis depends upon the degree of lead cachexia present, the possibility of withdrawing the patient from the exposure, and finally upon the degree and extent of the paralysis and of the atrophy. It is rendered unfavorable by the necessity of the prolonged exposure of the patient to lead, by a high degree of disturbance of the general nutrition of the patient, and by the fact of his having presented for a considerable period the evidences of lead disease, with occasional attacks of colic or arthralgia, by the complete loss of power and electrical reactions in the affected muscles, and, finally, by absolute wasting of the muscular masses. The prognosis is less favorable in relapses than in the primary attack. Progressive muscular atrophy has been frequently observed in patients suffering from lead disease, Nonin. 5. The encephalopathy, encephalopathia saturnina. This term was suggested by Tankerel to designate collectively the various morbid cerebral phenomena produced by chronic lead poisoning. It embraces, therefore, those affections due to the action of lead upon the central nervous system, and occasionally described as lead insanity, delirium, convulsions, epilepsy, coma, etc. It is, of all the disorders produced by lead, the most rare. Tankerel met with 70 cases only. It occurs only in those individuals who are exposed to large quantities of lead, and in such a manner as to favor the absorption of the metal and its compounds by the digestive and respiratory tract. Hence house painters and the workers in lead factories supply the greater number of cases. The time of exposure elapsing before the manifestations of the special morbid action of the poison upon the nervous system show themselves varies from a few days to many years. In a large proportion of the cases the time has been less than 1 year. Women are much less liable than men, a fact clearly due to the nature of their occupations even when involving exposure to lead. The majority of the cases have occurred between the ages of 20 and 50. Alcoholic habits, insufficient and unwholesome diet, privations, exposure, and an irregular life especially predispose those working in lead to the affection. Lead encephalopathy has developed with nearly equal frequency in warm and in cold weather. Relapses are frequent. Among the prodromes are headache, vertigo, agitated and interrupted sleep marred by distressing dreams, and troublesome insomnia. Derangements of the special senses, dimness of vision, alterations of the pupils, tinnitus aurium, dysphagia and a sense of constriction of the pharynx have also preceded the attack of cerebral disorder. It is usually preceded likewise, and often by a considerable lapse of time, by the other lead affections above described, namely, colic, arthralgia, and palsy. Psychical derangements, stupor, apathy, or excitement, also precede the attack. In a small number of cases lead encephalopathy has occurred abruptly without prodromes. The symptomatology is exceedingly variable and irregular. 3 forms, the delirious, the comatose, and the convulsive, have been described. These conditions may succeed each other in the same attack. The delirium is variable in kind. It is apt to be at first tranquil, after some time it becomes paroxysmal and furious. It is broken by intervals of somnolence. At length true sleep supervenes, and the patient awakes restored almost completely to his reason. Coma may develop suddenly, even instantaneously. In a very few cases the comatose form has developed itself alone during the course of chronic lead poisoning. As a rule, however, it is preceded by delirium or convulsions. The convulsive form is the most common. The convulsions may be partial, involving the face or the one side of it, a single limb, or one side of the body. They may be general, without loss of consciousness. These incomplete attacks are apt to be followed, after a period of dullness or unconsciousness, by acute eclampsia. Epileptiform attacks may now follow each other in rapid succession, ending in more or less profound coma. The attacks are sometimes separated by intervals of uneasiness, restlessness, or delirium. These attacks continue several days. If they are very violent and frequent, death may rapidly supervene. In favorable cases consciousness is gradually restored, or the patient may awaken suddenly from his drowsiness after some hours or a day. These attacks are not preceded by an aura. Amaurosis is among the more important of the symptoms produced by the action of lead upon the nervous system. It is usually accompanied by dilatation of the pupils. The amaurosis gradually disappears as the other symptoms subside, and with the improvement in sight the pupils contract. Recovery is frequently complete. Occasionally vision does not return with the improved general condition. Norris 13 saw, in 2 cases of lead poisoning due to the use of white lead as a cosmetic, marked choking of the discs in connection with severe cerebral symptoms. The terminal condition, when recovery does not take place, is that of nerve atrophy. 13 See This System of Medicine, Volume 4. Albuminuria is common in this as in other lead affections. It may be of moderate amount and due to the rapid breaking down of the blood corpuscles which marks the exacerbation of the general condition. Albuminuria may be a direct consequence of the eclampsia. Finally, it may be due to coexisting nephritis. The prognosis is in a high degree unfavorable. Morbid anatomy and pathology. There are no well-characterized anatomical lesions in chronic lead poisoning. Lead has been found in almost every organ and tissue in the body. It exists in combination with the albumin of the tissues. The changes in the nervous system that have thus far been described are neither constant nor characteristic. The same is true of the lesions of the intestines. The paralyzed muscles are found to have undergone atrophy, with loss of the striae and increase of connective tissue. The nerve trunks are also the seat of atrophic degeneration. The mode of action of lead is not yet determined. The view of Henle, that lead acts chiefly upon the unstriped muscular fiber, was at one time generally accepted, and served to explain many of the characteristic phenomena of the disease. On the other hand, there is much in the clinical history to support the opinion of Hubel, that its primary action is upon the nervous system. Whether the peripheral degeneration by which the paralysis is to be explained is primary or secondary to central degeneration in the anterior cornua of the gray matter of the spinal cord, is yet in dispute. Some of the forms of encephalopathy are doubtless due to the nephritis which is found in many cases of chronic lead disease, and are, in fact, symptoms of uremia. In the great majority of the cases this is not the case. The morbid condition must be explained by the direct toxic action of lead upon the central nervous system. No theory adequate to account for all the cerebral manifestations has yet been suggested. Nonin has pointed out the resemblance between the nervous and psychical derangements in lead encephalopathy and those which characterize chronic alcoholism, and suggests that lead, like alcohol, produces these effects not as a direct poison, but indirectly in consequence of abnormal nutrition of the whole system, brought about by the continued circulation of a foreign poisonous material in the blood. Chronic lead poisoning in animals. Animals exposed to lead under conditions favorable to the development of the lead affections in man suffer in like manner. Instances of this kind are of frequent occurrence in and about large lead factories. The drinking of water containing lead also gives rise to these affections in animals. Horses, dogs, cats, and fowls have frequently suffered from lead colic. Horses used in lead factories suffer from a form of laryngeal obstruction due to lead paralysis of the muscles of the larynx. Relief has followed tracheotomy and the introduction of a cannula, and removal to an atmosphere free from lead has resulted in recovery. Cats who spend some time in red lead workshops frequently are paralyzed. Even the rats in lead factories become paralytic. Tankerel. Diagnosis. The diagnosis of the affections due to chronic lead poisoning is, as a rule, unattended with difficulty. The malnutrition, anemia, poor digestion, foul mouth, stubborn constipation, and the gingival line, considered in connection with the history of prolonged or habitual exposure to lead, would warrant the assumption that the relation between this poison and the symptoms is a causal one. When there is added colic, arthropathies, and paralysis, or the cerebral states having the characters above described, the assumption becomes a certainty. The absence of any one of the ordinary phenomena, such as the blue line or constipation, would still leave the clinical picture sufficiently full to justify the diagnosis. The reaction of degeneration, which is usually marked in saturnine wrist drop, with the escape of the supinators, distinguishes it from pressure paralysis of the musculospiral. Treatment. Prophylaxis. Free ventilation and scrupulous cleanliness constitute, in general terms, the most efficient safeguards for those whose occupations involve prolonged exposure to lead. Workmen employed in lead factories and those otherwise exposed to lead should be compelled to wash their hands and change their outer clothing before eating. They should also bathe regularly every day on leaving work. Under no circumstances should they be suffered to eat or sleep in or near the workshops. As all kinds of work in the manufacturing of lead preparations are not attended with equal risk, the workers should from time to time be transferred from one department to another or from indoor to outdoor work. In order to prevent the constant rising of dust, the floors are to be kept constantly sprinkled or covered with moist sawdust. It is unnecessary to go into further details in regard to the hygiene of the subject. It is probable that towels and sponges worn over the mouth, or other forms of respirators, because of the inconvenience which they occasion and the false sense of security which attends their use, are of less value than has been generally supposed. It appears scarcely needful to here insist upon the avoidance of cosmetics and hair dyes containing lead, or upon the exercise of reasonable prudence in the matter of the manufacture, sale, and use of articles of food or drink which are liable either by accident or design to become adulterated with lead compounds. The use of sulfuric acid lemonade is a measure of prophylaxis of less real value than was at one time supposed, seeing that the sulfate of lead is in itself capable of producing the disease. Occasional doses of magnesia sulfate are of use where a tendency to constipation exists. Workmen who begins to show signs of chronic lead poisoning should without delay abandon their work and seek some occupation free from its peculiar dangers. The precautions against the use of water contaminated with lead have been pointed out under the heading Etiology. B. Curative treatment. When the disease shows itself, no matter in what form, the primary indication is the discontinuance of exposure to lead. Chronic cases of malnutrition, constipation, functional nervous disorder, will occasionally be found upon careful search to depend upon long exposure to lead in some unsuspected way. The cause being removed, such cases often promptly recover. Measures aimed first at the separation of the lead from the tissues, and then at its elimination from the body, constitute a rational treatment. Sulfur baths and the internal administration of sulfur may be employed with a view of converting the lead eliminated by the skin and mucous membranes into an insoluble sulfate, and thus preventing its resorption. Repeated laxative doses of castor oil will remove unabsorbed lead from the intestinal canal. The plan of treatment at present in general favor consists in the combined use of potassium iodide and magnesium sulfate. From 5 to 20 grains of the iodide are to be given in not less than 6 or 8 fluid ounces of water 3 times daily, the stomach being empty. 2 hours after each dose 1 or 2 drams of the magnesium sulfate are to be taken. After this dose an ordinary meal. This treatment is designed to dissolve the lead deposited in the tissues, and cause its elimination by the mucus of the alimentary canal in part, and to a slight extent also by the urine. The magnesium sulfate tends to remove such lead as finds its way into the alimentary canal thence with all possible rapidity. These measures, together with the removal of the patient from further exposure, exert of themselves a favorable influence upon the malnutrition and anemia. Quinine, strychnine, iron, cod liver oil may be advantageously administered as the toxic effects of the lead pass away. The colic demands the administration of opium or its derivatives to relieve the pain, which is commonly excruciating. For this purpose the hypodermic injection of morphia is our most efficient remedy. Alum in doses of 20 to 30 grains every 4 or 6 hours is useful in lead colic. For the relief of the local paralytic affections local as well as general treatment is necessary. Massage is of great use, especially when combined with passive movements. Galvanism, one large electrode being applied to the cervical vertebrae, the other to the extensor surface of the affected limbs, is followed by excellent results. Labile currents of 15 or 20 cells should be thus applied, the poles being changed several times at each sitting. As the nutrition of the muscles improves, sporadic currents may be occasionally substituted. Persevering treatment is necessary to obtain the best results. For the present relief of the arthralgia gentle frictions with or without anodyne liniments must be employed. The hypodermic use of morphine may become necessary in cases in which the pain is urgent. It is, however, here as elsewhere, to be if possible avoided. The tendency to recurrent joint pains rapidly disappears as the poison is eliminated from the organism. For the relief of the severe cerebral symptoms which are described under the term encephalopathy special treatment is of little avail. All observers agree in recommending an expectant plan. The measures of treatment directed against the general condition, as above described, must be steadily continued. The influence of chronic lead poisoning upon pregnancy is very deleterious. Constantine Paul XIV and others have shown that the early death of the fetus very constantly occurs. The prompt removal of women who have become pregnant, from all exposure to lead, and energetic medicinal treatment, are needed to obviate the danger of abortion. 14 Archgen. De Med, Volume 15, 1860. Progressive Unilateral Facial Atrophy. By Charles K. Mills, A.M., M.D. Definition. Progressive unilateral facial atrophy is a disease characterized by progressive wasting of the skin, connective tissue, fat, bone, and more rarely muscles of one side of the face. Synonyms. Progressive facial hemiatrophy, neurotic atrophy of the face, Fierco, facial trophoneurosis, Romberg, prosopodysmorphia, Bergson, atrophy of the connective tissue of the face or laminar aplasia, Land. History and literature. This disease has been known to the medical profession since 1825, when, according to Eulenberg, it was first described by Perry. The index catalog contains references to 30 books and articles on the subject in various languages. Eulenberg gives a bibliography which contains 13 references not given in the index catalog. One personal case, which will be detailed later, has fallen under observation. In all, I have collected from 50 to 60 cases. The number of reported cases is slowly increasing, nevertheless, the disease must still be regarded as rare. Carswell, 1 according to Lacey, 2 first arranged scientifically the various lesions which might arise in consequence of a retardation in arrest, or even inverted action, in nutrition. And at the same time that he assigned their causes pointed out the several forms of atrophy. Aaron III has written a contribution on the subject, furnishing valuable material for classifying atrophies. Romberg called general attention to the disease in his clinical researches, published in 1846. He described the disease under the name of a new form of atrophy of the face, and took the position that it was a primary trophoneurosis. Of contributions by American writers, a paper by Bannister IV is the most complete and valuable. This not only contains 2 fully and carefully reported cases, but also a thorough discussion of special symptoms and the pathology of the disease. The chapter of Eulenberg 5 contains an excellent sketch of the disease, and is especially valuable for the discussion of the various theories as to its nature. 1 Illustrations of the elementary forms of disease. 1836. 2 Archives Générales de Médecine, May, 1852. 3 Ibid, September and October, 1850. For Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, Volume 3, No. 4, October, 1876. 5 Ziem's Encyclopedia of the Practice of Medicine, Volume 14, 1877. Etiology. The disease is of much more frequent occurrence among females than males. Out of 25 cases which I have been able to classify, 9 were in men and 16 in women. It is an affection of comparatively early life. The following were the ages of 25 patients: under 10 years, 7, from 10 to 20 years, 11, from 20 to 30 years, 6, over 30 years, 1. Grafa 6 reports a case due to syphilis, in which there was also paralysis of the left oculomotor externus and trigeminus. In one of Bannister's cases the patient had suffered repeatedly from slight frostbites. Among the causes which seem to be thoroughly established, traumatism holds the first place. The affection could be traced to injury in a fair number of the published cases. A case is reported by Mariano 7 of a child who had a fall in which she struck the left half of her face, and in consequence of which a circumscribed swelling appeared near the external angle of the left eye and remained for a few days. Shortly after this the left half of the face began to grow smaller than the right. Schuckart 8 speaks of a fall on the head which left a cicatrix on the right parietal bone below the coronary suture, the injury being followed by facial atrophy. Panis 9 reports a case in which the wasting of the face followed a fracture of the lower jaw. In one of 2 cases reported by Bannister, 10 a man, aged 42, is stated to have been thrown from a stagecoach, falling on his head, and not losing consciousness, but receiving a scalp wound over the coronal suture. Subsequent to this time he had cerebral symptoms, physical and mental, and unilateral facial atrophy developed. 6 quoted by Rosenthal. 7 Note di Clinica Medica, Genoa, 1881, translated by Joseph Workman, M.D., alienist and neurologist, Volume 2. Number 2. April, 1881. 8 quoted by Eulenberg. 9 Bull. SOC de Chur. De Par, 1869, 1870, 2 DSX. 198, and Gaz, de Hopetox, 1869. 10 Jern. Nerve. And Ment. Dis, Chicago, 1876, 3. Pages. 539 to 560. Symptomatology. Before discussing the symptomatology, I will give brief notes of the following case, which has not been before reported, and which was observed by me while in charge of the nervous dispensary of the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania several years since. C, aged 17, white, a mill operative, had a good family history. 3 years before coming under observation a white spot appeared in the skin over the right malar prominence, and since that time this side of the face had gradually atrophied. When this patient was first examined the skin had a mottled appearance. Close examination showed that the skin, connective tissue, and bone were decidedly wasted, and there seemed also to be some loss of substance in the muscles of the right side of the face. The mouth, however, could be closed properly, the lips showing no puckering or drawing to one side. The right half arches of the palate were atrophied. The uvula was drawn slightly but positively to the left. Careful examination of the membrane of the drum of the right ear showed it to be atrophied. An ophthalmoscopic examination of both eyes was made, but no changes were discovered. No changes were noted in the hair of the patient on the affected side. He was able to perform all movements with the facial muscles, but the creases and contours of the face in repose and in motion were less marked on the right side than on the left. The skin of the right side of the face seemed to be bound closely to the bone. The muscles on the same side responded well to the thoracic and galvanic current. The patient had at times a peculiar sensation of stinging in the atrophied half of the face. He was treated with electricity, local massage, and tonics, and did not improve, but did not get worse while under observation, a period of several months. At the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania I also observed one well-marked case of unilateral atrophy of the tongue without atrophy of the face, of which, unfortunately, I have not preserved the notes. The patient was a middle-aged man with a syphilitic history. The atrophy in the reported cases has occurred much more frequently upon the left than upon the right side of the face. Changes in the skin are among the most constant and striking phenomena. By some dermatologists the disease is regarded as a form of morphea, the keloid of Addison. Morphea as described by During 11 occurs in the form of patches, rounded, ovoid, or irregular in outline, small or large, tough or leathery, smooth or shiny, and may also manifest itself in the form of atrophic pit-like depressions in the skin. The skin alterations differ somewhat in character. Frequently one of the first signs of the disease is the appearance of a white spot on the cheek. This was the first noticeable phenomenon observed in the above case. After a time this spot or patch may change in color, becoming of a yellowish or brownish hue. A number of spots appearing and undergoing change, the skin after a time assumes a mottled appearance. In some of the reported cases a yellowish, or yellowish-gray, or brownish appearance is recorded as having been present. In these the observations were probably made after the affection had existed for some time, and in them the white spots or patches were probably at first present. In one of Romberg's cases, first recorded when the patient was 9.5 years of age. He noted the deposit of a yellowish-gray pigment which began at the median line and extended to the angle of the jaw across the lower half of the face and neck, divided here and there by portions of healthy skin. Discoloration, varying in intensity, also existed in irregular patches on the upper part of the face and on the forehead. The discolored tissues were glossy and greasy-looking. The skin adhering to the bone often gives the patient an aged appearance. Pruritus has been several times observed. 11 Medical News, Volume 45. Number 4, July 26, 1884. Changes take place in the hair. Sometimes it simply changes color. At other times it falls out or ceases to grow. The beard or hair of the head will thus be gray or white upon one side, or in one or two locations of one side and not of the other, or the hair may be absent or simply thinned out. Peculiar limitations in the extent to which the hair is affected are sometimes observed. In one of Romberg's cases, for example, complete absence of the eyelashes from the inner angle of the eye to the middle of the lids was noted. The hair was very thin, and in some parts altogether wanting, and the left eyebrow was almost entirely devoid of hair. The changes which take place in the color of the hair in some severe cases of chronic trigeminal neuralgia will be recalled in this connection. I have known of several instances in which a few locks of hair were turned gray or white on the neuralgic side. Anstey, author of the work on neuralgia, was a sufferer from supraorbital neuralgia, and the eyebrow of the same side contained a white tuft. Facts of this kind serve to corroborate and emphasize the view that unilateral facial atrophy is a trophoneurosis. Anhidrosis, or absence of perspiration, on the atrophied side of the face is a nearly constant phenomenon. In one of Bannister's cases, a printer, attention was first called to the patient by the fact that in working a hand printing press in the hot weather he perspired only on the right side of his face. The left side remained perfectly dry, no matter how warm the temperature or hard the labor. This hemidrosis, or unilateral sweating, was confined only to the right side of the forehead, the right cheek, side of the nose, and lip. On the chin it encroached a little on the left. Under the chin and in the throat there was a little excess of perspiration on the right side, on other portions of the body no difference was noted. Nicoti 12 considers a combination of symptoms, several of which were present in a recorded case, namely, lowered temperature, stoppage of perspiration, and wasting of the side of the face, as indicating a paralysis of the sympathetic nerve in what he calls its second or more advanced stage. In true facial hemiatrophy, however, other phenomena of such paralysis are wanting. Brunner 13 gives a case in which perspiration, tears, mucus secretions, and temperature were all diminished on the affected side, and in which were also present exophthalmos and dilatation of the pupil. The cervical sympathetic in this case was irritated by a tumor. I agree with Bannister, however, that while we cannot exclude the possibility of the participation of the sympathetic in hemiatrophy of the face, the evidence is not sufficiently positive. Mechanical interference with the sweat glands by pressure or otherwise has been suggested. The true view to take would seem to be that the perspiratory disorder is due to the same central or peripheral neurotic affection which gives rise primarily to the atrophy. Eulenberg says that the secretion of the sebaceous follicles is in most cases diminished or stopped on the atrophied side, while the sweat glands often act in a normal manner. But his experience does not seem to correspond with that of the majority of other observers. 12 Sur paralysie du nerf sympathique cervical. Lausanne, 1873, quoted by Bannister. 13 St. Petersburger Med. Zeitschrift, 2. 1871, quoted by Bannister. Seguin, Dreschfeld, and others have found no notable differences in surface temperature between the two sides of the face. In one of Bannister's cases the temperature was tested in both ears, and a difference of 0.6 degrees Fahrenheit in favor of the ear of the unatrophied side was found, that of the left ear being 97.6 degrees, and that of the right 98.2 degrees. This examination was repeated on another occasion with nearly the same result. Weakness of pulsation in the carotid of the affected side has been observed. Sometimes the power to blush is lost on the affected side, but this may return. In one instance the cheek, having been reddened by electrical stimulation, so remained for an hour or more. Paresthesiae, such as pain, numbness, and stinging sensations, are not uncommon. A diminution of the general tactile sensibility of the skin of the affected side has been observed by Tanturi 14 and by Vulpian 15 and perhaps by others, but anesthesia is not commonly present. 14 Il Morgani, 1872, quoted by Bannister. 15 Laporile vasomotor, 2. Eulenberg and Gutmann found atrophy of the muscles supplied by the motor branch of the fifth nerve, namely, the masseter and temporal. The changes which take place in the muscles of the affected side are, so far as can be judged, not of the character of fatty degeneration. Probably a general and uniform shrinkage of caliber of muscular fibers and bundles occurs. Certainly, this would seem to be true of the muscles supplied by the portio dura. The muscles on the atrophied side respond to both the ferratic and galvanic currents, reactions of degeneration not being present. The absence of the reactions of degeneration in the facial muscles shows that normal muscular fibers remain. In one reported case the facial muscles seemed at first to react more readily than in normal conditions. The muscles of the upper lip sometimes appear to have wasted, preventing full closure of the mouth on this side. Fibrillary twitchings have been observed only very rarely. Voluntary control over the muscles of the affected side is not impaired. In one of Bannister's cases the first upper molar of the left side sometimes ached, and the gum and bone were so wasted as to expose its roots for a considerable distance. Falling out of the teeth has been observed in a few other cases. Atrophy of the tongue is associated with the facial wasting in a certain percentage of cases, and the uvula and soft palate are also sometimes wasted. On the other hand, atrophy of the tongue has been observed as an isolated phenomena. Atrophy of the bones of the face is frequently present, and has been determined by careful measurements. It will show to a greater or lesser extent according to the age of the patient. When the disease arises after the bony development has been fully acquired, there will be little external evidence of osseous involvement. When it begins during the time of active growth of the bone, as it does not infrequently, the arrest in the skeleton will be very apparent. Thus in a number of cases beginning in early childhood bone atrophy has been a very marked feature. Eulenberg says that the functions of taste, smell, hearing, and seeing are not interfered with in any of the reported cases, but Bannister reports impairment of the sense of taste in both of his cases. In one the whole left half of the tongue was involved, in the other only the left posterior third. In the first of these, in which the whole left half of the tongue was involved, both the glossopharyngeal and the chorda tympani nerves were affected. According to Bannister, the significance of this observation is that either the glossopharyngeal and fifth nerves are both involved, or that the taste fibers for the base as well as tip of the tongue are derived from the last named nerve. In this case, however, which was due to a severe injury, the headache, mental confusion, loss of hearing, etc. more probably indicated a widespread intracranial lesion affecting to some degree the nucleus of the glossopharyngeal. In the other case, which was apparently a typical one of unilateral facial atrophy in its early stage, no history of traumatism was present, and the sense of taste, which was carefully tested several times, was seriously impaired over the left posterior third of the tongue. Bannister discusses the probable cause of impairment of taste in each case, as follows: the atrophy seemed to involve the region supplied by the second division of the fifth nerve as much as, or more than, the other divisions. And on this is situated the sphenopalatine ganglion which gives off the Vidian nerve, the upper division of which, the superior superficial petrosal nerve, is supposed by Schiff to contain the taste fibers, which return from the lingual nerve through the chorda tympani. The usual theory of this disease is that it depends upon an affection of the trophic fibers contained in the fifth nerve or one or more of its divisions. Accepting this theory, Beerwinkel 16 noticing a case of unilateral atrophy of the face affecting only the second division of the fifth, and, as he held, indicating trouble with the sphenopalatine ganglion, its trophic center, mentions the fact that there was no impairment of taste in the anterior portions of the tongue as rather against the hypothesis of Schiff as to the course of the taste fibers. At the same time he gives two other observations of lesions of the trifacial and the seventh nerve that favor it. In our patient I should have expected a priori to have found the taste affected in the anterior portion of the tongue, if anywhere, but the reverse was the fact. It is difficult to suppose an accidental lesion of the glossopharyngeal coexisting with the one of the trigeminus that produces the atrophy when there are no more signs of nervous disorder than there were in this case. On the other hand, the taste fibers of the glossopharyngeal are not generally supposed to have such connections with the fifth nerve as to be involved in its disease, while those of the chorda tympani, of the connections of which with the trigeminus there is much more physiological evidence, escape. The observation is a contradictory one, and I cannot at present explain it. 16 Deutsch. Archiv F. Klin. Med. 17. 1, 1875. So far as I know, ophthalmoscopic changes have never been noted. In a few cases enophthalmos, or sinking in of the eye, doubtless due to the disappearance of orbital fat as the disease advances, has been recorded. Defects of hearing, and even partial deafness, have been reported in a very limited number of cases, making it questionable whether this symptom is a coincidence or a complication. In the case reported by me, careful examination of the membrane of the tympanum by W. Ziegler of the ear department of the Hospital of the University of Pennsylvania showed atrophy of this membrane. Eulenberg speaks of one case in which the external atrophy had reached as far as the larynx, and in which the pronunciation of the letter R was somewhat impeded. Beverly Robinson, 17, reports a case accompanied with slight paralysis of the adductors of the vocal cords. The laryngeal paralysis in this case improved under treatment, which led Robinson to believe that the relation between the two affections might have been only one of coincidence. 17 a.m. Journ. Med. Sci. October, 1878. Flasher 18 has described a unique case of bilateral facial atrophy occurring in a woman 23 years old. When an infant she fell and injured her forehead, and soon afterward had an attack of measles without eruption. Shortly afterward the atrophy appeared. Tactile sensibility was diminished and the secretion of sweat absent. The masseter, temporal, and facial muscles and bones were atrophied. External strabismus of the left eye was present. The pupil of this eye was dilated, irregular, and non-reactile, sight was diminished, the optic disc atrophied. This case would appear to differ somewhat from true facial hemiatrophy. It was probably a peripheral nerve affection following measles. 18 Berliner Klin. Wochenschr, 1880, number 31. Mitchell 19 has reported a case of absence of adipose matter in the upper half of the body. I had an opportunity of examining this patient, who was exhibited at a meeting of the Philadelphia Neurological Society, and noticed that both sides of the face presented a striking similarity to the affected side in cases of unilateral atrophy. The muscles were apparently not affected. Mitchell suggests the possibility of separate centers capable of restraining deposits of adipose tissue. 19 a.m. Journ. Med. Sci. July, 1885. Duration and termination. The disease pursues a slow but generally progressive course. In a few instances, after having attained a certain development, it seems to have remained stationary for many years. Nothing could better illustrate the slow progress or stationary character of this affection than the study which Virchow made in 1880 of a patient whose case had been described by Romberg more than 20 years before. After comparing the patient's present condition with that described in notes taken 21 years before, Virchow was not able to convince himself that any material alteration had occurred in the atrophic parts. In fact, he regarded the disease as having long ago become stationary. Cases reported by Tanturi, Behrwinkel, and others bear out the same view as to the stationary character of the affection in some cases. Complications. In a case of Virchow's, in addition to the facial atrophy, the patient presented atrophy which, commencing in the distribution of some of the dorsal cutaneous nerves of the scapular region, affected the musculospiral nerve from its origin downward. Most markedly in the forearm and head. Mendel 20 describes a case of facial hemiatrophy occurring in a monomaniac, the diagnosis being complicated by the somatic signs of degeneracy, congenital facial and bodily asymmetry. The patient was 28 years old, and the disease could be traced back to the 7th year. In several reported cases the disease has followed or has been associated with epileptic seizures. Buzzard 21 has published a case in which the affection came on in a girl aged 13 in the course of a second attack of chorea. In another it followed typhoid fever. In a case reported by Perry 22 left hemiplegia with temporary disturbance of intelligence preceded the disease by about 2 years. In another, observed by Axman and Huter, the patient, a man aged 32, had suffered from irregular contractures of the left masticator muscle, which commenced in the 7th year. These spasms were associated with an increased delicacy of sensation in the region of the left trigeminus. Neuralgia is sometimes a complication. In a case reported by Holland 23 the patient for several years suffered from paroxysms of frontotemporal neuralgia. 20 Neurologisches Centralblatt, June 15, 1883, quoted in Journal of Nervous and Mental Disease, 1883, X. 21 Transactions of the Clinical Society of London, Vol. V, 1872. 22 Eulenberg. 23 American Practitioner, Volume 31. Number 182, February, 1885. Pathology. Up to the present time, so far as I have been able to learn, not a single autopsy in a case of typical progressive unilateral facial atrophy has been made. Conclusions as to pathology can therefore only be drawn from an analysis and study of symptoms and from comparisons with other degenerative affections. Most authorities hold that it is neurotic in origin. Land, however, regarded it as having its origin in the connective tissue, affecting the nutrition of the other tissues by interfering with the circulation. Different views have been held by those who have believed in its neurotic origin. Moore regarded it as a form of progressive muscular atrophy attacking the muscles supplied by the portio dura, but what has already been shown with reference to the symptomatology is sufficient to show that this is an erroneous hypothesis. The muscles supplied by the facial nerve may diminish in volume, but they do not undergo a true degeneration. Brunner attributed the affection to continued irritation of the cervical sympathetic by some continuing lesion. Irritation of such a lesion, according to him, causes vascular spasms, diminishes blood supply, and thus leads to the gradual development of the atrophy. This view, to say the least, has not been made out. Virchow holds that the affection is peripheral, and not central. He believes, however, that a primary process being once set up in the nerve trunks, owing to inflammations of the surrounding tissues it may then extend upward to the spinal and basal ganglia. The disease, according to this view, has some analogy to herpes zoster. The manner in which nerve districts are unequally attacked is similar to what is observed in the various forms of lepra and in morphea. The doctrine of atrophneurosis is the one that is best upheld by clinical facts. In the first place, various arguments can be adduced to show that the disease is neurotic in origin. It is limited to one side of the face and to special nerve distributions. Affections of sensibility in the domain of the trigeminal nerve are frequently present. In the case given under symptomatology, although anesthesia was absent, the patient complained of peculiar paresthesia in the form of stinging sensation. Either trophic centers or trophic fibers, which have the same connection and course as the trigeminal, are affected by a degenerative process. Whether nuclei, ganglia, or peripheral fibers are primarily affected has not yet been satisfactorily determined. The case of Romberg, observed by Virchow 20 years after, was considered by the latter to entirely overthrow the vasomotor theory, owing to the condition of the blood vessels. While the surrounding tissues from the skin inward were wasted and shrunken, the veins and arteries of the parts appeared absolutely unchanged, the larger even projecting above the surface of the skin. Under stimulation the vessel dilated as in a normal individual, appearing to take no part in the atrophy. Diagnosis. The chief affections from which progressive unilateral facial atrophy are to be diagnosticated are congenital asymmetry of the face and head, facial paralysis, progressive muscular atrophy, and hypertrophy of the opposite side of the face. Congenital asymmetry of the face is observed in institutions for the idiotic and feeble-minded. Such asymmetry, however, is usually associated with corresponding defects of other parts of the body, as of the head and limbs. In the nervous wards of the Philadelphia hospital is now, for instance, a patient the entire right half of whose body is very decidedly wasted. The case being one of epileptic idiocy with paralytic and choreic manifestations which point to atrophy of the opposite half of the cerebrum. At the Pennsylvania Training School for Feeble-Minded Children want of development of one half of the head is often observed, but in these and in other congenital cases the special changes in nutrition, in the skin, in the color and growth of the hair, and in sensation, are absent. In some cases of congenital asymmetry of the head, atrophy of the face or limbs, if present, will be upon the opposite side of the body. And this is what might be expected, as arrested development of the cranial vault will probably correspond with arrested development of the cerebrum of the same side and bodily defects of the opposite side. Eulenberg, Marigliano, and others refer to an acquired want of symmetry of the face sometimes observed in cases of wry neck or scoliosis with deviation of the spinal column. Eulenberg especially speaks of the so-called habitual scoliosis, where a curve in the dorsal region in one direction has a compensatory cervical curve, the side of the face which corresponds to the dorsal curve being often smaller than the other. This asymmetry is supposed to result from compression of the vessels and nerve roots in the concavity of the cervical curve. Here, again, the absence of special nutritional changes will assist in the diagnosis. A study of the spinal curvature will also be of value. Indeed, only the most careless observation would allow this mistake in diagnosis to be made. Facial paralysis, Bell's palsy of the usual type, would not be likely, except by a careless observer, to be confounded with the disease under consideration. When the muscles and the facial distribution are involved, it is only in a very slowly progressive deterioration, which may be due to mechanical causes, as compression by the contracting skin. Moore 24, as already stated, was wrong in speaking of the morbid changes as entirely confined to the portio dura of the left side. It is the fat, the connective tissue, and the skin which are first and chiefly affected. In unilateral facial atrophy no true paralysis of the facial muscles is present, consequently, the forehead can be wrinkled, the eye closed, the mouth drawn up or down, or sideways, etc. In short, all the movements of the face are possible. The opposite of this, it goes without saying, is present in general facial paralysis. The drawing of the face to the side opposite the paralysis in Bell's palsy is not here observed. The mouth is sometimes drawn upward slightly on the atrophied side. In facial paralysis of any severity reactions of degeneration are present. In unilateral facial atrophy, as in progressive muscular atrophy, the muscles respond both to ferritism and galvanism. As minor aids in making the diagnosis, the absence of loss of taste in one half of the tip of the tongue, and of deflection of the tongue and uvula, are in favor of facial atrophy. 24 Dublin Journal of Medical Science, Volume 14, August and November 1852. It is possible that a case of progressive muscular atrophy might begin in almost any muscle or group of muscles in the body. In progressive muscular atrophy, however, the appearance of the skin is different, it is not mottled. It is not thin, as can be demonstrated by manipulation of it, it can be raised by the fingers, it is soft and flaccid. In progressive muscular atrophy also first one muscle and then another, just as likely as not at some distance from each other, are attacked by the wasting process. In unilateral facial atrophy the affection spreads uniformly and regularly over one half of the face. According to Duchenne of Boulogne, when progressive muscular atrophy first appears in the face the orbicularis oris is the muscle most likely to be attacked, causing the lips to appear enlarged and pendant, and giving a stupid look to the patient. In unilateral facial atrophy this appearance is not present. Progressive muscular atrophy commonly begins at a later age than unilateral facial atrophy. Hypertrophy of the opposite side of the face is suggested by Eulenberg as a possible source of mistake, but a little study, however, will suffice to exclude this affection. The following points are given by Eulenberg with reference to vitiligo and prurigo decalvans. In vitiligo we find the same white decoloration of the skin, the cicatricial feel, the turning gray and falling out of the hair. but not the loss of volume, which is the special characteristic of this disease. In prurigo decalvans, inflammatory symptoms and edema of the skin come first. The disease first appears in regular circular spots, the hairs fall out without previous loss of color. And finally, the disease is contagious, and fungi can be demonstrated, Microsporin auduini. Prognosis. The prognosis as to recovery is bad, but, as already shown, the disease may long remain stationary. Treatment. No well-authenticated case of cure under any method of treatment has yet been reported. Electricity, either in the form of galvanism or Faradism, has been resorted to in a majority of cases. In most of these, temporary benefit has been produced by the employment of these agencies. Berensprung reports 2 cases as having been greatly benefited by Faradism. In Moore's case, it also produced temporary improvement. Carefully administered massage should be tried. With reference to friction or massage, however, it is well, as advised by Eulenberg, to be cautious, as excoriations are easily produced. Measures directed to building up the nervous centers are indicated. Such medicinal agents, for instance, as the salts of silver, gold, zinc, and copper, arsenical preparations, strychnia, and iron. Diseases of the membranes of the brain and spinal cord. By Francis Minot, M.D. The membranes or envelopes of the brain and cord were formerly reckoned as 3 in number, the dura mater, lying next to the inner surface of the bones of the cranium and spinal column, forming an internal periosteum. The pia mater, which is in immediate contact with the brain and cord. And the arachnoid, which was described as a distinct membrane loosely attached to the pia mater, but more firmly united to the dura, and constituting a closed sac or serous cavity called the cavity of the arachnoid. This view is now abandoned by most anatomists, who regard the external arachnoid as simply a pavement epithelium covering the internal surface of the dura, and the visceral arachnoid as constituting the external layer of the pia. The term cavity of the arachnoid has, however, been generally retained for the sake of convenience, and it gives rise to no obscurity if we remember that by it we simply mean the space between the dura and the pia. The diseases of the membranes which I shall consider are, congestion and inflammation of the dura, including hematoma, congestion and simple and tubercular inflammation of the pia, and meningeal apoplexy. The membranes of the brain and those of the cord may be separately diseased, or both may be affected at the same time. Simultaneous inflammation of the cerebral and spinal meninges is apt to occur epidemically, and is supposed to be zymotic in its origin. This is described in another article. See Epidemic cerebrospinal meningitis, Volume 1. Inflammation of the dura mater of the brain. Synonym. Pachymeningitis. Either surface of the dura may be inflamed separately, and in many cases the symptoms are sufficiently definite to render it possible to diagnosticate the situation of the disease in this respect during life. Especially when taken in connection with the causes. For this reason it is usual to speak of external and internal pachymeningitis. A peculiar form of the latter is accompanied by the effusion of blood upon the arachnoidal surface, which sometimes forms a tumor called hematoma. Congestion is also sometimes included in the diseases of the dura mater, but is rarely alluded to by writers on pathology or clinical medicine. Congestion of the dura mater. Except as the first stage of inflammation, congestion of the dura can hardly exist unless in connection with the same condition of the pia or of the brain. Its causes are either local, such as thrombosis of the sinuses, syphilitic or other growths in the membranes. Or remote, the principal being obstructions to the general circulation, including valvular disease of the heart, emphysema and other affections of the lungs, renal disease, compression of the superior cava or jugulars by aneurysm and other tumors. Delayed or suppressed menstruation, etc. The symptoms cannot be distinguished from those of congestion of the pia or of the brain, namely, headache, a sensation of throbbing, pressure, or weight in the head, somnolence, etc. The absence of fever would serve to distinguish the affection from an inflammatory condition of the membranes or brain. Inflammation of the external surface of the dura. Synonym. External pachymeningitis. Etiology. The most frequent causes of external pachymeningitis are injuries to the cranial bones from violence, caries and necrosis of the same, and concussion from blows on the head. Next in order of frequency, if not even more common, comes the propagation of inflammation from disease of the inner ear and of the mastoid cells. It is only of late years that this important subject has been brought prominently forward and the danger of ear diseases in this respect fully pointed out. The channels of communication, as indicated by von Troeltsch in his valuable article on diseases of the ear, are along the arteries and veins which pass from the skin of the meatus and the mucous periosteal lining of the middle ear to the contiguous bone, while the capillaries of the petrous bone are in direct connection with the dura mater, so that the vessels of the latter are in communication with the soft parts of the external and middle ear. The vessels of the ear and the membranes of the brain are also directly connected through the diploidic veins of the temporal bone, which discharge into the sinuses of the dura, as well as through the venae emissarii, which, arising from the sinuses, pass through the bone and discharge their contents into the external veins of the head. Von Troeltsch also points out that the extension of an inflammatory process may occur along the sheath of the facial nerve, the canal of which, canalis fallopii, is a branch of the internal auditory canal and is lined by the dura mater. The latter is separated from the mucosa of the tympanum only by a thin, transparent, and often defective plate of bone. Inflammation may also be transmitted from the scalp by means of the vessels which pass through the bones of the skull. In this way erysipelas and other diseases of the integument sometimes give rise to external pachymeningitis. 1. Die Krankheiten des Gehörorgans, von Anton von Troeltsch, in Gerhardt's Hand. Der Kinderkrankheiten, Tübingen. 1879, 5b, 2. ABT. Also English translation of the same, by J. O. Green, M.D., New York, 1882. Symptoms. There are no known symptoms which are characteristic of inflammation of the external surface of the dura. In cases of death from other diseases, an autopsy may show traces of previous inflammation, such as thickening of the membrane and its firm adhesion to the cranial bones, which were not manifested during life by other symptoms than those which accompany meningeal disease in general. And in some instances none at all were known to have occurred. At a variable time after the receipt of an injury to the head, the patient may complain of headache, followed by a chill, with high fever, vomiting, vertigo, delirium, unconsciousness, convulsions, etc., arising from compression by the products of inflammation. The same phenomena may follow the transmission of inflammation to the dura from caries or other disease of the bones, or from otitis media purulenta. These symptoms usually continue without interruption, though there is sometimes more or less complete remission of the pain, and the patient may recover his consciousness for a time, thus giving rise to fallacious hopes. In a large proportion of cases the disease extends to the inner surface of the membrane and to the pia, without any noticeable change in his condition other than coma. In chronic external pachymeningitis the principal symptom is pain in the head, which may persist for weeks or months without other manifestations except drowsiness. Sometimes, on the contrary, there is obstinate vigilance. Mental symptoms, such as loss of memory, hallucinations, dementia, or mania, are sometimes noticed, ending, as in the acute form, in coma. Pathological anatomy. In chronic cases often nothing is found but thickening of the membrane, which generally becomes firmly united to the inner surface of the cranium. Indeed, these appearances are not unfrequently observed, to a limited extent, when there has been no history of disease to account for them. In other chronic cases the connective tissue of the membrane is found to be in part ossified. And the osteophytes of the cranium sometimes found in pregnant women and in patients with rheumatic cachexia are supposed to be due to a chronic inflammatory process of the dura. The first changes observed in acute external pachymeningitis are increased vascularization, shown by red lines corresponding to the blood vessels, with punctiform extravasations, swelling, and softening of the tissue. Later, there is thickening of the membrane from new formation of connective tissue, and exudation of lymph, and sometimes of pus, which latter may accumulate between the dura and the cranial bones. or in traumatic cases may escape through openings in the skull. The dura and the pia become united in most cases of acute inflammation. The lateral sinuses frequently contain thrombi, which, when antemortem, are firm in structure, reddish-brown in color, often closely adherent to the walls of the vessel, and may extend to other veins, sometimes reaching as far as the jugulars. When purulent inflammation of a sinus occurs, its walls are thickened, softened, and discolored, and the inner surface is roughened. The thrombus becomes more or less purulent or saneous, disintegrates, and the infecting particles are carried into the circulation, giving rise to embolism and disseminated abscesses of the lungs, kidneys, liver, or spleen. Other lesions, such as injury or caries of the cranial bones and purulent inflammation of the middle ear and of the mastoid cells, are frequently found in conjunction with pachymeningitis, to which they have given rise. When the disease of the dura extends to the pia, the adjacent portion of the brain is often found implicated in the inflammation. In traumatic cases the dura may be detached from the bone and lacerated to a greater or less extent. Diagnosis. The existence of external pachymeningitis may be suspected from cerebral symptoms following traumatic injury of the skull, erysipelas, or suppurative otitis media. But apart from the etiology it would not be possible to distinguish it from internal inflammation of the membrane, or even from leptomeningitis. Prognosis. In cases of suspected external pachymeningitis the prognosis will depend upon the evidence of a fusion of pus or blood between the dura and the skull, and the possibility of their removal. A large proportion of cases are fatal, especially those arising from caries of the cranial bones and from the propagation of disease from the middle ear, the mastoid process, or the external surface of the skull. The inflammation extending through the membrane to the arachnoid surface of the dura, and also to the pia mater. This would be shown by a high temperature, rapid pulse, pain, and delirium, followed by coma and perhaps convulsions. The frequency with which external pachymeningitis occurs in connection with diseases of the ear should put the physician on his guard in cases of otorrhea or pain in the ear, that he may warn the patient or his friends of the possibility of danger, and may employ an appropriate treatment. Treatment. In all cases of injury to the skull or of severe concussion the possibility of subsequent external meningitis should be borne in mind. The patient should be confined to the bed and be carefully secluded from excitement. Cold applications should be made to the head, the diet should be simple and somewhat restricted, and the bowels kept free without active purging. If there be evidence or suspicion of the presence of pus or of blood between the dura and the skull, means should be taken to evacuate the effusion. In case of inflammatory symptoms leeches should be applied behind the ears, and a stimulating liniment or croton oil rubbed on the scalp. There is no specific treatment. Pain and sleeplessness must be relieved by opiates and sedatives, and the strength must be sustained by nourishing diet and stimulants. Internal pachymeningitis. Internal pachymeningitis is of two kinds. First, simple inflammation, which may be accompanied by purulent exudation and by a corresponding affection of the pia mater. 2d, hemorrhagic inflammation or hematoma of the dura mater. Simple inflammation of the internal or lower surface of the dura, without the coexistence of external pachymeningitis is rarely found in the adult. The morbid appearances differ but little from that of the external form, and the causes and the diagnosis are also similar. In children, however, it is not uncommon, according to Stephan. 2. The pus may discharge itself spontaneously through the fontanelles or the sutures, or caries of the cranial bones may open a passage for its exit. It has also been evacuated artificially when the symptoms have indicated its presence. In other cases more or less extensive firm adhesions between the dura and pia mater have shown the previous existence of inflammation, but it would be difficult to say in which membrane it began. In some instances no symptoms are observed during life, in others the coexistence of inflammation of the pia, effusion into the ventricles, etc. prevent an exact diagnosis. 2. Die Krankheiten des Gehirns in Kindesalter, von Dr. A. Stephan, in Gerhardt's Hand, 5b, I, ABT, 2te Haft. The treatment does not differ from that of inflammation of the external layer of the pia. Hematoma of the dura mater. Synonym. Hemorrhagic pachymeningitis. Definition. A chronic inflammation of the dura mater, resulting in the formation upon its inner surface of successive layers of false membrane, into and between which there is usually an effusion of blood. The whole sometimes forming a large solid mass between the dura and the cavity of the arachnoid. Etiology. Hemorrhagic pachymeningitis never occurs in healthy persons except from traumatic causes. It is most frequently observed in advanced life, and especially in the male sex. In a large number of cases the blood is in an unhealthy condition, and hence the disease is seen in alcoholism, in scurvy, in acute articular rheumatism, and in the acute febrile affections, as typhoid fever, pleuropneumonia, and pernicious anemia. Of which last, according to Huguenin, 3 it complicates 1/3 of the cases. It is frequent among the chronic insane. It is occasionally met with in young children, but with them its causes are mostly unknown. According to Stephan, for they may consist in alterations of the blood resulting from insufficient nourishment or from the infectious diseases, and from abnormal blood pressure, as in whooping cough, asthma, etc., as well as from blows on the head. 3g. Huguenin, acute and chronic inflammations of the brain, in Ziemson's in Scilop, A.M. Translation, New York, 1877. Volume 12. Ed. Seek. 4 op. Cit. Symptoms. Many cases of hemorrhagic pachymeningitis complicating other cerebral diseases can be distinguished by no special symptom from the original malady. Thus, in cases of chronic insanity its existence may not be suspected during the lifetime of the patient. Stephan quotes 5 the case, reported by Moses, of a child 7 months old who died of catarrhal pneumonia, and who exhibited no symptom which could suggest any disease of the brain or its membranes. The autopsy revealed a pachymeningitic cyst extending over the anterior half of the right hemisphere. When symptoms are present they vary in different cases according to the acuteness of the inflammatory process, the amount and situation of the effusion, and the participation of the pia mater and brain in the disease. In the beginning they are usually indefinite, headache being the most common and often the only complaint. This may continue for weeks without any other indication of disease, but it is frequently accompanied by tinnitus aurium, vertigo, muscular weakness, and contraction of the pupils. Wakefulness and restlessness at night and slight twitching of the facial muscles or of the limbs sometimes occur. There may be no change in the condition of the patient for a considerable length of time, weeks or months, or he may improve to some extent. Owing to the absorption of the serous portion of the effusion or to the tolerance of the foreign body acquired by the brain. Sooner or later a fresh hemorrhage is followed by a recurrence, and usually an aggravation, of all the symptoms. Sometimes the patient becomes comatose, and dies speedily with apoplectic symptoms, but this is not common at an early period. The extravasation of blood generally takes place in small quantities at a time, without giving rise to unconsciousness or paralysis. After a period of uncertain duration, when the tumor has attained considerable dimensions a condition of somnolence may take place, the patient sometimes sleeping 24 hours or longer at a time. Distinct paralysis rarely occurs, though hemiplegia is sometimes seen, and the paralysis has been observed on the same side with the lesion. When symptoms of compression appear the pupils become dilated. Toward the end of life the patient is usually in a state of profound coma, the pulse is slow and irregular, and the sphincters are relaxed. 5 op. Cit. The distinctive features of internal pachymeningitis, therefore, so far as they are at present known, are those which would depend upon a primary cerebral irritation, followed by those of compression of the brain, persistent, often severe. Headache, with contracted pupils, and occasionally motor and sensory disturbances. Afterward, coma, dilated pupils, and involuntary discharges from the bowels and bladder. The duration of the disease is exceedingly variable, extending from a few days to more than a year. According to a table made from carefully observed cases by Huguenin, 74% of patients die within 30 days, 18% live from 1 to 6 months, 4% live from 6 months to 1 year, and 4% live over 1 year. Pathology. A difference of opinion has existed among pathologists concerning the true nature of hemorrhagic effusions of the inner surface of the dura mater. Especially as to whether the membrane in which they are enclosed is formed by a deposit of fibrin from the effused blood itself, or whether the disease consists essentially in an inflammation of the dura, followed by a pseudomembranous deposit into which blood is afterward extravasated. The latter explanation, offered by Virchow, has been generally accepted, but Huguenin, whose opportunities for observing the disease were unusually good, believes that the first stage of hematoma is not the formation of connective tissue, but simply an extravasation of blood. The disease begins with hyperemia of the dura mater in the area of distribution of the middle meningeal artery, followed by the formation upon its inner surface of an extremely delicate membrane in small patches of a yellowish color and studded with innumerable bloody points. If the membrane be carefully raised, it is found to be connected with the dura by very delicate blood vessels, and to contain an immense number of very wide and thin-walled vessels, much larger than ordinary capillaries. 6. At a later stage we find the membranes to be made up of several distinct layers, of which the innermost exhibits the character of the primary deposit, being thin and abundantly supplied with blood vessels, while those of older formation have become successively thicker and are composed of tough, lustrous fibers of connective tissue almost as dense as that of the dura mater itself. The delicate structure of the false membranes and of the vessels which they contain leads almost inevitably to the effusion of blood, which increases in quantity with the thickness of the whole growth, so that in an advanced stage it is not uncommon to find large pools of blood, partly clotted and partly fluid, constituting what is called hematoma of the dura mater. The small bloody points are within the substance of the false membrane, the extravasations are interstitial, the largest being always found between the youngest membrane and the older layers. In some cases serous transadations also occur between the false membranes. In still rarer instances no blood or serum is found between or beneath the layers. Occasionally small quantities of blood escape by leakage through the delicate membrane into the cavity of the arachnoid. 6. See Rindfleisch's Manual of Pathological Histology, New. Sydenham SOC S. Translation, 1873, Volume 2. The usual situation of internal pachymeningitis is the vault of the cranium, near the median line, the upper or external layer of the tumor being in relation with the dura mater, to which it is adherent, and the lower or internal with the arachnoid and pia mater. If the effusion be extensive, it spreads downward over the frontal and occipital lobes of the brain, and laterally toward the fissure of Sylvius. In the majority of cases the disease occupies both sides of the median line symmetrically, but it may be limited to one side only. According to Huguenin, 56% of the cases embrace the surfaces of both hemispheres, 44%. That of one only. Hematoma very rarely occupies the base of the cranium. The thickness and consistency of the deposit vary in different cases, depending upon the number of successive exudations, and hence are most marked in cases of the longest duration. Hemorrhagic pachymeningitis is occasionally met with in young children, but much more rarely than in adults. The disease is usually more acute than in older persons, but the anatomical appearances are essentially the same. 7. 7. For an able description of the lesions of hemorrhagic pachymeningitis in children see the third edition of Rilliot and Barthes Maladies d'Enfants, by Barthes and San, Paris, 1884. Volume 1. Prognosis. The great majority of cases end fatally. A few instances of recovery are reported in which the diagnosis seems justified by the symptoms. Moreover, it is not very rare to find, on post-mortem examination of those who have died of other diseases, evidence of the former existence of hemorrhagic pachymeningitis. According to Stephan, while the prognosis of simple pachymeningitis in children is frequently good, owing to the favorable conditions for the exit of pus through the open fontanelles and sutures, in hemorrhagic pachymeningitis recovery is rare. Diagnosis. In a disease whose symptoms are so vague the diagnosis must of necessity be difficult and often impossible. The chief elements for the formation of the diagnosis are the slow and interrupted progress of the affection, persistent headache, tendency to prolonged slumber, and final coma. The absence of paralysis of the cranial nerves, of vomiting, and of general convulsions, the age of the patient, the coexistence of alcoholism, chronic insanity, or acute rheumatism, and traumatism. The diseases for which hematoma would be most likely mistaken are acute inflammation of the meninges, apoplexy from cerebral hemorrhage, tumor in the substance of the brain, and necrobiosis from thrombus or embolus. The absence of symptoms characteristic of these affections might lead to a probable diagnosis by exclusion, but in many cases the existence of the disease cannot be determined with certainty. In children it is most likely to be confounded with tubercular meningitis, from which it may be distinguished by the fact that it is most common under the age of 2 years, the other being rare before that period. And that the characteristic symptoms of tubercular meningitis, prodromic period, vomiting, irregularity of pulse, etc., are wanting. But the tubercular disease in young infants may closely resemble hematoma, a profound coma replacing all other symptoms. Here the existence of tuberculous disease in the parents or other near relatives would point strongly to tubercular meningitis, while the absence of such antecedents would suggest hematoma. Treatment. If the disease be a complication of alcoholism, anemia, scurvy, rheumatism, etc., the treatment appropriate to those affections should be employed, along with remedies addressed to the local disease. For the early symptoms of irritation, perfect rest in bed, cold to the head, bromide of potassium internally, synapsisms to the back of the neck, together with simple and nutritious diet, are the most efficient means. The bowels must be regulated, but purging is not necessary. The abstraction of blood from the head by leeches to the temples or behind the ears, or by cupping, is recommended by most authorities, especially if there be much heat of the head. Mercury may be tried, care being taken not to salivate the patient. It is obvious that this treatment, in order to be of any avail, must be instituted at the earliest stage of the disease. After the probable formation of the hematoma, an effort should be made to promote its absorption, which sometimes actually takes place, as is proved by the autopsies of patients who, having previously suffered from this affection, have died from other causes. The iodide of potassium or the iodide of sodium should be employed perseveringly for this purpose, in the dose of from 10 to 30 grains 3 times daily. The bromide should also be continued if necessary. The acne which sometimes accompanies the continued use of these remedies may be prevented or cured by the use of 3 to 5 drops of the liquor potassiarsenitis, given once or twice daily after meals. Counter-irritation to the scalp by means of stimulating liniments or croton oil, and small blisters to the temples, are likely to do good. In alcoholic subjects the amount of wine or spirit taken should be regulated by allowing enough to support the strength, without too suddenly withdrawing the accustomed stimulant. In the stage of coma the treatment must be purely expectant. The state of the bladder must be regularly examined, and the catheter employed when necessary. Liquid nourishment should be carefully given as long as the patient is able to swallow. Cerebral meningeal hemorrhage. Synonym. Meningeal apoplexy of the brain. Hemorrhage of or upon the membranes of the brain is closely connected with intracerebral hemorrhage. Both arise from similar causes, and the former may result directly from the latter. It is for convenience of arrangement that the two subjects are treated separately in this work. Etiology. The causes of meningeal apoplexy are predisposing and immediate. The most important predisposing cause consists in disease of the cerebral vessels, especially the arteries, which favors the formation of so-called miliary aneurysms, as demonstrated by Charcot and Bouchard in the case of cerebral apoplexy. Disease of the vessels in its turn arises from various conditions, among which alcoholism in adults holds a prominent place from its tendency to favor a fatty degeneration of the vascular walls. In subjects of purpura or hemophilia, the so-called bleeders, in whom, from an inherent weakness of the capillary vessels or a deficiency of the fibrin of the blood, or both combined, there is a tendency to extravasation of the blood in various parts, hemorrhage into the arachnoid cavity may occur. 8. A newborn child under my observation had bleeding at the navel and ecchymosis in various parts of the body. Suddenly it became comatose, and it died with signs of cerebral compression. There was no autopsy, but it seems probable that hemorrhage into the cavity of the arachnoid had taken place. A sister of the patient had also had spontaneous hemorrhage from the navel and from other parts shortly after birth, but recovered. Chronic general arthritis and gout also probably predisposed to the affection, as well as old age, which is accompanied by atrophy of all the tissues. The disease is most frequently met within the two extremes of life. According to Durand-Fardel, 9 in adults, the largest number of cases occurs between the ages of 70 and 80 years. 8. A case of this kind is cited in the article Pathology. De meninges, in Neuve. Dictionnaire de med. Études de chirurgie. Pratiques. Paris, 1876, Volume 22. 9 Traits cliniques et pratiques de maladies de Vieillards, par M. Durand-Fardel, Paris, 1854. The exciting causes comprise injuries to the head, both with and without fracture. Strong muscular effort, as in lifting, straining at stool or in labor, powerful action of the heart in cases of hypertrophy. An interesting case is reported 10 by S. G. Weber of Boston, in which the effusion was evidently caused by vomiting. A clot of blood covered the greater part of the posterior two-thirds of the right hemisphere. Sometimes meningeal hemorrhage may arise from the bursting of an intracerebral apoplexy into the arachnoid cavity, as in a remarkable case occurring in the practice of Morris Longstreth of Philadelphia, of bilateral effusion. 11 Outside the dura, corresponding with the left middle cerebral lobe, was a considerable amount of blood connected with a fracture of the skull, and on the right side a large quantity of blood in the cavity of the arachnoid. Originating in the middle lobe, which was torn up. The patient had fallen in the street, he was stupid, there was no paralysis, active delirium came on, followed by coma and death in 24 hours. Here was cerebral apoplexy bursting into the cavity of the arachnoid on the right side, and causing the fall, which was the occasion of the fracture and hemorrhage on the left side. 10 Boston Med and Surg, Journal, January 17, 1884. 11 Ibid, December 28, 1882. In young children, especially in the newborn, meningeal hemorrhage may follow difficult and instrumental labor, either from injury to the skull or from delay in the establishment of respiration, as in breech presentation. Though it sometimes occurs in cases in which the labor has been normal. In a case of breech presentation under my care in 1873, the child, a female weighing 9 pounds, did not cry or breathe for some minutes after birth, although delivery had not been much delayed. Soon afterward it was noticed that it did not move the right arm, although it moved the hand and the fingers. In the course of 24 hours, during which time it cried much more than usual, it became comatose, and remained so until its death, 3 days after birth. The whole surface was livid, and the child had 2 or 3 short convulsions. At the autopsy a clot about the size of a grape was found in the pia mater on the upper surface of the cerebellum, in the immediate vicinity of the pons virolei. The brain was so soft that the amount of injury received by the cerebellum could not be exactly ascertained, but it was probable that the clot extended into the fourth ventricle. Thrombus of the sinuses of the dura mater, and less frequently of the cerebral arteries, is the origin, in a considerable number of cases, of meningeal hemorrhage in children. In consequence of pressure upon the delicate vessels of the membranes caused by the obstructed circulation. Bouchet 12 reports an observation of hemorrhage produced in this way. 12 E. Bouchet, Clinique de l'Hôpital d'Enfants. Maladies, Paris, 1884. See, also, Stephan, Op. Cit. p. 352. Symptoms. In some cases the attack is preceded by indications of congestion, such as headache, vertigo, staggering, confusion of ideas, noises in the ears, feeling of weight in the head, delirium, stupor. At the time of the attack the patient frequently complains of severe pain in the head, just as in cerebral hemorrhage, and then falls to the ground with complete loss of consciousness. Sometimes the symptoms come on gradually. Hemiplegia occurs in a notable proportion of cases. Convulsions may occur at any time after the attack. In Weber's case, already referred to, the first symptom was sharp pain in the head and neck. This was followed by very severe headache and pain on motion of the head. Intelligence gradually diminished. On the 6th day there was almost no consciousness, and the patient died in about 8 days. She had occasional spasms, in which both eyes were turned toward the left in extreme conjugate deviation, and the left side of the face was distorted. The spasms were followed by suspension of respiration for nearly a minute, cyanosis, and paralysis of the left hand and leg. Both the nature of the lesion and its seat were correctly diagnosticated during the patient's lifetime. As a rule, the condition of unconsciousness continues up to the time of death, but in some cases there are intermissions during which the patient responds to questions more or less promptly. Death takes place at a period varying between a few hours and several days. Durand Fardell 13 reports a case in which the patient lived a month from the first attack, with preservation of the intellect and of motion. An inmate of the home for aged women in Boston, 88 years old, previously in good health, complained of severe pain in the head one morning before rising. She took her breakfast in bed, and immediately afterward vomited copiously. From that moment she became insensible, and remained so until her death, 7 days and 3 hours afterward. During this time there was no stupor. No decided paralysis could be discovered, but there was some rigidity of the left arm. At the autopsy an effusion of blood was found in the arachnoid cavity extending from below upward on each side to a level with the top of the ear. There was a large amount of blood at the base of the brain, and both lateral ventricles were distended with bloody serum. The vessels were generally in an atheromatous condition. There was no laceration of the brain. The source of the hemorrhage could not be ascertained. In such a case the condition of the patient in respect to power of movement often cannot be ascertained with certainty, in consequence of the abolition of consciousness. Complete muscular resolution is most common when the effusion is bilateral, but when the hemorrhage is limited to one side more or less paralysis of the opposite limbs may exist. Should the blood make its way into the spinal canal, it might give rise to special symptoms, but this is not probable in view of the large amount of the cerebral effusion under the circumstances, which would produce complete insensibility or speedily cause death by pressure on the medulla. 13 Op. Cit. The temperature of the body immediately after a copious cerebral or meningeal hemorrhage falls below the normal point, and remains so for several hours, after which it rises, its degree varying according to circumstances. In fatal cases the elevation is extreme, and remains so until death. If the patient recover, it gradually returns to the normal standard. Vomiting is a frequent symptom at the beginning of the attack, just as in intracerebral hemorrhage, owing probably to compression of the pneumogastric by the effusion at the base of the brain. In Weber's case the vomiting was evidently the cause of the hemorrhage, and not its consequence, since it had been a frequent symptom for several days before the attack, and was probably due to the presence of a calculus in the pelvis of the right kidney, which was found at the autopsy, and there was no blood at the base of the brain. Pathological anatomy. The chief points of interest in the morbid anatomy relate to the seat and source of the effusion, the amount and condition of the blood, the state of the vessels and that of the brain, including the ventricles. In respect to the seat, the hemorrhage may occupy the space between the cranial bones and the dura mater. It may be found on the lower surface of the latter, in the arachnoid cavity, or in the meshes of the pia mater, the so-called subarachnoid space. Blood found upon the outer surface of the dura, between that membrane and the bones, is almost always the result of traumatic causes, such as blows or other injuries, with or without fracture, or of caries of the skull. If below the dura, but between that and the so-called parietal layer of the arachnoid, the lesion comes under the title of pachymeningitis interna, already described as an inflammatory disease of the dura with hemorrhagic effusion. The arachnoid cavity meshes of the pia are by far the most common situations in which the blood is found in meningeal hemorrhage. The origin of the effusion is either the rupture of a capillary aneurysm of one of the arterioles of the membrane or of one of the vessels themselves in consequence of atheromatous or other degenerations of its walls. On account of the minute size of the vessels, it is seldom possible to discover the exact point at which the rupture took place. In rare instances the source of the hemorrhage is within the brain, the blood being forced through the cerebral tissue, either into the meshes of the pia or upon the surface of that membrane. The amount of hemorrhage varies according to conditions which are mostly unknown, but is probably dependent upon the size of the ruptured vessel and the conditions under which the accident occurs, such as muscular effort, cardiac action, etc. In some cases it is so small as to give rise to no definite symptoms, as is evident from post-mortem examinations of those who have died from other causes. In these cases there may be either a single effusion or several. The amount is largest when the arachnoid cavity is the seat of the extravasation. The blood, which may be either liquid or more or less coagulated, according to the time which has elapsed since the hemorrhage, is usually found upon the convexity of the hemispheres, most frequently on one side only, and oftenest on the left. But if the rupture have taken place at the base, it often ascends on each side, as in a case mentioned above. Where a large vessel has given way, its contents may cover a great part of the surface of the brain. The coagulum is found in a thin layer, which at the end of a few days is covered with a transparent envelope, evidently composed of a deposit or separation of fibrin. Should the patient survive long enough, this membrane may become organized, receiving vessels from the adjacent pia, and in turn become the seat of new hemorrhages, exactly as in the hematoma of internal pachymeningitis. In cases in which absorption of most of the fluid part of the effusion takes place, the membrane remains more or less dense and vascular, and usually contains a small quantity of recently effused blood within its meshes. Small cysts, containing transparent or reddish-brown serum, are also occasionally observed enclosed between the layers of the membrane. In very young children, whose fontanelles are not yet ossified, these cysts sometimes attain to a large size, containing several pints of fluid, which is more or less limpid from absorption of the coloring matter of the blood, constituting the so-called dropsy of the arachnoid. 14. The convolutions of the brain are more or less flattened according to the amount of the effusion, and the cortical substance is correspondingly anemic from pressure. The blood may make its way, if extravasated in large quantities, into the ventricles, over the medulla, into the spinal arachnoid cavity, or even into the central canal of the spinal cord. The arteries of the brain, especially at the base, are frequently in a state of atheromatous degeneration, and thrombi often occupy the sinuses of the dura mater. 14. Charles West, M.D., Lectures on the Diseases of Childhood and Infancy, 6th ed. London, 1874. These large cysts are much more frequently, perhaps solely, found in cases of hemorrhagic pachymeningitis. See Barthes and San, Op. Cit., Vol. I. Diagnosis. The distinction between meningeal hemorrhage and cerebral apoplexy is always difficult, and in the majority of cases impossible. Sudden pain in the head, vomiting, and lowering of the bodily temperature, the thermometer should be placed in the rectum, followed by loss of consciousness, are strongly suggestive of hemorrhage within the cranium, either cerebral or meningeal. If these symptoms are followed by coma and resolution without obvious paralysis, the diagnosis would be almost impossible between intra- and extracerebral extravasation. If the loss of consciousness be not complete, so that the presence or absence of paralysis can be ascertained, we can sometimes distinguish the situation of the hemorrhage. Right-sided hemiplegia, with paralysis of the face or tongue, or with aphasia, is most probably owing to hemorrhage or embolism somewhere in the left motor tract, and hence within the brain. If the absence of paralysis can be certainly ascertained, the probabilities are in favor of meningeal apoplexy. Convulsions affecting the face or limbs of one side would point to irritation of the cortical centers of those parts, and so far to extravasation on the surface of the brain, on the opposite side, as in Weber's case. Where the amount of hemorrhage is small, it furnishes no diagnostic indications. In the case of newborn children, the presumption is in favor of meningeal effusion. Prognosis. If the effusion be considerable in amount, as indicated by prolonged coma with resolution, the issue is almost inevitably fatal, though life is occasionally prolonged for a surprising length of time. Slight hemorrhages are doubtless recovered from, but there are no means for their certain diagnosis. Treatment. The treatment, which is essentially the same as that for cerebral congestion, has for its object the arrest of the hemorrhage, and, if that can be effected, the absorption of the effused blood. In view of the former, the patient's head should be elevated and kept cool by the application of ice. Unless the bowels have previously been freely moved, saline laxatives, followed by enemata if necessary, must be given. The state of the bladder must be carefully attended to. Liquid nourishment alone, in moderate quantities at regular intervals, is permissible, with stimulants if there be signs of exhaustion. For the absorption of the effusion, mild counterirritation to the scalp and the administration of the iodide of potassium may be employed. Congestion of the cerebral pia mater. The pia mater consists of two layers, separated by a loose connective tissue. The outer layer, being that which was formerly called the visceral layer of the arachnoid, is stretched smoothly over the convolutions of the brain without dipping into the sulci. The inner layer is closely connected with the surface of the brain, whose inequalities it follows. The two layers are more firmly united together over the convolutions than between them. In the latter situation the connection is loose, and the space which separates the surfaces is called the meshes of the pia. The membrane extends into the ventricles, investing the ependymma and the choroid plexuses, and over the medulla oblongata and spinal cord. In the normal condition it is loosely attached to the brain, from which it can be stripped off without loss of substance. The meshes of the pia, together with the ventricles, constitute a series of cavities connected with each other, containing a variable amount of cerebrospinal fluid, and they communicate with the lymph spaces surrounding the blood vessels. Pressure within the cranial cavity, from congestion of the vessels or from the products of inflammation, is thus relieved in a measure by displacement of the cerebrospinal fluid, which is driven out through the perivascular lymph spaces. Congestion or hyperemia of the pia mater probably never occurs independently of that of the external surface of the brain, on account of the intimate vascular connection of the two. In the adult it can only exist to a limited extent, on account of the unyielding nature of the cranial walls and of the limited compensatory action of the cerebrospinal fluid. In young children the incomplete ossification of the skull and the delicate structure of the vessels are more favorable to congestion. Etiology. The causes of hyperemia of the pia mater are in the main the same as those of congestion of the dura. Symptoms. Since congestion of the pia always coexists with that of the corresponding part of the external portion of the brain, it is impossible to separate the symptoms belonging to each. They are therefore usually included under the head of cerebral congestion, to which article the reader is referred. Pathological anatomy. Arterial hyperemia of the pia is seldom discovered after death, the elasticity of the vessels causing transudation of the fluid part of the blood through their walls. Venous congestion of the pia is more frequently noticed, usually in connection with that of the dura, the sinuses with their accompanying veins being distended with blood, and in cases of long-standing often containing thrombi. Simple hyperemia of the pia being rarely or never fatal of itself, these appearances are usually accompanied by those of inflammation of the membrane or of the cortical layer of the brain, effusion of lymph or pus, or by hemorrhage. Treatment. In a case of suspected congestion of the pia the treatment would be the same as that of cerebral congestion. Inflammation of the cerebral pia mater. Synonyms. Meningitis, leptomeningitis, acute nontubercular hydrocephalus. Meningitis, by which is generally understood inflammation of the pia, appears under an acute, a chronic, and an epidemic form. The latter, being a zymotic disease, is described in a separate article, to which the reader is referred. Etiology. Meningitis occurs both as a primitive disease and as secondary to other affections. The former is rare, the latter is more frequent. The causes of idiopathic meningitis are for the most part unknown. Exposure to the sun's rays and excessive indulgence in alcoholic liquors are thought to excite it in some instances. It has been known to follow blows and falls on the head which have produced no injury to the skull. It is rather more commonly observed in early manhood than at other periods of life. Secondary meningitis may follow injury or disease of the cranial bones or of the dura, and of the brain. A frequent cause is extension of disease of the ear to the membranes and substance of the brain. The reader is referred to the article on medical otology for information concerning the symptoms of that formidable complication. Certain diseases are known to be occasionally complicated with meningitis, acute articular rheumatism, erysipelas of the scalp and of the face, Bright's disease, especially the chronic interstitial form, peritonitis, ulcerative endocarditis, pyemia. The eruptive fevers, the puerperal state, and syphilis. Meningitis following or complicating acute rheumatism is generally supposed to be not uncommon, but the number of cases in which the existence of inflammation of the meninges has been proved by autopsy is small. Fuller, 15, along with 3 cases in which dissection showed suppurative inflammation of the pia, cites several others in which no cerebral disease was found after death, although the symptoms gave every indication of it. True meningitis is rare in chronic Bright's disease, the symptoms resembling it being caused, in the majority of cases, by uremia. Meningitis complicating pneumonia is also rare, although cerebral symptoms are common enough in that disease, especially in young children with inflammation of the upper lobes. C. Newark 16 reports 17 cases of purulent meningitis complicating acute pneumonia. It was more frequent in men, especially in alcoholic subjects, than in women. The meningitis was generally total. The lungs were in a state of gray or yellow hepatization. 15 H. W. Fuller, M.D., on rheumatism, rheumatic gout, and sciatica, 3d edition, Philada, 1864. See also E. Ledet. Clinique médicale de l'Hôtel Dieu de Rouen, Paris, 1874. 16 Deutsches Archiv für Klin. Med. 29, 1881. And Schmitz Jahrbucher, Bandskvii, 1883, November 5. Symptoms. The symptoms of acute leptomeningitis vary much in the course of the disease. This is readily explained by the complex character of the functions of the parts involved in the inflammation. It may be assumed that the cortical layer of the brain is implicated in every case unless of the most transient and limited kind. The substance of the brain, cerebellum, and medulla are subjected to pressure from the afflux of blood, from the effused lymph and pus, and from the accumulation of serum in the ventricles. The cranial nerves are exposed to pressure from the deposit of lymph, which may give rise to irritation or to suspension of function or both. Parts at a distance from the seat of lesion may be functionally disordered by reflex action through communicating filaments. Finally, the general system suffers from the effects of the high fever upon the blood and the nutrition. It is customary to speak of a stage of excitement followed by one of depression as characteristic of the course of the disease. But although active symptoms generally prevail in the early period, to be succeeded later by coma and paralysis, this disposition is by no means uniform. Sometimes sopor and paralysis constitute almost the only symptoms throughout the disease. This is especially noticed in infants, or active delirium and convulsions may persist until the fatal termination. More frequently the two conditions alternate several times with each other. A prodromic period of short duration, a few hours or a day or two, is sometimes observed in primitive meningitis, the patients complaining of headache, vertigo, vomiting, restlessness, or lassitude. Infants are irritable or drowsy, with heat of the head, quick pulse, and occasional vomiting. In secondary meningitis this period is usually masked by the symptoms of the primitive disease. In the majority of cases the beginning of acute meningitis is abrupt. Rigor is sometimes the first symptom observed, and in children is usually represented by a convulsion. More commonly, however, the disease is ushered in by severe headache, which is often referred to the forehead. The head is hot, the face is flushed, the eyes are brilliant, the pupils are contracted, the pulse is quick and hard, the temperature high, 104 degrees Fahrenheit or upward. The patient is wakeful, restless, and irritable, sensitive to light and to sound. The skin is hyperesthetic, especially that of the legs. There may be wandering or even active delirium. Vomiting is not unfrequent. There is thirst, but no desire for food. The urine is scanty and high-colored, the bowels constipated. These symptoms gradually increase in intensity, especially the pain in the head and the delirium, and in many cases they are followed by convulsions, at first in the form of twitchings of the facial muscles or of the limbs, grinding the teeth, etc., which give place to tonic contractions of the limbs or of the trunk, often confined at first to one or both members of the same side, but afterward becoming general. The flexors of the forearms and of the legs are most usually affected. The upper dorsal muscles may become contracted, so that the head is drawn backward, and more rarely trismus occurs. A diminution in the rapidity of the pulse, which may fall to the normal rate, or even below that, notwithstanding the persistence of the high temperature, indicates the beginning of the stage of depression. This change is sometimes sudden, though more often gradual in its approach. The activity of the delirium subsides, giving place to a somnolence which may seem to the inexperienced observer a favorable indication, but which soon deepens into coma. The face becomes pale, the features are sunken. Only an occasional grimace or a movement of the hand to the head shows that the patient is to some extent conscious of suffering. This condition may alternate with the previous one from time to time, the comatose state being interrupted by noisy delirium and tonic or clonic convulsions, or even a partial return of consciousness, giving rise to fallacious hopes on the part of the friends, and sometimes deceiving the physician himself into a belief that a favorable issue is at hand. Before long, however, the symptoms of brain compression become permanent. The rigidity of the limbs gives place to complete resolution. The patient lies absolutely unconscious, with dilated pupils. The pulse becomes again rapid in consequence of compression of the medulla, and thread-like and irregular. For the same reason the respirations increase to 40, 50, or 60 in the minute. The sphincters are relaxed, and the patient dies without any recurrence of the active symptoms. In rare cases recovery takes place, although almost never after the symptoms of compression have continued without interruption for any considerable length of time. Moreover, it is seldom that recovery takes place in the adult without leaving some traces of permanent damage, such as general debility, paralysis of one or more limbs, deafness, mental weakness, epilepsy, etc. Many cases of general paralysis of the insane and other forms of so-called mental disease are the result of meningitis. Duration. In the adult usually the disease lasts about a week or 10 days, exceptionally, it may last 2 or 3 weeks. Course. In young children the course of meningitis differs somewhat from that which is observed in adults, though the symptoms are essentially the same. It is more sudden in its onset and shorter in its duration. The prodromal stage may be brief or hardly noticeable. But in older children restlessness, sensitiveness to light and sound, wakefulness, slight twitchings of the features or of the limbs, a half-open condition of the eyelids during sleep, occasional vomiting, etc., are more commonly noticed. Convulsions are more common than in the adult, and sometimes constitute the chief symptom. They may be confined to a single extremity, but in general they shift from one limb to another. The muscles of the eyeball are usually implicated, causing strabismus. Retraction of the head is rarely absent, especially in young infants. These convulsions are almost always tonic, but occasionally they alternate with clonic ones. Distension and increased pulsation of the anterior fontanelle is always observed in infants a few months old affected with this disease. When meningitis is secondary to some other disease, the first symptom noticed in children is apt to be vomiting, with delirium. According to Stefan, pneumonia is the disease most frequently complicated with meningitis in children. As in tubercular meningitis, the most prominent symptom may be mere sopor, sometimes with intervals of intelligence. Simple meningitis in children is generally a rapid disease, proving fatal in most cases within a week, and sometimes even in a few hours. Exceptionally, it may last much longer. A case occurring in a girl 6 years old, the duration of which was 55 days, is reported by J. Bukai, Jr., 17. The diagnosis was substantiated by autopsy. Another case, which recovered after 7 weeks, is mentioned by Haynock.18. 17 Jarb. F. Kinderkrankheiten, N. F. 18. 1. And Schmitz Jarb, 1882, number 6. 18 Eduard Haynock, Vorlesungen über Kinderkrankheiten. Berlin, 1881. Pathological anatomy. The lesions, which are rarely general, may occupy a greater or less extent of the membrane. They are usually disposed symmetrically with regard to the two hemispheres, or occupy corresponding regions of the base. The vessels are in the beginning of the disease distended, the finest ramifications being injected, giving a red color to the membrane, which varies in different places from crimson to light pink. The perivascular spaces of the larger vessels are filled with a grayish or yellowish fluid composed of extravasated liquor sanguinis and white blood corpuscles. The meshes between the two layers of the pia are soon infiltrated with pus, and the thickened membrane can be stripped off from the surface of the brain, which is, however, adherent to it in places and is torn in the process. Sometimes a thin layer of pus, which can be scraped off with the knife, is found upon the surface of the pia. The extent of the lesion varies much in different cases. It may be confined to a limited region of the hemispheres, or it may spread to the fissure of Sylvius, where two surfaces become adherent. Sometimes the concrete pus and fibrin are deposited in thick masses upon the base of the brain, often completely surrounding the cranial nerves, and even the medulla. The inflammation may extend to the lateral ventricles, which become filled with a turbid fluid containing pus cells, and sometimes wholly purulent. The choroid plexuses are often covered with flecks of pus. When the distension of the ventricles is very great, the gyri of the brain are more or less flattened by compression against the cranium, and the outer layer of the cerebral substance is bloodless and edematous. The cerebral sinuses are distended with blood, and frequently contain thrombi due to an early stage of the inflammatory process, besides recent coagula. Diagnosis. The diagnosis of acute meningitis is often difficult, and sometimes impossible, especially in the early stages, when the line between congestion and inflammation cannot be drawn, and in complicated cases. The typical symptoms are sudden and acute pain in the head, with sensitiveness to light and sound, contracted pupils, rapid pulse, and vomiting, followed by delirium, convulsions, and coma. If these symptoms were observed in an individual previously in good health, they would be strongly suggestive of the disease, and yet many of them are often present in the beginning of pneumonia, erysipelas, typhoid, typhus, and other eruptive fevers, uremia, and poisoning from narcotic substances. Hence it is important to eliminate these sources of error before coming to a conclusion, and a neglect of this precaution is a not infrequent source of error in the diagnosis. A careful examination of the urine will generally enable us to exclude uremia. The presence or absence of the eruptive fevers can usually be determined by the attendant circumstances, and yet cases of scarlatina, typhoid fever, variola, etc., beginning with active cerebral symptoms, are sometimes hastily pronounced to be meningitis by inexperienced observers. In poisoning by narcotics, the history will often aid us in the diagnosis. Moreover, except in the case of opium, the pupils are dilated instead of being contracted. In traumatic cases, with fracture of the cranial bones, it is always difficult, and often impossible, to distinguish between the symptoms of meningitis and those due to other lesions. In concussion without fracture we must be guided in our diagnosis by the same rules as in idiopathic cases. The distinction between extreme congestion of the pia mater and meningitis must be based chiefly upon the duration of the symptoms. The former is usually brief in its course. The latter lasts 1 or 2 weeks, and in cases which recover is often followed by after effects which are more or less permanent in their duration, such as paralysis or rigidity of the limbs, mental defects, etc. Rapid recovery from the acute symptoms would be strongly suspicious of congestion, and doubtless in many such cases the treatment has been credited with a success to which it was not entitled. The diagnosis from tubercular meningitis will be reserved for the article on that disease. Prognosis. Acute meningitis is fatal in the majority of cases, though recovery is possible. A gradual diminution of the severity of the symptoms, especially in respect to temperature, pulse, pain in the head, and other cerebral phenomena, would afford encouragement. But we must not trust too much to the brief appearances of amendment so often observed. Treatment. The indications for treatment are threefold: first, to prevent or arrest the inflammation; 2d, to modify its violence and shorten its duration when arrest is no longer possible; and 3d, to place the patient in the best condition to withstand the violence of the disease and to recover from its effects. It is only by prompt action that we can hope to attain the first object, that of preventing the passage of hyperemia into inflammation. The patient should be placed in a cool and well-ventilated apartment of good size, from which a bright light is excluded. His head, moderately raised, should be kept cool by means of pounded ice enclosed in a rubber bag or a bladder. One or more leeches, according to his age, should be applied behind the ears, or blood may be drawn from the temples or back of the neck by means of cupping. The bleeding should be encouraged by poultices if necessary, but with young children the abstraction of blood should be done with caution. An active purge should be given, such as 10 grains each of calomel and jalap, followed by castor oil or infusion of senna, for children, from 3 to 6 grains, according to age, followed by oil, would be sufficient. The medicine should be repeated in a few hours if there be no effect. Counter-irritation by means of blisters is recommended by most authorities as a valuable aid in the first stage of the disease. Unless the application be very extensive, it is not likely to be of any avail, and extensive blistering would hardly fail to greatly reduce the strength of the patient, and also is likely to irritate the kidneys. There are no medicines which can be relied upon to arrest the inflammatory process. Nevertheless, the tincture of aconite root, in the dose of from 1 to 3 drops, according to the age of the patient, every 2 hours, might be given early, with the view of fulfilling the second indication by its sedative property. The bromide of potassium or of sodium, combined with small doses of chloral hydrate or of sulfate of morphia, will also calm the excitement and pain, and diminish convulsions. The success which sometimes follows the employment of ergot in the epidemic cerebrospinal meningitis warrants its trial. Bartholow recommends the wet sheet 2 or 3 times a day if the temperature is high. Stephan advises 4 grains of sulfate of quinine with 1 grain of salicylate of soda, from 2 to 4 times daily, for young children, and in double these doses for older ones. The alimentation of the patient should be carefully attended to during this stage. Nourishing liquid food, such as milk, gruel, broth, eggs, with stimulants if indicated, should be given at proper intervals, care being taken not to overload the stomach, as is frequently done. When the patient can no longer swallow, the food must be given by the rectum. During the stage of compression it is useless, in the present state of our knowledge, to expect any benefit from the further administration of drugs, and the treatment then consists mainly in giving small quantities of food at regular intervals, and in such external applications as the bodily temperature may require. The bladder must be relieved by the catheter when necessary. Simple enemata are generally sufficient to prevent constipation. Chronic cerebral meningitis. Chronic inflammation of the pia mater rarely follows the acute form, but is generally secondary to other conditions, such as inflammation and tumors of the dura, tumors and abscess of the brain, disease of the vessels of the brain, suppurative otitis, and to constitutional diseases, especially alcoholism, syphilis, and pulmonary tuberculosis. It is one of the most common lesions found after death from general paralysis of the insane. As a distinct affection, unconnected with constitutional disease, it is extremely rare, though less so, according to Flint, 19, than the acute form. He cites a case in which the symptoms were intermittent. The patient, 15 years old, died after a month's illness. The autopsy showed cerebral hyperemia, lymph at the base of the brain, and distension of the ventricles with transparent fluid. There were no tubercles. In most cases in which the results of chronic meningitis are found after death, the cortical substance of the brain is involved in the disease. Hence the difficulty in defining its symptoms, which are usually extremely vague, and not always distinctive of cerebral disease. The principal are pain in the head, vertigo, vomiting, impairment of the memory, mental apathy, drowsiness, and muscular weakness. The anatomical changes are thickening and opacity of the membrane by the deposit of lymph upon its surface and into the connective tissue, adhesions to the dura and to the cortical substances of the brain, together with hyperemia of the latter. These appearances are usually distributed in irregular patches of greater or less extent. 19 Austin Flint, M.D., Principles and Practice of Medicine, 5th edition, Phil Ada, 1881. The diagnosis of chronic meningitis is often obscure or impossible. Long-continued pain in the head, accompanied by vertigo, impairment of memory, drowsiness, mental apathy, etc., without paralysis, would be suggestive of it, especially if there were occasional intermissions of the symptoms. The probability would be greatly increased if the patient had a syphilitic or alcoholic history. The diagnosis should exclude tumor of the brain, chronic pachymeningitis, and chronic hydrocephalus, but as these diseases are often complicated with chronic meningitis, the distinction might be very difficult. As already stated, chronic meningitis is almost a constant lesion in general paralysis, as well as in other forms of chronic insanity, but there are no special symptoms by which its presence can be ascertained during life. Treatment. Our aim should be to relieve pain, diminish congestion, and favor absorption. Counter-irritation to the head and nuca by means of small blisters or croton oil should be employed with moderation. Bromide of potassium, or, if necessary, small doses of morphia, may be given if the pain be severe. Should there be symptoms of cerebral congestion, such as acute delirium, flushing, and heat of head, an ice bag should be applied to the head and leeches behind the ears, or blood may be drawn from the temples or nuca by cupping. As an absorbent, the iodide of potassium is much recommended, but it is not likely to be effectual, except in syphilitic cases. The bowels should be kept free, but without active purging. The general health of the patient should be promoted by suitable diet and regimen, by relief from excitement and fatigue, or by change of scene and of climate. For the treatment of chronic meningitis complicating syphilis, alcoholism, and tuberculosis, the reader is referred to the articles treating of those diseases. Tubercular meningitis. By Francis Minot, M.D. Definition. Inflammation of the pia mater of the brain, with effusion of lymph and pus, caused by the deposit of miliary tubercles upon its surface or into its substance. Synonyms. Scrofulous meningitis, granular meningitis, basilar meningitis, acute hydrocephalus, dropsy of the brain. History. 1. It is only within a comparatively recent time that tubercular meningitis has been distinguished from other cerebral diseases. Up to the 18th century the term hydrocephalus was employed not only for the dropsical diseases of the head, including internal and external hydrocephalus, but also for meningeal inflammations, both simple and tubercular. And for congestion of the brain and of the membranes. The accumulation of water in the ventricles or between the membranes being looked upon as the disease, and not as one of its consequences. The term was even applied to external tumors, as cephalematoma and caput succedaneum. We owe the first accurate account of the symptomatology of acute hydrocephalus, or ventricular dropsy, to Robert W. Hytt of Edinburgh, whose remarkable monograph, entitled Observations on the Dropsy of the Brain, first published in 1768. After his death, was founded upon the study of 20 cases with 10 autopsies. No addition of importance has been made by later observers to his graphic description of the disease or to his rules for its diagnosis. Hytt, however, had no clear notion of its pathogeny, and it was not till 1815 that Golis pointed out that acute ventricular dropsy was a secondary condition depending upon previous inflammation of the membranes or vessels of the brain. 1 C.W. Hughes Wilshire's valuable paper, entitled Historic data on scrofulous meningitis, in Brit. and 4. Med. Chur. Review, October, 1854. In 1827, Gersant remarked that the inflammation of the meninges constituting acute hydrocephalus presented such peculiarities as led him to denominate it granular meningitis. He did not, however, connect the granular deposit with tubercle. This was left for Pathology to effect, who in 1830 published 2 cases of tuberculous arachnitis, in one of which effusion into the ventricles, or hydrocephalus, existed. The meningeal granulations or tubercles were described with care, and their coincidence with tuberculous deposit elsewhere was remarked upon, as also the apparent occurrence of the former previous to the inflammatory action in the meninges. And in one case the existence of the tuberculous granules without the sequence of inflammation. The important pathological element of acute hydrocephalus thus clearly pointed out by Pathology now became apparent to observers, and obtained almost universal assent. The attention of the profession in this country was first called to it by W. Gerhard of Philadelphia in 1833, in an admirable paper published in the American Journal of the Medical Sciences containing the reports of 32 cases with autopsies. In every case but 2 tubercles were found in other organs besides the meninges. In one of these 2, gangrenous cavities were found in the lungs without tubercles, though perfectly characterized miliary tubercles existed in the membranes. In the other case the lungs were not examined with care, Gerhard not being present at the autopsy. 2 volumes 13. and 14, 1833-34. Finally, the distinction between tubercular and simple meningitis was pointed out by Gersant in 1839, and clearly established by Barthes and Rilliet in 1843 in their systematic work on the diseases of children. And it was further elucidated by Rilliet in 1847. Etiology. The causes of tubercular meningitis are predisposing and exciting. Among the former are hereditary tendency to tuberculosis and to the so-called scrofulous diathesis. The previous existence of tubercle in any part of the body, especially in the lungs. And the presence of caseous degeneration in the bronchial, the mesenteric, and other glands, or in the parenchyma of various organs, as the lung, the testicle, the liver, the spleen, etc. The dependence of miliary tuberculosis of the pia upon previously existing caseous or other inflammatory deposits in some part of the body is acknowledged by most modern pathologists. Cites 3 states that out of 130 cases, with autopsies, of adults, upon which his work is based, such deposits were found in 93.5%. General constitutional weakness, either congenital or resulting from grave disease or from overwork, from insufficient or unwholesome food, and from bad hygienic surroundings, also favors the deposit of tubercle in the meninges. Sometimes 2 or more predisposing causes exist at once. Thus, a child born of tuberculous parents may be fed with artificial diet instead of being nursed, or may live in a house whose sanitary condition is bad. Hence the disease is common among the poor, although by no means rare in the higher classes of society. In some cases it is difficult or impossible to assign any predisposing cause. A single child out of a numerous family may be stricken with the disease, while the rest of the children, as well as the parents and other ascendants, are healthy. For instance, while writing this article I had under observation a little boy 6 years old whose parents are living and healthy, with no pulmonary disease in the family of either. The only other child, an older brother, is healthy. While apparently in perfect health the child was attacked with tubercular meningitis, and died in 17 days with all the characteristic symptoms of the disease. At the autopsy there was found much injection of the cerebral pia everywhere, a large effusion of lymph at the base of the brain and extending down the medulla. Abundance of miliary tubercles in the pia and accompanying the vessels in the lateral regions of the hemispheres, lateral ventricles distended with nearly clear fluid, ependyma smooth, choroid plexuses covered with granulations. Convolutions of brain much flattened. Careful investigation, however, will usually enable us to detect some lurking primary cause, either in the family predisposition or in the history of the patient himself. 3. Meningitis tuberculosa der Erwachsenen, von Dr. Johannes Seitz, Berlin, 1874. Season appears to have but little influence on the production of the disease. The largest number of cases is observed during winter and spring, owing doubtless to the influence of the temperature and weather, and to the exclusion from fresh air, in favoring the development of tubercle and the scrofulous diathesis. Males, both children and adults, are somewhat more frequently attacked than females. In regard to the exciting causes, it may be said that where a disposition to the deposit of tubercle exists, anything which tends to lower the vitality of the individual is likely to hasten the event. In infants with hereditary tendency to tubercle, an improper diet is especially liable to develop meningeal tubercle. In older children, besides unwholesome or insufficient food and unfavorable hygienic surroundings, the acute diseases common to that period of life, such as the eruptive fevers, intestinal disorders, whooping cough, etc., often act as immediate causes. Sometimes the development of the disease may be traced to overstimulation of the nervous system by excessive study, often aided by imperfect ventilation or overheating of the schoolroom. Caries of the temporal bone from disease of the middle ear may act as an immediate cause of tubercular meningitis, although simple meningitis is of course a more frequent result of that condition. The disease has been known to follow injuries of the head from blows or falls. In a larger number of cases the exciting cause is not discoverable, especially when the meningeal affection is simply an extension of the disease from some other part of the body, as the lungs, the bronchial or mesenteric glands, etc. This is often the case, both in adults and in children, when tubercular meningitis complicates pulmonary consumption. Symptoms. The disease is most frequently observed in children between the ages of 2 and 7 years. It is much less common in adults, who are generally attacked between the ages of 20 and 30 years. In the majority of cases the invasion of the malady is preceded by a prodromic stage, usually occupying from a few days to several weeks, though sometimes extending over a considerably longer period. This stage probably represents the process of deposit of miliary tubercles in the pia mater before their presence has given rise to much structural change in the tissue. The characteristic symptoms of the prodromic stage consist chiefly in an alteration of the character and disposition of the patient, varying in extent in different cases. In general, it may be said that he becomes sad, taciturn, apathetic, irritable, indisposed to play, often sitting apart from his companions, gazing in a strange way into vacancy. There is diminution or loss of appetite and some emaciation. He is restless at night, is disturbed by nightmare, or grinds his teeth. The digestion is deranged. Usually there is constipation, but occasionally diarrhea, or these conditions may alternate with each other. Squinting and twitching of the facial muscles are sometimes noticed. Headache may occur early in this stage, but it is usually observed later, and it then forms a prominent symptom. Vomiting is also frequent, usually not preceded by nausea, sometimes provoked by sudden movement, as in sitting up in bed, and is apt to occur when the stomach contains little or no food. These symptoms vary much in degree, and they are often so slight that they pass unnoticed by the parents or friends. Occasionally the patient, if a child, will manifest a strange perversity or an unusual disobedience, for which he is perhaps punished under the belief that his misconduct is intentional. In older children and in adults delirium, especially at night, sometimes followed by delusions which may be more or less permanent, is frequent at this stage. The above symptoms often remit from time to time, and during the interval the patient may seem to have recovered his health. The prodromic symptoms are rarely altogether wanting in children, although they may have escaped notice from lack of opportunity of observation on the part of the physician. On the other hand, as Stephan Foer justly observes, the most characteristic symptoms may be present, and lead even an experienced observer to a confident diagnosis of tubercular meningitis during the early stage of a case of typhoid fever or of cerebral congestion without tuberculosis. 4. Meningitis tuberculosa, by A. Stephan, in Gerhardt's Hand. Der Kinderkrankheiten, 5b, 1 Ste Abt, 2 Te Haft. For convenience of description, it is customary to divide the disease proper, after the prodromal period, into 3 stages, viz. of irritation, compression, and collapse. In some cases it is not difficult to observe these divisions, but it must be borne in mind that in others the symptoms do not follow any regular sequence, so that no division is possible. In infants, profound slumber may be the only morbid manifestation throughout the entire disease. Stephan records such a case, and I have seen 2 similar ones. First stage, the interval between the prodromic period and the first stage is usually so gradual that no distinction between the 2 can be detected. In other cases the disease is ushered in suddenly by some striking symptom, such as an attack of general convulsions, with dilated pupils and loss of consciousness. This is not often repeated, though partial twitchings of the limbs or of the muscles of the face may follow at intervals. In young children a comatose condition, with unequal pupils, is apt to take the place of these symptoms. The principal phenomena of the first stage are headache, sensitiveness to light and sound, vomiting, and fever. The latter varies much in intensity from time to time, but is not usually high, the temperature seldom rising above 103 degrees Fahrenheit. And usually, but not always, higher at night than in the morning, but there is no characteristic curve. The pulse varies in rate, but is usually slow and irregular or intermittent. The respiration is irregular, with frequent sighing. The tongue is dryish and covered with a thin white coat. The bowels are costive. Delirium is frequent at night, and the sleep is disturbed, the patient tossing about and muttering or crying out. The eyes are half open during sleep. These symptoms become more marked from day to day. The pain in the head is more frequent and severe, the patient presses the hands to the forehead or rests the head against some support if sitting up. During sleep he occasionally utters a loud, sharp cry, without waking. There is increasing apathy, and some intolerance of light, shown by an inclination to turn toward the wall of the room or to lie with the face buried in the pillow. The appetite is lost, the constipation becomes more obstinate, the slowness and irregularity of the pulse persist. With the rapid emaciation the belly sinks in, so that the spinal column can be easily felt. Soon the child falls into a state of almost continual somnolence, from which, however, he can be awakened in full consciousness, and will answer correctly, generally relapsing again immediately into slumber. His restlessness diminishes or ceases altogether, and he lies continuously on the back with the head boring into the pillow. He becomes more passive under the physician's examination, in strong contrast to his previous irritability. At the end of a week or more from the beginning of this stage symptoms of irritation of some of the cerebral nerves begin to show themselves, in consequence of pressure from the increasing exudation at the base of the brain and into the ventricles. Strabismus, usually convergent, twitching of the facial muscles and grimaces, grinding of the teeth, or chewing movements of the mouth are noticed. The somnolence deepens into sopor, from which it becomes more and more difficult to arouse the patient, who gradually becomes completely insensible. Notwithstanding the alarming and often hopeless condition which this assemblage of symptoms indicates, intervals of temporary amendment not unfrequently take place. The child may awake from his lethargy, recognize those about him, converse rationally, take his food with relish, and exhibit such symptoms of general improvement that the parents and friends are led to indulge in fallacious hopes. And sometimes the physician himself ventures to doubt the accuracy of his diagnosis. Such hopes are of short duration, the unfavorable symptoms always return after a brief interval. The duration of the first stage may be reckoned at about 1 week. Second stage, this period is not separated from the preceding one by any distinct change in symptoms. The patient lies in a state of complete insensibility, from which he can no longer be aroused by any appeal. The face is pale or of an earthen tint, the eyes are half closed. If the anterior fontanelle be still open, the integument covering it is distended by the pressure beneath. Often one knee is flexed, the opposite leg extended. One hand applied to the genitals, the other to the head. Sometimes one leg or arm is alternately flexed and extended. The head is apt to be retracted and bores into the pillow. The pupils are dilated, though often unequal and insensible to light. The sclerotica are injected. A gummy exudation from the meibomian glands forms on the edges of the lids. The patient sighs deeply from time to time, and occasionally utters a loud, piercing cry. Paralysis, and sometimes rigidity of one or more of the extremities, are often observed, and occasionally there is an attack of general convulsions. The pulse continues to be slow and irregular, the emaciation progresses rapidly, and the abdomen is deeply excavated. The discharges from the bladder and rectum are involuntary. The average duration of the second stage is 1 week. Third stage, no special symptoms mark the passage of the second stage into the third, which is characterized by coma, with complete resolution of the limbs. The constipation frequently gives place to moderate diarrhea. The distended fontanelle subsides, and often sinks below the margin of the cranial bones. A striking feature of this stage is a great increase in the rate of the pulse, the heart being released from the inhibitory influence of the par vagum in consequence of the complete paralysis of the latter from pressure. The pulse varies in rapidity from 120 to 160 or more in the minute. For the same reason the respiration also increases in frequency, though not to the same degree. The eyelids are widely open. The pupils are dilated and generally motionless, even when exposed to a bright light. The eyes are rolled upward, so that only the lower half of the iris is visible. The sclerotica is injected from exposure to the air and dust. Convulsions may occur from time to time. Death terminates the painful scene, usually in from 24 to 48 hours, but sometimes the child lives on for days, unconscious, of course, of suffering. Though the afflicted parents and friends can with difficulty be brought to believe it. Certain points in the symptomatology of tubercular meningitis demand a special consideration. I have already observed that the division of the disease into definite stages is purely arbitrary, and is employed here merely for convenience of description. In fact, few cases pursue the typical course. A period of active symptoms and another of depression can often be observed, but these frequently alternate. Stupor and paralysis may characterize the early stage, and symptoms of irritation, with restlessness, screaming, and convulsions, predominate toward the end. Certain characteristic symptoms may be wholly or in part wanting, such as vomiting, constipation, or stupor. The temperature shows no changes which are characteristic of the disease. Throughout its whole course it varies from time to time, without uniformity, except that it usually rises somewhat toward night. It seldom exceeds 102 degrees or 103 degrees Fahrenheit, unless shortly before death, when it may rise to 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Or even higher, and may continue to rise for a short time after death. During the premonitory stage the pulse offers no unusual characteristics. Its frequency is often increased, as is usual in any indisposition during the period of childhood, but it preserves its regularity. Toward the close of this period, and especially during the first stage of the disease proper, a remarkable change takes place. It becomes slow and irregular, the rate often diminishing below that in health. The irregularity varies in character. Sometimes the pulse intermits either at regular or irregular intervals. An inequality in the strength of different pulsations is also observed. These peculiarities of the circulation are due to the irritation of the medulla and the roots of the par vagum, by which the inhibitory function of that nerve upon the action of the heart is augmented. During the last period, on the other hand, the increasing pressure on the vagus paralyzes its function, and the heart, freed from its control, takes on an increased action, the pulse rising to 120 beats, and often many more, in the minute. Robert Whitt, in his interesting memoir 5 dates the beginning of the second stage from the time that the pulse, being quick but regular, becomes slow and irregular. The change again to the normal frequency, or beyond it, marking the commencement of the third stage. 5. An account of the symptoms in the dropsy of the ventricles of the brain, in the works of Robert Whitt, M.D. Published by his son, Edin. 1768. In the early stage the respiration presents nothing abnormal, but when the pulse becomes slow and irregular the breathing is similarly affected. Sighing is very common in the prodromal period and first stage. Toward the end of the second stage the increasing paralysis of the respiratory center gives rise to the phenomenon known as the Cheyne-Stokes respiration, consisting of a succession of respiratory acts diminishing in force until there is a complete suspension of the breathing, lasting from a quarter to 3/4 of a minute, when the series begins again with a full inspiration. In general, the variations in the rate of the respiration follow those of the pulse, though the correspondence is not always exact. In the early stage of the disease the pupils are usually contracted and unequal. They are sluggish, but still respond to the stimulus of light. At a later period they become gradually dilated, and react even more slowly to light or not at all, the two eyes often differing in this respect. Ophthalmoscopic examination frequently shows the appearance of choked disc and commencing neuroretinitis. In rare cases tubercles are seen scattered over the fundus of the eye. They are about the size of a small pin's head, of a yellowish color, and of sharply defined contour. Neuroretinitis and choked disc are not, of course, pathognomonic of tubercular meningitis, and choroidal tubercles are so rarely seen as to be of little avail in diagnosis. In fact, they are less frequent in this disease than in general tuberculosis without meningitis. In 26 cases of tubercular meningitis examined by Garlick at the London Hospital for Sick Children they were found only once. 6. The effect upon the conjunctiva of the unclosed lids has been already described. 6. W. R. Gowers, M.D., Manual and Atlas of Medical Ophthalmoscopy, Phil Ada, 1882. See, also, Cites, Op. Cit. Stefan, Op. Cit., pages 452 and 472. And Tubercle of the Choroid, Med. Times and Gazette, October 21, 1882. The tongue is somewhat coated soon after the beginning of the disease, and the breath is offensive. The appetite is lost, and there is decided emaciation in many cases during the prodromic period. The thirst is usually moderate. Vomiting is one of the most constant symptoms during the first period, and its occurrence on an empty stomach is characteristic of tubercular meningitis. It is not usually preceded by nausea, and often takes place without effort, by mere regurgitation, the rejected fluid consisting chiefly of bile mixed with mucus. Although constipation is the most common condition in the early stage, and is often rebellious to treatment, yet in some cases diarrhea is observed, which may mislead the physician in respect to the diagnosis. From the beginning of the second stage, and sometimes earlier, the discharges from the bowels and the bladder are involuntary. Duration. The duration of tubercular meningitis, apart from the prodromic period, which often can hardly be determined, averages from 2 weeks to 2 weeks and a half. In exceptional cases death may take place in a few days or a week, and occasionally a patient may linger for several weeks. 7. The difference being apparently due to the rapidity of the tubercular deposit and of the resulting inflammation and exudation. The patient usually takes to his bed at the beginning of the first stage, but he may be up during a part of the day until the beginning of the second. In rare instances the child will be about, and even out of doors, until a few days before death. 7. Such a case is reported by Michael Collins in the London Lancet, March 8, 1884. Pathological anatomy. The essential lesion of tubercular meningitis consists in a deposit of miliary tubercles in the pia mater of the brain, giving rise to inflammation of that membrane and exudation of serum and pus. In the early stage both surfaces of the pia are reddened and more or less thickened, and present an opaline appearance, while between them, that is, in the meshes of the pia, we find a colorless and transparent fluid which is effused in greater or smaller amount, resembling jelly when viewed through the arachnoid. These conditions are sometimes observable on the convexity of the hemispheres, but are much more abundant on the lateral surfaces, and especially at the base. More distinct evidence of inflammation is shown by the presence of a yellowish or greenish-yellow creamy deposit on the surface of the pia, consisting chiefly of pus, which is also much more abundant at the base than elsewhere. especially about the optic commissure, infundibulum, pons varolii, and the anterior surface of the medulla. The cranial nerves may be deeply embedded in the deposit, which often extends into the fissure of Sylvius, gluing together the adjacent surfaces of the lobes, and accompanies the vessels, forming narrow streaks along the sides of the brain up to the convexity. The miliary tubercles or granulations consist of semi-transparent bodies, grayish or whitish in color, varying in size from that of the head of the smallest pin, indeed almost invisible to the naked eye, to that of a millet seed, whence their name. Larger masses are frequently seen, formed by the aggregation of smaller granulations. The tubercles are usually found on the inner surface of the pia, always in the immediate neighborhood of the blood vessels, which they accompany in their ramifications, and are also scattered, in greater or less numbers, throughout the purulent exudation from the surface of the pia. They are most abundant at the base of the brain, ascending the sides along the course of the vessels. Sometimes, though rarely, they are more abundant on the convexity. The total number varies. It is usually very large, but sometimes only a limited number exists, even in well-marked cases, and along with intense inflammation of the pia. The granulations are found in different degrees of development, sometimes all of them similar in color, size, and consistency, at others in various stages of fatty degeneration. The distribution may be symmetrical in the two hemispheres or irregular. Under the microscope, after suitable preparation of the part, the Bacillus tuberculosis in considerable numbers may be found in the pia, in places adjacent to the arterioles. 8. See a case reported by Y. Dawson in the London Lancet. April 12, 1884, in which tubercles were visible only by the microscope, with numerous bacilli. The ventricles of the brain are usually distended with a clear or opalescent, rarely bloody, fluid, the amount of which generally corresponds to the intensity and extent of the meningeal inflammation, although sometimes it is not above the normal quantity. The two lateral ventricles are affected in an equal degree, the third and fourth ventricles are more rarely implicated. According to Huguenin 9, it is doubtful whether acute inflammation of the ependymma takes place in tubercular meningitis. Stefan also 10 says that the ependymma is not inflamed, and that it is not the seat of the deposit of tubercles. This latter statement is denied by other authorities, and Huguenin is inclined to believe that they may exist in that membrane. In the following case, under my care, abundant granulations were found on the surface of the ependymma. 9g, Huguenin, op cit. 10 op cit. Olaf M., male, AET. 8 years, born in Denmark, entered Massachusetts General Hospital September 13, 1881. Maternal grandmother died of consumption, paternal grandfather lived to the age of 95 years. One brother had some disease of hip. Patient was the child of poor parents and lived in an unhealthy suburb of Boston. During the 2 preceding winters he had a bad cough. He was apparently well till 4 weeks before his entrance, when he complained of bellyache, and became listless, but he was out of doors 10 days before he came to the hospital. It was noticed that he was sensitive to sound. No vomiting, no diarrhea, no epistaxis, no cry, some cough. He had been somnolent, and was observed to swing his arm over his head while asleep. June 14, when first seen by me, he was lying on his back, unconscious, eyes half closed, pupils dilated, jaw firmly closed, much emaciated, belly retracted, left leg occasionally flexed and extended. No priapism. The optic discs were reddened. June 15, there is some intelligence, he answers questions, keeps one hand on the genitals. June 16, pupils contracted, does not swallow. June 18, left eye divergent, conjunctiva injected, whole surface livid, cries out occasionally. Died at midnight. Figure 30. Autopsy. General lividity of surface, much emaciation. Much fine arborescent injection on outer surface of dura mater. Numerous Pacchionian bodies. Yellow matter beneath arachnoid along course of vessels on each side of anterior lobes. Abundant fine granulations along course of vessels on each anterior lobe, on upper margins of median fissure, along fissure of sylvius, and on choroid plexuses. Very little lymph at base of brain. 6 or 8 ounces of serum from lateral ventricles, and abundant fine transparent granules over ependema of both. Numerous opaque granulations in pia mater of medulla oblongata. Surface of right pleura universally adherent. Mucous membrane of bronchia much injected, a considerable amount of pus flowed from each primary bronchus. No tubercles in lungs nor in peritoneum. No ulcerations in intestines. No other lesions. The choroid plexuses are generally involved in the inflammatory process, and are sometimes covered with yellow purulent exudations. As in the above case, large numbers of tubercles may be found in them, notwithstanding the opinion of Huguenin that their number is always small. The substance of the brain in the vicinity of the tubercular deposit is generally found in a more or less edematous condition. Owing to the obstruction of the circulation resulting from compression of the vessels by the tubercles and effused lymph. Softening, sometimes even to diffluence, not unfrequently occurs in the neighborhood of the deposit, probably from ischemia, necrobiosis. If there be any considerable amount of exudation in the ventricles, the convolutions are flattened by compression against the cranial bones. The above described lesions are not confined to the brain, but may extend to the cerebellum, the pons, the medulla, and the spinal cord. If examinations of the latter were more frequent in autopsies of this disease, we should doubtless find, as has been done in some instances, that the membranes often show the characteristic alterations of tubercular meningitis. And even the presence of granulations in the cord itself. The lesions may extend throughout the cord, and are especially noticed in the dorsal region and in the vicinity of the cauda equina. Their presence explains some of the symptoms evidently due to spinal origin, such as retraction of the head with rigidity of the neck and of the trunk, contractions of the limbs, tetanic spasms, priapism, paralysis of the bladder and rectum, etc. which are common in simple spinal meningitis. The deposit of miliary tubercles in the pia mater, with little or no accompanying meningitis, is met with in rare instances. The tubercles are few in number, but vary in dimensions, being sometimes united together in masses of considerable size, which are frequently encysted. Beyond thickening and opacity of the membrane, their presence seems to excite but little inflammatory reaction, but they are generally accompanied by ventricular effusion which by its pressure gives rise to characteristic symptoms. The principal lesions found in other organs of the body consist of tubercle in various stages of development, caseous matter, diseases of the bones, etc. Miliary granulations are chiefly seen in the lungs, peritoneum, intestinal mucous membrane, pleura, spleen, liver, and kidneys. The bronchial and mesenteric glands often contain caseous masses, some of which are broken down and suppurating. The testicles sometimes present the same appearances. In adults, the most frequent lesion which is found external to the brain is pulmonary tuberculosis in a more or less advanced stage. Tubercles are also sometimes present in the eye. Angel Money 11 states that out of 44 examinations made at the Hospital for Sick Children, London, the meninges were the seat of grey granulations in 42. The choroid, one or both, showed tubercles 14 times, right 3, left 5, both 6, and 11 times there were undoubted evidences of optic neuritis. Twice the choroid was affected with tubercle when the meninges were free. In one of these instances there was a mass of crude tubercle in the cerebellum, in the other, although there were tubercles in the belly and chest, there were none in the head. So that 12 times in 42 cases of tubercles in the meninges there were tubercles in the choroid, i.e. about 31%. 11. On the frequent association of choroidal and meningeal. Tubercle, Lancet, November 10, 1883. Diagnosis. In many cases tubercular meningitis offers but little difficulty in the diagnosis. Although the symptoms, taken singly, are not pathognomonic, yet their combination and succession, together with their relation to the age, previous health, and antecedents of the patient, are usually sufficient to lead us to a correct opinion. The prodromic period of altered disposition, irritability of temper or apathetic indifference, headache, constipation, vomiting, and emaciation, followed by irregularity in slowness of the pulse, sighing respiration. Sluggishness and irregularity of the pupils. The progress from somnolence to unconsciousness and coma, the sudden lamentable cry, the convulsions and paralysis, the return of rapid pulse and respiration in the last stage, are characteristic of no other disease. Our chief embarrassment arises during the insidious approach of the malady, before its distinctive features are visible or when some important symptom is absent. Its real nature is then apt to be overlooked, and, in fact, in some cases it is impossible to decide whether the symptoms are indicative of commencing cerebral disease, or, on the other hand, are owing to typhoid fever. To a simple gastrointestinal irritation from error in diet, to worms in the alimentary canal, to overwork in school, or to some other cause. Under these circumstances the physician should decline giving a positive opinion until more definite signs make their appearance. It must be remembered that very important symptoms may be absent in cases which are otherwise well marked. In all doubtful cases the family history should, if possible, be obtained, especially whether one or both parents or other near relatives have been consumptive or have shown symptoms of scrofula or tuberculosis in any form. And whether the patient himself has signs of pulmonary tuberculosis, of enlarged or suppurating glands, or obstinate skin eruptions. The presence or history of those conditions would add greatly to the probability of tubercular meningitis. The diseases for which tubercular meningitis is most liable to be mistaken are acute simple meningitis, typhoid fever, acute gastrointestinal affections, eclampsia of infants and children, worms in the intestines or stomach. The hydrancephaloid disease of Marshall Hall, and cerebrospinal meningitis. Acute meningitis is distinguished from the tubercular disease by its sudden invasion without prodromatous stage, by the acuteness and intensity of the symptoms, the severity of the headache, the activity of the delirium, the greater elevation of the temperature, and by its brief duration, which rarely exceeds 1 week. In those exceptional cases of tubercular meningitis in which the prodromal period is absent or not observed and the course is unusually rapid, it would be perhaps impossible to distinguish between the two diseases. A family history of tubercle, or the discovery of the granulations in the choroid by ophthalmoscopic examination, might save us from error under such circumstances. The great rarity of idiopathic simple meningitis should be remembered. Meningitis from disease of the ear sometimes resembles the tubercular affection, but the history of the attack, usually beginning with local pain and otorrhea, will in most cases prevent any confusion between the two forms of disease. The early period of typhoid often bears considerable resemblance to that of tubercular meningitis. Headache, languor, restlessness, and mild delirium are common to both. Typhoid can be distinguished by the coated tongue, the diarrhea, the enlargement of the spleen, the tympanitis, abdominal tenderness and gurgling, the eruption, and, above all, by the characteristic temperature curve, which, if accurately observed, is conclusive. The course of typhoid fever is comparatively uniform, while that of tubercular meningitis is often extremely irregular. It should not be forgotten that the two diseases may coexist. The presence of worms in the alimentary canal may cause symptoms somewhat like those of tubercular meningitis, and the symptoms of the latter disease are occasionally erroneously attributed to those parasites. The administration of an anthelmintic, which should never be omitted in doubtful cases, will clear up all uncertainty. Cerebrospinal meningitis is usually an epidemic, and therefore not likely to be confounded with the tubercular disease. In sporadic cases it can be recognized by its sudden onset and acute character, by the eruption, and by the prominence of the spinal symptoms. The so-called hydrancephaloid disease of Marshall Hall is a condition of exhaustion and marasmus belonging to infancy, caused by insufficient or unsuitable nourishment, by diarrhea, and by the injudicious depletive treatment so much in vogue in former times, when the affection was much more common than at present. Some of its symptoms, such as sighing respiration, stupor, pallor, and dilated pupils, bear a certain resemblance to those of tubercular meningitis, though it would be more easily confounded with chronic hydrocephalus. The absence of constipation, headache, convulsions, and vomiting, and the favorable results of suitable nourishment and stimulants, serve to distinguish it from cerebral disease. Eclampsia, or sudden convulsion, is common in infants and young children, and, since the occurrence of a fit may be the first or the most striking symptom in tubercular meningitis, it is important to ascertain its origin. In the majority of cases, convulsions in children arise from some peripheral irritation, such as difficult dentition, worms in the alimentary canal, constipation, fright, etc. Acting through the reflex function of the spinal cord, which is unusually sensitive in the early period of life. The absence of previous symptoms, and the discovery of the source of the irritation, with the favorable effect of its removal by appropriate treatment, will in most cases suffice to eliminate structural disease of the brain. In others, we must withhold a positive opinion for a reasonable time in order to ascertain whether more definite symptoms follow. Convulsions also occasionally form the initial symptom of the eruptive fevers, especially scarlatina. Here the absence of prodromal symptoms, and the speedy appearance of those belonging to the exanthematous affection, will remove all sources of doubt. Convulsions, with or without coma, occurring in the early stage of acute renal inflammations, may simulate the symptoms of tubercular meningitis. An examination of the urine will show the true nature of the disease. In addition to the above diseases, there are some cerebral affections of uncertain pathology which resemble tubercular meningitis, but which are not generally fatal. As G. justly remarks, 12, every practitioner from time to time will come across an acute febrile disease accompanied by symptoms which seem to point unmistakably to some affection of the brain. There being every reason to exclude the notion of suppressed exanthemata or analogous disorders. After 1 or several weeks of coma, delirium, severe headache, or whatever may have been the prominent symptom, the patient recovers, and we are left quite unable to say what has been the matter with him. To go more into detail, I could not do otherwise than narrate a series of cases which would differ from each other in most important points, and have nothing in common excepting pyrexia and brain symptoms. There is, generally, something wanting which makes us suspect that we have not to do with tubercular meningitis. Brain fever is as good a name as any whereby to designate these different anomalies. Cerebral congestion, which is more commonly used, involves an explanation which is probably often wrong, and certainly never proved to be right. No doubt such cases are occasionally cited as examples of recovery from tubercular meningitis. 12. Tubercular Meningitis, by Samuel Jones G. M.D., in Reynolds's System of Medicine, Phil Ada, 1879, Volume 1. Prognosis. Although there are on record undoubted instances of recovery from tubercular meningitis, yet their number is so small that practically the prognosis is fatal. It is safe to say that in almost all the reported cases of recovery the diagnosis was erroneous. 13. Even should the patient survive the attack, he is usually left with paralyzed limbs and impaired mental faculties, and dies not long afterward from a recurrence of the disease or from tuberculosis of the lungs or other organs. 13. Hahn, Recherches sur la méningite tuberculeuse et sur le traitement de cette maladie, Archgen. De Med, 4e Série. Volumes XX. And 21. Claims to have cured 7 cases, but of 5 of them. There is no evidence that they were examples of tubercular meningitis at all. The subject of the curability of tubercular meningitis is ably treated by Cadet de Gassecourt, Trait clinique de maladies de l'enfance, Volume 3, Paris, 1884. Ed. His conclusion is that most of the alleged cures are cases of meningitis of limited extent, arising from the presence of tubercular tumors, syphilitic gammata, cerebral scleroses, and neoplasms of various kinds. Treatment. In view of the fatality of the disease, and of its frequent occurrence in childhood, the prophylactic treatment is of great importance. Every effort should be made to protect children whose parents or other near relatives are tuberculous or scrofulous, and who are themselves delicate, puny, or affected with any constitutional disorder, from tubercular meningitis. by placing them in the best possible hygienic conditions. Pure air, suitable clothing, wholesome and sufficient food, and plenty of out-of-door exercise are indispensable. Sedentary amusements and occupations should be sparingly allowed. Especial pains should be taken to prevent fatigue by much study, and school hours should be of short duration. The hygiene of the schoolroom is of paramount importance, and if its ventilation, temperature, and light are not satisfactory, the child should not be permitted to enter it. The bedchamber should be well ventilated night and day. A sponge bath, cold or tepid according to the season or to the effect on the patient, should be given daily, followed by friction with a towel. The bowels must be kept regular by appropriate diet if possible, or by simple laxatives, such as magnesia or rhubarb. For delicate, pale children some preparation of iron will be useful. The choice must be left to the practitioner, but one of the best in such cases is the tartrate of iron and potassium, of which from 2 to 6 grains, according to the age, may be given 3 times daily after meals. Cod liver oil is invaluable for scrofulous patients or where there is a lack of nutrition. A teaspoonful, given after meals, is a sufficient dose, and it is usually taken without difficulty by children, or if there be much repugnance to it some one of the various emulsions may be tried in proportionate dose. Along with this, iodide of iron will in many cases be found useful or as a substitute for the oil when the latter cannot be borne. It is best given in the form of the officinal syrup, in the dose of from 5 to 20 drops. Change of air is useful in stimulating the nutritive functions, and a visit to the seashore or mountains during warm weather will often be followed by general improvement. Since it is not possible to arrest the disease when once begun, the efforts of the physician must be directed toward relieving the sufferings of the patient as far as possible. In the early period the restlessness at night and inability to sleep will call for sedatives, such as the bromide of sodium or of potassium, in the dose of 10 or 15 grains at bedtime or oftener. This should be well diluted with water, sweetened if necessary. The addition of 5 to 20 drops of the tincture of hyoscyamus increases the effect. Sometimes chloral hydrate, either alone or combined with the bromide when the latter fails, will procure quiet sleep. From 5 to 10 grains may be given at a dose, according to the age. Compresses wet with spirit and water or an ice cap may be applied to the head if there be much pain in that region, or it may be necessary to give opium in some of its forms by the mouth, such as the tincture or fluid extract. In doses of from 1 to 5 drops. Constipation is best overcome by means of calomel in 3 to 5 grain doses, to which may be added, when necessary, an equal amount of jalap powder, or an enema of soapsuds may be administered. Active purging should be avoided. Liquid nourishment, such as milk, gruel of oatmeal, farina, or barley, beef tea, broths, etc., must be given in moderate quantities at intervals of a few hours so long as the patient is able to swallow. Occasional sponging of the whole surface with warm or cool water, and scrupulous attention to cleanliness after defecation, especially when control of the sphincters is lost, will add to his comfort. He should occupy a large and well-ventilated chamber, from which all persons whose presence is not necessary for his care and comfort should be excluded. He should be protected from noise and from bright light, and should lie on a bed of moderate width for convenience of tending. There is no specific treatment at present known which is likely to be of any benefit in this disease, any more than in tuberculosis of other organs than the brain. Common experience has shown that mercury, which formerly had so high a reputation in the treatment of cerebral diseases of early life, not only fails completely, but adds to the sufferings of the patient when pushed to salivation. The iodide of potassium is recommended by almost all writers, but, so far as I know, there is no proof that it possesses any virtue in meningeal tuberculosis. It has the high authority of Charles West, 14 however, who thinks the remedy is more encouraging than any other, and who mentions one instance in which recovery took place under its employment. He recommends that 2 grains be given every 4 hours to a child 3 years old, the bowels being kept free. Most authorities recommend much higher doses, such as 10 or 15 grains, 3 or 4 times daily. 14 op. cit. Counter-irritation to the head or back of the neck was formerly much employed, but is now generally abandoned, as giving rise to much discomfort without obvious beneficial effect. In the cases reported by Hahn, already alluded to under the head of prognosis, recovery is attributed to the energetic application of tartar medic ointment to the scalp, producing extensive ulceration, which in one of them lasted more than 10 months before cicatrization took place. A careful examination of the reports of these cases satisfies me that but 2 out of the 7 were really examples of tubercular meningitis. How far the recovery in the successful cases is to be attributed to the treatment is very doubtful. Small blisters applied to the vertex or back of the neck are alluded to favorably by West, but he quotes no observations in which they were followed by benefit. Tubercular meningitis in the adult. Tubercular meningitis may occur at any age, but after the period of childhood it is most frequent between the ages of 16 and 30 years. About 75% of the patients are males, and 25% females. 15. The disease does not differ essentially in its course and symptoms from that in children. A family history of tuberculosis is common, or the patient may be already suffering from phthisis, scrofulous glands, cheesy deposits in various organs, caries of the bone, syphilis, or other constitutional affections. According to Seitz, in 93.5% out of 130 cases with autopsies, chronic inflammatory conditions or caseous deposits were found in various organs of the body. Many cases are examples of acute tuberculosis in which the brunt of the disease has fallen upon the brain rather than the other organs. 15. Seitz, Op.Cit. When cerebral symptoms supervene upon acute disease, such as typhoid fever, pericarditis, acute rheumatism, pneumonia, the exanthemata, etc. The diagnosis between tubercular and simple meningitis is important, because the latter is not necessarily fatal, while the former is almost never recovered from. If the patient were previously healthy and presumably free from tubercular disease, the chances would be in favor of the simple form. A rapid course of the disease would also speak for acute meningitis, and recovery would almost certainly preclude tubercular meningitis. In some cases the diagnosis is difficult or impossible in the beginning. In cases beginning without acute antecedents, in adults as in children, there is no pathognomonic symptom, but the combination and succession of the phenomena are usually sufficient for the diagnosis. Headache, depression or irritability of temper, delirium, half-closed eyes, ptosis of one lid, squinting, inequality in sluggishness of the pupils, moderate fever, sunken belly, vomiting, constipation, slow and irregular pulse. Sopor gradually deepening to coma, with occasional convulsions or paralysis of the limbs, followed in the course of 2 or 3 weeks by death, especially if occurring in a patient who has already presented signs of tuberculosis in other organs. Point almost unmistakably to tubercular meningitis. Some of the symptoms may not be strongly pronounced, 1 or 2 may be absent, but the general picture will suggest no other disease. According to Seitz, tubercle of the choroid is rare in tubercular meningitis of the adult. It is usually associated with tuberculosis of other organs, the pia being free. The subjoined cases are illustrations of the disease in adolescence and adult life. Case I. A lad 16 years old, always somewhat delicate, with a cough and morning expectoration of some months standing, exerted himself immoderately in gymnastic exercise on the afternoon of September 24, 1875. That night he was awakened by cough and hemoptysis. Signs of consolidation were found at the apices of both lungs. In 3 months there were swelling, induration, and suppuration of one testicle. Some months later, pain in the right arm, stiffness of the shoulder joint, and an abscess communicating with the joint, from which small spicula of bone were discharged. He was about, and even attended school, for more than a year from the time of the attack of hemoptysis. About January 1, 1877, he began to complain of severe pain in the forehead, with nausea, but no vomiting, and constipation. Jan. 27 he took to his bed, complaining chiefly of pain in the forehead and eyes. February 1 he was drowsy, irritable, and delirious. February 3d incontinence of urine and constant delirium. Up to this time the pulse had not been above 76 in the minute, and on this day it was 64. The next day, February 4th, he was wholly unconscious, pulse 96, pupils dilated. February 5th, left hand in constant motion, pulse 112. From this time the pulse steadily increased in frequency. February 6th he swallowed food, notwithstanding his stupor. February 7th he answered questions, there was oscillation of the eyeballs, and epistaxis from constant picking of the nose. He died February 9th, the pulse being 144 and the respiration 60 in the minute for several hours previous. The temperature never rose above 101.7 degrees Fahrenheit. There was never any vomiting. The duration of the case was 13 days, in addition to the prodromic period of 27 days. Autopsy by R.H. Fitz. The pia of the base of the brain from the medulla to the optic thalamus contained a large number of gray miliary tubercles, old and recent, and the same condition was found in the surfaces of the fissure of Sylvius. Ventricles distended with fluid, ependema thick and translucent. A moderate-sized cavity in the apex of the left lung, with cheesy contents. Both lungs contained an abundance of hard, gray, miliary tubercles. Left kidney contained a wedge-shaped, cheesy mass of the size of a walnut, with numerous tubercles. Left testicle contained a cheesy mass of the size of a walnut, both epididymes were cheesy. The mucous membrane of the bladder contained tubercles near the neck. The vesiculi seminals contained softened cheesy masses with openings into the urethra. There was a fistulous opening into the right shoulder joint. Case 2. Emmeline K. L., 32 years old, single, nurse, had become much exhausted by taking care of a difficult case, and entered Massachusetts General Hospital March 6, 1883, complaining since 4 days of a little cough, slight expectoration, and chilliness. But no rigor. She seemed hysterical. There was complaint of severe pain in the head, chest, and abdomen. A slight systolic murmur was found at the apex of the heart, and a few moist rales at the base of the chest on both sides behind. The urine was normal. Temperature, 103 degrees Fahrenheit. 3 weeks after entrance she began to be delirious, especially at night. April 13, 5 weeks and 3 days after entrance, she was semi-conscious, but would put out her tongue and open her eyes when requested to do so. The abdomen was distended, the pupils were dilated and unequal, there was twitching of the muscles of the right side of the face. Careful examination only disclosed occasional fine rale at the base of right chest. She died April 16, having been completely unconscious for 24 hours. There was no vomiting throughout the case. The temperature was very irregular, ranging between 100 degrees and 103 degrees Fahrenheit, and once as high as 104 degrees Fahrenheit. It was usually 1 or 2 degrees higher at night than in the morning. Pulse, generally from 100 to 110, it rose steadily during the last few days to 160 at the time of death. Autopsy, pia mater of brain edematous, slightly opaque. Its lower surface, especially at the base of the brain, showed numerous minute gray tubercles, enlarged cheesy glands at the base of the neck, small, opaque, gray tubercles scattered rather sparsely throughout both lungs. There was also miliary tuberculosis of the liver, spleen, and kidneys. Chronic hydrocephalus. By Francis Minot, M.D. Synonyms. Dropsy of the brain, dropsy of the head. Definition. A gradual accumulation of serous fluid in the brain, occupying either the ventricles or the cavity of the arachnoid, or both, occurring chiefly in infants or very young children. The term hydrocephalus, which was applied by the older writers to accumulations of serous fluid both within and also without the cranium, termed distinctively internal and external hydrocephalus, is now restricted to dropsical effusions either between the meninges or within the ventricular cavities. These may be acute or chronic, and they arise from the same conditions which are followed by the effusion of serum in other parts of the body. That is to say, from an alteration in the serous membrane lining a cavity, from an obstruction in the capillary circulation with increased tension in the larger vessels, from an altered condition of the blood, etc. Chronic hydrocephalus is almost entirely confined to young children, and is probably due to an arrested development of the brain, as shown by its being usually congenital, by the dwarfed intellectual condition of the patient, and by its frequent association with spina bifida. The pathogeny of the disease is, however, still obscure. Whether the abnormal accumulation of serous fluid is to be ascribed to a chronic alteration of the ventricular walls or of the choroid plexuses, allied to inflammation, such as occurs in the pleura, for example, causing an increased secretion, or to a closure of the communication between the ventricles and the spinal cavity, as suggested by the late John Hilton, resulting in dropsy by retention, or to some other cause, is not yet determined. Hilton says, 1. In almost every case of internal hydrocephalus which I have examined after death I found that this cerebrospinal opening, between the fourth ventricle and the spinal canal, was so completely closed that no cerebrospinal fluid could escape from the interior of the brain. And, as the fluid was being constantly secreted, it necessarily accumulated there, and the occlusion formed, to my mind, the essential pathological element of internal hydrocephalus. Sieveking, commenting upon Hilton's theory, says, 2. While giving these facts due weight, it must be pointed out that we are yet far from understanding either how the fluid is poured into the cerebral cavities or how it is removed, and that we do not positively know that the spinal canal has any better means of getting rid of an excess of fluid than the cerebral cavities have. An arrest of the growth of the brain is supposed by some pathologists to account for ventricular as well as arachnoidal dropsy by the creation of a vacuum in the cavity of the cranium, which is filled by exudation of the more fluid portion of the blood from the vessels or of lymph from the lymphatics. 1 John Hilton, Lectures on Rest and Pain, etc., 2d edition. New York, 1879. 2 Jones and Sieveking's Pathological Anatomy, 2d edition. London, 1875. Etiology. That chronic hydrocephalus in young children is in a large proportion of cases an hereditary disease is shown by the fact that it is frequently congenital, that more than one child in a family is occasionally affected by it, and that while one child is hydrocephalic others may be idiotic. A scrofulous taint in the family history is noticeable in many cases, the evil effect of which is frequently enhanced by unfavorable sanitary conditions of life, especially by residence in dark, damp, ill-ventilated, and badly drained apartments and by insufficient or unwholesome food. Hence the disease is more frequently met with among the poor than in the well-to-do classes of society. There is a difference of opinion as to whether it ever arises in consequence of external violence, such as a blow on the head, or of some strong impression, like fright or grief, acting on the mother of the child during pregnancy. The probability is that such causes would not be efficient except in cases where a predisposition to hydrocephalus had already existed. West 3 mentions the case of a healthy child 5 months old who fell out of the arms of her nurse, and was taken with a fit the same day. She apparently recovered, but when a year old had frequent returns of convulsions. At the age of 15 months the head began to enlarge, and it continued to increase in size until she was 3 years old, when she was attacked by measles, and died in a few days with convulsions and coma. The symptoms, both bodily and mental, were typical of hydrocephalus, and the diagnosis was fully confirmed by the autopsy. 3 Op-Cit. The causes of chronic hydrocephalus in older subjects and in adults are, in addition to the above mentioned, chiefly mechanical. Any lesion which hinders the exit of venous blood from the cranium may be followed by dropsy of the arachnoid cavity or ventricles. The principal ones are tumors of the brain or its membranes, the effusion of lymph in the neighborhood of veins, thrombosis of the cerebral sinuses, compression of numerous small vessels by tubercular granulations, obstructions outside the cranium, including tumors of the neck, aneurysms, obstructive disease of the heart, emphysema and cirrhosis of the lungs, besides diseases giving rise to general dropsy, as the different forms of nephritis, marasmus, the various cachexii, etc. Symptoms. When the disease is already somewhat advanced before birth, the head is often abnormally large, the cranial bones are separated, the fontanelles are distended and fluctuating. And it occasionally happens that delivery of the distended head can only be effected after the fluid has been evacuated by puncture. Even when there is no abnormal increase in the size of the head, indications of cerebral disturbance are sometimes apparent from birth, such as strabismus or convulsions recurring with more or less frequency, along with signs of failure of the general health. In the course of some weeks, or, it may be, months, the attention of the parents is attracted to the prominence of the child's forehead, strongly contrasting with the comparatively diminutive size of the face. Soon an enlargement of the fontanelles is perceived, the sutures between the cranial bones become broader, and the head assumes a globular shape from the pressure of the contained fluid. The separation of the bones at the vertex of the skull causes the os frontis to protrude forward, the parietals backward and outward, and the occipital backward and downward. The orbital plates of the frontal bone yield to the pressure of the fluid behind them, and from a horizontal position tend to assume a vertical one, protruding the eyeballs, which have a peculiar downward direction. The sclerotica is visible above the iris, and the latter is partially covered by the lower eyelid. The enlargement of the head is progressive, though not uniformly so, there being pauses of weeks or months during which it is arrested. If it be considerable, the cranial bones are usually thinned, so that the skull becomes translucent when opposite a bright light. When there is a wide separation of the bones there is an unusual development of ossa triquetra in the sutures. In cases in which the ossification of the cranium is considerably advanced before the beginning of the disease, the enlargement of the head is apt to be correspondingly less. If all the sutures are consolidated, there may be no increase in size, and this is especially true of the mechanical dropsy of adult life. The dropsical effusion, which is then moderate in amount, finds room through compression of the brain substance, and part of it escapes into the spinal canal. The size of the hydrocephalic head varies considerably. Where there has been an early arrest of the disease it may be but slightly above the normal. On the other hand, the dimensions are sometimes enormous. In the Warren Museum of Harvard University is a cranium which measures 27.5 inches in its greatest circumference, and 20.5 inches from one auditory foramen to the other over the top of the head. Its internal capacity is 257 cubic inches. The patient, who died at the age of 3 years, was never able to sit up and support the head, or even to turn it from the left side, on which she continually lay. She never spoke, and seemed to have no intelligence. The skull of the celebrated James Cardinal measured 32.25 inches in its largest circumference. 4 even more remarkable instances are on record. The dimensions of the fontanelles, particularly the anterior, usually correspond with those of the skull in general. During any strong muscular effort on the part of the patient the membrane covering them is seen to be bulged out by pressure from the fluid beneath. The enlargement is not always uniform. It may be in part or wholly confined to one side, owing to consolidation of the sutures of the opposite side, or because only one of the lateral ventricles is affected. The scalp is traversed by numerous distended veins. The hair is very scanty. The head has a soft, fluctuating feel, and the walls sometimes seem to crackle beneath the fingers, like parchment. For reports of medical cases, etc., by Richard Bright. M.D., London, 1831, Volume 1. In cases of moderate severity there may be few or no symptoms of active cerebral disturbance, such as convulsions or paralysis, but the child does not learn to talk, to walk, or to control the sphincters even at the age of 3 or 4 years. And the signs of imperfect mental development are evident. He is apt to be irritable or mischievous, and even when not actually idiotic is very backward in evincing signs of intelligence. There are, however, not a few exceptions to this, and some children with large hydrocephalic heads are intelligent and amiable. The cranium of a girl who died at the age of 16 years is preserved in the Warren Museum. It measures 24.25 inches in circumference and 17.25 inches from one auditory meatus to the other over the vertex, and the bone is in no place more than 1/8 of an inch in thickness. The child was an inmate of a house of industry, where she was instructed in the usual branches of knowledge taught in our common schools, until at length, such was her capacity, she was entrusted with the teaching of the other pauper children. And she had an excellent character for intelligence and moral worth. She died of phthisis. On post-mortem examination, the brain was found floating, as it were, in a large collection of water. As in other chronic diseases, there are often pauses, from time to time, of variable duration, in which there is some improvement in the condition of the patient, as well as a temporary arrest in the enlargement of the head. The growth of the child in stature is often retarded, and when life is prolonged the individual is more or less dwarfed. In some cases there is a considerable increase in the amount of adipose tissue, and the appetite is often voracious. L. First reports 5 the case of a hydrocephalic girl, 16 years old, whose height, or, rather, length, for she was unable to stand, was 81 centimeters, nearly 32 inches, corresponding to the stature of a child between 3 and 4 years old. The periphery of the head measured 5'11/5 centimeters, 20¼ inches. The anterior fontanelle was still open. The age was verified by reference to the registry of birth at the police office. 5. Exquisite Wachstumschhemmung bei Hydrocephalus. Chronicus, von Dr. Livius 1st, Virchow's Archive, June, 1884. The symptoms of cerebral disturbance in chronic hydrocephalus are much less striking than one would expect, doubtless because the increase of pressure upon the brain is so gradual. Actual paralysis, especially of the limbs, is rare, but convulsions are not infrequent, as is the spasmodic constriction of the glottis known as laryngisma stridulus or spasmodic croup. A general state of uneasiness and restlessness is common. Vision is often impaired and sometimes wholly lost. Strabismus is frequently present, or there may be an involuntary rolling movement of the eyeballs. The pupils are often dilated and insensible to light. In consequence of the increased weight of the head, the child is unable to support it, and in most cases is compelled to keep the bed. Vomiting is common. The digestive functions are disturbed. Constipation is an almost constant symptom, and the sphincters are relaxed in the advanced stages of the disease. Although in some cases, as already stated, the child may grow fat, the reverse of this is the rule. There is usually progressive emaciation, especially of the lower extremities. The duration of the disease varies much in different cases. The earlier the characteristic symptoms manifest themselves, the more rapid is its course. Most children born hydrocephalic survive but a few days or weeks. In cases which are more slow in their development the patient may live some years, and in rare instances attain adult life. But his feeble vitality usually makes him an easy prey to the ordinary complaints of childhood, and a large proportion of cases succumb to inflammation of the lungs or of other organs, to diarrhea, whooping cough, or the eruptive diseases. Most of those who escape these intercurrent maladies perish from defective nutrition, the result of malassimilation of food, or else are cut off by acute cerebral inflammation, with convulsions, etc. Pathological anatomy. It is rarely that a large amount of serum is found in the cavity of the arachnoid unless a free communication has been established between it and the ventricles by the destruction of cerebral tissue. In the pia the quantity may be more abundant than normal, filling the subarachnoid spaces, separating the convolutions from each other, and occasionally forming little sac-like elevations on the surface of the membrane. But it should be borne in mind that a certain amount of serous infiltration of the tissue of the pia is by no means rare in cases of death from various diseases, owing to the obstruction to the circulation during the last hours of life, and should not be considered pathological unless it exceed the usual limits. The amount of effusion into the ventricles varies between very wide limits, from some ounces to 2 or 3 pints. It may be transparent, or turbid from particles of cerebral tissue or epithelial or pus cells, and is occasionally slightly tinged with blood. Its specific gravity is nearly identical with that of water, and it contains a trace of albumin. The effusion usually occupies the 2 lateral and the middle ventricles. Less frequently the dropsy is unilateral, in consequence, apparently, of an obliteration of the foramen of Monro. The tissues composing the walls of the ventricles are compressed and hardened. The ependema of the walls and of the plexus is thickened and roughened by the formation of minute elevations, which the microscope shows to be composed of proliferated and sclerosed connective tissue. The brain in cases of large effusion is reduced to a membranous sac, flattened, with hardly any trace of its original structure at first sight apparent. In the case of James Cardinal, before alluded to, Bright says, the brain lay at its base, of the skull, with its hemispheres opened outward like the leaves of a book. Closer inspection shows that all the parts are present, although atrophied by pressure. The convolutions are flattened and the brain substance is pale and softened. The cranial nerves are often softened and flattened. In the dropsy of the head in adults, which is the result of mechanical pressure or of cachexia, the appearances are widely different. The effusion may occupy the cavity of the arachnoid, and even the space between the dura and the skull, as well as the ventricles. The amount of fluid is much less than in the chronic hydrocephalus of children. The ventricular walls present no signs of inflammatory changes. Diagnosis. Chronic hydrocephalus is usually recognized without difficulty. The chief points of diagnostic importance are the progressive enlargement of the head, the separation of the cranial bones, with their peculiar change of position, as already described, and the evident signs of arrested intellectual development. If the head be but little enlarged, the case might be mistaken for that of chronic hypertrophy of the brain, but this is a very rare disease, and is not accompanied with defective mental development. Prognosis. The elements of prognosis include the size of the head at birth, its rate of enlargement, the general condition of the child, both physically and intellectually, his hereditary antecedents, and the hygienic influences to which he may be subjected. A large proportion of children born hydrocephalic live but a short time, a few survive 1 or more years. The number of those who reach adult life is extremely small. The favorable indications are a tardy appearance of the dropsy and its slow progress, without marked evidence of defective mental and bodily development. Treatment. The treatment of chronic hydrocephalus is general and local, the first being the most important, although in many cases it is difficult to enforce it, from lack of intelligence and of means on the part of those in charge of the patient. Proper ventilation, good drainage, and cleanliness are essential. The child should be bathed daily, and should be protected against changes in temperature by suitable clothing. If his strength allow, he should be taken into the open air daily in fine weather. A wet nurse should be provided for infants whose mothers are unable to suckle them. Older patients should take milk, cream, animal broths, farinaceous substances, etc., with wine or brandy. Tonics, especially cod liver oil, hypophosphite of lime, and some preparation of iron or of the iodide of iron, are important, the choice being determined by the effect apparently produced. The internal and external employment of mercurial preparations, once in vogue, is now almost entirely abandoned by the best authorities. The evacuation of the fluid by puncture, followed by compression of the head by bandaging, has been occasionally resorted to, and in a few instances with success, but the cases in which it is indicated are rare. Thomas Young Thompson 6 reports a case in which puncture was followed by recovery. The child, 14 days old, fell, apparently without ill effects, but 3 weeks afterward a protuberance appeared on the crown of the head which continued to enlarge, and the signs of chronic hydrocephalus were unmistakable. In 3 months the circumference over the parietal eminences measured 20 inches, and a year afterward 24.5 inches. In spite of energetic internal and external treatment the enlargement continued to progress, until the head was punctured, and about 300 grams of a clear, transparent fluid, free from albumin, were evacuated. 5 weeks later a second puncture was made, and 60 grams of a milky fluid withdrawn. The child recovered, and 2 years later was in good health, the head not being disproportioned to the rest of the body. West considers the cases in which the effusion is apparently external, that is, confined to the arachnoid cavity, rather than ventricular, and in which there are no indications of active cerebral disease, to be the most favorable for the operation. The proper situation for the puncture is the coronal suture, about an inch or an inch and a half from the anterior fontanelle. A few ounces of fluid only should be withdrawn at a time, and compression should be carefully applied both during the escape of the fluid and afterward. 6 Med. Chur. Transactions, Volume 47, 1864. Congestion, inflammation, and hemorrhage of the membranes of the spinal cord. By Francis Minot, M.D. Congestion of the spinal membranes. The blood vessels of the spinal membranes communicate freely with the general circulation, and there is less opportunity for their obstruction than in the case of the meninges of the brain. Hyperemia of the dura and pia mater is therefore seldom met with, except in connection with disease of the cord. And, indeed, but little is known on the subject, which is only alluded to as possible by authorities of the present day, although the affection was formerly supposed to be a common one, giving rise to various symptoms, such as numbness and formication of the extremities, muscular weakness, and even paraplegia, symptoms which are now known to be caused by structural diseases of the cord only. As Erb 1 remarks, it is hardly possible that any considerable hyperemia of the meninges should exist without a similar condition existing in the cord also, as the vascular supply of both is the same. 1. Krankheiten der Rückenmarks, von Wilhelm Erb, in Ziemson's Handbuch, Leipzig, 1876, A.M. Trans, Volume 13. Etiology. Hyperemia of the spinal membranes is found after death from convulsions, especially in cases of tetanus, hydrophobia, eclampsia, strangulation, poisoning from narcotics, etc., in which the effect is evidently due to asphyxia. An interesting case of extensive hyperemia of the spinal membranes, as well as of those of the brain, complicating mania, is reported by M. R. G. Fernmuller. 2. A girl of 18 years, previously well, being accused of theft, fell into a state of melancholia, passing into mania, with frequent convulsions, screaming, etc. There was no spinal tenderness. The urine contained no albumin. The temperature was never elevated. No opisthotonos. The sphincters became relaxed, and she died at the end of about 3 weeks. The dura was found to be normal, but the pia mater of the brain, cerebellum, medulla oblongata, and cord was strongly injected. The brain and cord were normal, no ventricular effusion. Here the meningeal hyperemia was doubtless caused by asphyxia resulting from the convulsions. 2. C. Schmidt's Jahrbucher, 1883, No. 7. Congestion of the spinal membranes has been attributed to sudden suppression of the menstrual flow or of hemorrhoidal bleeding, and to portal obstruction, but the evidence of this is very meager. Exposure to cold and wet, as from sleeping on the damp ground, is an alleged and plausible cause. The symptoms attributed to hyperemia of the spinal membranes are pain in the back extending to the legs, with numbness and tingling of the toes, sensation of weight in the limbs, muscular weakness. Appearing suddenly without fever and usually of transient duration. There is no evidence that it gives rise to paralysis. Considering that temporary congestion of the membranes must occasionally happen from convulsions, as in epilepsy, etc. It is remarkable that no symptoms attributable to it have been observed under these circumstances. 3. 3. Epilepsy and other chronic convulsive diseases, etc., by W. R. Gowers, M.D., London, 1881. Morbid anatomy. We must be careful not to mistake post-mortem staining of the tissues from imbibition of the coloring matter of the blood, the result of decomposition aided by the position of the body, for true congestion. The latter is recognized by fine vascular arborization covering the surface of the dura or pia, often accompanied with small punctate hemorrhages. More extensive extravasations in the connective tissue, surrounding and between the membranes, are sometimes found. The spinal fluid is usually increased in amount, and often tinged with red. On account of the free vascular connection between the membranes and the cord, the latter almost always partakes of the congestion. Diagnosis. From what has been said, it follows that simple hyperemia of the spinal membranes can hardly be distinguished from that of the cord. See the article on diseases of the substance of the brain and spinal cord. When the symptoms are unaccompanied by fever, are of very moderate severity, and of short duration, we may perhaps infer that the lesion is confined to the membranes. The treatment is the same as that for congestion of the spinal cord. Acute inflammation of the spinal dura mater. Synonym. Acute spinal pachymeningitis. Acute inflammation of the spinal dura mater is chiefly confined to the outer surface of the membrane, parapachymeningitis, and is almost always consecutive to either injury or disease of the vertebrae, fracture, dislocation, caries. To wounds penetrating the spinal cavity, or to suppurative disease in neighboring organs or tissues, which makes its way into the peridural space through the intervertebral openings. The symptoms are complex, in part caused by the original disease, and in part by the pressure of the products of inflammation exercised upon the nerve roots, and even upon the cord itself. Pain in the back, corresponding to the seat of the disease, is rarely absent, and all movements of the trunk are extremely painful. When the exudation is sufficient to compress the nerve roots, the pain will extend to the trunk and the limbs, and other signs of irritation, such as a feeling of constriction by a tight girdle, and tingling, numbness, and cutaneous hyperesthesia in the limbs, will be observed, varying in situation according to the seat of the lesion. In some cases the compression of the cord may be sufficient to cause paraplegia. General symptoms will vary according to the complications of the case. Severe injury or extensive disease of the vertebrae will be accompanied with high fever. But if the external inflammation be moderate and the meningeal complication be limited in extent, the fever may be subacute. Morbid anatomy. The connective tissue between the dura and the bone is the seat of inflammatory exudation, usually purulent, of greater or less extent, and more abundant in the posterior than the anterior part of the spinal cavity, owing to the position of the patient. A more or less abundant exudation, either of pus or of dry caseous matter, is found upon the outer surface of the dura or infiltrating the connective tissue between it and the bony walls. The dura is thickened, and sometimes the exudation is seen upon its inner walls, but the pia is seldom involved in the inflammation. The cord may be compressed or flattened and the amount of exudation is large, and may in consequence show signs of inflammation in its vicinity. The spinal nerves likewise are sometimes compressed, atrophied, softened, and inflamed. The disease rarely occupies the cervical region, on account of the close union of the dura with the bones of that part, hence there is an absence of pain in the neck and of retraction of the head. Diagnosis. The diagnosis is founded on the presence of general symptoms of spinal disease, pain in the back, but not extending to the neck, increased by movements of the trunk. Cutaneous hyperesthesia, tingling, or numbness in various parts of the surface of the body, paresis or paralysis of the lower extremities in severe cases. Along with a history of vertebral disease or injury or of suppurative disease in the neighborhood of the spine. The history of the case will generally be sufficient to exclude myelitis, tetanus, or muscular pain, rheumatism, lumbago. From acute leptomeningitis the diagnosis must also be made by the history, but it should be borne in mind that the pia may be involved at the same time with the dura. Prognosis. In complicated cases the prognosis is grave if the spinal symptoms are well marked and severe, especially when there is evidence of much pressure on the cord, paraplegia. If the signs of spinal irritation were moderate, the danger would depend upon the nature and extent of the external lesion. Treatment. This would be addressed mainly to the primitive disease. For the spinal symptoms the treatment would not differ materially from that of inflammation of the spinal pia mater. Chronic spinal pachymeningitis. This affection generally coexists with chronic inflammation of the pia. Like the acute inflammation of the dura, it is seen in connection with disease or injury of the vertebrae, and it may also arise from tumors of the membrane, chiefly syphilitic, and from myelitis. It is frequent among the chronic insane, and in them is sometimes associated with hemorrhagic effusions analogous to the hematoma of the cerebral dura mater. Chronic inflammation of the spinal dura is of unfrequent occurrence, and but little is known of its history and pathology. In a case reported by Wilkes for the membrane was thickened to nearly its whole extent, and in the cervical region presented numerous bony plates. The pia was also thickened at this part and adhered closely to the dura. The symptoms, which seemed chiefly due to disease of the cord from compression, were retraction of the lower limbs and violent jerking from excessive reflex action. For Transactions of the Pathological Society of London. Volume 7, 1856. A special form of the disease, occupying chiefly the cervical region, was first described by Charcot. 5. The membrane is thickened by a deposit of successive layers of fibrin, compressing the cord, which is flattened from before backward and inflamed. The nerve roots are also more or less compressed. The course of the disease may be divided into 2 stages. First, that of irritation of the spinal nerves, with pain in the back part of the neck, extending to the head and along the upper limbs. The pain is permanent, but liable to exacerbations, and is accompanied with stiffness of the neck and a feeling of numbness and tingling, with muscular weakness of the arms. Sometimes the skin of the arms is the seat of trophic changes, as shown by the presence of bully or pemphigus. The second period is that of extension of the disease to the cord. The pain ceases, and is followed by paralysis or muscular atrophy, especially in the domain of the ulnar and median nerves, resulting in extension of the hand on the forearm, with flexion of the fingers toward the palm, giving rise to a claw-like appearance, mane and griffe. In some cases an upward extension of the disease implicates the root of the radial nerve, and the hand then assumes a prone position from paralysis of the extensor muscles. The lower portion of the cord may also become involved, with similar results in the lower extremities. Although the disease is generally progressive, it is not always so, and Charcot cites one case in which great improvement took place in the course of some years, though not apparently in consequence of any special treatment. 5. Leçons sur les mal d'ouest. Nerve, par J. M. Charcot. Paris, 1875, Volume 2. See, also, Maladies d'ouest nerve. Par A. Vulpian, Paris, 1879. En Clinique Med. De l'Hôpital de la Charité, by the same. Acute spinal meningitis. Synonym. Leptomeningitis spinalis acuta. By the term spinal meningitis is usually meant inflammation of both the arachnoid and the pia, the two being, as already stated, in reality one membrane. In connection with meningitis of the brain it constitutes a distinct disease which is usually epidemic, and probably zymotic in its origin. See epidemic cerebrospinal meningitis. Sporadic spinal meningitis is a rare disease. It may be acute or chronic. Etiology. Among the causes of acute spinal meningitis are injuries to the vertebral column, such as fracture and dislocation from falls, blows, etc., wounds by stabbing or shooting. Violent bodily effort, as in lifting heavy weights, etc. Other causes are local exposure to wet and cold, as from sleeping on the wet ground or standing long in water while at work. Like cerebral meningitis, it may complicate constitutional diseases, as rheumatism, pyemia, etc., but less frequently than the former. Syphilitic inflammation of the spinal membranes is, however, not unfrequently met with, but chiefly of the chronic form. See the article on syphilis of the brain and spinal cord. In tubercular meningitis of the brain the pia mater of the cord is often implicated in the disease. Acute spinal meningitis is most frequently met with in young persons, and is more common in men than in women. Symptoms. The onset of the disease is generally sudden, and it is rarely preceded by the usual inflammatory symptoms of chilly sensations, restlessness, headache, etc. A sharp rigor is the first indication of disease in most cases. This is followed by fever, with high temperature and a quick, full, hard pulse. Pain in the back follows, either confined to a limited region or extending throughout the whole extent of the spine, soon becoming acute and aggravated by any movement of the trunk or even of the limbs. There is usually but little tenderness on pressure upon the spinous processes, and often none at all. The pain extends around the body and throughout the limbs. In the course of a few hours muscular contraction in the region of the back, and also of the limbs, is observed. When the disease is situated in the cervical region, the head is drawn backward, and cannot be moved without severe pain. If it occupies a considerable extent of the spine, the dorsal muscles become rigidly contracted and the body is arched forward, opisthotonos, as in tetanus, so that the patient may even rest upon his occiput and sacrum. Owing to the implication of the muscles of respiration, more or less dyspnea is common, and may even cause death by asphyxia. There is no paralysis of the limbs, unless there be complication of myelitis, but the patient abstains as far as possible from any movement from dread of pain. Reflex irritability is exaggerated. Retention of urine and constipation are common, probably for the same reason. Hyperesthesia of the surface of the body in limited areas is sometimes noticed, owing to the irritation of the posterior spinal roots. Provided the extent of the inflammation be comparatively limited, recovery is possible, though rare, at this stage of the disease. When the course of the disease is unfavorable, symptoms of paralysis appear, from compression of the cord by the products of inflammation. The hyperesthesia of the skin gives place to insensibility. The muscles lose their reflex function and their reaction to electricity, the bladder and rectum become paralyzed. The invasion of the medulla by the disease, which is announced by paralysis of the muscles of the esophagus and of the tongue, is a fatal complication. The pulse and the respiration become rapid and irregular from compression of the vagus, the temperature rises to 106 degrees or 108 degrees Fahrenheit, and death ensues through asphyxia or failure of the heart. The course of acute spinal meningitis is rapid. It sometimes terminates fatally within 2 or 3 days, and the average duration of fatal cases is about a week, but exceptionally the disease may last for several weeks or even months. Even then complete recovery may take place, though permanent effects are usually left behind, such as paresis or paralysis of the lower extremities, muscular contractions, muscular atrophy, etc., from injury to the nerve roots or the cord. The mind is generally clear in the early stage, afterward there may be delirium, especially along with cerebral complication. Morbid anatomy. It is rarely that the pia mater is the only tissue involved in the inflammation. Frequently the inner surface of the dura is the seat of a fine injection, with delicate false membranes, and the cord itself, at least its exterior portions, probably always participates more or less in the congestion. The pia is reddened and thickened, the surface showing small bloody extravasations, and the space between its 2 layers is the seat of a fibropurulent deposit. The spinal fluid is turbid and flocculent. The seat and extent of the morbid appearances vary in different cases, they are always more abundant in the posterior than the anterior part of the cord, and may be confined to a limited space or extend throughout its whole length. It is remarkable that the region of the medulla oblongata is generally free or only slightly affected. But since bulbar symptoms are often prominent in grave cases, Leiden 6 accounts for it by supposing that the exudation is washed away by the constant movement of the cerebrospinal fluid. If the cord be involved in the inflammation, it is softened and injected, the nerve sheaths are destroyed, and the axis cylinders swollen in places. The nerve roots show hyperemia, infiltration of the interstitial tissue with round cells, and destruction of the nerve sheaths. 6 Klinik der Rückenmarkskrankheiten, von E. Leiden. Berlin, 1874, Volume 1. Diagnosis. Spinal meningitis is easily recognized in most cases by its sudden onset and the severity of its symptoms. The distinguishing symptoms are sudden and acute pain in the back, extending around the body and into the limbs, which is increased by every movement of the trunk, rigidity of the back, hyperesthesia of the skin, retraction of the head. With difficulty of breathing and of swallowing. The diseases from which it must be distinguished are muscular rheumatism, so-called, tetanus, and myelitis. In rheumatism of the dorsal muscles the pain is confined to the back, does not extend to the limbs, and is only excited by movement. The fever is moderate or absent, there are no symptoms of spinal complication, such as cutaneous hyperesthesia, retraction of the head, paresis of the limbs, etc., and the result is uniformly favorable. Tetanus is almost always due to some well-marked traumatic cause, the muscles of the jaw are usually first implicated, trismus, and the attacks of general muscular spasm are easily excited by peripheral irritation. Myelitis can be distinguished by the absence of pain in the limbs and by paraplegia, but it must be borne in mind that myelitis and spinal meningitis may coexist. Prognosis. Acute spinal meningitis is always a grave disease, hence a guarded opinion should be given even in apparently favorable cases. General mildness of the symptoms, with no indication of extension to the medulla oblongata, would afford ground for encouragement. The unfavorable symptoms are those showing compression or inflammation of the cord, such as paresis, paralysis, twitching of the limbs, muscular contractions, cutaneous anesthesia, etc. The extension of the disease to the medulla, as shown by difficulty of swallowing, speaking, or breathing, is almost necessarily fatal. Treatment. During the first stage of the disease an effort should be made to reduce the hyperemia of the membranes by the local abstraction of blood. This is best effected by cupping along each side of the spine and by the application of leeches to the anus. The bleeding should be promoted by poultices. Free purging is likely to be of service, and is best obtained by means of 10 grains each of calomel and jalap, for an adult, followed by saline laxatives. Counterirritation to the back may be induced by the application of blisters or by painting the skin with a strong tincture of iodine, 1 or 2 drams of iodine to an ounce of sulfuric ether. After the effusion of lymph and pus, as shown by symptoms of compression of the nerve roots and cord, absorbents should be tried, of which the iodide of potassium, in doses of 5 to 10 grains, 4 times daily, is most likely to be of benefit. Pain must be relieved by opium or morphia and chloral hydrate. The latter, either alone or combined with hyoscyamus and bromide of potassium, will be useful to allay spasmodic twitching, opisthotonos, or muscular contraction. The patient should be enjoined to lie on each side alternately, or on the face if possible, in order to equalize the hyperemia of the membranes and cord. Liquid nourishment must be freely administered, such as milk, broths, gruel, etc. Together with wine and other stimulants in case of exhaustion and threatening of collapse. During convalescence the patient should be carefully protected against cold and fatigue, and the strength must be supported by quinine and iron with suitable diet. Chronic spinal meningitis. Synonyms. Chronic inflammation of the pia mater of the spinal cord, chronic spinal leptomeningitis. Chronic spinal meningitis may follow the acute form, or it may arise from chronic disease of the vertebrae or of the cord, especially myelitis and sclerosis. It is most apt to accompany sclerosis of the posterior columns, and it is often difficult to say in any particular case whether the meningeal affection preceded or followed that of the cord. Probably some cases of chronic myelitis, especially of the disseminated form, owe their origin to chronic meningitis. 7. It has been thought to follow blows on the back, and also to arise from general concussion without traumatism, and has been considered as a frequent result of accidents from railroad collisions, etc. This view has been disputed by Herbert W. Page 8, who says, of the exceeding rarity of spinal meningitis as an immediate result of localized injury to the vertebral column we are well assured. And we know of no one case, either in our own experience or in the experience of others, in which meningeal inflammation has been indisputably caused by injury to some part of the body remote from the vertebral column. Chronic alcoholism and syphilis, especially the latter, predispose to the disease. In many cases no adequate cause can be assigned. 7. Leiden, Op. Cit., Volume 1. 8. Injuries of the spine and spinal cord, without apparent mechanical lesion and nervous shock, in their medico-legal aspects. London, 1883. Symptoms. Gowers 9 remarks that a large number of symptoms formerly assigned to chronic spinal meningitis have nothing to do with that pathological state, but are now known to be owing to alterations within the cord which are frequently associated with it. The symptoms which are really due to the meningeal inflammation, namely, those arising from interference with the nerve roots in their passage through the thickened membranes, do not differ essentially from those of chronic pachymeningitis of the spine. The principal are pain in the back, especially on movement, extending to the trunk and limbs, hyperesthesia of the skin in various regions within the domain of the irritated sensory roots, with diminution or loss of the knee jerk. And areas of anesthesia due to their more complete compression. The compression of the motor roots gives rise to symptoms which are similar to those of disease of the anterior cornua, consisting chiefly of muscular wasting, with impairment of motion in corresponding regions, without fever. 9. The Diagnosis and Diseases of the Spinal Cord, by W. R. Gowers, M.D., 2d edition, Philada. 1881. The anatomical appearances, which are most pronounced in the posterior aspect of the cord, and diminish from below upward, are often of considerable extent. The membrane is thickened, opaque, and often adherent to the cord. On the inner surface are seen numerous small bodies composed of proliferating connective tissue. 10 These, according to Vulpian, are chiefly found in the lower dorsal and lumbar region and on the cauda equina. The dura is very frequently involved in the inflammation, it is thickened, and its inner surface is adherent to the pia, often showing numerous miliary bodies similar to those found in the pia. 10 Leiden, Op. Cit., Volume 1. A. Vulpian, Mal. Du. Swst. Nerve, Paris, 1879. Diagnosis. Chronic spinal meningitis so rarely exists apart from disease of the dura or of the cord that its separate diagnosis must be mainly a matter of conjecture. Leiden justly says we must usually be content to diagnosticate chronic meningitis without attempting any further distinction, except in cases which originate in disease of the vertebrae or of their neighborhood, and afterward penetrate into the spinal canal, and which would probably give rise to pachymeningitis. The diseases with which chronic meningitis of the spine is most likely to be confounded are posterior sclerosis, locomotor ataxia, and chronic degeneration of the anterior cornua, progressive muscular atrophy. 11 From the former it is distinguished by the absence of ataxia, from the latter, by the irregular distribution of the symptoms, and from both, by the existence of limited areas of anesthesia and of extensive spinal pain. It must be remembered that inflammation of the cord complicating that of the meninges, or pressure upon the cord by the thickened membranes may give rise to mixed symptoms. The latter is especially observed in syphilitic cases. 11 Gowers, Op. Cit. Prognosis. Simple chronic spinal meningitis is rarely if ever fatal. How far it is capable of amelioration or of cure is not, in the present state of our knowledge, known. When complicated with disease of the cord the prognosis will depend upon that of the latter. Syphilitic chronic meningitis is to a certain extent amenable to appropriate medication. Treatment. The treatment should have for its object, first, to relieve pain, 2d, to arrest the progress of the inflammation, and especially to prevent it from extending to the cord, 3d, to promote the absorption of the exudation. For the first object the internal or hypodermic employment of morphia should be combined with external applications, such as fomentations, liniments, ice, etc. Counter-irritation by means of dry cupping, blisters, iodine, etc. With leeches, shampooing, and douches of hot water, may be of some use in retarding the progress of the inflammation, and should be aided by the administration of mercurials and the preparations of iodine. The biniodide of mercury would be useful for this purpose in the dose of 1/16 to 1/8 of a grain 3 times daily, its effect being carefully watched in order to prevent salivation. The same means will also aid in favoring the absorption of lymph. In syphilitic cases an appropriate specific treatment is indicated. Spinal meningeal hemorrhage. Synonyms. Spinal meningeal apoplexy, hematoragus. Spinal meningeal hemorrhage may take place between the dura mater and the walls of the vertebral canal, or between the dura and the pia mater, i.e. into the arachnoid space. Etiology. Penetrating wounds, injuries to the vertebrae, fractures and dislocations, and violent blows are apt to give rise to more or less hemorrhage into the spinal canal. Violent convulsions, as in tetanus, epilepsy, uremic eclampsia, hydrophobia, may be followed by meningeal hemorrhage owing to the disturbance of the circulation from asphyxia, and excessive muscular effort, as in lifting heavy weights, etc. Has been said to cause it. In cerebral meningeal hemorrhage and in effusion into the substance of the brain, the blood sometimes escapes into the spinal canal. An aneurysm of the aorta has been known to communicate with the canal. Such a case was reported by Laennec.12 in certain diseases with hemorrhagic tendency, as purpura and scurvy. Spinal extravasation is occasionally observed. 13. 12 Trait deauscultation mediate, 4th edition, Paris, 1837. Volume 3. 13 A case of scorbutic spinal hemorrhage is reported in the British Med. Journal, November 19, 1881. Symptoms. These vary according to the conditions under which the hemorrhage is produced and to the amount of bleeding. In traumatic cases, the signs of hemorrhage are often completely overshadowed by those of the injury of the vertebrae, the membranes, or the cord, and are undistinguishable. When a large amount of blood is suddenly introduced into the spinal canal, it usually gives rise, by pressure on the cord, to paraplegia, which, however, is sometimes of only short duration. Thus in Laennec's case, the bursting of an aneurysm into the spinal cavity was signalized by a sudden paraplegia, but in half an hour the power of movement returned, though sensation did not. The patient died in a few hours from hemorrhage into the left pleural cavity. The amount of blood in the spinal cavity is not stated, and, in fact, it would appear that the spine was not opened. When the amount of blood is smaller, the symptoms indicate irritation of the spinal nerves and of the cord. Pain in the back is always present, extending into the limbs, and is sometimes severe. Its seat corresponds to that of the effusion. There may be a feeling of tingling and numbness in the lower extremities, with anesthesia or hyperesthesia of the skin and more or less paresis. A feeling of constriction around the waist or the chest is sometimes complained of. In slight effusions, the symptoms may be limited to numbness and formication of the extremities, with slight paresis. There is rarely fever in the early stages, unless the amount of blood is sufficient to give rise to inflammatory conditions of the cord or membranes. If the extravasation be moderate, it is generally absorbed, with relief to the symptoms, although slight numbness and paresis of the extremities may continue for a long time. Pathological anatomy. In hemorrhage outside the dura, the loose cellular tissue between the membrane and the bony canal contains more or less coagulated blood according to the circumstances of the case. Especially in the posterior region of the canal and covering the nerve roots. The dura is reddened by imbibition of the coloring matter of the blood. When the amount of the effusion is large, as in traumatic and aneurysmal cases, or where cerebral hemorrhage has extended into the spine, the cord may be compressed by it. Hemorrhage into the arachnoid sac, except in cases of violence, etc., is usually of limited amount, sometimes only in the form of drops of blood upon the surface of the dura or pia. When more abundant, it may surround the cord more or less completely, but in most cases it is limited in longitudinal extent, being confined to the space of one or two vertebrae. The cord may be more or less compressed, reddened, and softened. In all cases the spinal fluid is discolored and reddened in proportion to the amount of the hemorrhage. Diagnosis. When the complications are such that symptoms attributable to hemorrhage are not observed, the diagnosis of spinal hemorrhage is impossible. This may happen in the case of wounds and injuries of the vertebrae and of the passage into the spinal canal of blood from an apoplectic effusion of the brain. In the convulsions of tetanus, epilepsy, etc. The amount of the hemorrhage is rarely sufficient to give rise to distinctive symptoms. In idiopathic and uncomplicated cases, the chief diagnostic marks are suddenness of the attack, pain in the back, usually at the lowest part. Disturbances of sensation in the extremities, anesthesia, formication, etc., paresis or paralysis of the legs, the absence of cerebral or spinal inflammatory symptoms, and, in many cases, the favorable course of the disease. Sometimes an ostensible cause, such as scurvy, purpura, suppressed menstruation, or hemorrhoidal flux, will aid in the diagnosis. The disease for which spinal hemorrhage is most likely to be mistaken is acute myelitis, but this is not sudden in its onset, is accompanied with fever, and gives rise to paralysis both of motion and sensation. and to loss of control over the sphincters, to bed sores, etc. Hemorrhage of the cord would be accompanied by paraplegia and loss of sensation in the lower extremities and slight tendency to spasmodic manifestations. It is fatal in the majority of cases, or else is followed by permanent paralysis. Hysteria might be confounded with spinal hemorrhage, but the history of the case and the transient duration of the symptoms would clear up all obscurity. Prognosis. In traumatic cases, the hemorrhage is usually only one element in the gravity of the situation, which depends chiefly upon the character and extent of the original injury. In idiopathic and uncomplicated cases, the prognosis, which must always be doubtful, will vary according to the severity of the symptoms as corresponding to the amount of the effusion. The danger is greatest during the first few days. If there should then be diminution of the more important symptoms, an encouraging opinion may be given. The immediate effects may, however, be less grave than the remote, such as bed sores, cystitis, etc. Except in the very mildest cases, the patient is likely to be confined to bed for several weeks. In more severe ones, the convalescence may be very protracted, and permanent lameness, etc. may result. Treatment. In the early stage, absolute rest in bed, with cold applications to the back and moderate purging, should be employed. Large doses of ergot are recommended, but there is little evidence of benefit from this medicine. In traumatic cases, no rules for treatment of the hemorrhage can be laid down. If the extravasation evidently depends upon a constitutional diathesis, as in purpura, scurvy, etc., the remedies appropriate for these diseases should be employed, especially tonics and astringents, such as the tincture of the chloride of iron, in doses of from 15 to 30 drops 3 times daily, quinine, and the vegetable acids. Should there be evidence of blood pressure from suppressed discharge, as in amenorrhea, arrested hemorrhoidal flow, etc., leeches should be applied to the anus, and blood may be taken from the region of the spine by cupping. In the later stages, an attempt may be made to aid the absorption of the effused blood by the administration of the iodide of potassium or the prosciutide of mercury, and by the application of blisters or strong tincture of iodine to each side of the spine. Pain must be relieved and sleep obtained, when necessary, by means of opium, chloral hydrate, or other anodynes. Electricity, rubbing, bathing, etc. will be useful for combating the paralytic symptoms which may remain after the disease itself is relieved. Spina bifida. By John Ashurst, Jr., M.D. Definition. By the term spina bifida is meant a congenital malformation of the vertebral column, consisting in the absence of a part, commonly the spinous processes and laminae, of one or more of the vertebrae, and thus permitting a protrusion of the spinal meninges, which, with their contents, form a tumor of variable size and shape, usually in the lumbosacral region. Synonyms, etc. Of the various names which have been proposed for this affection, most are objectionable, as not expressing with sufficient definiteness what is meant. Thus, hydrorachis, the term generally employed by French writers, hydrorachitis, spinal hydrocele, etc., convey merely the notion of an accumulation of fluid within the spinal canal, and are as applicable to simple serous effusions in that part, whether occurring as a complication of hydrocephalus or as the result of injury. As to the special affection under consideration, again, myelocysis, pouring out or protrusion of the spinal marrow, would imply that the cord itself was necessarily involved in the tumor, which is certainly not always the case. The term schystorachis, cleft spine, and atallorachidea, defective spine, a name suggested by Biclard, would be preferable, and are really more accurate than the name spina bifida, since, as a matter of fact, the spinous processes are, as a rule, not bifid, but totally deficient. The latter term, however, has the advantage of being more familiar, and may be retained simply as a matter of convenience. It is said by Itard to have been first employed by the Arabian physicians. History. Spina bifida does not appear to have been known to the ancients, the earliest recorded observations of the affection being found in the writings of Bohinus, 1560–1624, of Tulpius, 1593–1674, of Bonitas, 1620–89, and of Royce, 1638 to 1731. Good accounts of the affection may be found in the Dictionnaire des Sciences Médicales, tome 22, Paris, 1818, and particularly in Holmes's Surgical Treatment of the Diseases of Infancy and Childhood, 2d ed. London, 1869, in Fallen and Deplay's Trait de Pathologie Externe, tome 3, and in Treves's article on Malformations and Injuries of the Spine in the International Encyclopedia of Surgery, Volume 4, New York, 1884. Etiology. There are two conditions essential to the formation of a spina bifida: 1, an arrest of development, or at least a defective closure, of the vertebral arches. And 2, a dropsical condition either of the central canal of the spinal cord or of the subarachnoid spaces, but which of these is the antecedent condition it is, as justly remarked by Erb, impossible to decide. Spina bifida often occurs as a complication of hydrocephalus, and is itself often complicated with an atrophic and deformed condition of the lower extremities, a circumstance which led Tulpius to suggest that the malformation was caused by a malposition of the fetus in utero. An explanation which it seems hardly necessary to waste time in considering. Salzmann observed spina bifida in 2 children born of the same mother, and Camper noticed it in twins. Symptomatology. Spina bifida forms a tumor, or, more rarely, several tumors, in the region of the vertebral column, usually discovered at birth, but occasionally not noticed until a later period. Thus, Lancisi mentions a case in which the tumor first made its appearance in a hydrocephalic child at the age of 5 years, and J. L. Appin one in which the patient reached the age of 20 before any swelling was manifested. If these records are accepted as authentic, the only satisfactory explanation is that of Itard, viz. that the bony deficiency existed from the time of birth, and that the dropsical protrusion did not occur until afterward. This seems to me more reasonable than the suggestion of the younger Andrel. That the vertebrae underwent a process of secondary softening and absorption. The part most frequently affected is the lumbar region, but cases are not wanting of the occurrence of spina bifida in the cervical, dorsal, and sacral regions, and even, in at least one case, Genghis, in the coccyx. The tumor almost invariably occupies the median line, and projects directly backward. In at least 4 cases, however, recorded by Bryant, Emmett, and Thomas, the tumor protruded anteriorly from deficiency of the vertebral bodies. The size of a spina bifida varies from that of a walnut to that of a child's head, or even larger. In some rare instances, such as those recorded by Lazelius and Richard, the whole spinal column has been cleft, and the tumor has extended from nuca to sacrum. But cases of this kind seldom come under the surgeon's observation, as children with such extensive deformity usually perish shortly after birth. The shape of the swelling is rounded, or more often oval. It is commonly sessile, but occasionally pedunculated, and it is sometimes lobulated, the lobules being separated by more or less distinct sulci. The skin covering the tumor is in some cases normal, with more or less fat in the subcutaneous connective tissue, but more often thin, tightly stretched, red, shining, and occasionally ulcerated. More rarely it is thickened and leathery, as in a case referred to by Sir Prescott Hewitt. Sometimes a navel-like depression is found at some part of the surface, corresponding, as pointed out by Fallen and Duplay, and by Erb, to the place of attachment, on the interior of the sac, of the terminal extremity of the spinal cord. The cutaneous investment is sometimes altogether wanting, the spinal dura mater itself forming the external covering of the tumor. It is in these cases especially that ulceration and rupture are apt to occur. Spinae bifidi are usually soft and fluctuating, and occasionally partially reducible. Their tension and elasticity are increased when the child is in the upright position or during the acts of expiration and crying, and are diminished during inspiration or when the child is laid upon its face. When the part is relaxed, a bony prominence can be felt on either side, and the aperture in the vertebral column can be more or less distinctly outlined. The swelling is apt to be painful on pressure. If the tumor is of moderate size and covered with healthy skin, there are usually no constitutional symptoms, and, even where ulceration and rupture occur, the opening may heal and a spontaneous cure may possibly ensue. More often, as the tumor increases in bulk, or at any time if pressure be made upon it, various nervous symptoms are observed: drowsiness, muscular twitchings, convulsions, and often paraplegia and paralysis of the sphincters. Rupture is usually followed by the development of spinal meningitis, or may prove directly the cause of death by the loss of cerebrospinal fluid which it causes. In other instances, however, if the rupture be a small one, healing may occur, as already mentioned, or a fistulous opening may persist. In rare cases the fluid may escape by a process of transudation without rupture, as in an example recorded by Labori. As may be inferred from what has already been said, the course of spina bifida is usually rapid and toward a fatal termination. In some instances, however, as in cases observed by Holmes, and more recently by Lithgow, spontaneous recovery has followed the obliteration of the channel which unites the sac with the cavity of the spinal membranes. And in other instances, without a cure having been effected, life has been prolonged for very many years. Thus, Behrend reports the case in which a patient with spina bifida lived to the age of 50, and Holmes refers to another in which death resulted from an independent disease at the age of 43. But a still more remarkable case was recorded by Callender, the patient in this instance having reached the age of 74. Pathology and morbid anatomy. The most important points for consideration in respect to the anatomy of spina bifida are the relations which the spinal cord and spinal nerves bear to the sac, and the nature of the contained fluid. It is ordinarily said that the spinal cord itself commonly enters the sac of a spina bifida. The report of the London Clinical Society's committee gives the proportion of cases in which it does so at 63%. And Holmes figures a specimen from the Museum of St. George's Hospital, London, in which this condition is obviously present. On the other hand, Mayo Robson in 8 operations only once found the cord implicated, and the late John B. S. Jackson of Boston, whose name will be recognized as one of high authority in regard to all questions of morbid anatomy, once assured me that he had made very many dissections of spinae bifida, and that he had invariably found that the cord stopped short of the sac, and that only the nerves entered the latter. This, as negative evidence, cannot of course contravene such positive evidence as that of the specimen referred to by Holmes. But it would seem to show that the condition was a less common one than is generally supposed, and that in at least a fair proportion of cases the cord itself did not form part of the sac contents. This remark applies especially to those cases in which the fluid is accumulated in the subarachnoid space, and in which, as pointed out by Sir P. Hewitt, the cauda equina or spinal nerves are pushed by the vis a tergo into the sac. But when the dropsical effusion occupies the central canal of the cord, this is apt to be flattened and spread out like a thin lining to the sac, just as the brain is spread over the inner wall of the skull in cases of internal hydrocephalus. And, on the other hand, when the accumulated fluid fills the cavity of the arachnoid, the cord is apt to be pushed forward, and the sac may be entirely devoid of all nerve structures. Such, too, according to Geralds, is the case in spina bifida of the cervicodorsal region. The Committee of the London Clinical Society classify cases of spina bifida in 3 divisions: 1. Those in which the membranes only protrude, spinal meningocele. 2. Those in which the protrusion involves both the cord and membranes, meningomyelocele, and, 3. Those in which the central canal of the cord itself forms the cavity of the sac, syringomyelocele. The last variety is the rarest, as the second is the most common. In meningomyeloceles the spinal cord with its central canal is continued within the median, vertical portion of the sac, and at this part there is no covering of true skin. The nerve roots which traverse the sac arise from this intramural portion of the central nervous system. Humphrey of Cambridge, England, makes a somewhat similar classification of spinae bifida, recognizing as the most common variety the hydrorachis externa anterior, in which the fluid occupies the subarachnoid space in front of the spinal cord, and in which the cord and the nerves are stretched backwards and outwards upon the sac, and are there confluent, together with the arachnoid, pia mater, and dura mater, or their representatives. in the thin membrane which forms the hindmost part of the wall of the sac. Rarer forms are the hydromeningocele, or hydrorachis externa posterior, in which the fluid accumulates behind the cord, which does not enter the sac, and the hydromyelocele or hydrorachis interna, in which the fluid occupies the central spinal canal. The theory which, according to the Clinical Societies Committee, best explains the pathological anatomy of spina bifida is that which assumes a primary defect of development of the mesoblast from which the structures closing in the vertebral furrow are developed. The fluid of spina bifida appears to be identical in character with the cerebrospinal fluid. Bostock found that it was very slightly clouded by the application of heat, and that it contained, in 100 parts, 97.8 of water, 1.0 of chloride of sodium, 0.5 of albumin, 0.5 of mucus, 0.2 of gelatin, and some traces of lime. 5 specimens more recently analyzed by Hoppe-Seiler gave an average of 98.8 parts water, 0.15 parts proteids, and 1.06 extractives and salts. Turner found a reaction somewhat similar to that of grape sugar, as had been previously found by Bussey and Deschamps in cerebrospinal fluid itself. But in 2 specimens analyzed by Node for Holmes it was at least very doubtful whether sugar was actually present. The first specimen was found to be completely neutral, its specific gravity was 1.0077, it contained phosphates, but no reaction could be obtained resembling that of sugar. The second specimen did give a reaction with copper like that of sugar, but no trace of fermentation could be obtained. 3 analyses, however, made by Halliburton for the London Clinical Societies Committee showed uniformly a decided trace of sugar, with a diminution in the quantity of proteids, which appeared to consist entirely of globulin. In some cases the sac of a spina bifida contains, besides nerve structures and cerebrospinal fluid, both fibrous and fatty tissues. Diagnosis: ordinary fatty tumors have been mistaken for spiny bifida, but such an error could only be committed through carelessness. More difficult is the diagnosis from certain forms of congenital cyst, occupying the median line of the back. And still more difficult the diagnosis from the several affections known as false spina bifida. In the former case the distinction might be made by noting the irreducibility, constant shape, and unchanging tenseness of the cyst, and perhaps, as suggested by T. Smith, by tracing the line of spinous processes beneath it. Some information, too, might perhaps be gained by chemical examination of the fluid obtained by puncture. Under the name of false spina bifida Holmes includes 3 distinct conditions. These are, 1, a true spina bifida, in which the connection with the spinal membranes has in some way been obliterated. The sac then communicating with the vertebral canal, but not with the theca. 2, a congenital, cystic, or fatty tumor, taking its origin within the vertebral canal, and projecting through an opening caused by a gap in the laminae. And, 3, a tumor containing fetal remains, and properly regarded as an example of included foetation. In any of these cases a positive diagnosis might be impossible, and the probable nature of the tumor could only be inferred by noting the absence of one or more of the characteristic symptoms of true spina bifida. Prognosis: the prognosis of spina bifida is without question unfavorable. At the same time the affection is by no means to be considered, as it was formerly, one of an invariably fatal character, for apart from the fact already mentioned that several cases are on record in which patients with untreated spina bifida have reached adult life, and even old age. The modern method of treatment has proved so much more successful than those formerly employed that in favorable cases surgical interference affords at least a reasonable prospect of recovery. The circumstances which especially furnish grounds for an unfavorable prognosis are the rapid growth of the tumor, the thinning or ulceration of its coverings, and the occurrence of nervous symptoms, and particularly of paralysis or convulsions. Treatment. This may be either palliative or radical. If the tumor be not increasing materially in size, the surgeon may properly content himself with palliative measures, applying equable support and perhaps slight pressure by the use of a well-padded cap of gutta-percha or leather, an air pad, or, as advised by Treves, a simple pad of cotton smeared with Vaseline, and a bandage. If the tumor be small and covered with healthy integument, painting its surface with collodion may be of service through the contractile property of that substance. Radical measures are only indicated when the child, otherwise healthy, seems to have his life threatened by the rapid growth of the tumor, causing risk of ulceration and rupture, or giving rise to convulsions or paralysis. The principal modes of treatment to be considered under this heading are, 1. Simple tapping or paracentesis, 2. Injection of iodine, 3. Ligation of the neck of the sac, and 4. Excision. 1. Paracentesis, a simple evacuation of the fluid contents of the sac, is the only operation ordinarily justifiable in cases attended by paralysis or other grave nervous manifestations. The puncture should be made in the lower part of the sac and at a distance from the median line, in the course of which the nerve structures are particularly distributed. And only a small quantity of fluid, a few drams or at most 1 or 2 ounces, should be removed at a time, the instrument being at once withdrawn if convulsions follow, and the wound being instantly closed with lint dipped in compound tincture of benzoin. Either an aspirator tube or a small trocar may be used, and the operation may be repeated if necessary, pressure being maintained during the intervals. Paracentesis has occasionally though not often proved curative. 2. Injection of iodine. This mode of treatment was introduced about the same time by Velpeau and by Brainerd of Chicago. The latter surgeon's method consists in injecting, after only partially emptying the tumor, a solution of iodine with iodide of potassium, iodine, 5 grs, iodide of potassium, 15 grs, water, 1 fluid ounce. Allowing it to flow out again, washing out the sac with water, and finally re-injecting a portion of the cerebrospinal fluid originally evacuated. And the formers, in completely evacuating the tumor, and then injecting a mixture of iodine and iodide of potassium, each 1 part to 10 parts of water. Each of these plans has met with a fair measure of success. But the modification introduced by James Morton of Glasgow is a great improvement, and affords what is actually the most successful mode yet devised for dealing with spina bifida. Morton employs a solution of iodine in glycerin, iodine, 10 grs. Iodide of potassium, 30 grs, glycerin, 1 fluid ounce, which has the advantage of being less diffusible than the aqueous solution, and therefore less liable to enter the spinal canal. The tumor is about half emptied, and a small quantity, from fluid dram SS to fluid dram IIJ of the solution, is then slowly injected, and allowed to remain. The operation is repeated after a few days if necessary. Of 50 cases known to Morton as having been treated in this way up to May, 1885, 41 were regarded as successful, but of 71 cases collected by the London Clinical Society's committee, only 39 had been benefited by the operation. One in a case recently recorded by Waltering, however, iodine injection was followed by death within half an hour. The introduction of iodine into the sac of a spina bifida is, according to Morton, only justifiable in cases unattended by paralysis. Under opposite circumstances I should be disposed to try a plan recently employed with success by Noble Smith in a case of meningocele, viz. injecting the iodoglycerin solution into the coverings of the sac, and as close to it as possible without perforating it. 3 and 4. Ligation and excision have each occasionally effected a cure, but more often have but helped to precipitate a fatal issue. A successful case of ligation followed by excision has been recently recorded by Lobker. The elastic ligature, applied around the neck of the sac, if this be pedunculated, has been employed by Leroyen, Ball, Colanese, Baldesser, Mouchet, and other surgeons, and of 6 cases collected by Mouchet, 3 ended in recovery. Another success has been recently recorded by Toretta. The écraseur has been used, but its employment cannot be recommended. Compression by clamps is advised by Schatz of Rostock. Ligation is best adapted to cases occurring in the cervical and dorsal regions, in which, as pointed out by Geralds, nerve elements are less likely to be involved. Excision, supplemented by transplantation of a strip of periosteum from a rabbit, has been successfully resorted to by Mayo Robson and by R. T. Hayes of Rochester, N.Y. And simple excision, with suture in separate lines of the sac and integuments, by Mayo Robson, Atkinson, and Jessup. The Clinical Society's committee in all refers to 23 cases treated by excision, 16 of which are said to have been successful. Anemia and hyperemia of the brain and spinal cord. By E. C. Spitzka, M.D. Cerebral hyperemia. Up to within a few years it was a favorite mode of explaining the results of the administration of certain narcotic and stimulant drugs, and certain of the active symptoms of mental derangement, to attribute them to an increased blood supply of the nerve centers. This view seemed to harmonize so thoroughly with the physiological dictum that functional activity depends on the supply of oxygenated blood that the first attempts at questioning it were treated as heresies. Today, however, few authorities can be found to adhere unreservedly to this once popular and easy explanation. The drift of physiological and medical opinion is in the direction of regarding some subtle molecular and dynamic state of the nerve elements as the essential factor in intoxications as well as in maniacal and other forms of insane excitement, if they be complicated by active or passive congestions. This is probably a secondary occurrence of modifying but not of intrinsic determining power. While this change in our views is the natural result of progress in experimental pharmacology and pathology, it does not justify the extreme assertion that there is no disorder of the brain functions deserving the name of congestion and hyperemia. This assertion seems to have been provoked by the careless manner in which these terms have been employed to designate conditions which are in reality the most different in nature that can be well conceived. No one familiar with the extent to which the term congestion of the base of the brain has been abused in this country will marvel that the reaction provoked by it has overstepped the boundaries of cautious criticism. That there are physiological hyperemias of the brain is now universally admitted. The most recent experimental observations, indeed, conform most closely to the claims of the older investigators. It naturally follows that pathological hyperemias are both possible and probable, and even if the observations in the deadhouse do not strongly sustain the existence of pathological hyperemias and congestions independently of gross disease, clinical analysis and the gratifying results of appropriate treatment justify us in retaining these designations in our nomenclature with the limitation here implied. One great difficulty in determining the precise nature of the disorders which the physician is called upon to treat on the theory of hyperemia lies in the number of factors which may contribute to or modify its development. If, for example, the action of the heart be increased through hypertrophy, the result to the cerebral circulation will obviously be different in a plethoric and in an anemic person. It will be also very much different in the event of the stimulation of the centers which contract the caliber of the cerebral blood vessels from what it would be if there were a state of vascular relaxation. Should the cardiac hypertrophy be associated with renal disease, other disturbing elements may be introduced, such as arteriofibrosis, or the presence in the blood of certain toxic substances having direct effects of their own on the nerve elements. The picture may be still more complicated by variations in the intracranial pressure. It is impossible to prove, either by direct or indirect evidence, that there is such a pathological state as a simple cerebral hyperemia. Indeed, there is one fact which militates strongly against, if it be not fatal to, such an assumption. Were a physiological hyperemia to become intensified to a pathological degree, we should have corresponding clinical phenomena. In other words, the culmination of the morbid process should be preceded by an exaggerated physiological excitation similar to that observed with intoxications. But this is rarely the case, and we accordingly find that the more cautious writers, like Notnagel, do not commit themselves to the view that the results of mental overstrain too are to be classed as simple cerebral hyperemia. Similar restrictions are to be made regarding the established congestive states, such as those following sunstroke. It has been usually supposed that insolation directly produces cerebral hyperemia, even to the degree of engorgement, and that the after symptoms in persons who recover are due to the non-return of the meningeal and cerebral blood vessels to their normal caliber, and to other more remote results of vascular stasis. The latter half of this proposition is in part correct, the former is contradicted by numerous pathological observations. Thus, Arndt 3, who had the opportunity of studying over 100 cases occurring in the course of a forced march of a division of infantry from Berlin to Pankow, many of which terminated fatally, found almost uniformly a pale brain, with peculiar color changes, denoting rather structural than circulatory trouble. For the whole list of causes of what is commonly designated cerebral hyperemia, congestion, and engorgement may be gone through with, and similar modifying statements be found to apply to them. The nearest approach to an ideal cerebral congestion is that found with acute alcoholic intoxication. This is at first accompanied by cerebral hyperemia, which, with the comatose climax, becomes an engorgement. Accordingly, many of the results of acute alcoholic intoxication are attributed to the circulatory condition alone. The congestive troubles due to alcoholism which come to the special ken of the physician, however, are those found with the chronic form, and here a more complex pathological condition is found to underlie it. The organization of the brain is altered, the vascular channels more or less diseased, and the vasomotor mechanism continuously deranged. This disorder, as well as the apoplectiform states attributed to vascular stasis, and the active and passive hyperemias associated with tumors, meningitic and other gross diseases of the brain, as well as with the status epilepticus, are usually included in the discussion of cerebral congestion, and serve to swell up the chapters devoted to it. They will be found discussed in more appropriate situations in this volume. In this place it is proposed to consider only those congestive states which present themselves to the physician, independently of conditions which, if associated, preponderate in clinical and therapeutic importance. 5. 1 Ziem's Encyclopedia, Nervous System, I. 2d. German ed. 2. It has repeatedly happened during the past decade that young persons competing for admission to higher institutions of learning in New York City through the channel of a competitive examination died with symptoms of cerebral irritation. The death certificates in several such cases assigned meningitis or cerebral congestion as the cause of death, and attributed the disorder to mental overstrain. It is not so much the intellectual effort that has proved hurtful to the pupils as the emotional excitement attending on all competitive work, the dread of failure, the fear of humiliation, and anxiety developed by the evident futility of the cramming process. Some years ago I recorded the results of some inquiries on this head. In the following words, the mental hygiene sensationalists, who periodically enlighten the public through the columns of the press, whenever an opportune moment for a crusade against our schools and colleges seems to have arrived, are evidently unaware of the existence of such a disease as delirium grave, and ignorant of the fact that the disorder which they attribute to excessive study is in truth due to a generally vitiated mental and physical state, perhaps inherited from a feeble ancestry. Our school system is responsible for a good deal of mischief, but not for meningitis, insanity, its classification, diagnosis, and treatment. Since then I had an opportunity of obtaining an excellent description of such a case which had been attributed to the combined effects of malaria and educational overstrain, presenting opisthotonose, fulminating onset, and an eruption. 3 Virchow's Archive, 64. For the observations of Gartner, Medizinische Jahrbucher. 1884, 1, harmonize with this. He found that radiant heat contracts the blood vessels of the frog's mesentery. 5 The same applies to conditions which are discussed under this head in textbooks, although they have either only a medico-legal bearing or are inconstant factors, such as the injection of the brain in death from strangulation. I need but instance the vascular condition of brains of criminals executed by hanging. In the case of one where the strangulation had been slow I found an engorgement of all the vessels and arachnoidal as well as endomal hemorrhages. In a second, where the criminal had been carried half fainting to the drop And death ensued quickly and without signs of distress. The brain was decidedly anemic. It has been also considered best to omit treating of the collateral hyperemia of the brain sometimes found with erysipelas of the face and scalp. This I regard as essentially of the same nature as the metastatic meningitis of erysipelas, if it be not in reality a first stage of the latter. Etiology. An individual predisposition to cerebral congestion was one of the unquestioned facts of the older medical writers. It undoubtedly exists, and today we attribute it to inherited vascular conditions either affecting the caliber and coats of the blood vessels or the vigor of the vasomotor apparatus. I have remarked the transmission of that weakness of the latter which underlies the congestive phenomena of later life much more frequently in the female than in the male sex. It has been claimed that external refrigeration produces hyperemia of the brain, as of other internal organs, and that this accounts for the greater frequency of the disorder in cold weather. Niemeyer indeed speaks of persons who, suffering from this condition, appear and act in such a way as to convince the laity that they are intoxicated. And Andrel, Fahlradt, and Hammond note the occurrence of a much larger number of cases in the winter than in the summer months. I apprehend that the condition described by Niemeyer must be extremely uncommon, both from individual experience and the rarity of its mention as an independently observed fact. With regard to the alleged greater frequency of the disorder in winter, it must be remembered that all the three observers cited include in their computation a number of cases in which congestion was a collateral feature. They did not limit themselves to the disorder as spoken of here. Certainly, the physician will see few if any persons who consult him because of the hyperemia-producing effects of a cold day. The suppression of habitual discharges, of the hemorrhoidal flux, and the cessation of menstruation are associated in many instances with the more formidable grades of cerebral hyperemia. Many phenomena of so-called climacteric insanity depend on congestive states. The sudden closure of an old ulcer or the removal of hemorrhoids in advanced life has in some well-established instances provoked alarming seizures not unlike those noted with paretic dementia. The chain of proof establishing the direct influence of physiological and pathological discharges on the vascular controlling apparatus of the brain is most complete. Not alone cumulative clinical observation, but the occasional happy result of therapeutical procedure based on this supposed interdependence, support it. Thus, the congestive cerebral state is recovered from when the menstrual or hemorrhoidal flow is re-established, or an issue is formed in the nape of the neck, or an old ulcer is allowed to reopen. 6. The treatment of paretic dementia, particularly of the congestive type, is also based on this relation. The irritating antimonial ointment in issues in the nape of the neck, etc., have been lauded by older observers, and in 2 of my own cases had the best results, in one, indeed, with established restitutio ad integrum of now nearly 2 years' duration. I am inclined to suppose that its abandonment is due to an improper selection of cases. In the ordinary premature senility and syphilitic types such treatment is altogether ineffective. It is applicable to but a minority of cases at best, and to them only at an early period. It is probably to a similar form of congestion that Bouchet refers when les nevroses congestivsta. L'encephalie, Gazette de Hôpitaux. 1869, he speaks of a cerebral hyperemia developing under the mask of a meningitis, an expression that may be allowed if understood in the same sense as the comparison between hydrocephaloid and hydrocephalus. The origin of most cases that are brought to the physician's attention is more or less complicated. A businessman, lawyer, or student suffering from worry incident to his profession, living so irregularly as to provoke gastric disturbances, becomes afflicted with insomnia, and in addition is also constipated. Straining at stool, he finds a dull, heavy sensation affecting the upper part of his head. Attempting to resume his work, this is aggravated, and after a series of temporary remissions the condition to be later described becomes continuous. In such a case the insomnia, usually due to neural irritability, if not aggravated by an existing dyspepsia, leads to such a one, and a circulus vitiosus familiar to all physicians is established. Each of the factors concerned involves strain of the cerebral vasomotor apparatus, but none more so than the insomnia. It is not so much the intensity of the strain as its long duration and the exhaustion of the center which in sleep is supposed to be at comparative rest. This rest is not obtained, and, in conformity to the laws of neural exhaustion, that center becomes morbidly irritable. Now, gastric irritation is competent to produce a reflex influence on even the healthy cerebral organ. To do so it must be a severe one, but with the class of persons alluded to the slightest indiscretion in food or drink is sufficient to set up reflex vertigo or headache. The current theory regarding these symptoms is that they are due to stimulation of the vasoconstrictors and ensuing cerebral anemia. But the subjects before us will usually be found to flush up instead of becoming pale, as in simple vertigo a stomacho liso, or if there be initial paleness, there is a secondary flush. As if the tired arterial muscle had become exhausted by the effort at obeying the reflex stimulus. In addition, a profuse perspiration sometimes breaks out on the upper part of the body. The influence of traumatic causes and insolation in producing a tendency to repeated and severe cerebral congestion is recognized, particularly among alienists. It is supposed that an abnormal irritability of the vasomotor apparatus is provoked by these causes. Abundant evidences are sometimes found in the brains of such persons of an altered state of nutrition of the brain and its membranes, and which point in the direction of congestion. In the conditions thus far alluded to it can be fairly assumed that the determination of blood to the cerebral blood vessels is more or less active. Passive congestion due to impeded return circulation is of secondary interest, as the primary disease, be it a pertussis or a laryngeal, cardiac, pulmonary, or surgical condition, will constitute the main object of recognition and management. Certain quasi-physiological acts, as coughing, hurried breathing, holding the breath while straining at stool, and placing the head in a dependent position while acting in the direction of passive hyperemia, are to be considered in connection with the active forms of congestion which they may momentarily aggravate. Morbid anatomy. Owing to the non-fatality of the commoner forms of cerebral hyperemia, no pathological observations of them are at our disposal, nor can we assume from analogy that the appearances would be well marked if they could be made. What little knowledge we have is derived from a study of more serious conditions of which cerebral hyperemia is an initial, collateral, or episodial feature. In pronounced cerebral hyperemia the entire brain is, as it were, tumefied, so that the dura appears tensely stretched over its surface and the gyri are flattened, both the meningeal vessels proper and those of the pia are injected. According as the hyperemia is active or passive the color of this injection varies, being of a brighter red in the former, of a purple or bluish color in the latter case. The purest instances of active cerebral hyperemia which I have seen were found in patients dying in the apoplectiform phases of paretic dementia, progressive paralysis of the insane. Here the cortex on section exhibited a beautiful rosy tint, which was distributed in darker and lighter strata in correspondence with the distributional areas of the short and the long cortical arteries. There were numerous puncta vasculosa both in the cortex and in the white substance, and in some instances the arachnoid or the ventricular fluid was tinged with blood, albeit no vascular rupture could be discovered. The red blood corpuscles undoubtedly escape by diapedesis from the surface as well as the endomal vessels. The same thing occurs in the intracerebral blood vessels, whose adventitial spaces are often crowded with accumulations of red blood discs, while groups or single ones are found scattered in the surrounding parenchyma. And even in the periganglionic spaces. Occasionally accumulations of pigment found near the vascular channels remain to attest the former existence of other hyperemias, and indeed slight accumulations of this kind are found in the brains of most persons who have reached adult life. These are to be regarded as remnants of the physiological hyperemias to which all active individuals are subject. It is only when the accumulations become considerable and numerous, as in the chronic insane, or are associated with those changes in the blood vessels which are discussed in the articles on thrombotic and hemorrhagic cerebral disease, that they can be regarded as indications of a pathological condition. Acute simple meningitis is ushered in by cerebral hyperemia of the active form. This is not alone demonstrated by the early symptoms of this disease, but also by the fact, which I have observed in 2 cases, that where this form of meningitis originates on one side, as from extension of the middle ear trouble, the opposite cerebral hemisphere exhibited intense congestion of the ideal type. In that serious form of mental disease known variously as grave or acute delirium and typhomania, Luther Bell, a form of cerebral hyperemia is observed which in its intensity approximates inflammatory congestion. The surface of the brain appears marbled and mottled, blood seems to exude from the gyri after the pia is removed, the cortical lamination is invisible, owing to the hyperemic discoloration of the gray substance. And the parenchymatous elements themselves appear to be in a state of cloudy swelling. In one case I have observed transudation of a hyaline proteinaceous substance and an exudation of fibrin around the larger arterioles. In some cases of typhus fever a less intense but similar congestive hyperemia is found. The hyperemias of paretic dementia, of acute delirium, and of typhus fever agree in this one feature, that all districts of the brain, from the cortex and white substance of the cerebral hemispheres to the medulla oblongata, are involved nearly to the same degree. In the hyperemia of simple meningitis of the convexity it is chiefly confined to the pia mater and the most superficial cortical strata. Congestion of the brain from stagnation of the venous return circulation should not be confounded with active hyperemia. With this condition, which may be due to thrombosis of the sinuses, morbid growths near the jugular foramen or in the neck around the internal jugular veins, or, finally, to certain cardiac and pulmonary disorders, there is rather a lesser than a greater amount of blood sent to the brain. And it is not infrequently found that while the surface of the brain appears congested, owing to the prominence of the cerebral veins, the deeper parts are quite anemic. And if the injection be general, it will be found that the blood, whether in arteries or veins, has the venous character. An excellent example of this form of congestion is afforded by persons dying in the status epilepticus. In their brains the venous channels stand out, filled to their extreme capacity with blood almost black in color. And in prepared sections, particularly such as are taken from the pons and medulla oblongata, a beautiful natural injection of the vessels is found. But that rosy color which is so characteristic of active hyperemia is absent, the tissues appearing purplish, bluish, or chocolate-colored. Symptomatology. There are few symptoms attributable to the nervous system which have not been enumerated among the characteristics or the occasional manifestations of cerebral hyperemia. Thus, Hammond not only follows Andrel in enumerating apoplectic, convulsive, comatose, and maniacal symptoms as acute manifestations of active cerebral congestion, but assures us that aphasia may occur under the same circumstances. In the course of his work on the subject, an absolute want of power to get correct ideas of even simple matters, confusion of ideas, weakening of the judgment, vacillation of purpose, diminished logical power, illusions and hallucinations of every sense, delusions, morbid apprehension of impending evil, imperative, suicidal, and other impulses, suspicion, hypochondriasis, furious delirium, and the use of profane and obscene language, are enumerated among the characteristic or prominent symptoms of various forms and cases of cerebral hyperemia. 7. Not one but several of the recognized forms of insanity have yielded a fair quota of their symptoms to this long array. Among somatic signs he in like manner names neuralgic pains, numbness, spasms, paralysis, false impotence, hyperemia of the tympanum, choked disc, abolition or perversion of the sense of smell, taste, and sight, fibrillary or fascicular twitches, various states of the urinary excretions, diplopia, and monoplegias. It is here equally evident that the initial symptoms of a considerable number of organic and clearly defined affections have been included. It is on account of the confusion engendered by this wide interpretation of the meaning of the term congestion of the brain that I have determined to limit the term as previously indicated, and to consider only the active form here. 7. A Treatise on the Diseases of the Nervous System, 7th edition, pages 1 to 53. The natural inference following a perusal of this chapter, as well as the monographs to which their author refers, is that he has gathered together all states in which cerebral hyperemia was an associated factor, as well as those in which he appears to assume its existence on theoretical grounds, and designated them as cerebral congestion. In some instances he uses the terms hypochondria and cerebral hyperemia interchangeably, page 50, Locke Cit. A feeling of head pressure, associated with a more or less severe dull pain, aggravated by mental exertion, by stooping down, by straining at stool, or when out of breath, and accompanied by a subjective sense of mental dullness, is the most constant feature of the ordinary cases. There is usually a vertiginous sensation, and an irritability of the eye and ear not unlike that described in the article on cerebral anemia. Sleep is at first disturbed by vivid and sometimes frightful dreams. Later, it becomes interrupted, and ultimately complete insomnia may develop. The action of the heart is accelerated and exaggerated in some cases. In that event, increased pulsation of the carotids, flushing of the face, injection of the conjunctiva, and a subjective sense of heat in the head and face are experienced. Hammond, in accord with Hasse and Chris Haber, believes that febrile symptoms may develop under these circumstances. Most authorities, however, deny this for the uncomplicated form. I have never found an objective rise of the general temperature. Such a condition as that described is usually slowly produced, several weeks, or even months, being occupied in its development. At first the unpleasant symptoms occur only at certain hours of the day, with temporary exacerbations and remissions. It may be arrested with comparative ease at any time. If neglected, the mental faculties become affected, not in the grave sense in which Hammond and the older authors describe it, so as to carry the patient into actual dementia or delusional insanity, but rather in the way of diminished working power. It is more difficult to fix attention, to recollect words, names, and figures, or to keep up a protracted mental effort, than in health, but the formal judgment does not suffer. I have known patients to be in this condition for many months, and several for more than 1 year, without any grave deterioration. It is true that in the prodromal periods of some forms of insanity, such as acute mania, there is a condition very similar to that of these patients, and this has led to regarding mania as a possible phase of cerebral hyperemia. But the very fact that, typically, mania is preceded by such a stage, which is always of brief duration, that maniacal excitement is a constant and unavoidable consequence upon it, while, as far as known, the condition here described may last for years without leading to a true psychosis, should prevent one regarding the two conditions as identical, however similar they may be for the time being. In sufferers from cerebral hyperemia who pass into the chronic state of this disorder, the disturbance of sleep and of the digestive organs becomes very prominent, and continually reinforces the acting causes of the disorder. In a large number of cases the head sensations become more or less localized. That is, while the general feeling of pressure or dull ache may continue, a special area, which can be covered by the palm of one hand, either in the middle part or to one side, usually the left, of that part of the vertex, is the seat of a more severe pain, complained of as a hot pressure. The patients frequently claim that the temperature is higher at this spot, and, contrary to what might be anticipated on a priori grounds, the statement will be confirmed, not alone by the coarse method of using the hand, but by the surface thermometer. The locality where this occasional rise of temperature and the more common sense of pressure are experienced corresponds to that part of the longitudinal sinus where the largest cerebral veins enter. It is a noteworthy fact that nearly all the important adjunctories of this sinus empty into it within the short space of 2 inches at this point. Not all sufferers from cerebral hyperemia give a history of a gradual development of their symptoms. A few date their trouble from some single intellectual, physical, or emotional strain. In one case, complicated by marked evidences of cerebrospinal exhaustion, the patient, a lady, had during an illness of her husband, being deserted by her servants and the water supply having been cut off, Carried all the water required for the invalid and domestic as well as sanitary purposes up 3 flights of stairs for 2 unusually hot days in July. In 2 others, strikingly similar in many details of their cases, both being cornet players, both attributing their illness to an extra call upon their instrument. It was brought on in the older patient within a few hours after playing on a hot day at the state camp at Peekskill, and in the second at Narragansett Pier as he left the sultry concert room and became exposed to a draft. In both these cases, as in a large number since examined, some stomach trouble could be positively determined to have antedated these symptoms. I mention this because it is only in such cases that I have found the nausea or vomiting which some writers regard as an occasional occurrence of, and due to, the lighter form of cerebral hyperemia. There are no ophthalmoscopic evidences of cerebral hyperemia of this form. I have never found the optic disc presenting variations in tint beyond those found within normal limits, except in a case of saturnine encephalopathy with predominant signs of cerebral congestion. I believe that the statement of Hammond 8 as to the existence of choked disc in cerebral hyperemia is generally regarded as due to the interpretation of organic diseases as congestive states. It is not confirmed by authorities. 8 Locke, CIT. Lines 29 to 36. I have never found the tympanic membrane hyperemic independently of ear disease, even when tinnitus was marked. It is claimed to exist by Hammond, and he adduces as analogous the observation of Rusa that quinine produces an injection around the handle of the malleus. 9. It certainly is not necessary to look to the injection of the tympanum as an explanation for the tinnitus of cerebral hyperemia. Based on such an analogy, the tinnitus of synchronism is more central in location, being producible in persons who have pathological or no tympanic membranes, just as the tinnitus of cerebral hyperemia occurs indifferently under like circumstances. The congestive states which follow traumatism and insolation are properly considered in connection with the traumatic neuroses and certain forms of insanity. But there are some milder cases in which the symptoms remain within such compass as is comprised in this section. The patient, after a fall or a blow on the head, suffers from insomnia, has a sensation of fullness and ache in the head. Complains of a pulsating feeling in the occipital region and an inability to concentrate his thoughts on subjects which previously were parts of his routine. Under appropriate treatment recovery ensues, but there remains behind an intolerance of alcoholic beverages, and at times the patient experiences momentary fits of abstraction, which may be regarded as mild analogies of the more serious episodes of the full-blown traumatic neurosis. Thus, he may be walking along the street and suddenly lose his train of thought for an instant, to regain it on observing that he has inadvertently made a misstep. Or in the midst of an address a previously fluent orator in attempting to find a certain by-law in the rules of a society is unable to recollect which he was in search of, and is compelled to take his seat with a rambling apology. But for the fact that similar sequelae are noted in cerebral hyperemia from other causes, it would be questionable whether it be proper to attribute them to the congestive element engendered by the traumatic influence. They are usually noted when the hyperemic phenomena proper have become latent or disappear, and, with other symptoms customarily treated of as mere results of circulatory trouble, may be regarded as signs of neural exhaustion or inadequacy rather than of insufficient ensanguination. A more serious form of cerebral hyperemia occurs in females in conjunction with the climacteric period, and in both sexes in consequences of the suppression of any habitual discharge in advanced, and exceptionally in middle and juvenile, life. The advent of the symptoms is rapid, a few hours or days sufficing for the development of the attack. The face is flushed, the carotids throb violently, the general cutaneous surface is congested, and the patient is incoherently talkative. The one side, usually the right, is heavy and tremulous, the fingers are devoid of their usual skill, and the speech is more or less thick. The sleep is disturbed or replaced by a stuporous condition, whose similitude to an apoplectiform seizure is sometimes heightened by stertorous breathing. After 1 or several days the patient emerges from this condition by degrees or suddenly with complete restitutio ad integrum. But the attack may recur. And ultimately it is noted in the event of repeated attacks that the return to the normal state is slower and less complete. The disorder then undergoes a transition into the congestive type of paretic dementia described in another portion of this volume. Differential diagnosis. In some of its clinical aspects, cerebral hyperemia closely resembles cerebral anemia. This is not surprising when we bear in mind that both constitute nutritive disturbances of the same organ, and that, notwithstanding the apparent difference in the surface injection of an anemic and a hyperemic brain, the state of affairs in the ultimate capillary districts may be much more alike than might be anticipated on theoretical grounds. In congestion we have wider vessels, and perhaps, though not necessarily, a better quality of blood. But at the same time the intracranial pressure may be such that the venous emunctories can labor but slowly. The result will be that although there is more blood in the brain, the lessened rate of flow places the nerve elements under nearly the same nutritive disadvantage that they are placed under with the narrower and vitiated but more rapid blood column of ordinary anemia. 10. It is particularly the symptoms dependent on those nerve centers and tracts which are, so to speak, dynamically sensitive, which resemble each other so much that an intrinsic difference, both being placed side by side, is not always determinable. This is true of the oral and optic symptoms. Tinnitus, photophobia, scotomata, and blurring or darkening of the visual field occur in both, and in about the same varieties. In my experience the acuteness of hearing is more apt to be interfered with by the subjective sounds with hyperemic than with anemic tinnitus. The scotomata of hyperemia are more distinct and coarser than those of anemia. Darkening of the visual field is more apt to occur with sudden rising in anemia, while in hyperemia it is provoked by coughing, straining at stool, or other cause operating directly or indirectly on the return circulation. It may be stated, as a general rule, that if any of these symptoms are aggravated on lying down or stooping, they are due to hyperemia, while if the same procedures are resorted to in anemia, amelioration ensues. But in many chronic cases these symptoms seem to continue as indications of a permanently altered activity of the nerve elements themselves, that is, as a sort of pathological habit. In that case the position test may not be decisive. In one respect there is a decided difference between the anemic and hyperemic forms. There is never amaurosis in the latter, while it is approached, and occasionally fully developed, in the former. Much more importance attaches to the differentiation of tinnitus due to nutritive brain disorders and that due to oral disease. As a rule, the tinnitus from cerebral hyperemia is symmetrical. If unilateral, it is of short duration. The procedure of Valsalva 11 aggravates the tinnitus of hyperemia, and relieves that which is due to the commoner forms of ear disease. The former is aggravated and the latter relieved by noise. 10. It is also admitted that the blood stagnating in the larger veins and accumulating in the arteries, the limits of compressibility of the other cerebral contents being passed, the capillaries will suffer. So that with injected and turgescent arterioles and venules there may be capillary anemia. 11. I would caution against Politzer's method in cases of ear disease coexisting with cerebral congestion. In a patient now under my treatment each session at the aurists was followed by a distinct exacerbation of the cerebral symptoms. In the table on, I have attempted to formulate the principal differential relations of the protracted forms of cerebral anemia and hyperemia. There are a number of so-called functional nervous states which, aside from the fact that they are unwarrantably confounded with cerebral congestion, do not require mention in a differential relation. Such are the masturbatory neurosis, certain hysterical states, and the asthenia resulting from nervous shock and overwork. These states have found a provisional resting place under the comprehensive and non-committing title of neurasthenia or nervous exhaustion, a term which includes conditions fully recognized by Robert Whytt and Eisenflam in the last century. Symptomatic state. In cerebral anemia. In cerebral hyperemia. Pupils. Usually dilated and mobile. Usually small or medium. Respiration. Often interrupted by sighing or by a deep breath, even when at rest. Normal. Headache. Either sharp and agonizing, and then in a limited area, or a general dull ache. Intensified in the temples and over or behind the eyes. If localized, accompanied by a subjective and objective, always, feeling of heat. If general, is compared to a bursting or steady pressure. Activity. There is lassitude. There is indisposition to exertion, yet patient is restless. Temperament. Lethargic, with exceptions. Choleric, with exceptions. Intellect. Inability to exert. Rather confusion than inability of. Sleep. Insomnia, interrupted by trance-like conditions, in which the patient is comparatively comfortable. Dreams often pleasant. Insomnia, with great restlessness, variegated by unpleasant and confused dreams. Influence of upright position of body. Aggravates all the symptoms. Either without influence or beneficial. Influence of recumbent position of body and dependent position of head. Amelioration. Aggravation. Influence of acts involving deep inspiration, such as blowing, straining at stool, sneezing, etc. If any, a sharp headache may ensue, but the other symptoms are not aggravated. Aggravated. Treatment. Ergot of rye with its preparations may be regarded as the cardinal drug in cerebral hyperemia. There are few drugs in the domain of neurological therapeutics which are so directly antithetical to the pathological state as this one. There is scarcely a case of cerebral hyperemia that is brought to the physician's attention but may be regarded as being in part due to an overdistension of the cerebral vascular tubes. This is directly overcome by ergot, and the quantity which such patients will sometimes bear without showing signs of ergotism is something remarkable, in notable contrast with the subjects of cerebral anemia, who are usually very sensitive to it. About 3 grains of Bongian's ergotin may be regarded as a safe trial dose for an adult, and unless a distinct effect is produced within 2 or 3 days, this dose may be raised to 6 grains twice or 3 times within 24 hours. It is not advisable to combine strychnia with the ergotin, as is often done. The effect of that alkaloid is to increase the psychical and sensorial irritability of the patient. Chloral hydrate or bromide, or both in combination, is as useful an adjuvant here as it would be hurtful in cerebral anemia. It is not usually necessary to employ special hypnotics in cerebral congestion. The same drug whose beneficial effect is so potently marked during the daytime that tinnitus, cerebral pressure, and subjective drowsiness will disappear before it, if not as rapidly, more enduringly. Then the symptoms of cerebral anemia disappear before nitrate of amyl will also overcome the insomnia in the majority of cases. Where it fails, warm pedaluvia or sitz baths will prove more efficient than the majority of hypnotics. Their use, at all events, involves no hurtful effect on a possible already disordered stomach, and their certainty of action is much more even. Their temperature should be about 40 to 42 degrees centigrade, and the immersion continue from 15 to 25 minutes. 12. A number of experiments, the most recent of which were by Musso and Bergesio, Revista Sperimentale di Freniatria ed. Medicina Legale, 1885, 11. Have shown that in such baths the cerebral pulsations become less excursive and that the volume of the brain decreases. The same applies to general warm baths. In those cases where the subject sensations accompanying hyperemia, active or passive, are intensified in the posterior segment of the head or the nuchal region, leeches at the mastoid process, or cupping, wet or dry according to the severity of the symptoms, will often give immediate relief. Burning with the actual cautery, or, what is equivalent and a much neater application, the heated glass rod, has an equally happy effect in that class of cases where throbbing and pain are intensified low down. It should be done as near the spot indicated by the patient's complaints as possible. 13. In a case of gliomatous hypertrophy of the pons oblongata transition marked by the development of numerous tortuous And enlarged blood vessels. The episodes of the disease were found to be of the congestive type, and yielded to no other treatment than that. With the cautery. The diet of patients who are suffering from or subject to cerebral hyperemia should not be stimulating nor difficult of digestion. It is much more important to avoid distension or overstrain of the stomach than to reduce the nutritive value of the food. In the majority of cases, for true plethora is much less common than is supposed. The bowels should be so regulated that the patient have at least one, and that an easy, movement a day. The saline cathartics, particularly the Carlsbad salt, are to be used to effect this if necessary. The clothing around the neck should be free and not compress the parts. In those severe forms of cerebral congestion attending the climacteric period, or occurring in consequence of the suppression of discharges, and similar causes, the symptoms are often so alarming as to render energetic measures, such as bleeding, immediately necessary. This may be effected by applying leeches to the nose, the temples, or by bleeding at the arm. If due to the suppression of hemorrhoidal discharges or menstruation, the leeches should be applied to the anus and hot sitzbaths taken. In the milder forms, a pill composed of aloes, podophyllin, and ox gall, recommended by Schroeder van der Kolk, will be found effective. Cerebral anemia. The oft-confirmed observation of Treviranus, that the brain is paler in the sleeping than in the waking state, supplemented as it has been by more elaborate observations, which show that the difference between the intracranial blood amounts, as estimated in these opposite states, is equivalent to 1/24th part of the total blood amount of the body, has been made the basis of much dazzling theory and premature speculation. Hyperemia of the central nervous apparatus or of certain of its provinces becomes regarded as synonymous with overactivity, and anemia, general or provincial, as the expression of the opposite functional state. Elaborate directions may be found, even in recent treatises on the subject, how to diagnose, not alone hyperemia and anemia of the brain and spinal cord, but also of special lobes of the former and particular columns of the latter. These directions are in most instances based on assumptions which are not supported by direct or tangible evidence, and the consequence is that they have failed to stand the tests of experience, where this gauge is applicable, and necessarily failed to advance in any way either our theoretical or practical knowledge of those states of the brain mechanism which are due to alterations in its nutrition. Much of the unsatisfactory state of our knowledge on this head is due to the grouping together of the physiological anemia of sleep and the pathological anemia with which the physician has to deal. The anemia of the brain in a sleeping person is probably a secondary factor. It ensues after the person falls asleep, the first step in the latter process being probably an altered dynamic state of the brain which lessens the requirements of that organ for blood. This can be readily demonstrated in the case of infants whose anterior fontanelle has not yet closed. In deep sleep the fontanelle is deeply sunken in, but this sinking in does not occur simultaneously with the child's falling asleep, but shortly thereafter. On the other hand, the fontanelle does not rise simultaneously with the child's awakening, unless it cry, which adds a disturbing factor. There are a number of other facts which show that while a comparison between the sleeping state and cerebral anemia may be made for the purposes of theoretical discussion, yet there are many important points in which they are at variance. To illustrate this I need but refer to the fact that in deep sleep the pupils are in a state of immobility in pinhole contraction, 14, while in chronic cerebral anemia of young persons a dilated and mobile pupil is the commoner condition. In acutely produced cerebral anemia an initial contraction has been noted, but it is not then persistent. 14. Inability to counterfeit this feature is one of the most reliable tests of simulation, and served to convince me that in the well-known case of a colored cadet, who was tried by a court-martial on charges involving simulation, the latter was proven. There are persons who can voluntarily contract the pupils, but as they are compelled to innervate all the muscles supplied by the third pair, in so doing they are compelled to converge the optic axis, an act which does not take place in sleep. One of the main reasons of our imperfect knowledge of the nutritive disorders of the brain is the unsatisfactory state of their post-mortem evidence. Little has been learned in this field, except in those extreme cases where the suddenness and intensity of the circulatory catastrophe were sufficient to prove fatal. Even where all observations made during life justify us in supposing that the amount of blood sent to the brain is small, that the velocity of its current is reduced, and its quantity poor. The autopsy may reveal conditions apparently conflicting with the supposition based on antemortem observations. This is amply illustrated by the experience of alienists who have studied the relation between nutritive states of the brain and certain forms of insanity. It is generally held that in so far as the antithetical forms of mental disorder known as anemia and melancholia can be connected with nutritive disorders, the former is indicative of hyperemia and the latter of anemia. A number of facts can be adduced in support of this view, particularly as regards the latter condition. It is found, however, in some examinations made of the brains of patients dying melancholic that the brain is apparently hyperemic. The length of time elapsing before an autopsy is made, the form of somatic disease with which the patient dies, the position of the body after death. All these may play a part in the production of cerebral injections which do not correctly indicate the condition of the brain as it existed prior to the moribund period. And when the symptoms of supposed anemia or hyperemia could be satisfactorily differentiated. Etiology. The best studied form of cerebral anemia is that ensuing after extensive hemorrhages or from compression and ligature of either of the common carotid arteries. 15 In the latter case symptoms are produced which are in harmony with the doctrine of localization, and permit us to form a conception of the mode in which a diminution of the cerebral blood supply influences the functions of the brain. The chief symptoms are noted on the side of the body opposite to that on which the common carotid artery is tied. Thus if the left artery be tied, there is at first felt a tingling or pricking feeling on the right half of the body. This is followed by a warm, sometimes a cold, and ultimately by a numb, feeling. This sensory disturbance may become of what might be called the capsular type, that is, a complete hemianesthesia. But at first it is distinctly like that which is found with cortical and subcortical disease, being limited to the muscular sense and the intelligent contact perceptions of objects. The esthesiometer showing but little or no impairment of the cutaneous space sense. With the loss of muscular sense the movements become heavy, and later true paresis may appear with perhaps total anesthesia. Aphasia is sometimes noted in such cases, and, in obedience to the predominant location of the speech faculty in the left side of the brain, is rarely if ever found. 16 When the right common carotid artery is the one ligated. 15 As the conditions of the cerebral circulation resulting from surgical and other rare causes are not apt to be brought to the physician's attention separately from conditions of more immediate importance. Their symptoms are discussed in the etiological portion of this section in order to avoid complicating the semiological picture of cerebral anemia of everyday experience. For similar reasons the anomalies of the cerebral circulation of an embolic and thrombotic nature, and those associated with eclampsia and epilepsy, are not mentioned in this connection, as their full discussion properly belongs to other portions of this work. 16 I am unaware of the record of any case where aphasia occurred with ligature of the right common carotid artery. There is a singular observation by Hagentorn of permanent paralysis of the right hypoglossal nerve after such an operation. But the report to which I have access does not state whether this may not have been due to some peripheral involvement of that nerve. In this series of symptomatic sequelae it is seen that the functional manifestations of the highest centers are the first to be involved. And this establishes that of all parts of the cerebrum the cortex and subcortical tracts are the more vulnerable to the influence of a deficient blood supply. 17 As we shall see, it is precisely to the insufficient nutrition of these parts that the more important symptoms of the cerebral anemia of ordinary practice are attributable. 17 To this there is an apparent exception, when blindness occurs in consequence of ligature of one carotid artery, it is monocular and limited to the side of the ligation. The visual Disturbance of cortical and subcortical disease is bilateral, being of the character known as hemianopsic. The blindness due to tying of the carotid is, however, not due to cerebral, but to retinal, anemia, and its monocular character does not therefore invalidate the observation. In the text. Litten and Hirschberg, Berliner Klinische Wochenschrift. 1885, No. 20, found complete bilateral amaurosis in a chlorotic girl of 15, and on ophthalmoscopic examination the peripheral origin of the blindness was conclusively proven by the existence of an exquisite choked disc. Both the morbid ophthalmoscopic appearance and the amaurosis disappeared under tonic regimen. It is well to recollect that choked disc may occur in chlorosis, and thus be perhaps erroneously attributed to a coexisting hysteria, as was done in some cases at least by Rosenthal in his textbook. With bilateral ligature 18 of the primary carotids, and this applies in the main to cerebral anemia from profuse hemorrhages or sudden changes in the blood pressure, such as occur in enteric affections, ruptures of aneurysms, in obstetric practice. And after brusque tapping for ascites, the same phenomena noted with unilateral compression are observed on both sides of the body, and usually in slighter intensity. In addition, there is a profound and characteristic disturbance of respiration, a cold sweat breaks out, the senses of sight and hearing become greatly impaired or perverted, the mind becomes clouded, consciousness blurred. Complete syncope may ensue, and pass to a fatal termination. In other cases vertigo preponderates or vomiting, and finally convulsions appear. It would seem that the respiratory center exceeds even the cortex in susceptibility to the evil influence of anemia. It differs from them in two features. Firstly, it appears to require bilateral involvement of the brain for its production. Secondly, although the respiratory disturbance precedes that of the higher cerebral functions, it does not become as intense, for at a time when the intellectual functions are abolished, as in anemic coma and syncope, the respiratory function, however disturbed, is in most cases sufficiently well carried on to bear the organism safely through the crisis. The disturbance is marked by the following characters: the respiration is at first deep and sighing, perhaps frequent, it later becomes slow, and is associated with a subjective sense of oppression. The patient feels as if he could not fill his lungs properly. There is an unsatisfied sensation, as if a deeper breath should be taken, and when, in obedience to this subjective need, a full deep breath is taken, the patient feels as if he had stopped short of completing the act, and remains as unsatisfied as before. 19 Yawning and moaning are often accompaniments of this symptom. 20 As we shall see, these signs are often among the chief sources of complaint in the less grave forms of anemia of everyday experience. In the serious condition before us the Cheyne-Stokes phenomena may follow. 18 I exclude the observations of Fleming, Hammond, and Corning on carotid compression by external pressure, owing to the difficulty of determining whether or no, and what, other important structures are compressed at the same time. 19 The occurrence of this functional respiratory trouble is a feature of toxic as well as of anemic irritation of the respiratory center. It is accordingly found in cases of profound alcoholic poisoning. 20 It is somewhat difficult to understand why in cases of anemia induced in both carotid districts the symptoms of anemia should be marked in the functions of that part of the brain axis which, through the basilar trunk, derives its blood from the vertebral arteries. Here the blood current must necessarily be increased. That the disturbance of breathing, the yawning, and the sighing belong to the group of irritative symptoms due to anemia is in harmony with the general physiological law which is illustrated in the initial contraction of the pupil, which is found in experimental cerebral anemia. Observations on anemia of the brain axis are too few, and, so far as noted, have been so rapidly fatal that it is not possible to derive from them any facts bearing on the physiological reactions of The respiratory center to high-graded anemia. One of the curiosities of medicine appertaining to this subject is the observation recorded in Virchow's Archive, 69, of the case of a man who had fractured the base of the skull in its posterior fossa, and, the basilar artery becoming caught and pinched in the crack. Death occurred rapidly with all the signs of cerebral anemia verified by the post-mortem appearances. Anemia of the brain may develop at any period of life, not excluding the intrauterine period. Kundrat and Binswanger regard the deformity of the brain known as porencephaly as the result of an anemic, non-embolic, necrosis of brain substance, developed either in the fetal or the infantile period. The occasional symmetry of the deformity is in favor of this view. That there are other conditions of cerebral malnutrition, 21 masking themselves in defective development and imperfect isolation of the conducting tracts. And that the consequent differing rate of maturation of these tracts has some relation to the absence or presence of a predisposition to chorea and other disturbances of nervous equilibrium so common at this period of life. I regard as at least probable. But it is at the period of puberty that we encounter the most important discrepancies between the requirements of brain nutrition and the furnished blood supply. The disposition to uncomplicated cerebral anemia is greatest at this period of life and in the female sex. Bennick 22 has shown that as the human being grows, the arteries, which in children are very large in proportion to the length of the body, get to be relatively smaller and smaller toward the period of puberty, that after this period they widen to again attain a large circumference at old age. There is thus added to the other and more obscure factors which may determine general anemia at puberty a diminished caliber of the arteries in both sexes. To some extent the disadvantageous influence of, relatively, narrow vascular channels may be overcome by increased cardiac action. And the almost sudden increase in size of the heart about this period is probably the result of the demand made upon its compensatory power. But, as we learn from the same observer that the female heart remains relatively as well as absolutely smaller than that of the male, we can understand why the female should be less able to overcome the pubescent disposition to cerebral, and general, anemia than the male. Menstruation, which in a certain proportion of girls scarcely maintains the semblance of a physiological process, acting rather as a drain than a functional discharge, is added to the anemia-producing factors. It is among those who marry in the ensuing condition, who bring forth child after child in rapid succession, perhaps, in addition, flooding considerably at each confinement, that we find the classical symptoms of chronic cerebral anemia developed. 21 I have found in 3 children under 14 months of age, who died with symptoms not unlike those of slowly developed tubercular meningitis, including convulsions, strabismus, temperature disturbance, slight and terminal coma, without nuchal contracture or pupillary anomalies, a remarkably anemic brain. The sulci gaped, there were few or no puncta vasculosa, the cortex extremely pale, and the white substance almost bluish-white. On attempting to harden the brain of the youngest of these children, using every precaution in a sufficient number of sets of hardening fluids, including the chromic salts and alcohol, I found that small cavities formed in the cortex, varying from the scarcely visible to 2/3 of a millimeter in diameter. Their existence were demonstrable the day after the death. An almost immediate autopsy performed in this case. There had been no antecedent disease in any one of these cases. The children had been lethargic, inactive, and the oldest had made no attempt to walk or talk. There was no morphological or quantitative defect in cerebral or cranial development, and microscopic examination showed that the cavities were not perivascular. In all these cases the patients belonged to the tenement house population. 22 An excellent abstract of Bennick's original monograph, by N. P. Bowditch, will be found in Volume I. Transactions of the Massachusetts Medico-Legal Society. In the male sex, the period of adolescence has not the same profound influence in producing cerebral anemia that it has in females. To some extent, however, habitual self-abuse and early sexual excess of the former produce results similar to those occurring in consequence of perverted physiological processes in the latter. Many of the symptoms presented by the inveterate masturbator are probably due to cerebral anemia. There are, however, in his case and in that of the early libertine, certain vasomotor complications frequently present which render the clinical picture a mixed one. 23. In addition, abuse of the sexual apparatus has a direct, probably dynamic and impalpable, exhausting effect on the central nervous apparatus. 23. Kiernan of Chicago has described peculiar trophic disturbances, dermatoneuroses, color changes of the hair, etc., in a case of masturbatory mental trouble associated with marked anemia. The patient, whenever he flushed up, heard a noise as of a pistol snapped near the mastoid region. In the case of a young man of 18, who, the pampered son of wealthy parents, became his own master at 15, and had at that age indulged in sexual orgies which were continued to an almost incredible extent. It was found that he gradually lost his memory, and on one occasion had a violent epileptiform attack. During his convalescence from the stuporous state which followed, it was noted that the patient was quite bright in the morning, but that after he had been up a while he relapsed into a state of apathy, with amnesia, which, decreasing in intensity from week to week, was eventually only noted toward evening, and finally disappeared, the case terminating in complete recovery. In the vast majority of cases, anemia of the brain is but a part of general anemia. And all conditions which tend to impoverish the character of the blood and to reduce the rapidity of movement and fullness of the cerebral blood column are apt to be associated with signs of cerebral malnutrition. As early an observer as Addison noticed the wandering of the mind in pernicious anemia, in which disorder, anemia and wasting of the brain have been found post-mortem. In 2 cases of extreme chlorosis I heard the sound known as the cephalic souffle with great distinctness. 24. This sound, when the other morbid conditions that may lead to it can be excluded, indicates a high degree of anemia. Both patients were somnolent and subject to fainting spells. In leukocythemia, a rambling delirium is not infrequently noted toward the close of the patient's life, and the habitual sadness and depression of many leukemic patients is due, as are also certain phases of melancholia, to cerebral malnutrition. In some stages of most, and in all stages of some, forms of renal disease the conditions of cerebral anemia are present, and it is reasonable to attribute to it some share in the production of the head symptoms of Bright's disease. But here, as in cases of cardiac disease, symptoms due to other influences, uremia in the former, and insufficient oxygenation of the blood in the latter instance, obscure or conceal those due to the anemia strictly speaking. 24. When an anemic murmur at the base of the heart coexists with the cephalic souffle, the latter may be regarded as an evidence of anemia. But where the former is absent, that is, when the cephalic souffle is an isolated, independent symptom, there is reason to suspect the existence of a tumor or some other cause of compression of the carotid artery at or after its entry into the cranium. In one of the cases referred to in the text, pressing on one or the other carotid produced numbness and tingling in the opposite arm, leg, and cheek. Similar observations were made by Trippier, Revue de Medicine. March, 1881, who strenuously maintains the existence of the cephalic souffle in the adult, against Henry Roger, and in consonance with the observations of Fisher and Whitney. In the last mentioned case of mine, the sound could be heard a distance from the head. All exhausting diseases, many febrile affections, notably typhoid, starvation from any cause, and exhausting discharges, may produce cerebral anemia. Under the latter head belong the diarrheal affections of childhood, which not infrequently lead to an aggravated form of anemia of the brain known as hydrocephaloid In addition to the provoking causes of cerebral anemia, there are certain accessory ones. Prominent among these is the upright position and sudden rising. The reason of this influence is self-evident, as is also the fact that it is most apt to manifest itself in cases of cardiac enfeeblement. Many a convalescent from an exhausting fever or other disease has on rising from bed fainted. Some have fallen dead from cerebral anemia already existing, but fatally intensified by this sudden change of position. A number of cases are on record by Abercrombie, Forbes Winslow, J.G. Kiernan, and others where persons manifested the symptoms of cerebral anemia only when in the upright position and even in lying on one side or the other. These are, however, far rarer than is claimed by some later writers. The purest form of acute cerebral anemia, aside from that produced by surgical interference with the cerebral circulation or extensive hemorrhages, is that induced by mental influences, such as fright, a disagreeable odor, or a disgusting or harrowing spectacle. Some persons, not suffering from general anemia or any diseased condition thus far mentioned, on experiencing the emotional influences named will be observed to turn pale, to breathe heavily, and either sink into a chair or fall on the floor partly or entirely unconscious. They are then suffering from a spasm of the cerebral arteries resulting in acute and high-graded cerebral anemia or syncope. This condition is marked by some of the symptoms previously mentioned as occurring with bilateral ligature of the carotids, thus, the feeling of oppression on the chest, vertigo, heaviness of the limbs, nausea, and vomiting are characteristic. A cold sweat breaks out on the forehead, the visual field becomes darkened, and hearing is rendered difficult by the tinnitus. 25 The pulse is small and of low tension, but regular. 25 Most authors claim that the sense of hearing is blunted, as that of vision is. This is so in some, but certainly not in a large number of other cases. I have now under observation a girl whose physical conformation, her neck is very long and her shoulders tapering, and extreme susceptibility combined to favor the occurrence of syncope. She faints in my office whenever an examination is made, even though it be entirely verbal, and after recovering frequently, lies down to answer by deputy, as experience has shown her that she is less likely to faint in this position. I have repeatedly satisfied myself from her subsequent statements that she heard what was said, while she appeared to be quite unconscious and saw everything black, or through a cloud. It is not improbable that the impressions which most writers on the subject convey were derived from the experience of novices in fainting. These, in the alarm and anxiety of their condition, and confused by the tinnitus, might well fail to hear what the bystanders said, particularly as on many such occasions the fainting person is apt to be surrounded by a confused babble of tongues, while the auditory nerve is as sensitive to the irritative influence of anemia as any, and there is a case of a boy on record, Abercrombie, who could only hear well when lying down, and was deaf when he stood up. Yet the conclusions of other authorities who have studied the subject would lead one to think that there are individual differences in this respect. How often does not the dying person, after feeling for the hands of a relative whom he cannot see, converse with him responsively? And how much need is there not of the humane physician to remember that the sense of hearing is the last intellectual sense to die, lest he speak unguardedly at the bedside. As a rule, the subjects of simple syncope recover the horizontal position, which is assumed perforce in most cases, carrying with it the chief remedial influence, namely, the facilitating of the access of a fuller blood supply to the brain. While, as stated, the tendency to syncope may exist in healthy non-anemic individuals, it is far more common with those who suffer either from chronic cerebral anemia or from many of its predisposing conditions. The arterial spasm which causes syncope is an exaggeration of what occurs within physiological limits. 26 In all persons when subjected to emotional or violent external impressions of any kind, 26. It has been experimentally determined by Istomino, St. Petersburg dissertation, 1885, in persons whose brain surface had become partially accessible to observation through traumatic causes. That pain, warmth, pleasant smells, and sweet tastes cause a contraction of the cerebral vessels and a sinking in of the brain surface, while tickling, unpleasant odors, bitter and sour tastes, produce the reverse condition. That is, bulging of the brain surface and increased injection of the vessels. Istomino's results are verified by other observations, particularly by the fact that with the latter class of impressions there is an increase in the general blood pressure, with sinking of the surface temperature, and, as measured by Mossos method, decrease in the volume of the extremities. While there is a general correspondence between these observations and clinical experience, there are a few unexplained discrepancies. Morbid anatomy. In those severe cases of cerebral anemia which terminate fatally, the entire brain appears bloodless. Since the color of this organ under ordinary circumstances is in great part due to the vascular injection, it appears very different when this admixture is lessened or removed. Then the gray substance, instead of presenting a reddish-gray tint, is of a pale buff color in infants, and a pale gray in adults who have died of acute or intense cerebral anemia. The white substance exhibits few or no puncta vasculosa, and there is no indication of the faint rosy tinge which even the white substance has in the normal brain. All these appearances can be imitated in the brain of an animal that is bled to death. They are also met with in those who have died of inanition, particularly in cases of melancholia attonita, the subjects of which had long refused food. Most writers state that the ventricular and subarachnoid fluids are increased in amount, 27, and that the sulci appear wider in anemic than in normal brains. That these fluids must be increased to compensate for the diminished blood amount is evident. But it is not unlikely that exaggerated estimates of the increase have been made. And for this reason, since the meninges and choroid plexuses are comparatively bloodless, the cerebrospinal fluids are more likely to present themselves free from that admixture of blood which renders the obtaining and measuring of their quantity so difficult under ordinary circumstances. The gaping of the sulci has not been verified by me either in animals that had been bled to death or in cases of cerebral anemia in rapidly fatal atonic and tisical melancholia. In protracted cases of this nature I frequently found gaping of the sulci. Here, from the nature of the cases, the patients dying either from self-starvation, imperfect assimilation, or wasting diseases. The occurrence of a certain amount of atrophy of the brain substance proper could not be excluded. 28. 27. Hammond, on the other hand, diseases of the nervous system. Has the ventricles generally empty. 28. Up to within a very short time ago it would have appeared heretical to claim that any considerable amount of brain wasting could ensue from starvation alone, as the oft-cited experiments of Chaussat seem to show that mammals, birds, reptiles, and amphibians lose in body weight while being starved, but that the brain weight is not disturbed to any appreciable extent. 6 years ago, I examined the brain of a tortoise, Cestudo virginica, which had starved fully a year through ignorance of the keeper of an aquarium. The atrophy of the brain was so marked that it had undergone demonstrable changes of contour. Since then Rosenbach, Archiv für Psychiatry, 16, has demonstrated that brain wasting and other changes do occur in starved rabbits, with protracted fevers accompanied by inanition, and this applies particularly to the later period of typhoid fever. A condition of cerebral anemia is found which is of the greatest interest to the clinician. The brain as a whole is bloodless. There may or may not be apparently hyperemic districts, but the injection is altogether on the surface, the consistency of the brain is considerably diminished, and this organ is often distinctly edematous. In exceptional cases the edema is so great that softening results, the white substance becoming fluidified at the cortical limit near the base of the sulci and at the ventricular walls. This is due perhaps as much to post-mortem maceration as to pre-mortem edema, but that the latter condition exists is shown by the condition of the brain as a whole. The loss of memory, the difficulty of correlating the past and present, the rambling, incoherent conversation, and anergic stupor observed in the decline of typhoid and other exhausting fevers, especially in older subjects, may be properly attributed to the injurious effects of postfebrile anemia and anemic edema of the brain. Aside from fevers, edema is apt to be associated with anemia where venous stagnation is a complicating feature. Consequently, it is not uncommon with certain uncompensated valvular lesions, emphysema, and other chronic pulmonic troubles. Positive observations of tissue changes from simple cerebral anemia have not been recorded. Even in extreme cases the essential nervous structures, the ganglionic bodies, the nerve fibers, their sheaths, and the neuroglia, appear healthy. The adventitial and pericellular spaces are sometimes enlarged, and variations in the number and distribution of the free nuclei of the neuroglia and the border bodies of the periadventitial districts have been observed by me. But not with such constancy as to justify more than this mere mention. In his researches on starvation Rosenbach found the brain edematous and the ventricles dilated. There were also microscopical changes which indicated a profound disturbance of nutrition. The large cells of the anterior spinal horn and cerebellum had lost their transparency, being in a condition resembling cloudy swelling. The neuroglia appeared to be in a similar condition as that of nerve cells. Singular as it may appear on first sight, the capillaries were found crowded with blood corpuscles, and there were many evidences of diapedesis of such. This may indicate a passive accumulation due to deficient cardiac and vascular contractility. The changes, as a whole, were not unlike those found in myelitis 29 except in so far as no actual inflammatory signs were present. 29 Several distinguished neurologists, notably Westphal, who were present when Rosenbach presented his conclusions, were unable to recognize so profound a deviation from the normal structural conditions as he claimed. Archive für Psychiatry. 16. Symptoms. The clinical phenomena of acute cerebral anemia have been in the main related in connection with the etiology of this disorder. We shall now proceed to detail those which occur with cases more likely to engage the attention of the practitioner either on account of their gravity or protracted duration. Uncomplicated chronic cerebral anemia of adolescents and adults. This condition is one of the common manifestations of general anemia. Most anemic persons are languid, drowsy, suffer from insomnia, tinnitus aurium, and other signs of imperfect cerebral irrigation. In some these troubles become alarmingly prominent and may approach the confines of mental derangement. This is particularly apt to occur with women who have borne and nursed a large number of children. In addition to the typical signs of cerebral anemia, they exhibit depression, may suffer from hallucinations, and even become afflicted with lachrymose or suicidal melancholia, insanity of lactation of the somatoideological school. Depression of the mental functions is the most constant symptom of cerebral anemia, and the one which most frequently directs the physician's attention to its existence. Its subjects appear mentally blunted, the apperceptive powers are diminished, and it is difficult for the patient to interest himself in anything, or when interested to keep up a mental effort, that is, his attention, any length of time. In more severe grades of the trouble the patients become somnolent in the daytime. Contrary to what those who regard sleep as essentially due to cerebral anemia might expect, sleep is disturbed, and the patient is wakeful or suffers from vivid and frightful dreams, or even deliria. Others pass a quiet night, but are rather in a trance-like condition than a healthy sleep. Lethargic as the cerebral anemic person is on the whole, and unable as he feels himself to exert his will-power, abulia, yet he is often irritable, perverse, and petulant in consequence of that morbid excitability which is a universal attribute of the overworked or imperfectly nourished nerve element. The younger the patient the more likely is the condition apt to impress one as a stupor, while with older patients irritability is more prominent. In the former, the obtuseness is often rapidly overcome when the patient assumes the horizontal position. It was supposed by Abercrombie that an acute exacerbation of cerebral anemia of this form in weakly and aged individuals might terminate in death. This condition corresponded to the so-called serous apoplexy of the old writers. With increasing accuracy in our autopsies, this condition is more and more rarely recorded, although the possibility of its occurrence as a pathological rarity cannot be denied. As a rule, the chronic form of cerebral anemia, when it terminates fatally, which is exceptional, is marked by a deepening coma and gradual extinction of the vital processes, the Cheyne-Stokes phenomenon preceding this. Patients suffering from chronic cerebral anemia are afflicted with morbid irritability of the optic and auditory nerves. Loud sounds and bright lights are very annoying to them. Roaring, buzzing, and beating sounds in the ear are common, and scintillations, muscae volitantes, and temporary darkening of the visual field, particularly noticed when the head is suddenly raised, are complained of in all cases. It is often found that the tinnitus disappears and the hearing power improves on assuming the horizontal position. Headache of greater or less severity is found in the majority of cases. It is more severe in the rapidly developed forms. And I have found it to be complained of in agonizing intensity by women who had risen from childbed and who had flooded considerably. As a rule, the headache, whether severe or mild, is symmetrical and vertical, in some cases associated with an ache subjectively appearing as if it extended to the back of the orbit. It is remarkable for its constancy, and its exacerbations are often complicated with vertigo and nausea, so that it is not infrequently interpreted as a reflex evidence of gastric disorder. A stitch-like feeling, located in both temples, is often associated with it. Occasionally sufferers from chronic cerebral anemia experience seizures, or rather exacerbations, of their disorder which approach in character, while not equaling in degree, an attack of syncope. Whether in bed or in a chair, they then feel as if their limbs were of lead, they deem that they cannot stir hand or foot, the other symptoms related are aggravated. They yawn and breathe deeply, but hear all that is said by those near them, and do not lose consciousness. They express themselves as feeling as if everything around them were about to pass away. One of my patients would frequently find that if this condition overtook her while lying on one side, that side would remain numb for some time and be the seat of a tingling sensation which disappeared on the parts being rubbed. The same was noticed when she awoke in the morning in a similar position. To what extent these features were due to the general anemia is doubtful. As previously stated, true syncope occurs in chronic cerebral anemia, but much less frequently in those subjects of this disorder who have reached middle life than in adolescence. The radial pulse in cerebral anemia does not necessarily show the anemic character. Not infrequently the general blood pressure is increased at the onset of the acute form, and if long continued this may be followed by a decrease of the same. The pulse character may therefore vary greatly in frequency, resistance, and fullness. In protracted cases it is soft, easily compressible, and rapid. It is not uncommon to find indications of a slight unilateral preponderance of the signs of cerebral anemia. In one case which terminated in recovery, and was otherwise pure, vertigo was not produced on turning from the left to the right, but it was produced to a distressing degree on turning in the opposite direction. In a second, equally typical, there was for a long time a subjective sensation of falling over toward the right side. There appears to be much less constancy in the relationship of the deficient blood supply to the severity of the symptoms than is usually supposed. Much depends upon the time of life at which the disorder develops. A brain that has acquired stability through education and exercise is less vulnerable to the influence of general anemia than one that has not. The nerve centers appear, to some extent at least, to regulate their own blood supply. And whether it be through a change in the blood current rapidity or some other factor neutralizing the evil effects of the intrinsically inferior quality of the blood, we must attribute to the self-regulating nutrition power of the brain the not uncommon phenomena of an active mind in an anemic body. And where the general anemia reaches so high a degree as to involve the brain. Under such circumstances we find that irritability to sensory impressions and fretfulness are more prominent than the lethargy and indifference which characterize the juvenile chlorotic form. Although this distinction is less marked between these two classes in regard to acutely produced anemia, yet it is observable even there. If in a youth or girl while undergoing phlebotomy cerebral anemia were to reach such a degree as to cause subjective sounds, they would either approach or fall into a faint. But Lurit, the distinguished cerebral anatomist, while being subjected to the same procedure, hearing a hissing sound, did not lose consciousness, but complained that someone must have upset a bottle of acid on a marble table in the same room. As he supposed he was hearing the sound of effervescence thus produced. Much, too, appears to depend on dynamic and other thus far undiscovered intrinsic conditions of the brain tissue itself, irrespective of the mere amount and rapidity of the blood current. If the subject be exposed to wasting diseases, to blood poisons, or to vicissitudes of temperature and to physical exhaustion in addition to the causes producing cerebral malnutrition, deliria of a cortical nature are more apt to characterize the case than in simple anemia. These are known as the deliria of inanition, and present themselves under two forms. The first has been frequently observed in sailors, travelers, and others who have undergone starvation in exposed situations, and is tinctured by the psychical influences incident to such a condition. Just as the Greely survivors at Cape Sabine, when reduced to their miserable rations of sealskin boot leather and shrimps, entertained each other with the enumeration of imaginary culinary luxuries. So others who have suffered in the same way declaim about gorgeous banquets in the midst of a howling wilderness, or, as occurred to a miner who lost his way in Idaho a few winters ago, experienced hallucinatory visions of houses, kitchen utensils, and persons with baskets of provisions. In others the terror of the situation leads to the development of rambling and incoherent delusions of persecution. The second form, regarded as a variety of starvation delirium, is found in the postfebrile periods of typhoid and other exhausting fevers. In aged persons it may even develop shortly after the onset of the disease. It is usually unsystematized, of a depressive cast, and may be associated with a condition resembling melancholia agitata. In a small proportion of cases insanity of the ordinary types, but more commonly of the special kinds comprised in the group of postfebrile insanity, develops from the anemic fever delirium as its starting point. The spurious hydrocephalus, hydrocephaloid, hydrancephaloid, of Marshall Hall and Abercrombie, referred to in the section on etiology, is an important condition for the diagnostician to recognize. A child suffering from this disorder presents many symptoms which are customarily regarded as characteristic of tubercular meningitis or of chronic hydrocephalus, thus the pupils are narrow, sometimes unequal. 30 There is strabismus, and there may be even nucleopus thetonos, while the somnolent state in which the little patient usually lies may deepen into a true coma, in which the pupils are dilated, do not react to light. Nor do the eyelids close when the cornea is touched. Ominous as this state appears, it may be completely recovered from under stimulating and restorative treatment. On inquiry it is found that the symptoms above mentioned were preceded by cholera infantum or some other exhausting complaint, such as a dysentery or diarrhea. And that the somnolent condition in which infants are often found toward the close of such complaints passed gradually into the more serious condition described. 31 The infants thus affected do not, however, sleep as healthy children do, but moan and cry, while apparently unconscious of their surroundings. The surface of the body is cool and pale. The pulse and respiration are normal, except in the comatose period, but the former is easily compressible. The chief points distinguishing hydrocephaloid from true hydrocephalus and other diseases associated with similar symptoms are the following. First, there is no rise of temperature. 2d, the pupils are equal. 3d, the fontanelle is sunken in. Fourth, the pulse and respiration, with the exception stated, are natural. Fifth, there is an antecedent history of an exhausting abdominal disorder. Sixth, also a facial appearance characteristic of the latter. 30 This is not admitted by most writers, but does occur exceptionally. 31 It should not be forgotten, however, that very similar symptoms occur after cholera infantum, with a much graver pathological condition, namely, marantic thrombosis of the sinuses. One of the gravest and rarest forms of cerebral anemia is one which occurs as a result of extreme general anemia in very young infants. In a remarkable case which I have had an opportunity of studying, the abolition of certain cerebral functions reached such a degree that the opinion of a number of physicians was in favor of tubercular meningitis. 32 There was at the time of my examination complete extremity hemiplegia, and there had been conjugated deviation, restlessness in sleep, and dullness in the waking hours. All these symptoms except the hemiplegia disappeared whenever a more assimilable and nutritious food was used than the one previously employed. On one occasion there were evidences of disturbed vasomotor innervation, on several, convulsive movements. This history, associated with ordinary evidences of general anemia, covered a period of 18 months, without the slightest abnormality of temperature being noted or discoverable during that period. The mucous surfaces of this child were almost colorless, certainly without any indication of the normal tinge. The mother had nursed it, and her milk had been found to possess scarcely any nutritive value. The case terminated fatally at the age of 20 months. 32 It was stated by an experienced practitioner that death occurred with unmistakable symptoms of tubercular meningitis. Certainly, the absence of temperature disturbance at the time of the hemiplegic and other exacerbations, as well as other important features for a period exceeding a year, shows that whatever favorable soil the earlier condition may have furnished for the secondary development of such or other gross structural disease, tubercular meningitis did not exist at the time. While the absence of pupillary and optic nerve symptoms, as well as the rapid changes from day to day or week to week under dietetic treatment, militate against the assumption of any other organic affection incident to childhood. Partial cerebral anemia. Most writers on cerebral anemia discuss a number of varieties of partial cerebral anemia as distinguished from the acute and chronic general forms. Some of the conditions thus described properly appertain to the angiospastic form of hemicrania, others to epilepsy, and the majority to circulatory disturbances dependent on arterial disease. Aside from the partial cerebral anemia resulting from surgical causes, I am acquainted with but one evidence of limited cerebral anemia which can be regarded as independent of the neuroses or of organic disease. And that is the scintillating scotoma. This symptom, in the only case in which I observed it, occurred in a medical student, accompanied by pallor and nausea in consequence of the disgust produced in him by the combined odors of a dissecting room and of a neighboring varnish factory. The totally blind area of the visual field was strictly hemianopsic in distribution and bounded by a colored zone scintillating, to use the sufferer's words, like an aurora borealis. The attack, probably protracted by his great alarm at being blind in one half of the visual field, lasted 3 hours. As the cause in this case was a psychical impression and accompanied by the ordinary signs of that fainting which is not an uncommon occurrence in the dissecting room. As, furthermore, the individual in question never had a headache except in connection with febrile affections, and then in the lightest form, and is neither neurotic himself nor has a neurotic ancestry or relatives. I regard it as the result of a simple arterial spasm intensified in the visual field of one hemisphere, analogous to the more general spasm of ordinary syncope. 33. It may be remembered that Wollaston had scintillating scotomata, and that after his death a small focus of softening was found in the one visual field. Ordinarily, this disturbance is associated with hemicrania. Diagnosis. There is so little difficulty in recognizing the nature of those cases of acute cerebral anemia which depend on recognizable anemia-producing causes that it is unnecessary to point out their special diagnostic features. With regard to chronic cerebral anemia, and its differentiation from other circulatory brain disorders, I refer to the last article. In this place it will be necessary only to point to some of the symptoms which, individually considered, are found in other disorders, and may therefore be misinterpreted. The chief of these is vertigo, which, as already stated, being associated with nausea, and even vomiting, is not infrequently confounded with stomachic vertigo, while the opposite error is also, though less frequently, fallen into. The chief differential points are, that stomachic vertigo is relieved by vomiting, and anemic vertigo is not, that the former is rather episodical, the latter more continuous. That in the free intervals of the former, while there may be some dullness, there is not the lethargy found with anemia. That the headache with the former is either over the eyes or occipital, and most intense after the passage of a vertiginous seizure, while anemic headache is verticular or general, and not subject to marked momentary changes. It is unnecessary to indicate here the positive evidences of gastric disorder which are always discoverable in persons suffering from stomachic vertigo. But it is also to be borne in mind that such disorder is frequently associated with the conditions underlying general and cerebral anemia, particularly in the prodromal period of some pulmonary troubles. There are a number of organic affections of the brain which are in their early periods associated with symptoms which are in a superficial way like those of cerebral anemia. As a rule, focal or other pathognomonic signs are present which render the exclusion of a purely nutritive disorder easy, but with some tumors, as is generally admitted, these signs may be absent. It is not difficult to understand why a tumor not destructive to important brain centers, nor growing sufficiently rapid to produce brain pressure, yet rapidly enough to compress the blood channels, may produce symptoms like those of simple cerebral anemia. It is claimed that with such a tumor the symptoms are aggravated on the patients lying down, while in simple anemia they are ameliorated. 34 The latter proposition holds good as a general rule. As to the former, I have some doubts. Not even the ophthalmoscope, although of unquestionable value in ascertaining the nature of so many organic conditions of the brain and its appendages, can be absolutely relied on in this field. Until quite recently, optic neuritis, if associated with cerebral symptoms, was regarded as satisfactory proof that the latter depended on organic disease. But within the year it has been shown by Juller 35 that it may occur in simple cerebral anemia, and both the latter and the associated condition of the optic nerve be recovered from. 34 The increased flow of blood to the brain in anemia is not always momentarily remedial. If, for example, the patient stoop down, he flushes more easily than a normal person, and suffers more than the latter. The same is observed with regard to stimulants. 35 British Medical Journal, January 30, 1886. In the case, reported suppression of the catamenia is spoken of, as well as the fact that treatment was directed to the menstrual disturbance. It is not evident from the brief report at my disposal whether the suspension of the menstrual flow was symptomatic of general anemia or of a local disturbance. Optic neuritis has been recorded as having been present in a large number of cases with no other assignable cause than a uterine disorder. As previously stated, Hirschberg and Litton found choked disc under like circumstances. The claim of Hammond and Vance that ordinary anemia of the brain may be recognized through the ophthalmoscope is almost unanimously disputed by experienced ophthalmoscopists. Nor is it unreservedly endorsed by any authority of weight among neurologists. That there may be color differences to indicate anemia is, however, not impossible, and the fact that a concentric limitation of the visual field sometimes occurs should not be forgotten. It is distinguished from that found with organic diseases by its variability through the day and in different positions of the body. Treatment. Chronic as well as acute cerebral anemia, dependent on general anemia, usually requires no other medicinal treatment than that rendered necessary by the general anemic state of which it is a part. This has been discussed at length in the third volume of this work. It remains to speak of certain special precautions and procedures rendered necessary by the nervous symptoms predominating in such cases. As the insufficiently nourished brain is not capable of exertion, mental as well as physical rest is naturally indicated. And this not only for the reason that it is necessary to avoid functional exhaustion, but also because the anemic brain when overstrained furnishes a favorable soil for the development of morbid fears, imperative impulses, and imperative conceptions. This fact does not seem to have been noticed by most writers. The mind of the anemic person is as peculiarly sensitive to psychical influences as the anemic visual and auditory centers are to light and sound. And in a considerable proportion of cases of this kind the origin of the morbid idea has been traced to the period of convalescence from exhausting diseases. The prominent position which masturbation occupies among the causes of cerebral anemia perhaps explains its frequent etiological relationship to imperative conceptions and impulsive insanity. Although the radical and rational treatment of cerebral anemia is covered by the treatment of the general anemia, there are certain special symptoms which call for palliative measures. Most of these, such as the vertigo, the optic and oral phenomena, improve, as stated, on assuming the horizontal position. The headache if very intense will yield to one of three drugs, nitrite of amyl, cannabis indica, or morphine. I am not able to furnish other than approximative indications for the use of remedies differing so widely in their physiological action. Where the cerebral anemia and facial pallor are disproportionately great in relation to the general anemia. And we have reason to suppose the existence of irritative spasm of the cerebral blood vessels, a condition with which the cephalalgia is often of great severity. Nitrite of amyl acts as wonderfully as it does in the analogous condition of syncope. 36 Where palpitations are complained of, and exist to such a degree as to produce or aggravate existing insomnia, small doses of morphine will act very well. Due precautions being taken to reduce the disturbance of the visceral functions to a minimum, and to prevent the formation of a drug habit by keeping the patient in ignorance of the nature of the remedy. When trance-like conditions and melancholic depression are in the foreground, cannabis indica with or without morphia will have the best temporary effect. It is often directly remedial to the cephalalgia. Chloral and the bromides are positively contraindicated, and untold harm is done by their routine administration in nervous headache and insomnia, irrespective of their origin. Nor are hypnotics, aside from those previously mentioned, to be recommended. The disadvantages of their administration are not counterbalanced by the advantages. 37 Frequently, in constitutional syphilis, insomnia resembling and probably identical with the insomnia of cerebral anemia will call for special treatment. In such cases the iodides, if then being administered, should be suspended, and if the lutic manifestations urgently require active measures, they should be restricted to the use of mercury in small and frequent dosage. While the vegetable alteratives may be administered if the state of the stomach permit. 36 There are disturbances in the early phases of cerebral syphilis, whose exact pathological character is not yet ascertained, which so closely resemble the condition here described that without a knowledge of the syphilitic history, and misled by the frequently coexisting general anemia, it is regarded as simple cerebral anemia. Under such circumstances, as also with the cerebral anemia of old age, amyl nitrite should not be employed. 37 Urethrin and paraldehyde have failed in my hands with anemic persons. Among the measures applicable to the treatment of general anemia there are three which require special consideration when the cerebral symptoms are in the foreground. These are alcoholic stimulants, the cold pack, and massage. It is a remarkable and characteristic feature of cerebral anemia that alcoholic stimulants, although indicated, are not well borne. 38, at least not in such quantities as healthy persons can and do take without any appreciable effect. I therefore order them, usually in the shape of Hungarian extract wines, 39 South Side Madeira, or California Angelica, to be given at first in such small quantities as cannot affect the cerebral circulation unpleasantly, and then gradually have the quantity increased as tolerated. In fact, both with regard to the solid nourishment and the stimulating or nourishing fluids and restorative drugs the division of labor principle is well worth following. The cerebral anemic is not in a position to take much exercise, his somatic functions are more or less stagnant, and bulky meals are therefore not well borne. Small quantities of food, pleasingly varied in character and frequently administered, will accomplish the purpose of the physician much better. 38 Hammond, who classes many disorders under the head of cerebral anemia which the majority of neurologists regard as of a different character, has offered a very happy explanation. He says, "Now, it must be recollected that the brains of anemic persons are in very much the same condition as the eyes of those who have for a long time been shut out from their natural stimulus, light. When the full blaze of day is allowed to fall upon them, retinal pain is produced. The pupils are contracted, and the lids close involuntarily. The light must be admitted in a diffused form, and gradually, till the eye becomes accustomed to the excitation. So it is with the use of alcohol. In some cases of cerebral anemia, the quantity must be small at first, and administered in a highly diluted form, though it may be frequently repeated. 39 Such as Manesser Asu, there is no genuine Tokay wine imported to this country, as far as I am able to learn. The cold pack, strongly recommended by some in general anemia, is not, in my opinion, beneficial in cases where the nervous phenomena are in the foreground, particularly in elderly persons. Gentle massage, on the other hand, has the happiest effects in this very class of cases. Of late years my attention has been repeatedly directed to cerebral anemia of peculiar localization due to malarial poisoning. It has been noted by others that temporary aphasia and other evidences of spasm of the cortical arteries may occur as equivalents or sequelae of a malarial attack. I have seen an analogous case in which hemianopsia and hemianesthesia occurred under like circumstances, and were recovered from. Whether more permanent lesions, in the way of pigmentary embolism or progressing vascular disease, causing thrombotic or other forms of softening, may develop after such focal symptoms is a matter of conjecture. But I have observed 2 fatal cases in which the premonitory symptoms resembled those of one which recovered, and in which these were preceded by signs of a more general cerebral anemia. And in one case had been mistaken for the uncomplicated form of that disorder. Where a type is observable in the exacerbation of the vertigo, headache, tinnitus, and lethargy of cerebral anemia, particularly if numbness, tingling, or other signs of cortical malnutrition are noted in focal distribution. A careful search for evidences of malarial poisoning should be made. And if such be discovered, the most energetic anti-malarial treatment instituted. It is in such cases that arsenic is of special benefit. The treatment of syncope properly belongs to this article. Where the signs of returning animation do not immediately follow the assumption of the recumbent position, the nitrite of amyl, ammonia, or small quantities of ether should be exhibited for inhalation. The action of the former is peculiarly rapid and gratifying, though the patient on recovery may suffer from fullness and pain in the head as after effects of its administration. The customary giving of stimulants by the mouth is to be deprecated. Even when the patient is sufficiently conscious to be able to swallow, he is usually nauseated, and, as he is extremely susceptible to strong odors or tastes in his then condition, this nausea is aggravated by them. By far the greater number of fainting persons recover spontaneously or have their recovery accelerated by such simple measures as cold effusion, which, by causing a reflex inspiration, excites the circulatory forces to a more normal action. Rarely will the electric brush be necessary, but in all cases where surgical operations of such a nature as to render the development of a grave form of cerebral anemia a possibility are to be performed. A powerful battery in clysters of hot vinegar, as well as the apparatus for transfusion, should be provided, so as to be within reach at a moment's notice. Inflammation of the brain. Before the introduction of accurate methods of examining the diseased brain, the term inflammatory softening was used in a much wider sense than it is today. Most of the disorders ascribed to inflammatory irritation by writers of the period of Andrel and Rush are today recognized as regressive, and in great part passive. Results of necrotic destruction through embolic or thrombic closure of afferent blood channels. 2 forms of inflammation are universally recognized. One manifests itself in slow vascular and connective tissue changes and in an indurating inflammation. There are 2 varieties of it, the first of these, which is associated with furibund vasomotor explosions and regressive metamorphosis of the functional brain elements, is known from its typical association with grave motor and mental enfeeblement as paretic dementia or dementia paralytica. The second, which is focal in the distribution of the affected brain areas, is known as sclerosis. The former is treated of in a separate article. The latter is considered in connection with the spinal affections which either resemble it in histological character or complicate its course. The second form of cerebral inflammation is marked by the formation of the ordinary fluid products of acute inflammation in other organs of the body. This is the suppurative form, usually spoken of as abscess of the brain. In addition to these two generally recognized inflammatory affections, there are a number of rare diseases which are regarded by excellent authority as also of that character. The vaguely used term acute encephalitis has been recently reapplied with distinct limitations to an acute affection of children by Strumpel. This disease is usually of acute onset, infants under the 6th year of age being suddenly, and in the midst of apparently previous good health sometimes, attacked by fever, vomiting, and convulsions. 40 occasionally coma follows, which may last for several days, perhaps interrupted from time to time by recurring convulsions or delirium. The convalescence from this condition is rapid, and in some cases is complete. In others paralysis remains behind in the hemiplegic form. The paralysis is usually greater in the arm than in the leg. In extreme cases it involves the corresponding side of the face, and, as the paralyzed parts are arrested or perverted in growth, considerable deformity, even extending to asymmetry of the skull, may ensue. The deformity is aggravated by contractures. Usually there is some atrophy of the muscles, but in one case I found actual hypertrophy 41 of some groups, probably in association with the hemiathetoid movements. 40 as in my case of infantile encephalitis followed by athetoid symptoms, Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases. 41 This was followed by atrophy. There are never any qualitative electrical changes. The sequelae of acute infantile encephalitis present us with the most interesting forms of post-paralytic disturbances of muscular equilibrium. Hemichorea and hemiathetosis, as well as peculiar associated movements and hemicontracture, are found in their highest development with this class of cases. Occasionally epileptiform symptoms are noted, 42, and in others true epilepsy is developed. It is under such circumstances that imbecility is apt to be a companion symptom or result, and this imbecility is prominently noted in the moral sphere. 42 which in one case of my own disappeared spontaneously. The grave set of symptoms briefly detailed here are attributed by Strumpel 43 to an acute encephalitis, analogous, in his opinion, to the acute poliomyelitis of children. Its frequent occurrence after measles and scarlatina, as well as the fact that Ross 44 in a carefully studied case arrived at the opinion that the disease was an embryonecrotic result of endocarditis, would lead to the conclusion that it is a focal affection, probably due to the transportation of infectious elements to the brain through the blood vessels. Its occurrence in children in the midst of apparent health 45 is consistent with the fact that rheumatism and an attendant slight endocarditis frequently pass unrecognized in infancy. It is supposed that a diffuse form of inflammatory non-suppurative softening exists by some of the Germans, but the proof advanced in favor of this view is not conclusive. 43 as a surmise, for up to his writing no reliable autopsies had been made. 44 Brain, October, 1883. 45 McNutt, American Journal of Medical Sciences, January 1885, cites Strumpel as attributing the theory of an inflammatory affection, which is analogous to poliomyelitis in its suddenness and nature, to Benedict, and refers to of Strumpel's textbook, under the erroneous date of 1864. This work was published in 1883–84. And the theory is advanced by Strumpel as his own. It is only a synonym, hemiplegia spastica infantile, that is attributed to Benedict. A number of rare forms of interstitial encephalitis have been described. In one, elaborately studied by Danilo, an inflammatory hypertrophy of the cortex, involving the parenchyma as well as the connective and vascular structures, was found in a limited area of the motor province of the right hemisphere. There had been crossed epileptiform convulsions during life. 46. 46 Bulletin de la Société de Biologie, 1883. There is some question among pathologists as to the recognition of Virchow's encephalitis of the newborn. Certainly a part of Virchow's material was derived from the imperfect study of a condition of infantile brain development which, as Jastrowitz showed, is physiological, and on which Flechsig based his important researches of tract development. More recent studies, however, demonstrate that there is a form of miliary encephalitis in newborn children due to septic causes, such as, for example, suppuration of the umbilical cord. The demonstration by Zenker of the occurrence of metastatic parasitic emboli in cases of aphthous stomatitis, and by Letzerich of a diphtheritic micrococcus invasion in the brain of his own child, show that the subject of early infantile encephalitis merits renewed consideration. 47. 47. The attempt of Jecusiel to revive Virchow's encephalitis. Of the newborn, Berliner Klinische Wochenschrift, 1883, No. 7. Under the title of interstitial encephalitis does not seem to have met with encouragement, for, besides Jastrowitz, Haynock and Hirschberg opposed this view in the discussion. Strictly speaking, the reactive changes which occur in the brain substance bordering on tumors, hemorrhagic and softened foci, belong to the domain of encephalitis. But as they are considered in conjunction with the graver lesions to which they are secondary both in occurrence and importance, it is not necessary to more than refer to them here. Abscess of the brain. As indicated in the last article, there formerly existed much confusion in the minds of pathologists regarding the terms softening and abscess of the brain. As long as softening was regarded as an inflammation, so long was abscess of the brain regarded as a suppurative form of softening. Aside from the fact that there is some resemblance in mechanical consistency between a spot of ordinary softening and one of inflammatory softening, there is no essential similarity of the two conditions. True softening is today regarded as the result of a death of brain tissue produced by interference with the blood supply, it is therefore a passive process. Inflammatory softening, of which abscess is a form, is due to an irritant, usually of an infectious nature. It is to the results of such irritation that the term suppurative encephalitis should be limited. Morbid anatomy. In all well-established inflammatory brain troubles the active part is taken by the blood vessels and connective tissue, the ganglionic elements undergo secondary, usually regressive or necrotic, changes. The brain, considered as a parenchymatous organ, is not disposed to react readily in the way of suppurative inflammation unless some septic elements are added to the inflammatory irritant. Foreign bodies, such as knitting needles, bullets, and slate pencils, have been found encapsulated in this organ or projecting into it from the surrounding bony shell without encapsulation and without any evidences of inflammatory change. As a rule, a foreign body which enters the brain under aseptic conditions will, if the subject survives sufficiently long, be found to have made its way to the deepest part of the brain, in obedience to the law of gravity, and through an area of so-called inflammatory red softening which appears to precede it and facilitate the movement downward. This form of softening derives its color from the colored elements of the blood, which either escape from the vessels in consequence of the direct action of the traumatic agent. Secondly, in consequence of vascular rupture from the reduced resistance of the perivascular tissue in consequence of inflammatory edema and infiltration, or, thirdly, in obedience to the general laws governing simple inflammation. A cerebral abscess may present itself to the pathological anatomist in one of three phases: the formative, the crude, and the encapsulated. In the first it is not dissimilar to a focus of yellow softening, being, like the latter, a diffuse softened area varying from almost microscopical dimensions to the size of a walnut, and of a distinctly yellow tinge. Microscopic examination, however, shows a profound difference. In pure yellow softening there are no pus cells, in the suppurative encephalitic foci they are very numerous, and congregated around the vessels and in the parenchyma in groups. The crude abscess is the form usually found in cases rapidly running to a fatal termination. Here there is an irregular cavity in the brain, usually the white central substance of the cerebrum or cerebellum, formed by its eroded and pulpy tissue. It is filled with yellow, greenish, and more rarely brownish pus. In the most furibund cases, broken down brain detritus may be found in the shape of whitish or reddish flocculi, but in slowly formed abscesses the contents are free from such admixture, and thus the third phase is produced, known as the encapsulated abscess. The cavity of the abscess becomes more regular, usually spheroid or ovoid, the pus is less fluid, more tenacious, and slightly transparent. And the walls are formed by a pseudo-membrane 48 which is contributed by the sclerosing brain substance, which merges gradually into the outlying normal tissue. I have seen one acute cerebral abscess from ear disease which might be appropriately designated as hemorrhagic. The contents were almost chocolate-colored. On closer inspection it was found that they were true pus, mingled with a large number of red blood discs and some small flocculi of softened brain substance. This hemorrhagic admixture was not due to the erosion of any large vessel, for the abscess had ruptured into the lateral ventricle at that part where it was most purely purulent. In a case of tubercular meningitis, Mollenhauer in my laboratory found an abscess in the white axis of the precentral gyrus, with a distinct purulent infiltration following the line of one of the long cortical vessels. The abscess was not encapsulated, the surrounding white substance exhibited an injected halo, and the consistency of the contents was that of mucoid material. 48. There is considerable dispute as to the real nature of the tissue encapsulating cerebral abscesses. It is known, through the careful observations of R. Meyer, Gall, Lebert, Schott, and Huguenin, that the capsule may form in from 7 to 10 weeks in the majority of cases, about 8 weeks being the presumable time, and that at first the so-called capsule of Lollmann does not deserve the name, being a mucoid lining of the wall. At about the 50th day, according to Huguenin, this lining becomes a delicate membrane, composed of young cells and a layer of spindle-shaped connective elements. In cases where the symptoms accompanying the abscess during life had been very severe, it is not rare to find intense vascular injection of the parts near the abscess. And it is not unlikely that the reddish or chocolate color of the contents of some acutely developed abscesses is due to blood admixture derived from the rupture of vessels in this congested vicinity. Sometimes the entire segment of the brain in which the abscess is situated, or the whole brain, is congested or edematous. In a few cases meningitis with lymphoid and purulent exudation has been found to accompany abscesses that had not ruptured. It is impossible to say whether in this case there was any relation between the focal and the meningeal inflammation, as both may have been due to a common primary cause. 49. In such cases, usually secondary to ear disease, thrombosis of the lateral sinus may be found on the same side. Where rupture of an abscess occurs, if the patient have survived this accident long enough, for it is usually fatal in a few minutes or hours, meningitis will be found in its most malignant form. A rupture into the lateral and other ventricles has been noted in a few cases. 50. 49. Otitis media purulenta in the 2 cases of this kind I examined. 50. In 1, observed together with E.G. Messimer, intense injection of the endomal lining, with capillary extravasations, demonstrated the irritant properties of the discharged contents. Some rare forms of abscess have been related in the various journals and archives which have less interest as objects of clinical study than as curiosities of medical literature. Thus, Chiari 51 found the cavity of a cerebral abscess filled with air, a communication with the nose having become established by its rupture and discharge. 51. Zeitschrift für Heilkunde, 1884, v. In this remarkable raised the abscess, situated in the frontal lobe, had perforated in 2 directions, one outward into the ethmoidal cells, the other inward into the ventricles, so that the ventricles had also become filled with air. This event precipitated a fatal apoplectiform seizure. The contents of a cerebral abscess usually develop a peculiarly fetid odor. It has been claimed that this odor is particularly marked in cases where the abscess was due to some necrotic process in the neighborhood of the brain cavity. The only special odor developed by cerebral abscesses, as a rule, is identical with that of putrid brain substance. And it must therefore depend upon the presence of brain detritus in the contents of the abscess or upon the rapid postmortem decomposition of the neighboring brain substance. In 2 cases of miliary abscess which, as far as an imperfect examination showed, depended on an invasion of microorganisms. An odor was noticed by me which was of so specific a character that on cutting open the second brain it instantly suggested that of the first case, examined 6 years previous. Although up to that moment I had not yet determined the nature of the lesion. 52. 52 Owing to the lack of proper methods of demonstrating microorganisms, the first case whose clinical history was known was imperfectly studied. Of the second case, accidentally found in a brain obtained for anatomical purposes, the examination is not yet completed. That form of abscess which, from its situation in or immediately beneath the surface, has latterly aroused so much interest from its important relations to localizations is usually metastatic and directly connected with disease of the overlying structures, notably the cranial walls. In this case the membranes are nearly always involved. The dura shows a necrotic perforation resembling that found with internal perforation of a mastoid or tympanic abscess. The pia is thickened and covered with a tough fibropurulent exudation. Occasionally the dura and leptomeninges are fused into a continuous mass of the consistency of leather through the agglutinating exudation. The abscess is usually found open, and it is not yet determined whether it begins as a surface erosion, and, bursting through the cortex, spreads rapidly on reaching the white substance, or not. The white substance is much more vulnerable to the assault of suppurative inflammation than the gray, and not infrequently the superficial part of the cortex may appear in its normal contiguity with the pia, but undermined by the cavity of the abscess, which has destroyed the subcortical tissue. Possibly the infecting agent, as in some cases of ear disease, makes its way to the brain tissue through the vascular connections, which, however sparse at the convexity of the brain, still exist. Clinical history. The symptoms of a cerebral abscess depend on its location, size, and rapidity of formation. There are certain parts of the brain, particularly near the apex of the temporal lobe and in the center of the cerebellar hemisphere, where a moderately large abscess may produce no special symptoms leading us to suspect its presence. There are other localities where the suppurative focus 53 indicates its presence, and nearly its precise location and extent. By the irritative focal symptoms which mark its development and by the elimination of important functions which follows its maturation. It is also in accordance with the general law governing the influence of new formations on the cerebral functions that an acutely produced abscess will mark its presence by more pronounced symptoms than one of slow, insidious development. Indeed, there are found abscesses in the brain, even of fair dimensions, that are called latent because their existence could not have been suspected from any indication during life, while many others of equal size are latent at some time in their history. 53 Practically, our knowledge of localization of functions in the human brain begins with the observation by Hitzig of a traumatic abscess in a wounded French prisoner at Nancy named Joseph Massot. The year of the publication of this interesting case constitutes an epoch in advancing biological knowledge, which will be remembered when even the mighty historical events in which Hitzig's patient played the part of an insignificant unit shall have become obsolete. This, the first case in the human subject where a reliable observation was made was an unusually pure one, the abscess involved the facial hypoglossal cortical field, Archive für Psychiatry, 3. An acute cerebral abscess is ushered in by severe, deep, and dull headache, which is rarely piercing, but often of a pulsating character. The pain is sometimes localized, but the subjective localization does not correspond to the actual site of the morbid focus. 54 It is often accompanied by vertigo or by a tendency to dig the head into the pillow or to grind it against the wall. With this there is more or less delirium, usually of the same character as that which accompanies acute simple meningitis. As the delirium increases, the slight rise in temperature which often occurs in the beginning undergoes an increase. Finally, coma develops, and the patient dies either in this state or in violent convulsions. The case may run its course in this way in a few days, but usually 1 to 3 weeks intervene between the initial symptoms and death. 54 Although Ross seems to be of a contrary opinion, it is the exception for the pain to correspond in location to the abscess. Between the rapid and violent course of acute cerebral abscess detailed, and the insidious course of those which as latent abscesses may exist for many years without producing any noticeable symptoms whatever. There is every connecting link as to suddenness and slowness of onset, severity and mildness of symptoms, and rapidity and slowness of development and progress. It is the encapsulated abscesses which are properly spoken of as chronic, and which may even constitute an exception to the almost uniform fatality of the suppurative affections of the brain. Thus, the symptoms marking their development may correspond to those of an acute abscess, but coma does not supervene, temporary recovery ensues, and the patient leaves the hospital or returns to his vocation. But all this time he appears cachectic, and there will be found, on accurate observation, pathological variations of the temperature and pulse. The appetite is poor, the bowels are usually constipated. There are frequent chilly sensations and horripilations, and a general malaise. This condition slowly passes away in the few cases which recover, in others relapses occur, usually of progressing severity, and terminate life. The period during which the symptoms of the abscess are latent may be regarded as corresponding to the latent period which sometimes intervenes between an injury and the development of the symptoms of acute abscess, and which, according to LL.D., may comprise several weeks or months. In other words, the morbid process may be regarded all this time as progressing under the mask of a remission. It is this latent period which it is of the highest importance for the diagnostician to recognize. There is usually headache, which is continuous and does not change in character, though it may be aggravated in paroxysms. Usually the temperature rises with these paroxysms, and if they continue increasing in severity they may culminate in epileptic convulsions. Many of the symptoms of cerebral abscess, prominently those attending the rapidly developed forms and the exacerbations of the chronic form, are due to cerebral compression. It is the pulse and pupils, above all, that are influenced by this factor. In an affection having so many different modes of origin as cerebral abscess, and occupying such a wide range of possible relations to the cerebral mechanism, it is natural that there should exist many different clinical types. So far as the question of the diagnosis of localized cerebral abscesses is concerned, I would refer to the article dealing with cerebral localization, in order to avoid repetition. With regard to the etiological types, they will be discussed with the respective causal factors. Etiology. Abscess of the brain is so frequently found to be due to metastatic or other infectious causes that it is to be regarded as highly improbable that it is ever of idiopathic occurrence. The most frequent associated conditions are suppurative inflammation in neighboring structures, such as the tympanic cavity, the mastoid cells, the nasal cavity, or inflammation or injury of any part of the cranium and scalp. The connection of these structures with the brain through lymphatic and vascular channels is so intimate that the transmission of a pyogenic inflammatory process from the former to the latter is not difficult to understand. But disease of far distant organs, such as gangrene of the lung, and general affections, such as typhoid fever, occasionally figure among the causes of cerebral abscess, particularly of the miliary variety. Among the commonest causes of cerebral abscesses are those which the surgeon encounters. The injury may be apparently slight and limited to the soft parts, or the bone may be merely grazed. Gunshot wounds are particularly apt to be followed by a cerebral abscess, and it has been noted that those which granulate feebly, whose base is formed by a grayish, dirty, and fetid material, are most apt to lead to this ominous complication. The symptoms do not usually develop immediately, and after the surgeon is led to indulge in the hope that danger is past, proper reaction sets in, healthy granulations develop, nay. The wound may close and be undergoing cicatrization, then the patient complains of feeling faint or drowsy, and with or without this premonition he has convulsive movements of one side, sometimes involving both extremities and the corresponding side of the face. Consciousness is usually preserved, but the spells recur, and the patient is noted to be absent-minded during and after the convulsive seizure. On some later day he is noticed to become pale, as in the initial stage of a true epileptic seizure. Total abolition of consciousness follows, and the clonic spasms, affecting the same limbs and muscles involved in the first seizures, now recur with redoubled violence. After such an attack more or less paresis is observed in the muscles previously convulsed. A number of such seizures may occur, or a fatal issue terminate any one of them. Not infrequently the field of the involved muscles increases with each fit. Thus the thumb or a few fingers may be the first to show clonic spasm, in the next fits, the entire arm, in succeeding ones, the leg and face may follow suit. In such a case the periphery first to be convulsed is the first to become paralyzed, thus showing that where the disease began as an irritative lesion the cortex is now destroyed. And that around the destructive focus as a center the zone of irritation is spreading eccentrically, first to irritate and then to destroy seriatim the functions of the various cortical fields in their order. According to the teachings laid down in the article on localization, the order of invasion and extension, as well as the nature, of the focal symptoms will vary. Finally, the attacks become more severe and of longer duration. The patient does not recover in the intervals, but complains of nausea, pain, confusion, and head pressure. He is noted to be dull, his temperature is slightly raised, 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the speech may be affected. Several attacks may occur in a day, each leaving the patient more and more crippled as to motility and mind. He is delirious and drowsy at intervals. His temperature may rise after an attack from 1 to 4 degrees, usually remaining near 103 to 104 degrees Fahrenheit, in the evening. And, coma developing, death occurs, the convulsion or paralytic phenomena continuing at intervals during the moribund period, and the temperature and pulse sometimes running up rapidly toward the last. On examining the parts, it is found that the bone is necrotic at the point of injury, usually only in its outer table, but sometimes in its entire thickness. In exceptional cases the normal continuity of the entire table is not interrupted to all appearances, and a small eroded spot on the inner table is found bathed in pus, or a detached necrotic fragment may be found in the latter. Corresponding to the purulent focus on the inner table the dura mater is detached, discolored, and perforated in one or more places with irregular rents or holes which have a greenish or blackish border. An abscess is found in that part of the brain which corresponds to this opening. There is no question that it was caused by direct infection from the necrotic spot. Cases have been noted, 55 apparently of idiopathic origin, in which a sudden paralysis of a few fingers was the first symptom produced by the development of a cerebral abscess. In a few days such a paralysis extends to the other fingers and to the forearm. Occasionally no convulsive phenomena are noted, or choreic movements indicate, in their place, that the cortical field is irritated. Such cases usually run a rapidly fatal course. 55 Arthur E. W. Fox, Brain, July, 1885. The most frequent cause of cerebral abscess in civil practice is suppurative inflammation of the middle ear. It may be safely asserted that the person suffering from this affection is at no time free from the danger of a cerebral abscess, a purulent meningitis, or a phlebitic thrombosis of the sinuses. Cases are on record where the oral trouble had become chronic, and even quiescent, for a period of 30 years, and at that late date led to abscess with a fatal termination. Of 6 cases of this character in my experience, 4 of which were verified by anatomical examination, not one but had occurred at least 4 years after the commencement of the ear trouble. And one happened in a man aged 54 who had contracted the latter affection in childhood. In 2 there was in addition diffuse purulent meningitis, limited on the convexity to the side where the abscess was situated. 56 in 4 the abscess was in the temporal lobe, one of them having in addition an abscess in the cerebellar hemisphere of the same side. In a 5th the abscess was in the deep white substance of the cerebral hemisphere, opening into the lateral ventricle, and in the 6th it was in one cerebellar hemisphere alone. 5-6 One of these was seen during life by J. R. Pooley. The Other was a paretic dement at the New York City Pauper Asylum. The course of this class of abscesses is usually obscure, focal symptoms are not commonly present, and the constitutional and local symptoms usually appear as a gradual outgrowth from the oral troubles. Thus there is at first usually little fever, vertigo, and chilliness, but considerable tinnitus, and sometimes pain in the ear. Occasionally local signs of a septic metastasis of the otitis, such as edema over the mastoid or painful tumefaction of the cervical glands, are visible. The pain previously referred to the region of the ear now becomes general. Commonly, even where the abscess is in the temporal lobe, it becomes progressively aggravated in the frontal and sometimes in the nuchal region, and under an increase of the febrile phenomena death may exceptionally occur without further complication. Even large abscesses in one half of the cerebellum occur without producing Meniere's symptom, a fact which leads to the suspicion that the purulent deposit must have been of slow and gradual development. In one case distinct symptoms indicating an affection of the subcortical auditory tract were observed. As a rule, this class of abscesses are accompanied toward the close by active general symptoms, convulsions, coma, narrowing and impaired light reaction of the pupils. Delirium, when a prominent symptom from the beginning, indicates the probable association of meningitis with the abscess. 57 Occasionally severe pain, rigor, high temperature, and paralysis may be absent even with rapidly developed abscess from otitis. 58. 57 The same is probably true of oculomotor paralysis, which Ross, Locke Cit., Volume 2, refers to uncomplicated abscess. 58 This was the case with an abscess containing 5 ounces of pus recorded by C. S. Killam at the Sheffield Medical Society. British Medical Journal, February 13, 1886. As illustrating what was stated about the non-correspondence of the pain and the location of the abscess, it may be stated that notwithstanding this large abscess was in the temporal lobe, what pain was present was in the forehead. Ulcerative endocarditis, infectious osteomyelitis, pulmonary gangrene, general pyemia, and, as is claimed by a few authors, typhoid fever, are often accompanied by multiple abscesses in the brain substance. Usually the foci are small, as may be readily inferred from the fact that they are of embolic origin, the emboli being usually so small as to lodge in very small vessels. And that the fatality of the primary disease is so great as to cut short life before the abscess can reach larger dimensions. For the same reasons the symptoms they produce are rarely distinctive. In chronic lung affections accompanied by putrescence in bronchiectatic or other cavities, cerebral abscesses are not uncommon occurrences. Under these circumstances, although we must assume an embolic origin, the abscess is rarely multiple, and the symptoms are as marked as in the ordinary varieties. Thus a patient suffering from chronic phthisis, with or without prodromal malaise or somnolence, experiences formications and pain in his right leg. He then notices a slight halt in walking, twitches appear in the affected extremity. It becomes distinctly paretic. The arm then becomes affected in like manner, the pupils become unequal, a severe chill occurs, followed by delirium, convulsions, coma, and death. Diagnosis. There is little difficulty in recognizing the existence of a cerebral abscess in which well-marked focal and constitutional symptoms coincide, or where a distinct abscess-producing cause, such as an ear trouble, a head injury, or a putrid bronchiectasis, coexists. 59 But there are a number of cases, varying from the latent form to forms with obscure general symptoms, whose recognition is impossible or at best a matter of conjecture. Such cases may be readily confounded with certain tumors. The existence of febrile symptoms, although not excluding tumor, as some tumors are accompanied by such, is greatly in favor of abscess. On the other hand, choked disc, which is rare with abscess and found only with the very largest, is in favor of tumor. 59 Yet a leading and careful authority was misled into making the diagnosis of abscess in a case of ear disease complicated by a cerebral tumor. Prognosis and treatment. The majority of cerebral abscesses must, from the nature of the case, be regarded as not influenceable by medicinal measures or surgical treatment. The miliary and other abscesses due to general septic causes or to mycotic invasion, being in the nature of the case but features of intrinsically dangerous or fatal primary diseases, do not call for special measures. It is different with those due to local trouble about the head and to surgical causes. Remarkable advances have been made in the operative treatment of cerebral abscesses, chiefly owing to the increasing accuracy of the localization of the affected areas through the disturbance of their function, and to the perfection of surgical methods. A number of cases by Gussenbauer, Wernicke, and others have shown that some abscesses may be accurately located during life by the focal symptoms produced by their presence. Wernicke's observation of a large abscess in the occipital lobe showed two facts. First, it permitted the study of the effect of large abscesses on the cerebral movements, as it was found after trephining that the pulsation movement of the brain was lost and the dura tensely bulging, thus indicating a high degree of cerebral pressure. Secondly, the operation showed that an abscess can be emptied of its contents, under moderate aseptic precautions, without provoking contiguous inflammatory reaction or infecting the meninges. Notwithstanding these favorable local conditions, the patient died. Gussenbauer 60 was more fortunate. He surmised from the fluctuation of some symptoms and the predominance of others that his patient had an abscess in the frontal lobe. The suspicion was verified, an abscess of the size of an apple was found, opened, and emptied of its contents. The patient recovered without any immediate untoward symptom. 61. 60 Prager Medizinische Wochenschrift, 1885, numbers 1, 2, and 3. 61 Epileptic and focal spasms subsequently developed, which shows that a new inflammatory or other destructive process may have set in the vicinity of the emptied sac. The uncertainties of localization in some districts of the brain are so great that a number of attempts to repeat the explorations and aspiration of Wernicke and Gussenbauer have failed. In one case recently operated on in New York City, the aspirating needle was run into the brain substance in several different directions without striking the pus. It is a question under such circumstances whether the chances of an abscess becoming latent, minimal though they be in cases with pronounced signs, are not to be preferred to those which an uncertain operation can give. The superficial encephalitic foci offer far better opportunities for surgical triumphs. Here not only the symptoms are much more constant, and point more unerringly to the site of the morbid spot, but there are often other signs, such as the evidences of impaction of a foreign body, local tenderness on percussion, or bone disease, which aid in determining the proper spot for the application of the trephine. Several operations where traumatic encephalitis existed with or without leptomeningitis of the convexity, followed by complete recovery, were performed by Macewan. 62. 62 The Lancet, 1885, Volume 1. The medicinal treatment of abscess of the brain is limited to derivative methods, whose aim is the relief of pressure, an aim whose fulfillment is more frequently illusory than otherwise. Benefit has been claimed from the energetic use of mercury, chiefly in the form of calomel, by older writers, and recently Hanfield Jones has endorsed its administration, attributing to it a remission in a case in which it was employed. It must be remembered, however, that remissions occur spontaneously in this disease, and that the purgative action of calomel may act well for the time being in an affection so apt to be associated with hyperemia and increased cerebral pressure as is an abscess of the brain. 63 In the nature of the case, even this latter momentarily beneficial effect is at the best temporary. 63 Brain, October, 1884. The prophylaxis of cerebral abscess can be carried out only in cases due to cranial and oral affections. The importance of treating all scalp and cranial injuries under aseptic 64 precautions is recognized by all surgeons. It is generally admitted that the trephining of a bone suspected to be the site of an ostitic or necrotic process involves fewer risks than the allowing it to remain. Similar principles govern the treatment of the inflammatory involvement of the mastoid cells, often complicating otitis media. If trephined at all, these should be trephined at the earliest moment. It was a belief among the older aurists that the sudden cessation of an oral discharge was of evil augury, and that cerebral complications were more apt to follow under such circumstances than when the ear discharged freely. Von Troeltsch, Politzer, Gruber, and Toynbee have opposed the exclusive application of the old dogma. In so far as the older ear surgeons regarded a profuse oral discharge as an encouraging sign, in this respect they were of course wrong. But their observation of the frequent concurrence of cerebral sequelae with suppression of discharge is, I think, borne out by a large number of cases. It does not apply, however, to the suppression of discharge by the rational employment of aseptic injections. 64. This term is used in its widest sense here. Spinal hyperemia. The spinal cord is found to vary considerably in color in different individuals. To some extent this difference is influenced by the position occupied by the body after death, but not as markedly as in the case of the brain. Thus it will be paler in a body which has been kept in the prone than in one which has been kept in the supine position. 65. It is usually found more injected in persons who have died of febrile affection than in those who have died of exhausting diseases. Notably is this the case with typhus fever and with subjects who die with congestive malarial chill. But the most intense congestion, where the gray substance instead of having the normal rosy hue appears like a blood-soaked sponge, and the white substance instead of the tint to which it owes its name has a pink shade, is found in subjects dying in convulsive disorders complicated by asphyxia, such as epileptic status, tetanus, and certain toxic disorders. 65. I have not seen it noticed anywhere, but it is a fact readily demonstrable in any autopsy made in a well-preserved body that when a short segment of cord is observed at the moment of section, the section surface appears pale. But if it be again examined after a few moments it will show a reddish tinge, marked as a faint injection. Would be, this tinge distinctly deepens under the eye. I have observed this in specimens which were not held in the hand, so that the influence of pressure can be excluded. Nor do I believe that the elasticity of the tissues is such as to account for the phenomenon. In attempting to apply the fact that varying degrees of vascular injection are found on post-mortem examinations of the spinal cord to the elucidation of certain clinical phenomena, we encounter the same difficulties and sources of error that confronted us in the study of nutritive brain disorders. The majority of writers have therefore contented themselves with making a careful clinical study of the mostly subjective signs of disorders which, once designated as spinal anemia and hyperemia, are now classified under the noncommittal titles of spinal irritation and exhaustion, neurasthenia, as in this volume. A number of these disorders, like the so-called anemic paralysis of Bouchet, Leroy d'Idials, Baroliet, Bamer, and Brandis, would today be considered as hysterical or reflex. And a few of the instances cited by their contemporaries as cases of spinal hyperemia have been since demonstrated to resemble the initial phases of organic diseases of the cord. The causes of active spinal hyperemia are either direct, as when the spinal centers are overtasked by muscular strain either through overexertion or through toxic convulsions, surprised by violent shocks, such as concussion accidents. Or collateral, as when a physiological discharge, menstruation, or a pathological one, hemorrhoidal flux, is suddenly checked. A few cases are reported where carbonic oxide gas poisoning provoked spinal hyperemia. But, like the alleged cases of spinal hyperemia after continued and exanthematic fevers, they were probably cases of incipient or established myelitis. Hammond claims that surface chilling exerts the same congesting influence on the cord which he claims for the brain, but no definite observations have been made in this direction. Passive spinal hyperemia has been attributed to obstructive cardiac and chronic pulmonary affections. In such cases, as with most causes acting on the circulation of blood in the nerve centers, the coexisting cerebral congestion usually masks the spinal. It is a question how far the intense hyperemia of the cord found in some cases of tetanus, strychnia poisoning, and the condition called hydrophobia 66 is primary and an indication of neural hyperexcitability, and how far it is secondary to the asphyxia attending the last phases of these convulsive states. The weight of opinion is in favor of an acceptation of the latter as the chief or only factor. 66 In a case of hydrophobia clinically as well marked as has been recorded, which I had the privilege of examining through the courtesy of Kretschmer, both brain and cord were found remarkably anemic. Overexertion and sexual excesses are frequently followed by a sensation of fullness and tension in the sacral and lumbar regions, which may be relieved by lying prone, while it is aggravated while lying supine. 67 From the location of this pain it is evident that it is not due to congestion of the cord or its membranes, but to fullness of the vertebral and spinal veins of the lower segment of the vertebral column. A similar sensation, which may be relieved by the same change in position or by a hemorrhoidal flux, is complained of by patients suffering from portal obstruction. The veritable symptoms of hyperemia manifest themselves in the parts which receive their nervous supply from the affected districts. The reflexes are usually more active. Paresthesias of different kinds, such as formication, tingling, and creeping sensations, are common, and there is more or less motor weakness, the limbs feeling heavy and sometimes being the seat of an acute pain. As a rule, these symptoms are limited to the lower half of the body. 67 Although this fact has been questioned, I have no doubt whatever that it is true, from a large number of observations. In many subjects suffering from the results of excessive venery or masturbation, an intolerable, sometimes pulsating, feeling in the lumbosacral region is only relieved by raising the lower end of the trunk with the back up. This condition is influenced by a change of residence to a district having a different level above the sea, and consequently a different barometric condition. There is very little question when these symptoms exist for any length of time, and become aggravated, that more subtle nutritive changes than are covered by the single-term hyperemia become responsible for them. In a pure hyperemia the position test of Brown-Sequard, which shows relief when the patient is upright or prone and aggravation when he is supine. Particularly if the gravitation of blood to the cord be facilitated by raising the head and extremities, ought to yield constant results. But in some cases, particularly those of long standing, the very opposite is noted, the patient's symptoms are aggravated by standing or sitting up, and relieved by lying down. Here there is probably exhaustion or malnutrition of the nerve elements, rendering them abnormally sensitive to exertion. This view is supported by the fact that molecular disturbances, such as those which probably accompany simple concussion, predispose the patient to the development of the symptoms of spinal hyperemia, and aggravate them if established previous to such accident. Hammond, 68, who in his chapter on spinal congestion and anemia follows rather the older authors, such as Olivier, than the newer and either more cautious or more skeptical writers on the subject, describes the symptoms of congestion as comprising belt sensations, paraplegia, erections of the penis, muscular twitches, loss of expulsive power, and incontinence of the bladder, paralysis of the abdominal muscles, paralysis of the anal sphincter, loss or abolition of reflex excitability, diminution of electromuscular contractility, and occasionally hyperesthesia and shooting pains. It is not doubtful for a moment that if such a case were to occur in hospital experience it would be regarded as one of organic disease, and not incipient, but well-established organic disease of the cord. Those making the diagnosis would have their opinion strengthened if, as Hammond states, the process took place with great rapidity and had a tendency to extend itself and eventually involve the whole cord, or if, as Brown-Sequard is by him cited as stating, bedsores occurred in addition. Although Hammond describes certain anatomical changes, such as increased development of blood vessels and distension and injection of them, I am unable to find any cases recorded as spinal congestion during life. And carefully examined with a due regard to sources of error after death, in which such changes were found. It is true that after strychnine and cocaine poisoning an intense hyperemia 6-9 of the cord is found. In mammals it is of a far more pronounced character than in reptiles, and usually more marked in proportion to the existing asphyxia. That the characteristic toxic effects of these drugs is not to be sought for in their direct or indirect congesting influence is shown by the fact that exsanguinated frogs can be made to undergo strychnine tetanus when their blood is replaced by a saline solution according to the method of Salkowski. Little support, therefore, could be derived from a pretended analogy between toxic and pathological hyperemias, even if the phenomena of both were similar, which is not the case. 68 Diseases of the Nervous System, 7th ed. 69 It is true that in animals which are so organized that the congestion cannot be attributed to asphyxia, as I showed, Hammond. Prize Essay of the American Neurological Association, 1878, in some experiments on strychnine, arterial congestion and small foci of hemorrhage were found in the upper cervical cord of frogs who had been kept in continuous strychnine tetanus for over 70 days. The introduction of subaqueous caissons for workmen engaged in the building of bridges, in which those employed labor under abnormal atmospheric pressure, has led to the development of a previously unknown cerebrospinal affection known as the caisson disease, and in which, it is generally supposed, either congestion or hemorrhage of the spinal cord occurs in consequence of sudden changes of vascular pressure resulting from sudden diminution of the barometric pressure. Clinically, this affection has been studied in England, France, and above all in America in connection with the building of the East River Bridge and the one over the Mississippi at St. Louis. 70 Experiments by Hoppe-Seiler, Burt, and I. Rosenthal have shown that a sudden diminution of pressure leads to hemorrhages in various tissues, and, according to the two first named, a development of gas occurs in the vascular and other fluids of the body. A number of peculiar symptoms which do not specially interest us here occur in conjunction with the so-called caisson disease. These are, pain in the ear, with or without otitis sicca. Peculiar pains in the joints, which occur on leaving the caisson, and are probably due to hyperemia of the joint surfaces and sudden increase of the intra-articular fluid, and retardation of the pulse rate. In some cases cerebral hyperemia is added, the patients tottering about as if drunk. The spinal symptoms consist of a paraplegiform affection. The paralysis is usually sudden. In some cases the patient a few minutes after stepping from the air chamber falls down perfectly helpless as far as the lower half of the body is concerned. The expulsive power of the bladder is usually weakened, and there is anesthesia to all forms of sensation in the affected limbs, as well as diminished electrocutaneous sensibility. The patient often complains of a strange feeling, as if the lower half of his body were a foreign substance. With this the electromuscular reactions are normal. In the majority of cases these symptoms disappear entirely in from 3 to 10 days, but occasionally they remain longer. Imperfect recovery of motion and sensation occurs, or, as happened in a few cases, one of which was carefully examined during life by Lewes and after death by Leyden, death occurs as in myelitis. In the only case where an autopsy and careful microscopical examination were made under these circumstances 71 peculiar fissures were found in the substance of the spinal cord, surrounded by areas of reactive myelitis and filled with granule cells. The absence of any pigmentary relics of a hemorrhage induced Leyden to assume that the lacunae were not of hemorrhagic origin. He inclines to the view that they were due to the escape of gas from the blood plasma, and consequent multilocular inflation of the tissue. If his observation be confirmed, it constitutes a strong objection to the hyperemia theory of the caisson disease. There is neither permanent hyperemia nor congestive or hemorrhagic myelitis developed, as far as the limited material thus far studied permits a conclusion. 70 Clark, St. Louis Med, and Surg, Journ, cited from Hammond, Locke Cit. 71e. Leyden, Archiv für Psychiatry, 9. Pure spinal hyperemia rarely presents itself for treatment. The form due to overexertion is recovered from by rest in a very short time. That due to suppressed discharges, by the re-establishment of the latter or by the application of leeches to the lumbosacral and iliac region. Ergodin is recommended by Hammond in very large doses. It is a question whether this drug may not exert a bad effect in protracted cases where its use has to be continued for a long time. 72. In using it, it is well to bear in mind that imperfect nutrition of nerve elements is perfectly compatible with an increased blood amount. 72. A young physician, who for a long period took ergotin in 12-grain doses for the relief of symptoms regarded as congestive, acquired a tolerance of the drug such as I have not seen recorded anywhere, and in addition presents some obscure signs of cerebellar disease and initial optic nerve atrophy. Strychnia has been given with benefit in the caisson disease, another evidence, as this drug is theoretically contraindicated in true hyperemia, that this disease is not, as Hammond and the majority of authors with him regard it, essentially a congestive affection. The treatment of those numerous cases in which signs of venous fullness accompany spinal exhaustion and irritation is detailed in the articles dealing with those affections. Spinal anemia. Anemia of the cord substance proper, like hyperemia, is practically inseparable from the corresponding condition of the membranes. The influence of a reduced blood amount on the functional activity of the spinal cord is more susceptible of exact demonstration than the corresponding nutritive disturbance of the brain. As the functions of this segment of the nervous axis are far simpler than those of the higher organ, there is more unanimity among observers as to the interpretation of their disordered states. In Stennon's experiment, and the more elaborate modifications made by those who have followed his method, it is found that interference with the supply of arterial blood to the spinal cord is followed by abolition of the function of the gray matter. If the supply be still further diminished, the functions of the white tracts become eliminated, next the peripheral nerves, and ultimately the muscles themselves, lose their normal excitability. On the re-establishment of the circulation, these various parts regain their functional capacity in the inverse order of its suspension, the muscles first, next the nerves, then the white substance, and last the gray substance of the cord. The initial symptoms of some cases of myelitis from refrigeration correspond more nearly to such a result of artificial anemia of the cord than they do to anything that is customarily regarded as hyperemia. 73. 73. I have seen distinct pallor of the spinal meninges on dipping the posterior extremities of a dog, whose cord had been exposed, into water. It is to be remarked, however, that other observers, notably Hammond, have either obtained different results or interpreted the consequences of refrigeration differently. No one has gone farther than Hammond in erecting a theoretical anatomical framework which elaborately provides for the accommodation of various symptoms of spinal anemia. He describes anemia of the posterior columns, and sharply discriminates between it and anemia of the anterolateral columns. It is a question whether the conducting tracts of these columns are seriously affected in their functions by anemia as long as the centers of innervation are well nourished. Undoubtedly, it is the gray substance of the cord which is most vulnerable to the influence of disturbed circulation and nutrition, as Stennon's experiment has shown. And a glance at the distribution of the blood vessels will show that a partial anemia or hyperemia, limited to special cornua in any considerable length of the cord, is an exceedingly improbable occurrence. With regard to isolated anemia of the white columns, it is to be admitted that the posterior are most vulnerable to malnutrition. But it is doubtful whether this vulnerability is so great as to allow of an exclusively posterior anemia, or whether a protracted anemia of this kind could exist for years as a purely symptomatic, or, as some designate it, functional, disorder. Hammond candidly states that in specifically locating the lesions in these affections he is aware that post-mortem examinations are wanting to support them. And admits that what he calls anemia of special parts of the cord is the spinal irritation of most authors, and in part the reflex paraplegia of others. The most clearly established form of cerebral anemia is the one which is indicated by the ischemic paraplegia of Charcot and the paraplegia following profuse hemorrhages. The former is produced by all causes which, by obstructing the flow of arterial blood in the abdominal or thoracic aorta, cut off the proper blood supply to the cord, which the latter receives through the intercostal and upper lumbar arteries. Aneurysm, compression by tumors, and embolism of the aorta produce this result. The consequence is paraplegia corresponding in all features of its development to the phenomena observed in Stennon's experiment. These features, already detailed, suffice to show that it is not the anemia of the peripheral nerves and muscles that is chiefly responsible for the paraplegia, but the insufficient irrigation of the gray and white substance of the cord itself. The same is true of the paraplegia following hemorrhage, which has been noted after uterine, renal, and enteric hemorrhages. Both affections are exceedingly rare. The influence of general anemia on the functions of the spinal cord is not susceptible of accurate study. The cerebral enlargement of the nervous axis is so much more unfavorably situated than the cord that it suffers first and most when general anemia is present. The consequence is that the signs of cerebral anemia mask those of spinal anemia. It is supposed, however, by many authorities that the effect of anemia on the cord may be regarded as an auxiliary factor in the production of hysterical and neurasthenic symptoms. How far the spinal cord is liable to suffer from arterial spasm is as yet a matter of conjecture. It is supposable that just as a powerful psychical impression provokes a sudden spasm of the cerebral arteries, so a peripheral irritation may provoke a spasm of the spinal arteries. In this way the reflex paralyses, motor and vasomotor, are explained by many writers. The subject of reflex palsy has been so much confused by improper cataloguing, if it can be so called, that some of the best authorities have become skeptical as to its occurrence. Among the chief sources of error has been the attributing to irritation of the genital organs various convulsive, psychical, and paralytic disorders. Adherents of the prepuce and its excessive length were charged with being responsible for idiocy, imbecility, epilepsy, and every form of paraplegia and panplegia. It was further claimed that instances of complete cure of each of these affections had followed the removal of the exuberant or adherent prepuce. I cannot find a single instance recorded where such a cure was effected in any of our large medical centers, so as to prove convincing to critical colleagues. On the contrary, L.C. Gray 74 has shown that various surgical procedures have been needlessly resorted to on this erroneous theory in cases of organic diseases of the spinal cord. I have seen 2 unfortunate children suffering from the worst forms of anterior poliomyelitis, one afflicted with pseudohypertrophic paralysis, and several hydrocephalus and microcephalus idiots, whose prepuces had been sacrificed to the theory alluded to. It is needless to add without any result, good or bad. 74 Reflex irritation from genital irritation. In this paper written communications from all or nearly all neurologists in the United States, certainly including all those of national fame and large experience, are cited, in which they testify to never having seen a case of this character cured by operations on the penis. Annals of Anatomy in Surgery, Jan. and February, 1882. The possibility of a reflex paralysis occurring from genital irritation in the male cannot be denied. Among the lower animals a ligature around the spermatic cord sometimes produces paraparesis, and paraplegia is a common complication of renal and vesical troubles in others. But analogous observations in man are rare, and becoming rarer with our increasing acumen in diagnosis. In females peculiar reflex disturbances are found associated with uterine and ovarian derangements. In one case of retroflexion, with possible dislocation of the ovary, referred to me by H.J. Bolt, there is a remarkable vasomotor paralysis of the right arm during each menstrual period. This member becomes greatly enlarged, of a purplish-blue color, and cold. Equally remarkable are the reflex disturbances resulting from the presence of worms in the intestinal canal. Every form of spinal and cerebral paralysis, even aphasia, has been observed in connection with helminthiasis. Such disorders yield as rapidly as they are developed to the exhibition of vermifuges. Special interest has been aroused by the discovery laid down in the joint treatise of J. W. Mitchell, Morehouse, and Keene of reflex paralysis following injuries, observed in the War of the Rebellion. The cases cited by them appear singular on first sight. The paralysis is often observed in parts of the body which are not only remote from the seat of injury, but have no direct connection, physiologically or otherwise, with it. The hand may be injured and the opposite leg paralyzed. Since Mitchell, Morehouse, and Keene first announced the existence of this peculiar form of reflex paralysis, a careful search has been made by military surgeons engaged in other campaigns for like results. Notably was this done in the Franco-Prussian War. A number of confirmatory instances have been collected, some of which rival in singularity those related by the discoverers of the affection. In one case a unilateral paralysis adjutans followed a punctured wound of the opposite shoulder, and in another reflex aphasia followed a gunshot wound of the lumbar region. 75. A discrimination is to be made between such cases where the paralysis, anesthesia, or neuralgia is an immediate result of the injury, and those where they follow after weeks or months. In the latter instance we have not true reflex disorders to deal with, an ascending neuritis having been found in the few cases which could be carefully followed up. 76. 75. Sanitats Bericht über die Deutschen hier im Krieg. Gegen Frankreich, 1870-71, Volume 7. Abstracted in Neurologisches. Centralblatt, 1886. 76. In a case of Mollenhaar's, vesicle paralysis and paresis of the right leg occurred 6 years ago, 1880, in a veteran of our Civil War who had a gunshot wound of the right hand, with signs which are still present, of occasional exacerbation of brachial neuritis. Prodromal signs of paresis were noticed at intervals since his return from the campaign. The bladder trouble and paresis are now apparently stationary. Such a case can be accounted for only on the assumption of an organic cord change secondary to a neuritis. The theory that the reflex paralysis from utero-ovarian, intestinal, and surgical affections, when acutely produced, is due to central anemia, is as acceptable as any other would be in the absence of decisive observations. Spinal anemia will but rarely present itself as a subject for special and separate treatment. When not associated with an intrinsically grave condition, such as aortic obstruction, dysentery, fatal hemorrhage, or typhoid fever, it is an exceedingly benign affection, rapidly yielding to tonic and restorative measures combined with rest. Embolism, thrombosis, hemorrhage, and abscess of the spinal cord. Although the spinal cord is a segment of the same central organ as the brain, nourished in a similar way, and subject to the same physiological and pathological laws, lesions of the vascular apparatus, which play so important a part in brain pathology, play a comparatively insignificant one in that of the spinal cord. Embolic, thrombic, and primary hemorrhagic lesions of the cord are so rare that their possible existence has even been denied. A primary thrombosis of the cord has not yet been satisfactorily demonstrated to occur independently of syphilitic lesions. And when it occurs, the ensuing tissue changes, as described by Hubner, Juilliard, and Graef, are usually in the background as compared to the gummatous, sclerotic, or meningitic changes which coexist. The clinical as well as the anatomical picture is accordingly either one of a myelitis or meningitis, as the cases of Charcot-Gombalt, Hubner, McDowell, Wilkes, Wagner, Zambacco, Homal, Winge, Moxon, Schulze, Westphal, Juilliard, and Graef show. See myelitis and spinal meningitis. With regard to the occurrence of hemorrhage into the substance of the spinal cord, hematomyelia, it is so rare an occurrence that I can recall but a single case in which I entertained the diagnosis of this lesion. And in that very case I am unable to declare that it was not a hemorrhagic myelitis. Aneurysmal changes of the spinal arteries are comparatively of rare occurrence, and as other predisposing causes to primary vascular rupture are rare in the cord, the probability of its occurrence is very much diminished. Hebold, 77, in a young girl who had developed severe cerebrospinal symptoms during a period of 9 months following an erysipelatous disorder, found the upper dorsal cord, on section, dotted with numerous reddish and round points. These points corresponded to aneurysmal dilatations of the vessels. As there were other inflammatory and vascular lesions in the same subject, the author referred their causation to a general constitutional vice, the result either of the phlegmonous or of a tuberculous disorder. 77. Archiv für Psychiatry, 16. 3. Rupture of miliary and Other aneurysms in the meninges has been reported by Astley Cooper, Traub, and others. It is remarkable that such cases are more and more rarely recorded from year to year in inverse ratio to the accuracy of our spinal autopsies. I have never found a miliary aneurysm below the uppermost cervical level of the cord. On the other hand, I have found extensive spinal hemorrhage in cases where the vessels of the cord proper were fairly healthy. It is claimed that suppression of the menses, overexertion, lifting heavy weights, and concussion are causes of spinal hemorrhage. The same causes are also mentioned for acute hemorrhagic myelitis. And it is a question whether the supposed hemorrhage is an initial lesion or secondary to congestive or anemic softening. 78. I have never found vascular ruptures, although carefully searching for them, in the spinal cord of persons dying instantly after falls from a great height, or, as in one case which I was fortunately able to secure the cord of, where the subject had been violently thrown down. Where hemorrhages have been found under these circumstances they were, as far as I am able to learn from the cases recorded, meningeal. The symptoms attributed to spinal hemorrhage are the same, taking the same locality of the cord, as those of a very rapidly developed transverse myelitis. It is unnecessary to enumerate these here in anticipation of the next section. They are described as being much more sudden. This suddenness is the only diagnostic aid on which we can rely. 79 The fate of the patient is said by LL.D. to be decided within a few days. If he survive the immediate consequences of the hemorrhage, he is apt to recover, as to life, altogether, with such permanent atrophies, paralyses, and anesthesias as are entailed by the destruction of the tracts and gray substance involved in the hemorrhage. The treatment recommended for this condition consists of rest, either in the lateral or prone position, local depletion and derivation to the intestinal canal, as well as the internal use of ergotin. The local application of ice, which is also advised, is probably based on illusory views. 80 After the immediate danger is past, the case is to be treated as one of myelitis, a very safe recommendation in view of the probability that it was a case of myelitis from the beginning. 79 And even this sign is unavailable as a distinguishing feature in supposed hemorrhage from concussion, as sudden paraplegias of motion and sensation are found in some cases of railway spine, and although a number of cases terminating fatally have been examined, there was not always hemorrhage even in the meninges. 80 Until authorities shall have agreed as to what effect the exposure of the bodily periphery to certain temperatures has on the circulation of the cord, it would be premature to make any special recommendations as to the temperature at which they should be kept. I am inclined to believe that while, as is universally accepted, a general cooling of the bodily surface tends to increase vascular fullness in the cord, as in all other internal organs, a partial cooling, as of the feet, produces local anemia at the level of origin of the nerve supplying the cooled part. Certainly, the bilateral neural effects of unilateral cooling are in favor of this view. The descriptions given of the hemorrhagic foci as observed after death strengthen the view that they were in the majority of cases of myelitic origin. Usually, they are stated to extend up and down the cord in the direction of least resistance, that is, in the gray substance, resembling an ordinary apoplectic clot. But in their neighborhood there was usually considerable softening, and, to judge by the descriptions given, this softening differed in no wise from that which is the characteristic feature of acute myelitis. 81 And often the transition from a peripheral zone of white softening, through an intermediate zone of red softening, to a central compact clot, is so gradual as to leave it unquestionable that the softening pre-existed, and that a vessel had broken down in the midst of the myelitic detritus. Many ancient foci of myelitis betray the hemorrhagic complication of their initial period by the presence of pigmented residue of the absorbed clot. 81 In the latest treatise on nervous diseases published in our language, Ross, Locke Sit, Volume 2. The insufficient foundation on which a whole chapter has been built up is illustrated by the admission that the usual evidence of acute central myelitis may be observed far beyond the limits of the hemorrhagic infiltration. If a large area of softening in the brain were found to contain a central or peripheral clot of blood, and histologically resembling a typical embolic or thrombic softening, no one would be in doubt as to which of the two was the primary lesion. Embolisms and embolic softenings of that part of the spinal cord which is supplied by the small spinal vessels are so rarely observed in the dead house that our knowledge of their possible occurrence and character is almost entirely the result of experimental observations or based on analogy. The situation of these vessels, the angle at which their supply tubes are given off from the aorta, all act as protectors of the cord against what is one of the chief dangers to which the brain is exposed. No definite symptoms have been attributed to the few doubtful cases of simple embolic occlusion of the spinal arteries found accidentally in human subjects. Even those emboli which, when once let loose in the circulation, are found distributed in nearly every organ of the body, those derived from ulcerative endocarditis and those due to the invasion of micrococci, are comparatively rare in the cord. Leiden found multiple capillary emboli in the spinal cord from the former cause. Small grayish-white foci in a similar distribution were found to be due to an invasion of cocobacteria from a decubitus by Rovigli. 82 In this latter case an increase of pain and muscular spasm in the history of the case of sclerosis which was thus complicated was attributed to the parasitic affection. 82 Revista Sperimentale di Freniatria, 1884, X. Just as simple and infectious embolic lesions are frequent in the brain and rare in the cord, so purulent inflammation or abscess is an exceptional occurrence in spinal as compared with cerebral pathology, and probably for the same reasons. Simple acute myelitis. Synonyms. Spontane, primaire, acute Rückenmarkserweichung, softening of the spinal cord, Ramollissement blanc de la moelle, myelite egg. As Leiden, whose treatise 83 may be regarded as the foundation of our knowledge on this subject, correctly avers, it is to Abercrombie and Olivier that we owe the determination of the existence of that acute structural disease of the spinal cord, now termed myelitis, as an affection independent of meningeal changes. The anatomical descriptions given by these older writers may be accepted at the present day as models of accurate observation by the naked eye. Their statement that in acute myelitis the substance of the spinal cord is softened and changed into a puriform, yellowish, diffluent mass. That while the disorganization is sometimes more marked in the posterior, at others in the anterior, and occasionally in the lateral half, it is most pronounced in the axis of the cord. Because the central gray substance is the favorite starting point of the morbid process, requires no modification today. Considerable doubt existed in the minds of the contemporaries of Olivier and Abercrombie as to whether this change was the result of a true inflammation. And one of the clearest thinkers of the day, Recamier, 84 regarded myelitic softening as a lesion peculiar to the nervous apparatus, and different from ordinary inflammation. I believe that the most profound investigators of the present day have not been able to rid themselves of a similar doubt. The discovery of Gludge's so-called inflammatory corpuscles, which was regarded as settling the question, only served to confuse the student by the confidence with which it was urged that they were infallible criteria of the inflammatory process. Under the noncommittal designation of granule cells these bodies still flourish in the annals of cerebrospinal pathology. As we shall see, a number of products of real disease, of artifice, and of cadaverous change have passed and do pass muster under this name. The first substantial progress in our knowledge of the minute processes underlying inflammation of the spinal cord was made by Frohman and Mankopf, but it applied altogether to the chronic inflammatory or cirrhotic affections of the cord. The difference between acute and chronic myelitis is greater than is the difference between acute and chronic inflammation in any other organ. And it must be admitted that if Recamier is to be regarded as having erred in asserting that acute myelitis is not a true inflammation, he is justified in so far as he asserted many features of the process to be altogether peculiar to the organ affected. Leiden himself attempted to throw light on the subject by provoking myelitis experimentally in dogs. He injected Fowler's solution into the spinal cords of 3 dogs, and in each instance produced changes which he interpreted as comparable to the myelitis of human pathology. But the inflammation thus provoked was not of the cord substance alone. It also involved the membranes, and the inflammatory foci were in several instances purulent. Now, pus never 85 forms in ordinary myelitis. An abscess of the cord never occurs where a septic agency can be excluded. In 6 dogs whose spinal cords I wounded in the dorsal and lumbar regions by aseptic methods, and who survived from 2 to 7 days, I never found purulent or indeed any active inflammatory process, as that term is ordinarily understood. But exactly such passive and necrotic or reactive changes as occur in the acute myelitis of human pathology. 83 Klinik der Rückenmarkskrankheiten, 2. 84 cited by Leiden. 85 in the textbooks and encyclopedias, without an exception. The statement that pus may be a product of myelitis is made. This is true of traumatic cases and of such depending on septic and zymotic causes alone. I am unable to find a single carefully observed case of the occurrence of pus in simple myelitis in the literature. Owing to the advance of clinical and anatomical knowledge made within the past 15 years, many forms of spinal disease classed with the inflammations have been recognized as distinct pathological entities. No longer to be confounded with simple acute myelitis, ordinarily so called. Special forms of acute spinal paralysis, notably acute poliomyelitis anterior of children and the corresponding chronic affection among adults, have become separated in this way, and are accordingly treated of in separate parts of this volume. 86. 86 For other and practical reasons the traumatic and compression forms of myelitis are also assigned a separate place. Some dispute exists as to the propriety of making a distinction between acute and chronic myelitis, since an acute myelitis, if the initial attack be recovered from with life, presents a similar condition clinically as chronic myelitis. And this quiescent or slowly progressing condition may extend over many years. The term acute with reference to inflammation of the spinal cord refers only to the active period of the disease. Just as an embolic softening of the brain is an acute affection, but may be followed by a chronic paralysis or aphasia, so the acute myelolytic process may be followed by a chronic paraplegia. It is improper to call the latter a chronic myelitis. It is merely a protracted symptomatic sequel of the acute process. The latter is distinguished from chronic myelitis both clinically, by the rapidity of its onset, and anatomically, by the early dissolution of nerve elements in the focus of disease. Limited in this sense, acute myelitis, excluding the special clinical forms already adverted to, is rather a rare disease. Morbid anatomy. The most recognizable change noted in an acute myelolytic focus is one of consistency. The spinal substance is softened. In some cases the softening is so slight that the observer may doubt whether he has a pathological or cadaveric softening to deal with, the dorsal cord, which is most apt to be the site of an acute transverse myelitis, being precisely the part which is most apt to show the latter change even in fairly well-preserved bodies. In extreme cases the softening may be so intense that the cord substance, completely fluidified, runs out of the meningeal sac, leaving the latter a collapsed membranous cylinder to mark the place where the cord once was. Where the cord substance is sufficiently firm to permit of sections being made through it, the normal outline of the gray and white substance is found obliterated, either presenting the appearance as if the gray and white matter had been stirred up together or of a more uniform color change. The color may be either white, reddish, yellowish, or chocolate-like. It depends upon the participation of the blood vessels in the change. If there be much hyperemia, there will be developed what is known as red softening. If there be much extravasation and commingling of blood with the diffluent cord tissue, a chocolate color will mark the diseased area. And similarly one and the same focus may present different tints in different parts according to the age and intensity of the process and the more or less advanced retrogressive metamorphosis of the extravasated fluid. As already stated, the purulent form of softening or abscess does not occur in ordinary myelitis. There is considerable variation in the extent of the affected areas of acute myelitis. In the typical and severe transverse form, the whole thickness of the cord may be disorganized, and the disorganization may extend in the length of the cord, so as to involve the level of exit of from 2 to 5 pairs of nerves. In less furibund cases, the area of absolute softening is confined to the gray substance and its immediate neighborhood, the submeningeal white substance being but slightly affected or escaping. Sometimes several foci of intense softening are scattered through a short length of the cord and connected by less severely involved areas of softening or edema. Leiden distinguishes 3 types of distribution: the transverse, the longitudinal, and the disseminated insular or multiple form. He includes under the longitudinal type the so-called central softening of Albert, but undoubtedly many cases of syringomyelia have passed under this designation. The submeningeal form of softening, which, with Olivier, he states to occur in association with spinal meningitis, must be a very rare affection, as it is difficult to find a well-established case recorded. The longitudinal form shows the same predilection for the gray substance which the acute myelolytic process generally does, but I have seen a finely demarcated fascicular myelitis limited to the lateral column in a paretic negro. In this case, the pyramid tract and the contiguous area in front of it were so intensely softened that for a length of 12 cm a hollow canal ran through the cord in the place previously occupied by the diseased substance. In recent cases of myelitis, the diseased area is usually found surrounded by a transition zone in which, the morbid change gradually becoming less intense, the consistency is firmer, and which merges into that of the normal cord. In cases where death occurs after a few weeks, a more abrupt demarcation is usually found. This is due to the reactive changes occurring in the neighborhood. The connective tissue becomes firmer, and thus the softening center becomes surrounded by a sclerosing capsule. Ultimately, the center undergoes complete disintegration and absorption, and a cavity is left behind filled with a clear fluid. In short, a cyst surrounded by a firm capsule represents the residua of disease. In cases where the softening at the center of the focus does not proceed so rapidly nor reach so high a degree as to result in liquefaction, the less vulnerable elements, the blood vessels and supporting tissues, survive the death of the ganglionic and conducting substance. The connective elements hypertrophy, and thus a firm sclerotic patch is formed, indicating the location of the previously softened field. It seems to be generally admitted, with Hayem, that the blood found exuded in the hemorrhagic form of myelitis does not necessarily indicate an active determination, but is rather, like some forms of so-called red softening of the brain, the result of capillary rupture or necrosis in the midst of the disintegrated tissue, now rendered incapable of supporting the vessels. The existence of a purely white form of myelolytic softening shows that a textural change is the primary occurrence, and that the participation of hyperemia or congestion is not an essential feature of myelitis. The assumption of an initial inflammatory congestion is made rather on theoretical grounds than on the basis of observation. It is simply incredible that, as Ross 87 claims, white softening should be a third stage, preceded by red and yellow softening as a first and a second stage. How the extravasated blood, which pathologists generally allow to leave long-lasting traces, manages to disappear. And how blood vessels in the midst of necrotic or edematous surroundings suddenly acquire such contractile energy as to produce a total emptying of their contents while the perishable nerve elements remain behind, are problems which should be solved before attempting to assign to a condition which is often found to be a primary phase of myelitis the position of a late and regressive stage. Erb admits that red softening, to which he also assigns the position of a first stage, is very rarely seen, only traumatic and rapidly fatal cases of central myelitis offering opportunities of examining it. None of the various forms of exudation claimed to occur at this period under the names of vitreous, colloid, or hyaline deposit have been confirmed in any recently well-studied case. 88 The great mass of authorities, however, still agree in regarding the minute changes of the initial stage of myelitis to correspond to those of ordinary inflammation. The vessels are described as injected, the adventitial spaces as crowded with the formed elements of the blood, and the vascular walls and the neuroglia infiltrated with granule cells and fatty granular matter. By some, inflammatory changes of the neuroglia are described, but I am unable to find a single case in which these were determined in early fatal cases. As far as our observation goes, the hypertrophy of the neuroglia is a later occurrence. 87 A Treatise on Diseases of the Nervous System, 1882. Volume 2. The author states no authority, nor does he advance his own observations in support of this statement. 88 Baumgarten's Case of hyaline exudation, Archivter. Heilkund, Volume 17. 276, was an infectious myelitis and associated with anthrax. As to the nervous elements themselves, they are always found affected. The nerve cells appear inflated, their processes fragile, sometimes suddenly swollen in their course, at others very thin and brittle. Multiplication of the nuclei of the large multipolar cells has been described. It must be an unusual occurrence, as it has been confirmed by but a few of the numerous observers who have examined into this question. The protoplasm of the nervous elements loses its normal striation and fine molecular granulation. It becomes either coarsely granular or hyaline. The axis cylinders, both in their intracinereal and their intramyelinic course, show changes similar to those of the cell processes in the gray matter. Particularly frequent are swellings in their course, the diameter of the cylinder being so much increased as to almost equal that of the myelin tube. This increase in diameter is regarded as an inflammatory swelling by some, as secondary to disturbed nutrition by others. It precedes disintegration, the substance becomes granular, fragile, and in the end dissolves. In the meantime the myelin loses its continuity, irregular segments of it fusing into round and oval masses. 89. Many of the bodies represented as granule and colloidal cells are in reality round spheres of myelin, whose resemblance to a nucleated cell is sometimes heightened by their occasional inclusion of a fragment of an axis cylinder which has not yet lost its power of imbibing carmine and other dyes, where softening has proceeded. Farthest, there the spherical and other forms of myelin are found. Crowding the field, and mingled with them are blood corpuscles, fragments of blood pigment, granular detritus, and bodies known as fatty granular cells. A number of bodies of very different origin have received this name, some of them, like the fragments of myelin alluded to, not even meriting the name of cells. Others, however, are veritable formed histological elements, either leukocytes or cellular ingredients of the neuroglia, which, having fed on the products of myelin disintegration, have become enlarged and coarsely granular. The longer the duration of the process the more numerous are these bodies, showing that they are not the course and essential factor of the inflammation, but an accompaniment, subserving some conservative process, inasmuch as they either remove effete material or contribute to the permanent organization of the cicatricial or atrophic tissue. The period now reached by the morbid process may be regarded as a sort of interregnum. The necrotic tissues have not yet disappeared on the one hand, the products of inflammation have not yet organized themselves on the other. It is in this period that the ganglionic elements are described as undergoing certain changes in outline and in appearance. Above all, one change has interested observers, which, consisting in the development of what appear to be spherical vacuoles in the interior of the cell, is termed vacuolization. I can compare it to nothing so nearly as to the appearance which is produced by the formation of gas bubbles in a putrefying albumin or other semi-fluid substance. This vacuolization of ganglion cells is now regarded as a cadaveric change. It is not agreed, as yet, whether its occurrence in myelitis is so frequent as to suggest its antemortem occurrence as a veritable feature of the disease. I have been struck by this change in the neighborhood of wounds artificially produced in dogs, even in the fresh specimen. It must be remembered, however, that under these circumstances, the nutrition of the cell being destroyed and exposure to the macerating effect of the cerebrospinal and pathologically exuded fluids occurring, a cadaveric change may take place intravitam. The influence of phosphorus and alkaloid as well as metallic poisons on the cord has been experimentally studied by a number of observers. Unfortunately, Popao, Skish, and Danilo, who described as characteristic a resulting change in the staining reaction of the cells, the development of vacuoli in them, and an atrophy of their processes, had not made a sufficient number of examinations of normal cords under like methods of preparation to recognize which of these deviations is without the physiological confines. Krasig 90 demonstrated the existence of all these conditions in the cords of perfectly healthy animals preserved in chromic acid. 91 and Schulze confirms him, and expresses a surprise, which must be shared by all reflecting investigators, that poisons of so widely different a character should have an identical effect on the cord substance, as is claimed by the writers named. 90 Fierko's Archive, CII. 91 He attributes the remarkable difference in staining of nerve cells of the same ganglionic group and in the same section to the sudden transferal of the hardened specimens to strong alcohol, which seems to be the custom in some German laboratories. He claims that uniformity in staining is effected if the specimen be transferred from the chromic preparation to weak alcohol, then to stronger, and thus by gradual increase of the strength to strong spirit. Possibly, instead of approximating the real structural indications by this method, Krasig may obliterate them. In specimens which alcohol is not permitted to touch before staining is completed, very deeply and very lightly stained cells will be found almost side by side. The shorter the hardening process, the more perfect the staining method, the more likely are these differences to be found. It is reasonable to assume that the difference in dye-absorbing power indicates slight differences in the cell protoplasm, marking the nutritive state of the latter and occurring within physiological limits. If life be prolonged and the conservative processes assert themselves, the disintegrated material disappears, and as the white color of the greater area of the cord was due to the myelin, and the latter has now become destroyed within the diseased area, the latter presents a grayish color. This phase is often termed gray softening. The consistency is, however, much firmer than in the previous stage. Trabeculae of connective tissue form, enclosing in their meshes a large number of neuroglianuclei and sometimes spaces filled with fluid. According as condensation and retraction or rarefication preponderate, the process will terminate either in the formation of a sclerotic focus or of a cyst. Occasionally an irregular spongy tissue containing several small cysts results. Charcot claims that a restitution of anatomical continuity, and therefore of physiological potentiality, may occur in a myelolytic cicatrix. But the experiments of Kahler 92 and Holman 93 prove that when a nerve tract is once destroyed within the spinal cord, all hope of restoring that tract in structure, and thus to restore its functions, is at an end. Unlike the fibers of the peripheral nerves, those of the spinal cord and brain do not seem capable of regeneration. 94 If a restoration of function is to occur at all, it must occur through other channels than those destroyed, in other words, by vicarious action. 92 Prager Medizinische Wochenschrift, 1884, number 31. 93 Contribution expérimentale à la pathologie et à l'anatomie pathologique de la moelle épinière, Helsingfors, 1885. Abstracted in Centralblatt für die medizinisches Wochenschriften. 1886, number 16. 94 According to the first observer, this is probably due to structural differences. The extramedullary fibers have a sheath and annular constrictions which are absent in the intramedullary. In a large number of cases myelitis is a limited affection, that is, its ravages remain confined to the area originally involved. But occasionally the morbid process involves the next segments above or below, extending with specially great rapidity through the anterior gray horns. Exceptionally, the entire cord may thus become the site of a generalized myelitis. There is one segment of the cord which may be regarded as possessing an acquired vulnerability when a myelolytic focus is in its neighborhood, and that is the lower end. It seems that while the results of a transverse myelitis in the middle dorsal cord may remain stationary for 10 or more years, those of a transverse myelitis at the upper lumbar level do not. On the contrary, the entire cord below the lesion appears to be doomed to undergo the same degeneration by contiguity. This is the only occurrence which seems to deserve the name of a descending myelitis. An ascending extension is more frequently noted in other parts of the cord. But the frequency of both the so-called ascending and descending types has been unduly magnified by the inclusion of the secondary degenerations, which are constant sequelae of all complete destructive transverse lesions of the cord. But which are rather passive phenomena, and probably influence the clinical progress of the case but little, except under such conditions as are potent in that chronic form of myelitis which underlies tabes dorsalis. Clinical history. The symptoms of acute myelitis usually correspond to those of any more or less completely transverse lesion of the cord, and accordingly vary with the altitude of the upper level of the lesion. In a general way, they may be stated as consisting of: first, paralysis of movement in the part supplied from the nerves given off below the level of the lesion. The reason for this can be easily recognized in those cases where the pyramid tract, which conveys voluntary impulses centrifugally, is interrupted by the softening. Second, paralysis of sensation in the part supplied by the same nerves. This is equally explained by the pathological interruption of the centripetal impressions normally conveyed brainward. Third, alterations in the nutrition of the part supplied by the nerves arising in the affected level. Fourth, abolition of those reflexes which are translated in the level of the lesion. Speaking crudely, then, the symptoms of a transverse myelitis fall into two natural groups. The one which includes the first and second categories enumerated are symptoms due to interruption of cerebral functions, the other, which comprises the last two categories, being due to abolition or perversion of spinal functions. There is a third group comprising certain constitutional symptoms. Aside from those variations due to the distribution, extent, and intensity of the lesion, there are others which depend on the rapidity of its invasion. There are three types in this respect: the apoplectiform, the ordinary acute, and the subacute. The term apoplectiform has been used in two different senses, one being clinical, and referring to the rapidity of onset of the symptoms. The other anatomical, and referring to the nature of the lesion. It is, however, doubtful if a distinction in the latter sense is practically valuable. The presence of a blood clot in a myelolytic focus is itself secondary to the softening, and the intensity and rapidity of the process must have shown itself in the development of the latter. 95. The term ought, therefore, to be used in a clinical sense only. 95. I am able to recall but a single case in which, even clinically speaking, a primary hemorrhage into the cord substance was plausible. In this instance a sudden arrest of menstruation had occurred nearly simultaneously with a combined strain and exposure in a young girl. The constitutional symptoms of acute myelitis, which, however, are often absent, are its most distinctive features in one sense. Disorders of motion and sensation and perversions of nutrition are signs common to all destructive affections of the cord, whether of a traumatic, neoplastic, or a chronic inflammatory character. But fever, headache and delirium 96 associated with gastric and visceral disturbances of acute development, are not found to be initial and intrinsic symptoms with them as with acute myelitis. In their absence the mode of onset is characteristic. A high degree of paralysis, motor or sensory, is developed with a rapidity unequaled in any chronic affection of the cord. Sometimes there is a prodromal period in which formication, numbness, and disorders of movement are observed in the same part of the body which are destined to become paralyzed at a later stage of the malady. Within a few hours, days, or at most weeks, complete paraplegia may become developed. The prodromal symptoms may include any form of disturbed sensation. Lancinating pains, tingling, a feeling of the limbs falling asleep, peculiar and indescribable sensations attending the acts of micturition and defecation or of placing the feet violently on the ground, are common. Occasionally they are found in one limb only, although motor and sensory paralysis may ultimately occupy the symmetrical member as completely as the one first involved. In some cases it has been noted that the patient is unable to lie down, or, if lying, to occupy the dorsal recumbent position. This feature has been utilized to support the theory of an initial congestion, which is supposed to be relieved or aggravated according as the cord is kept elevated or depressed. 96 These symptoms are to be regarded as actual parts of the myolytic symptoms only when they accompany the prodromal or initial periods. The later complications, uremia and septicemia, the latter arising from pyelitis, cystitis, or decubitus, often lead to constitutional disturbance which is not due to the myelitis as such. In most cases of transverse myelitis, when the anterior cornua are destructively involved, we possess in the electrical tests valuable and unerring means of determining the altitude and extent of the lesion. Whenever we find the atrophy of a paralyzed muscle accompanied by qualitative electrical changes in myelitis, we must conclude that the cell group from which that muscle receives its nerve supply is destructively involved. 97 These changes are particularly well demonstrable when the cervical or lumbar enlargements are affected. They are not as readily ascertainable in the case of a transverse myelitis in the upper dorsal region, on account of the situation of the muscles supplied by the upper dorsal nerves, and the consequent difficulty of application of the necessary tests. 97 The proposition, originally, I believe, made by myself, that there are distinct cell groups in the spinal cord which are constant with certain animal species, and correspond in relative development to ventral, dorsal, and appendicular muscular groups. Architecture and Mechanism of the Brain, Journal of Nervous and Mental Diseases, April, 1880, appears to be confirmed in a general way by the researches and cases of Ettinger, Kalerpick, Desjardins Major, Gensmer, von Monaco, Solly, Prevost David, F. Schulze, Riemack, and Parrot Geoffroy. For the knowledge of the first and last of which I am indebted to the review of the subject by Starr. Localization of the Functions of the Spinal Cord, American Journal of Neurology and Psychiatry, August, 1883. The disturbance of the deep reflexes with very few exceptions affects the same peripheries as are represented in the destroyed and impaired gray nuclei. Thus, if the lower part of the lumbar enlargement be affected, the reflexes of the Achilles tendon and the gluteal muscles will disappear. If the upper lumbar enlargement, the knee jerk disappears. 98 Disease of the lower part of the cervical enlargement is in like manner associated with absence of the wrist tendon reflexes, while the disappearance of the elbow tendon reflex suggests a higher involvement at the levels of the 5th and 6th cervical nerve roots. 98 The disappearance of the knee jerk and similar reflexes was originally supposed to be a phenomenon exclusively pertaining to spinal disease and to a destructive lesion anywhere in the tract of the centripetal and centrifugal nerves connected with that segment of the cord in which the reflex is supposed to be translated. But aside from a number of physiological observations 99 which prove that cerebral conditions may influence the intensity of the jerk, there are pathological ones which show that it may be permanently abolished in disease of the pons and cerebellum, and temporarily abolished or diminished immediately after capsular and ventricular hemorrhage. The associated symptoms in the former case, and the history of the onset and total hemiplegia in the latter, serve to distinguish them from destructive spinal lesions should the occasion for discriminating between them ever arise, which is not likely. 99s, where Mitchell and M. J. Lewis found that voluntary effort increases the jerk at first, but if continued diminishes its excursiveness. The Medical News, 1886, February 13 and 20. Incomplete transverse acute myelitis of the cervical region. High fever is a constant symptom. In unilateral myelitis of this region, flushing of the face and unilateral sweating are produced, together with iridoplegia, sometimes preceded by dilatation. Owing to initial irritation and succeeding paralysis of the sympathetic branches originating at this level of the cord. Just as the disturbed reflexes and the belt sensations enable us to distinguish at what levels of the cord the myelitis is situated, so the distribution of the motor and sensory paralysis affords corroborative evidence of such location and additional proof of its extent and intensity. Transverse myelitis at and above the level of origin of the phrenic nerve is almost immediately fatal, through its interference with the innervations required in respiration. In the upper part of the cervical enlargement it produces complete paraplegia of motion and sensation in the trunk and all four extremities. In the lowest part of the cervical enlargement it produces paralysis of the same parts, but the serratus magnus and scapular muscles escape. The nuclei of origin of the muscles moving the upper extremity are situated so that those which are farthest removed from the axis of the body when the arms are extended are situated lowest in the cord. The sensory paralysis is distributed in harmony with the motor paralysis, that is, when there is paralysis of motion in the hand and forearm, the anesthesia or subjective numbness is also in the hand and forearm. The same correspondence is not found in affections of the lumbar enlargement, for anesthesia of the gluteal region accompanies paralysis of the crural muscles when the lesion is low down at the level of the lower lumbar and upper sacral nerves. The distribution of the anesthesia, in other words, is not by segments of the limb, but by surfaces. The gluteal, posterior femoral, gastrocnemial, and outer pedal surfaces are affected together with the muscles moving the foot, while the thigh and inner side of the leg and foot become anesthetic. With lesion of the upper part of the lumbar enlargement accompanying paralysis of the quadriceps and deep muscles. It is not difficult to understand this discrepancy when we bear in mind the different plan of distribution followed by the brachial plexus as compared with the lumbar and sacral plexuses. It is not, in my experience, found that the anesthesia affects that surface which covers the part moved by the paralyzed muscle, which is characteristic of associated paralysis and anesthesia from cortical disease. One of the most dreaded occurrences in acute myelitis is the malignant bedsore. The ordinary decubitus which results from the protracted sojourn of the patient in bed, coupled with the prominence of his trochanters and sacrum resulting from general or atrophic emaciation, is also common, but is comparatively benign and easy to prevent or to manage when established. The malignant bedsore, on the other hand, is a spontaneous occurrence, due to the same obscure but undeniable trophic influences exerted for good by the normal and for evil by the diseased nerve centers, which play so large a part in the symptomatology of tabes dorsalis. It cannot be avoided. It is not due to pressure alone, or, as some have claimed, to the macerating influence of the dribbling and decomposing urine. The development of this lesion is exceedingly rapid, and it may be regarded as a sort of local gangrene. The skin shows a livid color, vesicles appear, then burst, the part becomes denuded. And within a few days a deep ulcer with a dark border and base appears, discharging a sanneous fluid. The subsequent history is that of a rapid extension and destruction of the neighboring tissues, even down to the bone, and if situated over the sacrum opening into the spinal canal through the necrotic arches of the sacral vertebra, thus leading either to general septicemia or to putrid infection of the spinal meningeal sac. Occasionally, gangrenous spots coexist on other parts of the body, notably the lower extremities, where neither pressure nor maceration can be accused of playing a part, proving that the process is primarily due to the spinal affection. Acute central myelitis, as described by Dujardabomets, Hayem, Halapo, and Erb, usually runs its course very rapidly. Indeed, all of these observers speak of it as the most violent and quickly fatal variety of spinal inflammation. I have, however, seen one case with T.A. McBride at the Presbyterian Hospital in which all the characteristic symptoms of acute central myelitis were markedly developed and present in their characteristic groupings. And yet the patient had been suffering from progressing symptoms of myelitis for 1.5 years before that time. 100 usually, complete anesthesia and paralysis of the lower half of the body occur in this form. But the most characteristic feature is a rapidly progressive atrophy not only of the paralyzed muscles, but also of some which are still partially under the dominion of the will. With this there is extreme vesical and rectal trouble, the sphincters being paralyzed. As a rule, the deep and superficial reflexes are destroyed, they are always diminished, and trophic disturbances of a malignant type, such as acute decubitus, joint changes, and edema, are common. The paraplegia is characterized by the flaccid condition of the limbs. The contractures and spastic symptoms found with other forms of myelitis are entirely absent, and qualitative electrical changes, beginning with disappearance of ferrotomuscular contractility, are found in the atrophying muscles. There are marked constitutional symptoms with this form, the tendency to an ascent of the process and successive involvement of one segment after another of the gray matter is great, and a fatal issue, as far as known, is inevitable. 100 at the time the patient had undergone such a profound change in appearance that I failed to remember him, and it was only by accident I learned that I had seen him in private consultation with his family attendant, F.A. Maguire, a year previous. On the latter occasion I had made the diagnosis of subacute myelitis chiefly limited to the posterior columns. There were ataxia, both static and locomotor, slight incontinence, belt sensation, and ocular symptoms, with abolition of the deep reflexes in the lower limbs. Diagnosis. The principles governing the determination of the affected region of the cord in acute myelitis are exactly the same as those detailed in the later sections on chronic myelitis or sclerosis, the acuteness of the onset, and the relapses which sometimes occur, and the predominance of irritative spasms, which, however, is an inconstant criterion, serving to distinguish between the acute and chronic form of spinal inflammation. In the present state of our knowledge it is impossible to always differentiate between acute central myelitis and syringomyelus, a condition in which the formation of a periendymal neoplasm, and its subsequent breaking down in the axis of the cord, lead to the formation of a tubular cavity. 101 The neoplasm in this instance is classified among the gliomatous new formations. The symptoms depend, exactly as do those of myelitis, on the distribution of the destructive lesion. In some cases the posterior cornua and columns are chiefly involved, and extreme anesthesia is found, in others the anterior columns are affected, and the symptoms of a poliomyelitis or an imperfect transverse myelitis may be imitated. 102. 101 This cavity, unlike that of hydromyelus, is not a dilatation of the central canal, but, lying to one side of it, is excavated in the cord substance. 102 Repeated fractures have been noted in cases marked by profound analgesia. It is believed that they are not always due to trophic changes, but may be the result of muscular action, exaggerated on account of the patient's inability to gauge his efforts. Still, in the majority of cases the presence of positive trophic disturbances of the skin seems to indicate the probability of some textural change, facilitating the fracture. As a rule, the sensory disturbance in syringomyelus is out of proportion to the muscular atrophy developed, that is, it involves a far more extensive province. It is usually of a peculiar character, some forms of sensation are involved but slightly, or even escape, and others may be nearly destroyed. Commonly, it is the pain and temperature sense which suffer most, while the cutaneous space and pressure, as well as the muscular sense, are not materially disturbed. These peculiarities are not commonly found in cases of myelitis, and when present, and particularly when the paralytic or sensory affections involve all four extremities alike, they suggest the existence of syringomyelus. As yet we are unable to make more than a probable diagnosis between the two diseases. Duration and prognosis. The duration of the disease varies. Cases of the apoplectiform variety are mentioned, in which the process reached its height in a few minutes, or where the patient, having retired in good health the night before, awoke finding himself paralyzed in the lower half of his body. Death may terminate such a case in a few days or weeks. In another class of cases, complicated by serious involvement of the bladder, the fatal termination is often precipitated by putrid cystitis, pyelitis, or uremic poisoning. And even in cases which have passed the dangers of the early period in safety, these ominous complications may develop with the usual result many years after the beginning of the illness. In a number of cases, the first period, that in which the morbid process becomes developed, is followed by one of comparative quiescence, in which the paralyses of sensation and motion then established remain stationary for months and years. A number of authors, Erb, Leyden, Strumpel, and Ross, speak of such a case as one in which chronic myelitis has followed an acute myelitis. It seems improper to use the terms acute or chronic in this way, as it is generally understood that the term acute applies to myelitis in which disintegration of the nerve elements predominates over interstitial proliferation, and in which the secondary sclerosis is rather like the cicatrix of an acute inflammation and necrosis. It should not be confounded at any period, no matter how similar the clinical signs may be, with a process which is essentially an interstitial one from the start. If chronic amaurosis results from an acute glaucoma, we do not change the latter designation to chronic glaucoma. In cases where the symptoms at the acme indicate rather an involvement of the peripheral than the central paths of the cord, and in which an incomplete motor and sensory paralysis develops, the patients often regain a considerable amount of motor power and sensation, so that they may reach a good age, suffering at most from a paresis of some one muscle or muscular group, occasional bladder trouble, and pains. It has been laid down as a rule that where paraplegia and other signs remain stationary for years, there is no hope of even partial recovery. The following remarkable and well-attested case proves that this rule is not without exceptions. Isidore K. Aet. 44 years, worker in tobacco. After overexertion in the fall of the year 1879, he had numbness, tingling, dorsal pain, and paresis rapidly developed, which induced him to consult the physicians at the clinic of the University of the City of New York. After some slight improvement, a relapse occurred, and several others followed, usually provoked by overexertion, till he became completely paraplegic. He was, according to his account, several times exhibited to a medical class by William A. Hammond, and remembers that this authority spoke of a possible ascent of the affection and ensuing involvement of the arms. His bladder was at no time seriously disturbed. For 4 years and 3 months he was totally paraplegic. His lower extremities were without life, and for the greater part of the time he could not move his toes. The limbs were cold and pale, but underwent little atrophy. The only exercise obtained during this time was in a roller carriage. His sexual power was abolished throughout the whole 4 years and over. Nothing can be learned as to his reflexes in this period. 103 The paralysis of sensation was as complete as that of motion, and the lower limbs never perspired. The arms remained free. There was a dorsal belt sensation. 103 Hammond has no notes of the case, having discontinued. The clinic, and Ludwig Weiss, the physician in charge, saw him only occasionally in behalf of a benefit society. On July 23, 1884, shortly before midday, while lying on the bed, in which he had lain a helpless cripple for over 4 years, except when lifted into the roller carriage, he felt a sudden rush of warmth. Surprised at this first sensation he had felt for years in limbs which had been quasi-foreign appendages, he raised up the bedclothes and saw that they changed color. There was some tingling for about 3 minutes, and a perspiration broke out in the affected members. With this he found he could move his feet. Half alarmed, half exulting, he sent for his physician, L. Weiss, who found that the patient could stand and walk with considerable freedom. I was then consulted, and found the patient presenting a picture of incomplete transverse myelitis. He could walk, turn about, stand with closed eyes with slight swaying, and his knee phenomenon was of short excursiveness, but exceedingly spasmodic, and this symmetrically so. He was carefully watched, and against the advice of his physician engaged in peddling cigars, and subsequently took a position as attendant at the pauper asylum on Ward's Island. Here he was on his feet fully 12 hours a day, and his motion, which had continued improving until it was to all practical intents and purposes normal, aside from a slight stiffness, again became impaired. And a joint trouble in the metacarpophalangeal articulation of the right little toe, which had troubled him a week after his partial recovery, recurred. 104 On January 15 of the present year I again examined him. His knee phenomenon was greatly exaggerated, cutaneous sensation scarcely impaired, gait paraparetic, but he could walk great distances. And claimed to suffer less from the exertion than from the tenderness accompanying the joint trouble referred to. There had, therefore, occurred, without any assignable cause, for the patient was not under treatment for a year or more before the event, an almost instantaneous restoration of sensation, locomotion, and sexual power. All of which faculties, notwithstanding the infraction of every medical direction given, remained established for 2 years, with prospects of so continuing a longer period. 104 This was atrophic joint trouble. Treatment. Most of the therapeutic propositions relating to the treatment of the acute myolytic process are based on the theory that it is of a congestive character or associated with congestion. Accordingly, the internal administration of such drugs as ergotin, which diminish the caliber of the blood vessels, and local measures, such as depletion, wet cupping, and counter-irritation, intended to act in the same way by derivation, are unanimously recommended by authorities. The suggestion of Hammond, that the patient occupy a ventral or lateral, and not the dorsal, position, is based on, and entirely consistent with, this same view. It is difficult to say what effect is attributable to these measures. Remarkable spontaneous changes, retrogressions as well as advances of the morbid process, occur equally under expectant as under active treatment. I have never seen any improvement in the active phase of simple myelitis which I felt confident I could attribute to any special remedy employed with a view of acting directly on the morbid process. Indeed, improvement has been claimed by Jewell as a result of the use of strychnia, a drug which under the very dogmas governing the orthodox treatment of the disease might be expected to do positive damage. 105. 105 Jewell gives very large doses of this alkaloid. L.C. Gray, in a discussion held before the American Neurological Association, cited numerous observations directly conflicting with those of Jewell. I cannot, in view of a recent observation in a typical case of acute anterior poliomyelitis, in which by accident the toxic effects of strychnia were obtained, consider this dispute as at all settled. In direct connection with the toxic symptoms the abolished patellar jerk returned in an exaggerated form, motion also returned, and rapid improvement ensued. In relapses of acute myelitis which had been brought on by chilling of the feet I have obtained good results by derivation to the lower extremities, and on many grounds think that the morbid process in the cord, if it can be affected at all, can be affected by treating the periphery where the symptoms are noted more readily than by applying the cautery or bleeding over the proven site of the disease. Exposure of the dorsal region to cold has not yet been noted as a cause of acute myelitis, whereas such exposure of the lower extremities is a frequent one. This seems to show that the spinal cord is more vulnerable to influences affecting its nervous distribution than to those which are topographically nearer. If this is true as regards morbid influences, it may be urged that it is plausible as regards remedial influences if these are to drive out the disease tendency by the same door it entered. Rest is imperative during the active progress of the disease. It may be stated as a canon that the earlier the patient takes to his bed, and the more thoroughly he obeys the injunction to attempt no motion of the affected members, the better, caeteris paribus, will the result obtained be. Countless cases are on record where a relapse was directly traceable to a walk undertaken prematurely or carried farther than was wise. As convalescence or partial restitution advances, gradually increasing exercise is to be attempted, not waiting for the danger signal of a tired feeling to discontinue it, for that feeling, developed, means positive harm already done. It is therefore necessary to allow the returning function to be utilized only within small limits at first, and extending them slowly. In all cases of severe myelitis where the formation of bed sores is to be apprehended, the waterbed should be employed. Owing to the low temperature which the rubber sac constituting it has, it is necessary to cover it with some well-warmed and non-conducting material and to have the room well warmed. If bed sores are already formed, they are to be treated according to ordinary surgical principles. Antiseptic means should be in the foreground in the case of the malignant bedsore. It is to be remembered that the latter is a gangrenous process, and, in so far as the formation of a line of demarcation between the necrotic and the conserved tissue is concerned, the ordinary expectant rules of surgery govern the case. The water bath appears to yield the best results. Ordinary bedsores yield readily to mechanical protection and stimulating ointments or the balsam of Peru. Iodoform is recommended, but it produces granulations of an indolent character as compared with those obtained through the use of resinous ointments. The warm bath is probably the most useful measure in acute myelitis. In cases due to exposure, I do not believe it can be applied too soon. Its temperature should, in the beginning at least, not be higher than about 88 degrees Fahrenheit, and the duration about 7 minutes. The continued administration will depend on the immediate effect on the patient, and the sittings can be ultimately prolonged to half an hour or even longer. It should be administered once daily, and, when the patient is not disturbed by the manipulation connected with its use, even oftener. Cold baths are recommended by the Germans, but it seems rather in the passive period of the disease than during its active phase. The management of the bladder trouble is one of the most critical points in the treatment of most cases. The results of retention of urine are more frequently the cause of a fatal issue than any other single complication. Where there is complete retention, continuous catheterization is to be employed, as recommended by Strumpel. 106. In other cases, the bladder should be emptied thrice in the 24 hours. The catheter is to be thoroughly disinfected, and if the slightest sign of cystitis is noted, the bladder should be washed out with astringent and disinfectant solutions. The continuous irrigation with a solution of corrosive sublimate, 1:2000, appears to give the best results. 106a. Nelaton's catheter is introduced into the bladder and kept in place by strips of adhesive plaster fixed to the inner aspect of the thighs. A perforated condom fixed to the catheter, and